Like, subscribe and share Light Fanfiction audiobook channel for more fun. Chapter 80. Shisui strode into the Hyuga family's quarters. The Hyuga clan. Shisui narrowed his eyes. He came to visit just now, and waited for a long time in front of Hyuga's gate before he was notified of permission. This is rare. The guards had passed on his visit long ago, but still waited for a long time. Judging from the strength he showed today, the Hyuga family could reject him, but there was no reason to humiliate him. So, did the quarrel between Hayashi and the clan elders delay the time and make me wait for a while? Shisui thought to himself. Because of the branch house of the clan of the Hyuga family, the elders of the clan have great power in matters. This is completely different from Uchiha, who advocates strength. Uchiha also has some elders, but more power is in the hands of young and strong masters such as Fugaku and Yada. According to Zongxuan, Hisashi seems to have chosen to commit suicide because of the pressure from the elders and the third generation. As predicted. When Shisui entered the parlor, Hyuga Hayashi was accompanied by two elderly people over 50 years old. Clan Chief Hyuga is really busy. Shisui pretended to be suspicious. If you don't want to see me, you can disappear, but why do you have to wait so long? Sorry. A trace of resentment appeared on Hyuga Hayashi's face, and he couldn't help but turn his eyes away, but quickly converged. If you pay attention deliberately, Shisui may not be able to find it. Because Shisui, you came a little late, and I have already fallen asleep, so it is inevitable that I have delayed some time. Hyuga Hayashi bowed his head slightly in apology. I just don't know why you came late at night. Why? Two things. Shisui was not polite, and said directly, the Hyuga clan and my Uchiha clan both have a long history, and I want to take charge of the Uchiha clan, so I hope to learn from such a long-standing clan as the Hyuga clan to learn how to manage clansmen. Method. I hope that Uchiha and Hyuga can be friends, both of whom are the Konoha clan. There are many topics that can be exchanged between you and me. Personally, I also hope to change the status quo of Uchiha and get out of the closed environment, so I hope to have more exchanges with other big clans, so I came to visit. 99. Shisui's words sound like a win, but it's more like a good sale. Uchiha has always been arrogant and never looked down on any family other than Senju. After the Senju clan was completely lonely, and the only remaining clan member, Tsunade, went out to travel, he even called himself the only big clan in Konoha. Shisui said that he wanted to take charge of Uchiha, but wanted to learn from Hyuga. This is clearly a bit of a compliment. Hyuga Hayashi's expression improved a lot immediately, revealing a happy smile. There are many people who praise the Hayashi family, and they speak a lot better than Shisui. But because of this, Shisui's words made him even more happy. Yes, my Hyuga clan has a long history, and your Uchiha clan deserves a lot. Before Hayashi could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the elder next to him. No, our Hyuga clan and Uchiha clan have nothing to communicate with. Patriarch, you are too simple. You don't know what Uchiha looks like now. Do you have to pull us into this abyss? Hayashi's face suddenly turned ashen, even bluer than Shisui's face next to him. You interrupt me before I finish speaking? Am I the patriarch, or are you the patriarch? Are you mocking my Uchiha clan? Shisui's expression darkened, and his murderous aura was slightly revealed. But his heart is happy, he was really hit by Zongxuan. Hayashi listened to his own words, and tended to communicate without hesitation. Obviously he was dissatisfied with Third Hokage in his heart. Elder Hyuga didn't care about Shisui's murderous aura at all. When he was young, he was also an elite Genin with decent strength. Even if he couldn't beat Shisui, he would not be moved by Shisui's murderous aura. He sneered, what is Uchiha like now? Don't say you don't know. Don't you dare to do anything to me? Lord Third Hokage won't sit idly by. 39. Shisui narrowed his eyes and did not continue talking to him. Instead, he said to Hayashi, "Is your excellency the head of the Hyuga clan, or is this elder the head of the Hyuga clan?" "Of course I am the head of the Hyuga clan." Hyuga Hayashi took a deep breath and gave the elder a stern look. The elder hummed disdainfully, but did not speak again. Of course, the wisdom of the elders for many years is also something that a patriarch must listen to. Hayashi picked up the tea and took a sip. "I think maybe our clan needs to discuss one or two things before we can give you an answer. The Hyuga clan has fierce infighting, and the patriarch and the elder have great conflicts and differences. It's hard to hide in front of outsiders." Shisui analyzed inwardly, and the corners of his mouth rose. "Really? Then let's talk about this later. I have one more thing here. It's like this, a boy from my clan has developed a very unique ninja tool. I think this will be of great benefit to a pupil family like you and me. Help." Saying that, he gently removed the contact lenses from under his eyes, revealing 3 Tomo's Sharingan. "It's this thing." "Hey!" Hayashi and the elder were taken aback. "This thing is..." "This thing can block the pupil changes when we use the pupil technique," Shisui said simply and horrified. "What?" Hayashi and the elder stood up suddenly, a look of surprise flashing in their eyes. None of them are ordinary ninjas. Even the elders who no longer perform their tasks have the strength and experience of elite genin when they are young. They can almost see the value of this beauty contact lens at a glance. Without it, the strength of the eye surgery family will be enhanced. "Lord Shisui, may I give it a try?" Hayashi asked eagerly. "Of course, please." Saying that, Shisui took out another pair of brand new contact lenses and handed them over. "Just stick it on the eye." 35. Hayashi wanted to experiment subconsciously, but was stopped by the elders, and then called a branch house disciple to come and experiment. Beauty contact lenses are actually contact lenses with some unique patterns to beautify the pupils. In a world like Hokage that only focuses on actual combat, the patterns of these beauty lenses are all very uniform, just like normal people's pupils. The original white eyes with unique white pupils instantly turned into the eyes of a normal person after wearing beauty contact lenses. The branch house disciple was not wearing the Hyuga clan's favorite kimono, but a standard ninja vest that seemed to have just completed his mission. As soon as you put on the contact lenses, you will instantly disappear from everyone, just like an ordinary Konoha shinobi. It's really possible. Hayashi was shocked. The Hyuga family likes to wear kimonos that look like nobles. It has wide sleeves and a wide neckline that goes down from the neck to the waist. Even in battle, the Hyuga family prefers such aristocratic outfits. Of course, it's not that they have to wear these kinds of clothes, but that it doesn't make much sense for the Hyuga clan to change into genin clothes. The eyes of the Hyuga family cannot be concealed, no matter what kind of clothes they wear. The moment they are seen, they will be immediately discovered by the enemy and targeted. This is different from Uchiha, although Tomo and Uchiha's eyes is also very unique, but at least there will be no problems on weekdays. And the Hyuga clan will be recognized immediately when they see it. It's better to put on your favorite clothes, so that people can see their family at a glance, but they can shock the enemy. However, if the white eyes can be covered, well, in the face of the Hyuga clan, a family of taijutsu, the general enemy only dares to attack from a distance, and does not dare to approach at all. But if you can cover your eyes, you can fool your opponent into approaching an attack suddenly. As soon as gentle fist hits, the opponent loses combat power immediately. This is a huge boost for the family. Lord Shisui, you brought these ninja tools. Hayashi couldn't help but said. This is a newly developed ninja tool from our clan. 35 Shisui smiled and said, my clan is willing to share this advantage with a friendly family. He put emphasis on relationship friendly. Hayashi heard the words and immediately glared at the elder next to him. The elder blushed, but he didn't dare to say anything. If he let go of such a huge advantage, he would be a sinner of the Hyuga clan. Lord Shisui, I think we can have a good talk. 35 Hayashi smiled. Zongxuan, it worked. When Shisui came back, he couldn't stop smiling. The Hyuga family is willing to get close to our family, and Hayashi has ordered their family caravan to sell our family's products, giving a very good price. This is just the beginning, and Hayashi also expressed his willingness to help Uchiha integrate into Konoha's circle. And your beauty contact lenses, they are willing to buy them at a price of 2,200. 2,002? The cost of a pair of US contact lenses is only 200 taels, and mass production will also reduce costs. This income, at least 10 times. Sure enough, you still have to find such a big family to make more money. Zongxuan chuckled. They have placed an order for 10,000 pairs, a total of 20 million taels, and I can give them to you now. Shisui smiled. 2,000 taels is just the price of 2 ordinary kunao, which are low among combat equipment. 0 fur flowers. However, US contact lenses are not effective for a lifetime after wearing them. This is a consumable item, and you can earn more money at a low price. In fact, the Hyuga family thought about buying technology, but Shisui rejected it. The technical content of beauty contact lenses is very low, but in order to portray pupils that are similar to ordinary people in the low-tech ninja world, the family researcher used a leaf extract of a tree species unique to the Uchiha family as a dye. In this way, there is the possibility of secrecy and more wealth can be created. Do not sell technology, only sell finished products. Not only can make more money for Zongxuan, but also through more transactions, let the family and the Hyuga family contact for a longer time. Shisui even intends to continue to ask those researchers to add more secrecy. He doesn't care about money, but he cares about the chance to integrate Uchiha into Konoha's circle. That's right. Shisui thought for a while and said, when I left the Hyuga family's house, I met the head of the Kurama family. He seems to want to invite me to his house tomorrow. Zongxuan, do you know why? 39. The Pommel Horse family. Zongxuan was stunned for a moment, then immediately remembered and smiled. Probably he wants you to save a girl from the Pommel Horse family. 35. He explained, there are fewer and fewer people in the Pommel Horse family awakening to bloodline, and this generation has produced a Pommel Horse, Yakumo. But that Kurama Yakumo has a physical problem, and it seems that it needs an illusion ninja to solve it, so the Kurama clan specially invited Uihiro, who is good at illusion, to solve the problem. 35. But that Uchiha doesn't seem to be able to solve the problem of Kurama Yakumo, so the Kurama patriarch has a crush on you. 35.0. Although Hong Yui's strength is good, in terms of illusion, he is also the top of Konoha Pai. But it's also a matter of who to compare with. Compared with Shisui, who has awakened Manjiki, Kurane Ui doesn't even deserve to lift his shoes. Then can I take this opportunity to pull the Pommel Horse family over? Shisui heard Zongxuan's subtext, his eyes lit up, and he said immediately. Zongxuan nodded, you can give it a try, if you can cure Yakumo's disease. Okay. I'll do my best. Shisui suddenly had a fighting spirit. The Hyuga family promised to help, and the Pommel Horse family also hoped to win over. This is an earth-shaking change for Uchiha. Zongxuan, I'm going to bed. Shisui walked into the bedroom without hesitation. He needs a good rest, so that he can leave an energetic self for tomorrow, so that he can treat the Pommel Horse family. The dawn that he finally saw, he must seize. Zongxuan smiled slightly, ignoring Shisui. He mentioned the money that Shisui brought from the Hyuga family and walked home. Top up. Host, Uchiha Zongxuan. Physical fitness, 150. Spiritual attribute, 160. Chakra attributes, fire, 72, water, 5, wind, 19, thunder, 4, earth, 3, yin, 317, yang, 202. Half skills. 3 body technique, 36. Uchiha Shuriken, 43. Konoha fluid technique, 52. Sharingan, Manjiki 2001. Multiple shadow clone, 110. Fire style great fireball, 100. Fire style Huo Huo extinction, 1000. Fire style balsam flower technique, 11. Fire style long Huo technique, 10. Magic flail hang technique, 17. Magic Na Luo Si technique, 19. Current points, 7000 points. Compared with before, Zongxuan's data has hardly moved. After all, the time is too short. However, he didn't take it seriously. With Shisui's announcement of accepting Zongxuan as a disciple, he was able to guide Zongxuan more justifiably, and Zongxuan could grow faster. While Shisui was busy wooing the clan, Zongxuan could also go to Uchiha Yada and get some pointers. At the same time, you can also draw this one. And now, look at the coupons, and then look at your own template. Zongxuan hesitated and gritted his teeth. All on Sharingan. Next second, the coupons disappeared quickly. And the numbers representing Sharingan are skyrocketing. Zongxuan gritted his teeth, enduring the pain caused by the rapid ascent. I'm going to see if I can get eternal eyes for me. Chapter 81. 7000 points, all Krypton gold is on Sharingan. How much bonus does this bring? Can you turn yourself into an eternal Manjiki Sharingan? Zongxuan gritted his teeth and endured the pain. The enhancement of Manjiki is very strange. According to the records of the Uchiha clan, it can only become the eternal Manjiki Sharingan after replacing a pair of his brother's eyes. The principle of this kind of move is unknown, but Zongxuan thinks that it can be done by adding a little force. After all, when Ashura opened her eyes, she could use complete Susanoo directly. In the plot, except Kakashi used Obito's eyes to open Susanoo, all the others who opened Susan said that Uchiha has eternal eyes. Whether it's Haki's exposed Uchiha Madara, or the talented Sasuke, it's the same. From this point of view, probably when Ashura opened the complete Susanoo, it was also one step in place to achieve eternal Manjiki. He obviously didn't change his eyes. Then naturally, with your own efforts, you can also open the eternal Manjiki. Zongxuan felt the shock in his mind, as if something was about to stand out, but if he felt it carefully, it seemed like it was just his illusion. A long time. The pain on Zongxuan's body finally stopped. Sharingan, Eternal Manjiki 9001. Yin, 924. Mental Attribute, 510. This is the achievement of this crazy addition. Relying on a full 70 million investment, the huge increase has been brought. But still haven't turned on Manjiki yet. Zongxuan frowned, could it be worth tens of thousands of points? General skills have the feeling of rounding up to 540 level. Thinking like this, maybe if you lose another 10 million, you can get the eternal eye. But Zongxuan has no money to try. Ma. Zongxuan narrowed his eyes and breathed slightly. He only felt refreshed and light in his mind now, as if he had just taken a shower, and as if he had just drank a glass of ice water, which was extremely invigorating. But in contrast, the body that usually feels relaxed and flexible, seems to have suddenly become heavier. With a little bit of mental energy, I felt as if I had run hundreds of meters, and I felt a little tired. Is it because the spirit and body are too far apart? Zongxuan thought to himself. The balance of yin and yang is an old Taoist saying in Zongxuan's previous life. I don't know if it's true, but it doesn't seem unreasonable. I'm still short of money. Zongxuan sighed, otherwise I'll add up my body. 55. The new book has to be opened quickly. Zongxuan's third novel Intimacy Tactics has been written. Compared with the first two books, Intimacy Tactics was written a lot slower, mainly because there are too many things recently, and there is no old book manuscript support. But by now, it has been written. He mailed it to the publishing house, and he may receive the money from the publishing house in a few days. Then, he walked into the campus indifferently. Don't look at Zongxuan, who operated Shisui, competed with Fugaku for the position of patriarch, entrapped Danzo, led to Danzo's imprisonment, and looked like Uchiha's behind-the-scenes mastermind. But he still had to go to school obediently. Even though he became Shisui's disciple, the systematic knowledge in the school still had a certain value to him. More importantly, Shisui has accepted him as a disciple. Zongxuan naturally also stood on Uchiha's ring, attracting some people's attention, and being a student who has not yet graduated is the best cover for him. As soon as he entered class, he saw Naruto blowing his nose to the girls. Little Sakura, little Sakura. Naruto looked excited. You know, I've started writing novels. Little Sakura didn't lift his head, and slowly rubbed his nails. Really? Yes, I have already written 30,000 words. 35. It's amazing. Little Sakura continued to ignore it. I think it's good to have you as the protagonist, what do you think? Whatever. Little Sakura, as always, ignored him. Zongxuan's expression was a little weird. He clearly remembered that Naruto's book was. Forget it, don't tell little Sakura, otherwise Naruto will be easily beaten. Naruto, who tried so hard to talk, didn't catch little Sakura's attention. This made him very disappointed. When he saw Zongxuan's figure, he immediately walked over. Zongxuan, why is this different from what you said? He wrinkled his nose and said, didn't you say that it is easy for a writer to be recognized by others? 5. That will have to wait for you to write it. Zongxuan laughed dryly, and little Sakura doesn't read your books, you are chasing girls, not attracting readers. Then, why don't you show little Sakura my current manuscript? Naruto thought thoughtfully. I think it's better not to. Your literary talent is so good, I'm afraid that a scumbag like little Sakura can't understand it. Zongxuan advised. Okay, then forget it. Naruto was very sorry, and then asked, Zongxuan, I remember you seem to attract the attention of girls, how did you do it? 39. Teach me, okay? Teacher Zongxuan. He grabbed Zongxuan's sleeve with a pleading look on his face. Zongxuan was silent for a moment. This is a bit difficult to teach. Why? Naruto was stunned. You can teach me how difficult it is to write a book. Is it more difficult to chase a girl than to write a book? There are routines in chasing girls. Zongxuan thought about it and said, for example, you need to create a woman's mood swings, so that she wonders why she always thinks of you in the illusion. Body language is also very important. Some specific movements, talking, can give girls a new feeling. At the same time, different girls have different tendencies. For example, Ruffian Wind can have a strong attraction to good girls. You need to find her attraction switch and play the corresponding role. Oh. Naruto tapped his little head, took out a notebook, and started taking notes. After he copied what Zongxuan said in the notebook, he thought about it and felt that something was wrong. Zongxuan, what routine did you use to fascinate them all? Zongxuan was silent for a moment, and glanced at Naruto's face. It was an ordinary little round face. The whiskers on the cheeks don't reflect a little handsome/cute, but are a little more weird. Wearing a small vest that is also popular, there is no protrusion. When there are no suits such as Sage Mode and Nine Tails Mode, Naruto can probably be described in one sentence, ugly. Looking at Naruto with a look of anticipation, Zongxuan could only say frankly in order to explain it to him. Ugly people use routines, and handsome people only need routines. Naruto's face twitched. Even if he doesn't understand human language, he understands what Zongxuan is talking about. I don't believe it. Naruto shook his head without hesitation. Little Sakura and the others are so fancy. Last time I heard her and Ino talk, they all said they wanted to find a gentle and considerate, handsome and powerful, a generous, romantic boyfriend. Look, there are so many adjectives, just one word for the face, so it doesn't matter if it's handsome or not. You don't believe me? Zongxuan paused. That's right, I don't believe it. Naruto said firmly, unless you show me. Okay. 33 Zongxuan sighed, if I win. Dinner tonight, please. Okay, then you do as I said. Zongxuan whispered in Naruto's ear for a while, and Naruto nodded solemnly after listening. Then he walked over to little Sakura and suddenly covered his heart, blocking little Sakura's sight. Little Sakura, I'm staying up late because I'm... Roll. Oh, all right. Naruto crawled back in despair. It's your turn. Naruto snorted darkly. Zongxuan nodded. He strolled forward. The unique footsteps made little Sakura and other girls turn their heads. The girls were about to say something when they suddenly saw Zongxuan's complexion change, and suddenly sighed. Zongxuan, what's wrong with you? Did something happen? Is there any discomfort? Do you want to go to the infirmary? Everyone looked concerned and supported Zongxuan. It's nothing. Zongxuan smiled, it's just that I had a hard time reading yesterday, and I stayed up late, it may have affected my body. I often stay up late and my liver is not very good, can you remind me to be careful with my liver? The girls were taken aback for a moment, and then they reacted. A lovely red cloud immediately floated on his face. But he said without hesitation. My little baby. Zongxuan smiled and said, little baby. Ha ha ha. The girls laughed, leaning back and forth, looking shy, and said coquettishly. Disgusting. What do you want me to say? It's all your fault, my lady's image is gone. How can you? The image of you in my heart has always been the most beautiful. Zongxuan said without hesitation, like a scumbag. The girls were even happier, and immediately pulled Zongxuan to give him snacks. The atmosphere was very harmonious, with laughter and laughter. Only Naruto stared blankly at the scene in front of him, as if he had lost his soul. 0. The joys and sorrows of human beings are not the same, he only thinks that they are noisy. After school, Zongxuan split a avatar to replace the avatar that insisted on the code at home, and went to his home with Naruto to prepare the code. And Zongxuan himself walked towards Shisui's house. An opponent who is strong enough and willing to accompany you in training can be said to be quite important. In fact, with the gradual improvement of Zongxuan's strength, the effect of convening students to train together has been reduced too much. With a simple illusion, he can bring down more than a dozen students of the ninja school. In this case, training with them can only be called playing. However, Zongxuan did not completely disband the training camp. His purpose was not to gain experience from the students, but to use the students themselves to catch up with their parents and even the family behind them. Anyway, as long as a separate shadow clone is enough to deal with it, it doesn't affect anything. He walked into Shisui's house, but what he saw was not Shisui, but a girl running in the yard with sweat on her forehead. She is about 10 years old, a little green, her steps are weak, and her running speed is extremely slow. In Zongxuan's opinion, she is not much different from a snail. But there was a happy smile on the girl's face. As if being able to run is a great gift in itself. Who is she? Zongxuan had some guesses. Yakumo of the Pommel Horse, the daughter of the former patriarch of the Pommel Horse family, the niece of the current patriarch, and the only girl in this generation of Pommel Horses who has awakened the boundaries of the Pommel Horse's blood. Shisui had appeared next to Zongxuan at some point, and said softly, now she has another identity, my disciple. Have you accepted her as an apprentice? Zongxuan was a little curious. Although he had guessed the identity of the girl in front of him, the matter of accepting an apprentice was not within his expectations. Well, it's accepted. Shisui nodded vigorously. The pommel horse family is willing to befriend Uchiha, but I hope I can treat her well, but this girl is in a very bad physical and mental state. If I want to heal her, I can only do this. So what's going on with her? Zongxuan asked curiously. According to Zongxuan's knowledge, every few generations in the pommel horse family, there will be a person with abilities beyond their peers, such as this pommel horse Yakumo. However, Yakumo's physical condition was not good since he was a child. As long as he practiced for a while, he would be exhausted. Although he was a direct descendant of the ninja clan, he couldn't even keep up with the basic training of the ninja school. In the end, I had to drop out of ninja school. Her first governess, Hong Yui, was concerned about Yakumo's health and persuaded her to give up becoming a ninja, as did her parents. But as a blood successor who has only been born for several generations, Yakumo has had high hopes since he was a child. She has also been practicing hard for the expectations of her clan. Hong Yui and her parents' persuasion formed a huge gap with the expectations of the clansmen she had always accepted, which made her resentful, and a monster named Ida 0.6 was born. One day, after asking his parents to become a ninja again and failing, Ito broke free from Yakumo's spiritual shackles, burned down the family house, and killed Yakumo's parents. On the other hand, Yakumo completely forgot this history due to the self-protection mechanism of the brain. She even mistakenly believed that Third Hokage, who was in power at the time, sent someone to assassinate her parents, and she wanted to assassinate herself. It was not until Naruto grew up and entered the illusion set by Yakumo, disregarding Hong's obstruction and telling the truth, Yakumo was inspired by Hong and Naruto to kill the demon. After that, there is no more of her story. The mental power in her is too strong. Shisui paused, frowning. It's only 1 point worse than me with Manjiki. But her body is too weak to support her mental strength, so she is getting weaker every day. 35. This disparity made a demon even born in her heart. The Pommel Horse clan found me, and after researching for a long time, I found a way, use my mental power to suppress Yakumo's mental power, and then she can train normally without being affected. 99. When she trains a good body, even if she is cured. Oh! Hearing this, Zongxuan touched his chin. There is a huge gap between the mind and the body. Listen, why does it sound so familiar? What? Don't I seem like that? Zongxuan was stunned for a moment, remembering how he felt this morning. It's not good to have active thinking, but just thinking a little, the body will send out obvious signs of tiredness, as if the horses have nowhere to use their strength but are deep in the quagmire. It's interesting. Zongxuan suddenly smiled. Chapter 82. Teacher. I finished. 100 laps. 35. Kurama Yakumo ran over with a look of excitement. The smooth forehead was still dripping with sweat, the chest was up and down, panting heavily, showing the already exquisite figure slightly. When she spoke, she raised her chest and raised her head proudly, as if she had accomplished some great cause. Shisui and Zongxuan's mouth twitched slightly. The 10 circles of Kurama Yakumo refer to the 10 circles of Shisui Garden. When Uchiha moved to the corner of the village, Third Hokage pretended to give some compensation, including the land area. Although the value is not equal at all, the house in the corner is not even worth 1/3 of the value of the city center. But because of this, almost everyone in Uchiha is a big house, even Zongxuan, who is famous for being poor, lives in his own 3-bedroom and 1-bedroom. Although Shisui is not rich, he is still much stronger than Zongxuan at the beginning. This courtyard also serves as a training ground, and its 100 laps are about 5 kilometers. The might guy runs 500 laps around Konoha at every turn. What are you proud of running 100 laps around the courtyard? Shisui coughed twice. Yakumo, take a rest first. Don't be too impatient, take a rest first. Hurry is not enough, your body is just starting to exercise, it's not suitable for running too much in one breath. It's the teacher. Yakumo's voice had a girl's unique clarity, but also a bit of excitement and sunshine. Since she was born, it has never been so easy. The heavy mental strength made it difficult for her to exercise more. 5 kilometers is nothing to other ninjas, or even to the kids at the ninja school. But for her, it really was a huge miracle. Come and see your brother. Shisui coughed and pointed to Zongxuan. His name is Uchiha Zongxuan, he is a member of my clan, and also my first disciple. You two get along well. 35. Brother? Yakumo was stunned, and looked over curiously. Zongxuan showed a handsome smile. Hello, Xiao Yayun, come and call my senior brother to listen to me. Yakumo blushed and said angrily, how old are you, let me call you senior brother? 55. Yakumo is thin and not tall. Zongxuan is tall and sturdy, and no one can compare with him among his peers. The age difference between the two is 4 years, but the height difference is almost the same. At first glance, it seems that they are facing the same age. But Zongxuan's more immature face showed his age. I think senior brother should be calculated according to the time spent following the teacher. Do you want me to call you senior sister? Zongxuan blinked and said deliberately. Yakumo was at a loss for words, but you are too young. Let her call a child a senior brother, she doesn't want to. Even if the other party is handsome. How about we combine it? Zongxuan pondered for a moment, you call me senior brother, and I call your wife. But Yakumo thought that Zongxuan would call her sister or something, and subconsciously nodded. The result suddenly came back. Immediately his face flushed red. You. What are you talking about? Oh, I'm sorry. Zongxuan showed an innocent smile. Miss is so cute, I accidentally said the truth. You still call me little brother, I'll call you little sister. Or you can call me handsome boy, or I can call you little beauty. Brother to sister, beauty to handsome guy, fair and just transactions, no bullying. Yakumo's face was flushed, and he muttered invisibly, how can you let others call yourself handsome and beautiful? Shisui. What did he see? I saw a 6-year-old boy flirting. No wonder Zongxuan can write a very popular little uncle at the age of 6 years old. This is a perfect grasp of the girl's mentality. Anyway, even if Shisui is going to hook up with a girl, he can't flirt with others so smoothly. Well, from this point of view, there is a reason why Shisui is still single. He was a teacher and watched from the side, watching Yakumo and Zongxuan talk about who should be a senior brother/sister. The two chatted. Why don't we compare our strengths? Zongxuan thought for a while, then suddenly said, whoever is stronger will be a senior. 95. Are you sure? I'm so much older than you. Yakumo glanced at Zongxuan and couldn't help laughing, then don't blame my sister for bullying you. Shisui, no, he bullied you. Happy birthday. A dignified cage-level powerhouse, bullying a 10-year-old girl. But Yakumo was full of confidence. Don't look at her young age, but her strength is really not weak. The family's blood K-bound is known as the Five Senses Domination, a terrifying illusion that turns others into her puppets. You can't help your words, you can't help yourself. What you see, what you hear, what you taste, what you touch, everything you know is what I want you to know. These are the words to describe the pommel horse family. Yakumo is even more powerful to the point where his innate talent is too high, causing his mental power to overwhelm his physical body. She can't be a ninja because she can't withstand prolonged exercise, and she can't dodge enemy attacks at high speed in battle. It's not that she's not strong enough. However, Zongxuan patted his chest and said proudly, I'm not afraid of you. 35. Do you know that my mental strength is too strong, and it has even reached the point where it affects my body? My illusion, there are few people in Uchiha who can compete with me. Even if you're not weak, you definitely can't beat me. Mental strength is too strong, oppressing the physical body? This is not one. Yakumo's expression changed, he turned his head and asked Shisui, teacher, is he like me too? Well, this. Shisui pondered for a while, but wanted to curse inwardly. He is so mentally strong. It's almost too strong. Also oppressing the body. Where is the oppression coming from? But he didn't know what medicine Zongxuan was selling, so he couldn't say a word. Cough, what do you mean like you? Zongxuan coughed, my mental power is really too much, don't believe me. Next second. He suddenly widened his eyes. Powerful mental power burst out along his three tomo, pressing down like a big mountain. Yakumo's expression changed, this mental power, so strong. Shisui's face also changed greatly, what the hell, when did Zongxuan's mental power become so strong? Didn't notice this during training yesterday. The spiritual power released by Zongxuan was fleeting. He was slightly panting, this feeling of exerting his mental power with all his strength was uncomfortable, especially if his physical body couldn't keep up, it was as difficult as a child dancing a sledgehammer. But anyway, he is not really like Yakumo, frail since childhood. After adding his physique several times, he recovered quickly, and he would not be like the sick seedling in front of him, which would collapse when the wind blows. Zongxuan. Shisui's expression changed slightly, showing a hint of worry. Although I don't know when Zongxuan had such a strong mental power, his body can never keep up with such a powerful spirit. That is he right? Zongxuan really felt the oppression of spiritual power? Zongxuan, there won't be any problems, right? Shisui asked directly, ignoring Yakumo next to him. Zongxuan is his close comrade in arms, his brother-in-law, and he has to be sold for extra money. No. There can be no problem. It's okay. Zongxuan coughed and emphasized, isn't that the case before? Shisui was stunned for a moment, and then pretended to cough suddenly, I think your mental power seems to be stronger now, so I'm just a little worried, haha, haha. But Yakumo didn't find Shisui's inferior acting skills. She stared blankly at Zongxuan. It turns out that the person with such a disease is not the only one. No one has a deeper understanding of this disease than her. Difficulty running, jumping up and down, walking for a while on weekdays, shortness of breath and wheezing. Zongxuan is so young, and he belongs to the Uchiha clan whose strength is supreme. He should work harder than me, right? Thinking about it, the girl's kind heart couldn't help beating. She stepped forward abruptly, hugged Zongxuan, and put him in her arms. His arms tightened slightly, and his voice became extremely gentle. Zongxuan, you have had a hard time. Zongxuan was a little confused at first, he felt the feeling around him, and subconsciously said, it's okay, it's not very hard, and I'm out of breath. Yakumo. Today is just for the brothers and sisters to meet. After Shisui suppressed Yakumo's spirit again, she continued to let her exercise. Then, he just stared at Zongxuan with a weird look on his face. You're really amazing. Shisui's mouth twitched, so young, how can you be a girl? 39. If you weren't young, would you be able to defraud people and girls and open them up? Cough cough, I didn't expect it. Zongxuan coughed awkwardly, the main reason is that people are too enthusiastic, they will recognize me as a younger brother when they pull me, and they also ask me to be a guest at her house and get me something delicious. It's not nice to say no, isn't it? Shisui shook his head and said nothing. The more he gets in touch with Zongxuan, the more he thinks this guy is a monster. Even if you are strong, you are still so good at picking up girls? Are you still from my Uchiha clan? But what's the matter with your mental power? Shisui frowned, don't have any problem, unlike Yakumo, I can't hold your spirit down. Zongxuan's spiritual attributes are too strong, stronger than Shisui. How could he suppress this kind of thing? It's nothing, it's just a little detail of the practice. Zongxuan paused and said, you also know the eternal Manjiki. After I try to strengthen my spiritual power, can I open the eternal Manjiki? 995. Shisui raised his brows. Does mental power become stronger if you want to get stronger? As for the eternal Manjiki, Shisui sighed softly, which almost stumped all Uchiha. Although Manjiki is rare, it is not without opportunities to open. However, according to the records in the clan, the eternal Manjiki needs another pair of Manjiki of the same origin to be opened. In other words, it is only possible with the help of his brother's Manjiki. Not only do you have to open Manjiki yourself, but you also have to let your brothers do the same. This difficulty is simply to make things difficult for others. Beings like Shisui and Zongxuan who were born as only sons can almost be said to have cut off the chance to advance to eternity. It can be said that sooner or later they will go blind. There is no hope. This is a torment for anyone who yearns for the future. So Shisui coughed and changed the subject, speaking of which, you are actually close to Yakumo. Did you fancy something again? 35. Shisui knew that the person beside him was very gentle at first glance, not like Uchiha at all. But it's actually quite utilitarian. Even making friends with classmates is more about interests. Such a person suddenly pretends to be close to Yakumo, it can't be because he is idle, right? Forget it. Zongxuan said with a smile, the economic strength of the pommel horse family is still very strong. If I develop something in the future, I can use their channels. Now 540 is the basis for cooperation. It is extremely difficult for the pommel horse family's blood to appear, and it often takes several generations to produce such a poor person. Their family ninjas are not very elite, and it is difficult to fight for any rights in the village and feed back the family. So they chose another way, to make money. Engage in business, develop caravans, feed back the family with the money earned, and support family ninjas to maintain the family line. Otherwise, I would not be qualified to ask Konoha, a phantom ninja, Uchiha to go over and be a tutor for Yakumo. I am very jealous of their channels, and there may be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Zongxuan said. So. Shisui understood. He knew that Zongxuan seemed to have an unimaginable obsession with making money. Although he had a lot of strength, Ishin threw himself at making money. Even when he was training with himself, there was a clone in his family who kept writing novels, trying to earn royalties. It's you. Zongxuan turned his head and said, Shisui, your method of suppressing Yakumo needs to consume your own pupil power? 99. How long can your eyes last at this rate? Yakumo's own spiritual power is extremely strong. Even more than Shisui, who has yet to open Manjiki. Shisui can only turn on the Manjiki boost to completely suppress it and give Yakumo a chance to exercise. Although this consumption is very small, it is almost imperceptible. But consumption is consumption. Manjiki has always been a consumable item. I know. Shisui's voice was also lower, but still full of determination, but this is a good opportunity to get the support of the pommel horse family, I must persevere. Don't worry, don't you want me to procrastinate? He smiled and patted Zongxuan's shoulder, no matter what, I can persist for a few years, enough for you to grow up. I believe that when you grow up, all problems will not be problems. He smiled, with a very bright and cheerful smile. Zongxuan looked at him, watching quietly. After a long time. I'm afraid of you. Zongxuan shook his head with a wry smile. Okay. Okay. Just be happy. But you can hold on to me, otherwise my ancestors, Uchiha's teaching, don't waste people. Shisui laughed, his voice full of pride. You are a waste, even if you are blind, I can beat you. 35. Are you sure? Zongxuan frowned. Shisui said indifferently, if you don't believe me, let's come and practice, just today I'm going to teach you my favorite body flicker technique. You can't see clearly once. 35. And the other side. Hokage office. Uchiha Itachi got down on one knee, kneeling in front of Third Hokage. Lord Third Hokage. His eyes were full of determination. I request the mission to kill Shisui and protect the peace of the village. Chapter 83. Kill Shisui. This is something that Uchiha Itachi would never have thought of before. But watching Shisui become more and more radical, even Danzo has been engaged by now. This has almost crossed the bottom line of Itachi. Not counting Sasuke, what Itachi cares about most is the village. And the village is bright and dark, the bright is Hokage, the dark is Danzo. Without Danzo, Konoha's external deterrence will be reduced, and the village will need to fight internally for a while before deciding on the next leader of the roots. This is the loss. And what is Shisui doing now? He actually went to win over the Hyuga clan. Is this to contact the Hyuga clan to rebel together? Itachi was instantly angry, and couldn't help finding Third Hokage. Please order, Lord Hokage, I will kill Shisui and stop the internal conflict in the village. Uchiha Itachi's voice was decisive, obviously not the words he just thought of. Such action is not allowed. And Shisui, the culprit, can't forgive either. Itachi, aren't you and Shisui friends? 99 Third Hokage said calmly. He actually didn't fully trust Itachi. Although Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is very confident in how he sees people, Shisui and Itachi are good friends who have been friends for many years. It's bro. You can put your life and death, family, dreams. Everything is entrusted to each other's best friend. Even so, Itachi seems to have broken with Shisui, but whether it is true or false, only they can be sure. He and I are no longer friends, just enemies. Uchiha Itachi said calmly, although we also have feelings, but in front of the righteousness of the village, our feelings are insignificant. Lord Hokage, please order. 99. As he spoke, he revealed his manjiki, as if to express his determination. Third Hokage smoked his cigarette in silence, his eyes drooping slightly. If what Itachi said is true, he has a chance to kill Shisui, if nothing else. Just pretend to approve of Shisui for a while, and with Shisui's heart, he will soon let his guard down on Itachi. Even if you don't take advantage of this and fight head-on, Itachi is not without a chance. But would Itachi do this? Third Hokage cannot be determined. After all, even if you trust your own vision, you will never really think that someone can kill a close friend, prevent the rise of the family, or even think about destroying the family. After a long silence, Third Hokage finally said, "Don't be stupid, Itachi. You and Shisui have been friends for many years, and I really don't want to see that scene. As for Uchiha's actions, the current situation is under my control." 55. Third Hokage showed a smile and patted Itachi kindly on the shoulder. It's not the last step, until the irreversible situation, I still want to give Uchiha a chance. Third Hokage-sama. Uchiha Itachi was very moved when he heard the words. Sure enough, only this big man deserves to be a Hokage. The people of the Uchiha family are too narrow, even Shisui. Next, Third Hokage reassured Uchiha Itachi a few more words, and finally ordered him to continue lurking within the Uchiha clan to gather intelligence. While Shisui certainly knew where Uchiha Itachi stood, Fugaku was not. As the son of the patriarch, Uchiha Itachi was born with access to the secrets of the family, making him an excellent candidate for a spy. Itachi left the Hokage building, but sighed softly. I still need strength. Uchiha Itachi is prejudiced, but in the face of Fugaku and Shisui two manjiki, what can he do with only one pair of manjiki? After all, Itachi didn't know that his father would be captured directly. His imaginary enemy has always been the whole family. Shisui and Fugaku's manjiki gave him a lot of pressure. 1 against 2 is too difficult. But you can't let Third Hokage-sama do it yourself, right? Then if it spreads out, Konoha will never think about peace again. Even the Kirin village, which has been in frequent wars, destroyed the Huayuaki clan, only after the opponent launched a rebellion. Konoha here is dignified Hokage, personally leading a team to kill a family that has not yet launched a rebellion? No wonder the village is not completely divided. So Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen can't move, Danzo who has been imprisoned can't move, Hokage's direct forces such as Anbu and Root can't move, and other families won't help. But what power can help him? And this time, Uchiha Itachi's expression changed, and he stared ahead alertly. The space in front of him suddenly began to twist. The next second, a masked man stepped out of it, and he looked up into Uchiha Itachi's eyes. "Hello, let me introduce myself. My name is Uchiha Madara. 35. For the next few days, in addition to going to school, Zongxuan trained at Shisui's house. As he said, Shisui handed over his best body flicker technique to Zongxuan. Instant Shisui. This is the illustrious name he broke out. The instant body technique is a special technique. In theory, any technique that can achieve instant body effect can be called instant body technique. There is Sand Shunken, which turns itself into sand and moves quickly. There is a body of water that turns itself into a pool of water. Even in theory, the space-moving ninjutsu of Flying Thunder God can also be called body flicker technique. Although Shisui's ordinary instant body is also extremely fast. But the body flicker technique he is best at is a phantom that uses Sharingan to separate multiple phantoms, and the phantom will attack the opponent with the Shisui body. Body flicker technique. It looks a lot like Shadow Clone at first glance, but Shisui's phantom doesn't disappear when attacked. Ordinary instants use the existence of water, wind, sand, etc., but I use the illusion itself. Shisui said seriously, I can instantly display the body flicker technique and transfer it to any object I create. In the phantom. If you fight at a medium distance, your speed is no less than space ninjutsu. Use the instant body technique to achieve the effect of space ninjutsu. This is almost a weakened Flying Thunder God. Even at medium and short distances, it has an advantage over Flying Thunder God, because the kunao shot by Flying Thunder God is very alert and it is stationary. But the phantom of phantom body flicker technique keeps moving. The difficulty of dealing with it increases instantly. Of course, like Flying Thunder God, Shisui's phantom body flicker technique is also very difficult. Not only have requirements for seals and speed, but also have extremely high requirements for illusions. As expected of a man with the strongest illusion technique distinguished heavenly gods. Zongxuan took a deep breath, but this technique is very suitable for me. Zongxuan fits the criteria of this ninjutsu perfectly, and it becomes an important supplement. He kept trying, over and over again. He is like a sponge, absorbing all kinds of knowledge passed on by Shisui and making rapid progress. His foundation is really good. While teaching, Shisui thought to himself, the body doesn't look like a 6-year-old child. He was still 6 years old, but he felt that Zongxuan's chakra was no worse than him. That's why I supported Zongxuan's hard training. What shocked Shisui even more was Zongxuan's will. When you are tired of practice, write a book, and when you are tired of writing, practice for a while. This attitude is simply desperate. He even found out once that Zongxuan stayed up late at night writing novels, slept up during the day, and talked about various details of the battle in his mouth. He was simulating the battle in his mind. Shisui really didn't know anyone could do such a crazy gesture. Don't talk about him, Yakumo couldn't help smacking his tongue after seeing Zongxuan training. Then every day at the end of Zongxuan's training, give him towels, food, drinks. Every day, I'm more concerned about Shisui's master. So sometimes even the gentle Shisui is a little jealous. After a while of penance, Shisui finally said, Zongxuan, let's end today's training. 39. Your current body flicker technique can't be improved in a short time. He said seriously, the copying of Sharingan is also limited. If you want to improve further, you only need one thing. What? Zongxuan raised his head. Actual combat. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I have already said hello, we can go out of the village for a walk. 35. And you, it's time for a real battle. Actual combat. Zongxuan raised his head slightly. Any ninja crawled out of life and death in actual combat. Why has Zongxuan been wary of Uchiha Itachi? Even though I have Manjiki, I still feel that I am at a disadvantage. It is because combat experience is really extremely important. Take Satsuki Kagayahime for example. As long as she has some fighting experience, she won't be rubbed on the ground by Naruto and Sasuke. Zongxuan knows the importance of combat experience better than anyone, and in fact he has always wanted to go out of the village to experience a real battle. But he didn't want to expose himself, so he couldn't leave from the main entrance. I'm not familiar with enchantment ninjutsu, and I don't know how to sneak into Konoha quietly without disturbing others. But the real fight he's been expecting. Okay, how are we going to fight? Zongxuan was eager to try. You must find a few strong people, otherwise with your strength, even if you have no experience, you can hang up a group of people and beat them. Shisui pouted, and I also considered your temperament to make money, so. I randomly took a sea-level mission, used Shadow Clone to deal with it, and then we ran off to make a bounty. In the black market, there are many good enemies who can make money. Shisui said with a more amiable smile, his eyes almost squinted together. Black market. Zongxuan's mouth twitched. It's not that place, is it? As predicted. Shisui brought Zongxuan to the world of Hokage, a well-known and very tasty. Exchange money. This, and this. Shisui pointed at the wall covered with bounties, and said very naturally, send me their nearest location. Shisui is also an old bounty hunter. Since most of the money was given to the clansmen, Shisui would occasionally come to the gold exchange to look for bounties and swipe for wild monsters. Usually, when I am on the way with ordinary tasks, I have nothing to do, and I am a rake. He is so poor after all. And Uchiha is really short of money, even a big guy like Shisui who often goes out on missions can't afford it. However, Shisui is still quest-oriented. He usually uses Shadow Clone to fight wild monsters on weekdays. Now choose the target seriously, it is the first time. Zongxuan covered his nose and looked at Shisui's chosen target. All are Jainin level, without one exception, ninjas lower than Jainin can't train Zongxuan. In fact, the meaning of Jainin level to him is a training. Before leaving the village, Shisui made an agreement with him that unless it was a last resort, he was not allowed to use the power of Sharingan with all his strength, and he was not allowed to use the power of Manjiki. Experience, make the best use of it. Old capitalist. Sure enough, my Uchiha family does not have a simple one. Zongxuan sighed with emotion. Then quickly plunged into the goals arranged by Shisui. Start by looking for clues to the target, identify the opponent, and then choose as many combat environments as possible. The first target was a rock shinobi Jainin. Zongxuan used the phantom body flicker technique to deal with the opponent for a while attacking with ninjutsu, and finally cut into the enemy's rear with the phantom body flicker technique, and cut off the opponent's head in one move. Shisui, wasting too much chakra, too much extra action, if you didn't have a lot of chakra, you might be the loser. Zongxuan. The second target is a rebellious ninja from Konoha village. Zongxuan learned the lessons of the previous battle and reduced the number of ninjutsu used, mainly using taijutsu as the main attack method. As a result, the renegade forbearance shot and almost escaped. Zongxuan chased for 10 kilometers before catching up to get the result. Shisui, I don't have enough combat experience, and they don't have to fight you to the death. Zongxuan. The third target is a sand shinobi village puppet master. Zongxuan once again learned the lessons of the previous battle and strictly guarded against the opponent's escape. It was only after killing the opponent that he almost overturned the car. After he determined whether the opponent was completely dead, he was completely relieved, and, Lee's, ended up being hit by the delay mechanism left by Sand Shinobi's puppet master. If he hadn't cut off Suzanu's defense immediately, he might have been poisoned to death. Shisui, don't think that the death of the enemy is the end. A real ninja can even use his own death. You are careless because you are sure that the other party is dead. Zongxuan. Then, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth. Shisui smiled, and he suddenly felt that going out this time was also quite interesting. How can you laugh at this young and mature child without going out to bring Zongxuan to experience? Seeing Zongxuan, who had been scheming with Third Hokage, Fugaku, and Danzo, had a dark face when he was almost killed by a hostile ninja because of a mistake, Shisui almost laughed out loud. Sure enough, I'm still a child. Shisui said with a smile. But he knew that Zongxuan was not just a child. 7 battles in a row, from the beginning of the chaotic to the ease later. Zongxuan has never made the same mistake once. Not even similar. Puff. Zongxuan stabbed the 7th target in the heart, and blood spurted out of his heart. The strong pressure made the blood spurt all over his face, but he did not move at all. After confirming that the enemy was dead, Shisui slowly walked out of the altar. It's almost Zongxuan. Shisui said, this time, let's stop here, the nearby Janin-level bounty criminals have been killed by us. It's time to go back to the village, Who? With a solemn expression on his face, he jumped abruptly and jumped to Zongxuan's side, looking in one direction with a solemn expression. Zongxuan also quickly found a trace of breath, and suddenly became solemn and put on a fighting stance. At this time, a man wearing an inverted triangle turban and a mask slowly walked out. It's just the two of you who are robbing me for money. Isn't this still a little boy? Kakuzu. Chapter 84. It's the two of you who are stealing money from me. Kakuzu walked over slowly. Wearing a triangular turban and a mask, he looked like a suspicious person no matter what. But that calm attitude can't be faked. He glanced leisurely at the Renren of Wuren village whose head had just been cut off, then looked at Zongxuan and the two of them, and then laughed, his laughter full of disdain. Isn't this still a hairy boy? Kakuzu is calm, but Shisui is dignified as if facing an enemy. Who is your excellency? Shisui held the kunao with a solemn look on his face. What's the matter with us? From the angle, he felt an extraordinary sense of threat. It doesn't matter who I am, but it's important that you steal my money like this. Kakuzu sneered. You're also a bounty hunter. Shisui understood, but his brows were still furrowed. These people have been captured by me. If you are interested, you can complete other tasks 5. Or, do you think the two of us will be easy to deal with? Saying that, the 3-tomo pattern appeared in his eyes, and he looked directly at Kakuzu without giving up. Go away. Or I'll kill you. Outside the village, if you encounter an enemy, you must never give in. Because this will only fuel the opponent's arrogance. Shisui has a gentle personality, but that doesn't mean he can't be tough. Not to mention the recent outfit Uchiha Madara, who also put on a bit of haki. Hehe, Uchiha. Kakuzu sneered, Uchiha's Sharingan is indeed not weak, but that's who is divided. I even played First Hokage back then, and it's not like I haven't seen Uchiha Madara. 35. You think your 3-tomo can make me retreat? As soon as he said this, Shisui's expression changed. Play with First Hokage, you are the bounty hunter Kakuzu. This is the big guy in the bounty hunter world. As we all know, bounty hunters who dare to hunt other ninjas as a means of survival can be called licking blood, and their strength is often extremely strong. And this Kakuzu is also extremely famous among bounty hunters. It is said that he was originally a ninja of Taki Ninja Village. He once fought with First Hokage at the order of the village, but the mission failed. But he is still alive. 543 is still alive and kicking after fighting First Hokage. See its strength. Hey, it's all old yellow calendar. Kakuzu looked at Shisui, who was on full alert, and seemed a little embarrassed and a little nostalgic. If you are willing to give me the head you cut off, I will not let you go. If you have been in the bounty hunter circle, you should know that I am very trustworthy. He originally wanted to come to the gold exchange here to see if there was any bounty, but he rushed to 3 targets in a row, only to find that all of them were dead and their heads were cut off. Then I found out about Zongxuan and Shisui's actions, and they came to the door immediately. No one could rob him of Lord Kakuzu's money, no one. Of course, if you don't want to. Kakuzu's voice was cold, looking at Uchiha Madara's face. It's not that the old man can't give you a painless death. Shisui frowned, he sensed danger from Kakuzu. Not a small risk. Even he opened Manjiki, because it is not worthwhile to risk a little money. The purpose of this operation is to allow Zongxuan to gain combat experience. The main goal has been achieved, and there is no need to fight for other things. Shisui is a qualified ninja, and a qualified ninja always prioritizes tasks. If Kakuzu gets in his way, he doesn't hesitate to strike. But some side-by-side things, he will also consider compromise. But he didn't wait for him to speak. Zongxuan said with a sudden realization, "Oh, I remembered, you are Kakuzu, Shisui brother told me, 5. Oh? Did he bring you out and talk about the old man's reputation?" Kakuzu suddenly laughed. Shisui's strength is not bad, and even he was shocked by his murderous aura. In fact, he only dared to come out to threaten Shisui after seeing Shisui bringing children. Qualified ninjas will not have troubles after reaching their goals. The other party has children and is worried that the battle will spread to the child, so there is a high possibility that they will consider compromise. If Shisui is alone, he really needs to think carefully about whether to threaten him. This kind of bringing small, bog, children actually has similar actions in all major families. It is brought out by the elders of the family to see the world. Occasionally, some enemies will be maimed and given to the children to gain experience, which is better than school acting. More realistic. At the same time, it will also explain some precautions to the children, some roles to be careful about. It is also a compliment to Shisui to be one of the characters that Shisui specifically told the junior to pay attention to. Yet, Zongxuan nodded vigorously. My brother said that there is a master named Kakuzu in the bounty hunter world, who claims to have fought against First Hokage with a shuriken from 800 miles away, almost killing him. Man, is that man you? 5. That's right, it's old, Kakuzu subconsciously said, but before he could finish speaking, his face suddenly flushed red. Shisui was stunned when he heard the words, and almost burst out laughing. Well, just as Kakuzu thought, when Shisui brought Zongxuan, he naturally introduced some characters to watch out for, among them Kakuzu really existed. But was that what I told you then? 800 miles away, he fought First Hokage with a shuriken and nearly killed him. Why don't you kill First Hokage with one punch from thousands of miles away? Boy, you are so brave. Kakuzu suddenly became furious. Although Kakuzu mentions his deeds against First Hokage from time to time, it is to deter the enemy and lower the morale of the enemy. But he really fought First Hokage. Moisture is there, he can survive more because First Hokage's good-natured character is unwilling to hunt him down. But how can Zongxuan say so exaggerated? No, this is no exaggeration. Rather funny. The corners of Zongxuan's mouth rose, 7 heads, adding up to a bounty of 30 million taels. Yes, these 7 heads add up, not one Asuma. But it's also very high, okay? Asuma himself is an elite Genin, he is stronger than the target killed by Zongxuan, his identity is the son of Third Hokage. This is the main reason why he has 35 million. How can other people have such a high price? How much is an S-rank mission? A full 30 million too. How could it be given to Kakuzu? Very good, it looks like you really want to die. Kakuzu took a deep breath and quickly formed a seal with his hands. Water-style water dragon bomb technique. A long dragon formed by a stream of water rushes towards it fiercely, sending out bursts of dragon roars. The force is fierce, the wind howls. Although Kakuzu scorned Uchiha in his mouth, his hand was the water style that restrained Uchiha's fire style. Be careful, Zongxuan. Shisui pushed up without hesitation. Earth style, earth wall. He vomited on the ground. Next second, an earth wall as tall as a city wall rose directly. As an elder, the meaning of his presence is to prevent Zongxuan from having any problems, and secondly, to face emergencies. Although I don't know why Zongxuan provokes Kakuzu, but he doesn't stand up at this time. Who stands up? Boom! The powerful water dragon slammed into Shisui's soil wall, and cracks appeared in the solid soil wall in an instant. It's so heavy. Shisui's pupil shrank. Kakuzu is famous, but his fighting style is secret. And right now, this one's water style is very strong. Nature transformation and morphological transformation master are in place and powerful. He was clearly using the earth style defense that restrained the water style, but he had the illusion that he couldn't hold on to it. And this time, lightning style pseudo-dark. Kakuzu's voice sounded. Shisui's face changed slightly. Next second, the wall of the earth flow wall suddenly shattered. The surging thunder and water waves rushed over together. Water conducts electricity, and thunder breaks earth. Together, they are even more powerful. Is this even the lightning style master grandmaster? Shisui's expression changed slightly. A Jainin is often a grandmaster escape technique. In other words, to be able to grandmaster the morphological change, nature transformation of an escape technique, and slightly expand a genin technique pool, then a certain amount of experience, and enough merit. That's Jainin. It can be seen how difficult the grandmaster escape technique is. But the person in front of him managed to use 2 escape techniques with ease, all of which are incomparable to grandmaster. Sure enough, he said that he would fight with First Hokage, which is not necessarily a lie. Shisui looked solemn. However, Zongxuan is not surprised at all. Kakuzu's biggest feature is the grandmaster of the 5th gate escape technique, in addition to the secret technique of earth resentment. All kinds of escape techniques are easy to come by, and the power is extremely powerful. Shisui wants to use the escape technique to suppress the opponent, it is impossible. But this has nothing to do with him. Although Kakuzu wants money, he doesn't really want to fight the 2 of them to death for some money. Zongxuan felt that as long as he and Shisui exposed Manjiki, he would immediately choose to retreat. Kakuzu is also a qualified ninja, and it is his instinct to weigh the pros and cons. In this case, it is better to treat it as the 8th training. I remember that the one that restrained lightning style was wind style, right? Zongxuan clapped both hands. Wind style gale palm. This is just a very general escape technique, and the level is only sea level. Shisui also taught Zongxuan some other escape techniques to enrich Zongxuan's methods, including this wind style. Although Zongxuan doesn't practice much, his level is average. But increase the chakra consumption a little bit to block the attack that just broke through the Shisui wall, it's not a problem. Next second. Raging wind and waves against the current and thunder. Although the wind does not have the bonus of nature transformation and shape change, the attack of the angle also consumes a lot to break through Shisui's defense. The water flow and thunder light were blocked immediately, unable to advance. Zongxuan. Shisui showed a relieved smile. A real ninja not only needs to calculate everything in the battle, but also uses his own strength reasonably and uses the least strength to obtain the greatest gain. This is not enough to rely on strong pupil power. Although Zongxuan is still a little immature, after such a long period of training, he has initially acquired the style of a ninja. Fire style head hard. Kakuzu's voice sounded. The raging flames are like a sea of fire, rolling in. Zongxuan's wind was engulfed in an instant. The hot breath hits the nose. Even though Zongxuan has grown a lot, it's a pipe dream to try to compete with Kakuzu by the half-baked escape technique. Go! Shisui snorted softly. He grabbed Zongxuan's neckline and jumped up, avoiding the flames. Don't! Zongxuan's expression changed. Shisui was stunned. What don't? Don't we dodge and resist the attack from the opposite side? The next second, he knew why Zongxuan shouted no. Because the head of the target that had just been cut off was placed behind Zongxuan. Yes, he didn't have time to put it in the seal scroll. Shisui, Kakuzu, Zongxuan, come on. In the next second, the three of them watched helplessly as Kakuzu's flames engulfed Zongxuan's wind style, then engulfed the head unabated. The flames burned, even though Kakuzu reacted quickly and hurriedly put out the fire with water style. But what's left is just a charred head, which can't be seen at all. Such a head, obviously can't get a gold exchange to exchange for a bounty. Damn it! Kakuzu is full of anger, and the money he can get is actually flying like this? He kinda hates why his fire style is so strong, he can't even put out the fire. At the same time, I hate Zongxuan. You say your wind style is so weak, show it off as a hammer. Also, why don't you take the head with you when you dodge? Old man's bounty. Lao Tzu's bounty. Wait, the old man didn't shout. Next second, a powerful murderous aura came. Kakuzu's expression changed, and he took 3 steps back abruptly. He raised his head solemnly. Zongxuan's murderous aura skyrocketed. The surging pupil power on his body came in waves one after another. In the pupils, the unique patterns flicker, bringing out a strong sense of oppression. The same eyes as Uchiha Madara? The legendary Manjiki Sharingan. Kakuzu's face changed drastically. However, Zongxuan just stared at Kakuzu coldly, as if he was looking at an enemy of life and death. Dare to steal my money, are you ready to die? Chapter 85. Manjiki Sharingan. Kakuzu's expression changed. As an older generation who has survived from the first generation period, he does not say that he has seen Uchiha Madara's posture across the battlefield, but he has definitely heard of it. At the same time, although he eventually defected, he could be regarded as one of the top masters in Taki Ninja Village at that time, and his status was not low. The existence of Manjiki is not a secret to such a person. It's just that as time went by, Uchiha no longer really showed the power of Manjiki on the battlefield, and Manjiki was slowly forgotten by everyone. But old comrades like Kakuzu naturally still remember the fame of Uchiha Madara. And the pattern that is completely different from the normal Sharingan. It turned out to be Manjiki? Or at this age? He swallowed subconsciously. To be honest, he didn't take Zongxuan seriously at first. Ninjas like Zongxuan who were brought out by family elders to experience are everywhere, especially when the ninja world is unstable, it is more frequent. In the past 2 years, although the atmosphere of war in the ninja world has faded, it has been peaceful for a long time, and this system has begun to remain on the surface. But that's nothing. Kakuzu has always been on guard, it is the elder Shisui, not the junior Zongxuan. But now, who can tell me why this little kid can have Manjiki? Kakuzu's forehead was dripping with sweat. What the hell is going on in this world? I seem to have touched a tiger's butt. Dare to steal my money, are you ready to die? Zongxuan's eyes were cold, and Uchiha's unique cold chakra made the surrounding environment seem to be covered with a layer of frost. Careless. This damn old man actually bullied me, a little young man, without flinching. You must know that among the 7 targets that Zongxuan killed, the last one of Rock Shinobi Village's betrayal and forbearance is worth 20 million taels. The remaining 6 people add up to about 10 million taels. The reason seems to be that this Rock Shinobi betrayal is not only the strongest among the 7, but also because he tried to assassinate the Earth Kingdom daimyo before his betrayal. As the Gold Master of the ninja world, he threw a huge bounty in the past, not only asking Rock Shinobi Village to hunt down Anbu, but also placing a bounty on the black market. This is a typical thin skin and big stuffing. Killing him is equivalent to turning over a group of people. Otherwise, Kakuzu wouldn't follow him on purpose and collided with Shisui and Zongxuan. In the end, it was wiped out by the aftermath of the battle? Where does this make sense? Boy, your eyes. That's all, it has nothing to do with me. Kakuzu took a deep breath and quickly calmed down, but now the bounty is no longer possible, and the loss is unavoidable. In that case, you and I might as well stop. He is a sensible ninja, otherwise he wouldn't have found out that he couldn't beat First Hokage, so he would have run away decisively. When a rational ninja finds that the loss is unavoidable, he must find a way to stop the loss in time. What's the point of fighting with Zongxuan and the others here? Can you earn anything? It is better to suppress your anger and stop your losses in time to prevent more serious losses. Of course, this is also because seeing Zongxuan's Manjiki, although he doesn't think he can't even fight a 6-year-old child, he doesn't want to fight a fruitless fight inexplicably. But no, this is the end, you should die. This sentence is not what Zongxuan said, but Shisui. He did not know when he had appeared behind Kakuzu, and Zongxuan completely surrounded him one after the other. At the same time, he also revealed his Manjiki. Fire-style Balsam Claw Red. In the flame group, with the shuriken, it smashed towards Kakuzu like a shooting star. Although I don't know why Zongxuan exposed his Manjiki, since it has been exposed, the information must not be leaked. Zongxuan's eyes are their trump card that has not yet been discovered by anyone. If you don't fight now, you can avoid the risk. But the risks in the future can be great. So he chose to attack without hesitation. This person must be completely killed here. Okay. Then give it a try. 35 Kakuzu roared, let me see what power Uchiha Madara, who is as famous as First Hokage, has. 9. Kakuzu has understood that Shisui will not let the news of Manjiki come out. Just have a fight. Next second, he took off his shirt. 5 masks were revealed behind him. He made a seal himself, and while blocking Shisui's attack with water style, 4 masks suddenly emerged from behind him. Brush. 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 That's 4 monsters with different shapes. They wore masks and had different shapes, and they shot without hesitation. Lightning style pseudo dark. Fire style head hard. Wind style crushing. Earth style earth dragon bullet. In addition to Kakuzu himself who blocked Shisui's attack with water style, other monsters moved in succession, playing 4 different types of magic from 4 different directions. Combining with each other, they completely swallowed the place where Zongxuan was. It was obvious to Kakuzu that although there were both Manjiki, Shisui was an adult and must be stronger than a child like Zongxuan. But at the same time, every Uchiha who can open Manjiki is definitely the heart and soul of the Uchiha family. Faced with 2 Manjiki at the same time, he also felt the pressure. Then it's better to think of Zongxuan as a breakthrough. Boom. 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 Powerful ninjutsu, the power is even more multiplied after mixing. The earth was bombarded with successive turbulence, like an earthquake. Each masked monster's ninjutsu level is very high, and each of them has used nature transformation and shape change, which greatly improves the power of ninjutsu attacks. Hit! Kakuzu narrowed his eyes, staring at the smoke and dust. However, the smoke and dust dispersed, but it was an azure skeleton. It firmly protects Zongxuan within the skeleton, and has received such an indiscriminate bombardment, but the skeleton has not been damaged in the slightest. Unscathed? This is Susanoo. Kakuzu's heart sank. Susanoo's prestige, even if he keeps it in his heart. Just wanted to do something. But next second, a great deal of flesh is produced from the phantom skeleton. Meridians, flesh. In the end, it was wrapped in a coat like chakra and transformed into a humanoid upper body. Susanoo, the second form. Then, Zongxuan glanced coldly at Kakuzu with Mangeky's eyes. Die. Kakuzu only felt a trance, as if he suddenly woke up from a sleep and was confused. Not good. It's Uchiha's illusion, Sharingan. Just wake up soon. He was anxious in his heart, desperately trying to solve the illusion. But just as he untied it, he saw a blue finger, like a sharp spear, stabbed into Kakuzu's heart. Puff! Kakuzu hangs from Susanoo's fingers like a skewered piece of meat. It's over. Shisui breathed a sigh of relief. He could see clearly that Kakuzu's heart had been pierced by Zongxuan. Victory and defeat, divided. It's a pity that Zongxuan used Mangeky again. How can this power be wasted like this? Zongxuan really doesn't cherish his eyes. Shisui secretly blamed him. Mangeky's powers are consumables, and once exhausted, they are completely blinded. Apart from transplanting the eyes of the siblings, there is no second means of recovery. However, neither he nor Zongxuan are the only sons of the family. Not to mention whether they are willing to use this method, even if they really want to use this method, there is no brother's eyes to consume them. In other words, this is the cherishing power that is used once and less once. With my teamwork with him, even if the opponent is very strong, we can slowly weaken him and kill him. Why do you have to use Mangeky? Shisui is very sorry, isn't this a waste? But now that the matter is over, he can't save it, he can only say, Zongxuan, take your Susanoo, he's dead, why are you still driving it, isn't this a waste of pupils? But the next second, his expression changed and jumped suddenly, avoiding a flame that had just been emitted. What's the matter? How can the monster he released still act? The four-headed masked monster madly released ninjutsu. At the same time, a masked monster quickly charged towards Kakuzu while playing ninjutsu. It slammed into Kakuzu's fingers with a sharp punch, knocked the sequel's fingers out, and then burrowed into Kakuzu's body. Thump! It's like the sound of a heart beating. Kakuzu, who had closed his eyes, actually opened his eyes again. Have you been killed once? As expected of Mangeky. 35. He is alive again. How is that possible? The heart has already been penetrated. Shisui was shocked. How could this be? Secret art, earth resentment. Kakuzu can use this technique to capture the hearts of others and store them in the body so that they can survive by constantly replacing their hearts. He has 5 hearts, so destroy all of them to kill him. Because of this tricky immortality, he and Haiden are also known as Akatsuki's undead duo. Of course, Kakuzu hasn't met Haiden yet, and as you can tell from his clothes, Kakuzu hasn't even joined Akatsuki yet. But this immortality still exists. Of course Zongxuan knew his information. 0 fur flowers. But he was waiting for this moment. Suddenly, Zongxuan closed one eye. Open suddenly. Amaterasu. Swish. A dark flame suddenly appeared on the remaining 3 masked monsters. In order to attract the attention of Zongxuan and Shisui, let a masked monster enter Kakuzu's body, they almost hit hard, rarely dodge. So, hit directly. Of course, it's not easy for them to avoid the Amaterasu, which is attacking with the focus of their eyes. The next second, the endless black flame ignited, and it turned into a monstrous fire in an instant. Ow! The masked monsters let out a strange howl, the black silk thread of the earth resentment was burned and curled up, and the monsters rolled all over the ground, but other than infecting the black flames to the ground everywhere, there is no use at all. Masked monsters, all destroyed. My heart. Kakuzu's heart twitched. 5 hearts, now the last one on my body is left. Kakuzu swallowed and stared at Zongxuan with horror. This kid, how did he discover my secret so quickly? Even an expert who has experienced hundreds of battles would not be able to immediately determine his strengths and weaknesses when faced with his immortality. But Zongxuan did it. Without hesitation, while piercing his heart, he took advantage of a monster running into his heart, and when he had no time to take care of him, he quickly eliminated all the other masked monsters. Kakuzu remembers that when he used the masked monster, he never left any flaws. Every time he destroys the corpse and destroys the trace, he is very careful, and even after exposing his own information, he will not hesitate to destroy the memory of the head before handing it over to the gold exchange. Even if the pay is reduced a little bit, there is no hesitation. This is the ninja's protection for himself. Just like Enbu must bring back the head of the rebellious ninja from his own ninja village, ninjutsu, secret medicine, secret technique can all be analyzed to determine the weakness. A cunning person like Kakuzu, even more so, protects his own secret techniques. This is also the reason why he can live to this day and is still active in the bounty hunter circle. But why is this kid so familiar with himself? Suddenly, Kakuzu tightened his body. Shisui did not know when, had appeared behind him. Bang! 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 The two quickly fought. Kakuzu retreated one after another, and finally slammed Shisui in front of him with fire style, only to gain a chance. His heart became heavier and he looked around subconsciously, trying to find a way to escape. The masked monsters were all smashed, what else could he do? He only became a cage-level master by relying on the cooperation of the 5 major attributes of ninjutsu and the strangeness of the ground resentment. Now only one of the 5 hearts has been beaten, which means that he has only one escape technique left to use. How to fight this? However, at this moment, a soft voice came from behind him. You used fire style just now, your masked monster can only use one escape technique per head. The masked monster that entered your body also used fire style, and in the face of my Uchiha, you used fire style to try to force me back. 99. So the reason you can use the 5 escape techniques is because of the 5-headed masked monster. It's Shisui's voice. He quietly appeared behind Kakuzu, holding a ninja sword, aiming at Kakuzu's heart. You said, if I stab me with this knife, can you still be resurrected? This kid also guessed my ability. Damn it! Kakuzu's face changed drastically, and he forcibly tried to turn his head in response to Shisui's attack. Shisui didn't hesitate, but stabbed him suddenly. And this time, Shisui, use your pupil technique. Zongxuan's voice came. Shisui frowned when he heard the words, but the chinen knife in his hand automatically deflected at an angle and stabbed against Kakuzu's heart. Ah! 35 Kakuzu cried out in pain. And this time, he saw Manjiki in Shisui's pupils. Distinguished heavenly gods. Shisui didn't hesitate, he hardly hesitated, when he heard Zongxuan's words, he immediately released his pupil technique. At the same time, he spoke quickly. Zongxuan, what are you going to set? Let him listen to you. The pattern of Manjiki, in the shape of a 4-cornered shuriken, was fiercely imprinted in Kakuzu's eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Shisui kept Manjiki, and Kakuzu looked straight. Finally, ignoring the wound next to his heart, Kakuzu knelt down on one knee and saluted. Please do as you please. Distinguished heavenly gods. F. 6. Chapter 86. Kakuzu got down on one knee obediently, practicing ninja etiquette. Please do as you please. 99. Zongxuan touched his chin, feeling that it might be more ceremonial to change this sentence to please order from the master. Of course, if Kakuzu is replaced by a girl, Zongxuan feels that he can become this master. Thinking of the future when Kakuzu honored Shisui's orders and backstabbed Haiden in the final mission, when Haiden asked Kakuzu why he did this to him in disbelief. Kakuzu can answer directly and helplessly. It's all the master's job. Puff. Zongxuan almost laughed out loud. Shisui didn't know what was going on in Zongxuan's mind. He gritted his teeth, covered his eyes, and gasped heavily. It is not so easy to control a cage-level powerhouse, especially if the opponent is someone with rich experience and determination like Kakuzu. After a while, he took a deep breath and stood up straight again. Zongxuan, why do you want me to use the pupil technique on him? His eyes narrowed slightly, then quickly opened again. This is not a questioning look, but his eyesight is really declining. Mangeki's pupil surgery has great side effects. Itachi only opened Tsukuyomi once, so he had to hurry to rest. Sasuke and Itachi opened Amaterasu once, and their eyes were bleeding. Shisui's distinguished heavenly gods is no less powerful than both of them. His eyes are sore now, as if he had been boiled for 3 days and 3 Yoryuaki in a row, very uncomfortable. He is a cage-level powerhouse, and it is very precious to be able to control a cage-level powerhouse. Zongxuan smiled, if we hadn't joined forces, we wouldn't necessarily be able to win him 5. Even if Mei 4-3 has distinguished heavenly gods, he doesn't control whoever he wants. Otherwise, the Shisui in Third Hokage and Danzo had already been determined, and he had already chosen to do something to them, and then forcibly controlled them. Distinguished heavenly gods is easy to succeed only when the opponent is not guarded and has a great advantage. At the same time, it is necessary to determine the real body of the opponent. If the opponent is just wood clone, shadow clone, and the like, it will be a big loss. Cage-level powerhouse. His aura is good, but he may not be considered a shadow. No, if he hadn't been seen through by you and took the opportunity to kill other masked monsters, I'm afraid he really has cage-level strength. Shisui pondered. This battle ended quickly. Zongxuan opened Mangeki, and then pushed Kakuzu down the wind in a light-hearted manner, and he just made a sneak attack and took him directly. At first glance, it seems to be relaxed, but the danger inside is not small. Intelligence is the most important weapon in ninja warfare. 5 kinds of ninjutsu are displayed one after another, which can completely become a ninjutsu fort. The fault tolerance rate of 5 lives also allows Kakuzu to have a strong patience. Years of combat experience is a treasure that can no longer be precious. Kakuzu is definitely not weak in cage level. It can even be said to be strong. Akatsuki's members are all cage level, but before Haiden, Kakuzu used to exchange the heads of his friends for bounties from time to time. This means that he belongs to the strong in the dawn. 18. Is it really worth it to use my pupil technique on this person? Shisui was silent for a moment, then asked suspiciously, Zongxuan, he has not improved the situation of our Uchiha. If possible, Shisui prefers to use his pupil technique on Third Hokage, Danzo, and others who can influence Uchiha's fate. Of course, this is too difficult, and he can't find the opportunity at all. Don't look at the fact that receiving such a servant can greatly enhance the strength. However, Kakuzu's identity is not visible, and he can only move outside the village, and it is difficult to enter the village. No political influence at all. Zongxuan, you may not know that my pupil technique has a long cooling time. Shisui paused. After this time, my right eye will not be able to use pupil technique again for at least 5 years. 9. 5 years. Zongxuan pondered slightly. In fact, in Itachi's hands, the cooldown of distinguished heavenly gods is as high as 10 years. But after all, these are Shisui's own eyes, and the environment must be much better than on a crow. A 5-year cooling off period is acceptable. 5 years is enough. Zongxuan said, this person has a lot of uses. He is very old, and his strength is very strong. When he really kills the family, he can also act as our foreign aid. In this way, we have 3 cage-level masters here, which can make people feel a lot more relieved. Yes, 3. Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Zongxuan, Kakuzu. Just these 3. In Zongxuan's eyes, Uchiha Itachi was the obvious enemy. At first glance, Uchiha Fugaku belongs to Uchiha's gang, but in fact, because of his son Itachi's identity, he may defect at any time. Don't think that you can win him over by showing a certain amount of strength here, this is impossible. Uchiha, who is still expected by the clan to be the clan leader, has experienced countless bloody battles on the battlefield, and his will not be weak. How can such a person be caught without knowing what to do? This is very unreasonable. So Zongxuan felt that he might be like Itachi. Itachi gave Sasuke his eyes for Sasuke's future. Fugaku may also choose to give up the responsibility of the patriarch for Itachi's dream and help Itachi. Then it's like Itachi, for Sasuke, can show his face in Konoha once after Third Hokage's death, and threaten Danzo faintly. Fugaku can also choose to be the enemy of Uchiha for Itachi. So in fact, Zongxuan and their enemies are Itachi, Fugaku who may have defected to Itachi, Obito who has always been inexplicably hostile to Uchiha, Third Hokage who is aloof, Danzo who just lost his hand and was imprisoned. A full 5 cage level masters. Even if the 2 of Zongxuan could fight again, their fists were no match for 4. But if there is another cage level master on your side, things will be much easier. Is that so? Shisui pondered slightly. Zongxuan told Shisui about Fugaku. Although he did not think that the majestic patriarch would betray Uchiha because of his love for his son, he knew that Zongxuan had not missed a thing so far. At the same time, he still has some other uses. Zongxuan said with a smile, for example, just in case, we can first transfer some of the clan to the outside, even if the night of annihilation really happens, Uchiha will not be completely destroyed. 35. For this reason, a master is needed to escort this vein. And this product is very profitable, and the deposit is definitely enough to subsidize your losses. 99. I think you just like his money. Shisui shook his head with a wry smile. But no longer refute, the preservation of Uchiha is Shisui's first purpose. In order for this powerful cage-level master to escort Uchiha, pay once distinguished heavenly gods. So the 2 quickly settled on a course of action. Shisui assigned 2 tasks to Kakuzu, one was to find a hidden place that could be used to house the Uchiha people. The second is to hand over all of Kakuzu's property. The first one is fortunate to say that Kakuzu has traveled in the ninja world for many years and has seen countless hidden places. As long as he chooses a few best places and sends a batch of supplies there, he can settle part of his clan. But the second, looking at Kakuzu's passbook, is very simple. The above 1 billion funds is comparable to the half-year expenditure of the Kingdom of Wind. It is not difficult to ask Kakuzu to withdraw money. Shisui just gave an order, and Kakuzu quickly went to a nearby city to find a bank and withdraw the money. But let Kakuzu hand over the money. Zongxuan took the handle of the cash box with one hand and pulled it down hard, but it didn't move. Shisui tried hard to give the order to let go, but Kakuzu agreed on the surface, but the arm that was gripping the cash box didn't let go. This guy! Shisui and Zongxuan were speechless. How powerful are the distinguished heavenly gods! It can directly invade the other party's brain and modify the other party's will without being discovered by the other party. The 2 of them were right next to Kakuzu, blatantly saying how to use him, but Kakuzu kept silent, what to do and what to do. But let him give money, but it's hard to get a penny. Trouble, is this guy's obsession with money so exaggerated? Shisui frowned. Although distinguished heavenly gods is known as the strongest illusion, it is also illusion after all. Illusions can be resisted with will. For example, Uchiha Sasuke used his own will to cooperate with Sharingan's resistance to illusions, and held Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi. At the same time, it can also be deciphered. After Mifune was controlled by Danzo, it was discovered by Ao of Mist Ninja, and the illusion was deciphered afterwards. With Kakuzu's will, it is impossible to resist the rewriting of him by the distinguished heavenly gods. But the obsession with money can be hard to resist. Zongxuan, it's better not to force him. Shisui said, this guy's willpower is very strong, and his willpower is even stronger for money. 35. Once you are too resistant to your own orders, you may break my control with this. If I had known earlier, I would have given the order to give me all the money. Zongxuan looked regretful. A billion. It is comparable to the half-year funding of Sand Shinobi Village from the name of the Land of Wind. Maybe Rin Egan can be opened. Zongxuan didn't expect this guy to be able to save money so much. You must know that ninja practice has always consumed money, and all kinds of secret techniques also have necessary expenses. 0. For example, the people of Uchiha, everyone has to use precious eye drops to maintain their eyes. According to Zongxuan's knowledge, the Hyuga family is also similar to Uchiha and has a family of esoteric eye drops. The Akamichi family needs to eat a lot of high-calorie food, the Nara and Yamanaka family need to occasionally take specific herbs to enhance brain activity, and the Marino family's secret torture technique also needs to feel pain on a regular basis. These are the price of family secret arts. Like Danzo's transplant of Uchiha's letter's arm, although nothing is explained in the original book, Zongxuan believes that he also needs to take anti-rejection drugs on a regular basis, and always pay attention to the integrity of the seal. Kakuzu's secret technique Earth Resentment should obviously consume a lot of money like these secret techniques. But how could he still save so much money? Look, try to get a fortune out of him. Zongxuan reluctantly chose to compromise. He couldn't let Shisui make another round of distinguished heavenly gods, right? Even if Shisui listened to his own words, he wouldn't recognize the opportunity to exchange money for the distinguished heavenly gods. Then the two had a long try. After lowering the amount requested a little bit, Kakuzu finally let go of his hand reluctantly when he finally asked for 80 million taels. This number works. Shisui and Zongxuan breathed a sigh of relief. However, it is obviously impossible to give all of the 80 million taels to Zongxuan. Both of them are poor ghosts. If Uchiha wants to move out of the line and live a stable life outside Konoha, there must be a lot of material support. In total, 50 million will continue to be handed over to Kakuzu, let him buy materials, build a clan stronghold, and get this thing done. The remaining 30 million taels were accepted by Zongxuan. Then the two said goodbye to Kakuzu, went to the gold exchange, exchanged all the heads in their hands for cash, and got another 10 million taels. By the way, Zongxuan considered looting the money exchange office based on the principle of watching a lot of money fly by in front of him and not empty-handed. Kakuzu can get more than 35 million taels of cash from the exchange office in one go, obviously the exchange has more cash. So why not try to loot? But was persuaded by Shisui. Shisui told Zongxuan that this situation is a special case, and it was Kakuzu who had to ask for cash to exchange for gold, and they would prepare so much money. Ordinary people go to exchange bounties, those with less money are fine, and those with more money will be directly credited to your account. Kakuzu also has many years of credibility, an exaggerated profit-making efficiency, which is compromised by the exchange of gold. If you go to loot the money exchange, it's better to loot the bank. But Zongxuan pouted, robbing a bank? It's not impossible to grab it. But similar to previous lives, banks are actually not as rich as people think. They seem to be able to take out a steady stream of banknotes, as if there is no end. But that's because there are often cash trucks sending money there. For real large amount withdrawals, you need to make an appointment in advance. Capitalists are not stupid. This is the ninja world where force is supreme. 0.6 puts a lot of money in one place, that is, to test the conscience of those masters. Therefore, this method has also been abandoned. The two returned to the village. Zongxuan took out the cash box and recharged all the cash in it. Host, Uchiha Zongxuan. Physical fitness, 150. Mental attribute, 510. Chakra attributes, fire, 72, water, 5, wind, 19, thunder, 4, earth, 3, yin, 924, yang, 202. Have skills. 3 body technique, 36. Uchiha Shuriken, 43. Konoha fluid technique, 52. Sharingan, Manjiki 9001. Multiple shadow clone, 110. Fire style great fireball, 100. Fire style Huo Huo extinction, 1000. Fire style balsam flower technique, 11. Fire style long Huo technique, 10. Magic flail hang technique, 17. Magic Na Luo Si technique, 19. Current coupons, 4120 points. Continue Sharingan. Zongxuan gritted his teeth, I don't believe that I can't bet forever Manjiki. The next second points pass quickly. Sharingan's numbers are skyrocketing. Zongxuan gritted his teeth and endured his increasingly sore eyeballs, only to feel that some kind of power seemed to be reflected. Finally. Click. The sound of a bird breaking its shell resounded in Zongxuan's mind. The world in front of him suddenly became completely different. Sharingan, Eternal Manjiki 10,000. Eternal Manjiki Sharingan, Advance. Chapter 87. Finally made the cut. Zongxuan couldn't help but smile, and it was similar to what he felt. When he reached 9,000 points before, he felt that he was about to advance, but there were no points at that time. Now add some more, and you will definitely advance. Eternal Manjiki. Now you don't have to worry about pupil power anymore. Then, without hesitation, he piled all the remaining coupons on Yang Dun. The final template becomes Host, Uchiha Zongxuan. Physical fitness, 287. Spiritual attribute, 600. Chakra attributes, fire, 72, water, 5, wind, 19, thunder, 4, earth, 3, yin, 1133, yang, 513. Have skills. 3 body technique, 40. Uchiha Shuriken, 57. Noba fluid technique, 59. Sharingan, Eternal Manjiki 10,000. Multiple shadow clone, 131. Fire style great fireball, 100. Fire style Huo Huo extinction, 1000. Fire style balsam flower technique, 19. Fire style long Huo technique, 22. Magic flail hang technique, 31. Magic Na Luo Si technique, 28. Wind style great breakthrough, 13. At the moment when the point is added. As if Zongxuan had just finished his breath from underwater, he took a deep breath. Finally over, this state of yin and yang imbalance. Before, he was cruel and wanted to add Manjiki. As a result, the negative attributes are seriously biased. Under the excessively strong mental pressure, his body seemed to be carrying a large rock on his back, and even walking felt very laborious. But now, he finally felt relieved. Although the yang attribute is still far inferior to the yin attribute, it still does not feel any pressure. This is progress. 18. Isn't the body of an immortal yet? 35. Zongxuan was startled, this is a bit beyond his budget. Is the body of a fairy so difficult? My yang attribute points have been added to 500, but I still can't get it out? Sharingan appeared when the yin attribute point was only a few dozen o'clock. 10. Is it so difficult to break the bloodline restriction? Zongxuan couldn't help frowning. Although Uchiha and Senju have parted ways for thousands of years, they still have the same ancestor. As for that exaggeration? But when you think about it, it's actually quite difficult. Don't think that Uchiha is specialized in cultivating yin attributes, taking the path of illusion, like a mage, and not good at melee combat. Actually, Uchiha's physical body is not fragile. There are far more chakras from the combination of physical energy and spiritual energy than ordinary people. Take Sasuke as an example. When he was 6 years old, he was able to use the great fireball technique that Kakashi felt that even genin couldn't make up chakra, which itself is the embodiment of Uchiha chakra's quantity. Naturally, it can't compare to the Senju clan. The Uzumaki clan treats chakra as the boss of Shitunla. But Uchiha's chakra is definitely not low. And such Uchiha, coupled with the peerless genius of Uchiha Madara, has to rely on Senju Hashirama's cells to combine yin and yang to develop Rinnegan. Finally, he turned into the Six Paths mode and showed his exaggerated self-healing ability. At this time, he really opened the body of the immortal. Of course, his immortal body already belongs to the final version, and his self-healing ability may be stronger than Senju Hashirama, which is completely different from the low-level immortal body. But it is enough to explain the difficulty of opening the body of the immortal. It's a little troublesome. Zongxuan touched his chin. Similar to Sharingan, the body of the immortal should also have the ability to improve itself and affect yang attributes and physical attributes. The sooner he is identified, the more cost-effective he can improve other attributes. Maybe there are other powers, such as first-generation cells, such as the Uzumaki bloodline. Zongxuan pondered slightly. He wasn't trying to transplant first-generation cells. That way of adding a face to his chest wasn't what he wanted. Although this can save money, but for this money, it is a bit of a loss to affect your appearance. After all, handsome or not is a lifetime question. Money can also be earned in the future, and now he does not need the power of the immortal body urgently. He just wanted to use these strange things to study the immortal body itself. Zongxuan began to seriously think about the solution to this matter. The body of an immortal can also be regarded as the exclusive bloodline of the Senju family. Apart from Senju Hashirama, only Ashura and Six Paths Naruto have this kind of resilience. So if you want to solve the problem of the fairy body, the best way is to obtain Hashirama cells. Next is the granddaughter of the first generation, Tsunade, and again the bloodline of Senju's close relatives such as the Uzumaki family. Needless to say, how could Tsunade, a dignified cage-level expert, become the research object of Zongxuan? The easiest thing for the Uzumaki clan to get is Naruto next to Zongxuan. It's not difficult to get a little of Naruto's cells, but it's very difficult, and it's even more impossible to get a lot of them. Is it really wasteful to monitor the Anbu of 9 tails? So the best way, or Hashirama cells. The root information is hidden, except for Danzo. It is estimated that no one else knows where the Hashirama cells are. Number. Looking for Orochimaru. Zongxuan's eyes drooped slightly. Orochimaru's whereabouts have become a mystery, and he has come and gone without a trace. Even a master like Jiraiya is difficult to track, and it is difficult to find him. However, Zongxuan happened to know that Konoha might have an Orochimaru subordinate, Yakushi Kabuto. This maybe is because he doesn't know if Yakushi Kabuto has been cast under Orochimaru now. After all, Hokage has never had a fixed time. Except for the well-known time like Genocide Night, which is easier to remember, other times are very chaotic. Leave this to Shisui and let him find it slowly. Tool man Shisui, give it to you. Zongxuan is still living his usual life. Going to school, writing books, training. In fact, he doesn't like fighting, and prefers to make money steadily. For this reason, before his overwhelming strength, Zongxuan could not wait for the village to treat himself as an invisible person. In fact, he did the same. Before being forced to expose his teeth, he also tried to be an invisible man in the class. It's a pity that because of his appearance, his invisibility failed. Zongxuan's third novel has been mailed, and it is estimated that a reply and payment will be received in a few days. And the fourth novel? Let's write an ordinary book. Zongxuan thought about it and made a decision. leave the Intimacy Paradise series first and write an orthodox martial arts novel. 35. He plans to write a biography of ninjas in the style of Brother Jin and Brother Gu. No way, it's not that Uncle Huang doesn't make money, it's that Zongxuan is uncomfortable. As the body gradually grows, the impulse that the child does not need to care about gradually begins to generate. Whenever I write a book about Xiao Huangshu, an intoxicating picture always pops up in my mind. Zongxuan is not a real 6-year-old after all. He has been an adult in his previous life and has experienced a lot. How can he maintain the same mentality as Naruto? Always write about the little uncle, and he subconsciously wants to get close to the girls, such as Ino who is very fashionable, Hinata with ravines inside, Yakumo who is gentle and pitiful, and little Sakura who is stupid and easy to deceive. Isn't this a crime? The key is that his own body has not grown up yet, and he can't fight with real guns. FFF. For the sake of health, write an orthodox text for this book. Zongxuan unceremoniously opened the pen and paper and wrote quickly. Unlike Xiao Huangshu, who has to endure the noise of his mind and write the plot himself, as long as Zongxuan takes out the things from his previous life and replaces the names, backgrounds, and moves, the orthodox battle text can be written very easily. If it was faster, maybe it could be released together with the last book. Thinking, he began to write quickly. At this moment, Naruto came over with a painful look on his face. Zongxuan, I need help. He grimaced. What's wrong? Zongxuan raised his head. Naruto twitched, speaking his mind. It's like this, that what? 99. You also know that when we write this kind of text, we need to imagine. But there are some pictures that I really haven't seen. I can't think of it. Saying that, he looked helpless. I never thought that I would be a piece of trash that even the little uncle had never written about. Before I always asked you how to write, but I can't keep asking you like this. He couldn't help but said, can you help me for a while, and for the rest of my life? And I want to gain recognition. The whole text is written by you. Is this still my effort? He couldn't help complaining and looked helpless. It's not that he doesn't work hard. But at the age of 6, he really can't write such a thing. How can someone at this age be able to write a little uncle? Zongxuan pondered for a moment. This was indeed a problem. Before Naruto wrote the article, he didn't know much about the details between men and women. Zongxuan helped to design all the key details in the book, and Naruto was only responsible for writing it out. But Naruto is not willing to steal other people's achievements in this way, nor can he accept the situation of knowing it but not knowing why. In fact, Zongxuan also felt that it was very tiring to write like this. I have helped you to this point, so why didn't I just finish this book? It's okay, I'll find a way. Zongxuan said, and walked out the door. About half an hour later, Zongxuan walked back with a large box of books. Let's take a look at these, you probably know what's going on after reading it. 99. Saying that, he threw out a lot of photo albums. These are all things that the girls in the class can do, and there is no reason why he can't do them. He bought everything that had nothing to do with health, including some video discs, but this one couldn't be seen at Zongxuan's house without a home theater. This is... Naruto opened a book curiously. Then his face turned red, and he slammed the book together. These are not for people of our age to buy. Zongxuan, is it all right? 99. It's okay. Zongxuan waved his hand. We have a pure heart, and we are engaged in this job, so let's just look at these things with the eyes of our work. Yeah. You're right. Naruto nodded vigorously and opened the book in his hand again. After 3 seconds, his face began to turn red. 10 seconds later, his eyes went straight. A minute later, I was restless, as if there was a little mouse running under my butt. 3 minutes later. Naruto looked up suddenly and took Zongxuan's hand. Good man Zongxuan, have a safe life. Zongxuan patted Naruto's shoulder with a gentle smile, "Don't worry, as long as you work hard to code words, this kind of thing is indispensable to you." Then he also looked down at the album that he had bought back. Writing about the little uncle has already made people suffer, and it is difficult to calm down when going to school. Looking at these things again, it is estimated that they will suffer even more. 18. Kind of want to see it. Zongxuan struggled for a few seconds. In the end, I followed my heart's choice. There is an old saying after all. I bought everything. Going to school today, Zongxuan found out that something big had happened to him. In the past, when he went to school, he walked on the road with his school bag peacefully, walked into the campus calmly, and sat on the seat calmly. But today he went to school and walked on the road, and he couldn't help but look around. Look at the good-looking young lady, look at the good-looking young lady, look at the scantily clad young lady. The same is true when entering the class. Look at the brightly dressed Ino, look at the bully little Sakura, and look at the ravaged Hinata. I feel like I can't wait to stick my eyeballs in there. Although with his powerful strength, no one could find his peeping. But this emotion made him very restless. I thought Ino's outfit 543 was pretty good today, so I just wondered what it looked like inside. I feel that Hinata is hidden deep, so I want to measure her true strength with my own hands. All in all. Combining his own feelings last night, Zongxuan came to a conclusion, probably because it was all cloudy recently, so I miss the sun. Zongxuan slapped his face with a slap, feeling like he was a bit of a collapsed person. But it's not surprising. As Zongxuan thought last night, it is easy to fall into a state of out of control by doing his job. Look at Jiraiya, why does he vote for female Chong every day? Well, it feels like his lewd factor is more. But there is also the reason why he wrote Xiao Huangshu, and it is easy to think impulsively. Although Zongxuan is still young, his ninja training has indeed made him far more mature than his peers. And the strong spirit and body are a burden at this time. This is so. Zongxuan's mouth twitched. There seems to be a demon on the left saying, "Obey your own desires, obey your own impulses, you are so strong, if you really do something, can anyone find out?" There seems to be an angel on the right saying, "You are so young, how can you act like this, let's be calm and plan well. First use illusion to stun everyone. Don't forget to bring safety measures, this is the least respect for girls." Zongxuan. He felt that the angel in his mind was not much stronger than the devil. And this time, it seemed that he saw the discomfort on Zongxuan's face. Ino quietly leaned over and whispered, "Zongxuan, your face is so ugly, what's wrong?" "Well, it's all right." Zongxuan avoided her gaze, "I learned a ninjutsu with Shisui recently. I'm not very good at it, I haven't learned it yet." "Well, this is true." What Shisui taught him this time was the ninjutsu of earth-style Tsuchimide to enrich his methods. However, Zongxuan had the weakest earth attribute, chakra, and he didn't want to add points to something that didn't make much sense, so his progress was weak. "Even you can't learn well." Ino smiled and patted his head, "It doesn't matter, I don't know a lot of things." 35. Really? Like? Zongxuan raised his head. Although Ino is not as good as little Sakura, but she relies on the training of the ninja, and her strength is stronger, and the girls in the class are among the best. What she doesn't know, a lot. Really? Ino squinted his eyes with a smile, "I can't do anything except make you happy." 39. Soft words, like the voice of a kitten tickling. Under the shawl and soft hair, with a fresh smell, Pingting is graceful. Delicate and pretty face, charming and decent movements, exciting. Almost without thinking about it, Zongxuan reached out his hand subconsciously, resting on Ino's slender waist, sniffing the fragrant smell. And then just woke up suddenly. FK, what happened? Chapter 88. FK, what happened? Zongxuan was stunned. How could he feel that his hands were already upstairs before my brain could act? It shouldn't be. Even the so-called satyr, it is impossible for the body to act directly without going through the brain. Zongxuan, how are you? A soft and shy voice sounded. Only then did Zongxuan realize that he is still holding Ino. He buried his head in Ino's arms, wrapped his arms around her slender waist, his face pressed against her flat belly, and every time he inhaled, he could smell the direction of her body. At the same time, I could feel Ino's tense body and the tiny hairs standing up. Shit! Things are getting bigger. What's the situation? Does Zongxuan like Ino? 35. I'm going. Ino, you sneaked away. Damn! My husband was robbed. Zongxuan is the existence that is most likely to attract the attention of others. At this time, he was discovered and exclaimed, which immediately attracted the attention of countless people. The hearts of all the girls seemed to be broken, shattered to the ground, and became 8 petals. Zongxuan, finally chose Ino? So are we out of hope? Some fragile little girls are starting to hold tears in their eye sockets at this time, such as Hinata. The stronger ones like little Sakura stared at Ino with resentment, gnashing their teeth. This damn woman actually sneaked away? Zongxuan was fascinated by such a bad woman? By the way, I heard that the Yamanaka clan has ninjutsu to control the body and mind of others. Could it be that Ino has mastered this secret technique? In fact, let alone Sakura and the others, even Ino was a little confused. She only asked her mother yesterday, how she deceived her father. But her mother said your goddamn dad chased me. Then Ino, who was not to be outdone, asked about his experience, and felt that men and women could be used as a reference for him. Ino's mother said, when your dad was chasing me, he said love words 8 times a day, which made me nauseous, but after a long time, I listened to it and allowed him to go further. Ino decided to learn from his father's wisdom. From today onwards, he will say at least 1 love sentence every day, in order to achieve successful results. Today is still the first day of love talk, and this effect. It's too strong. What's the situation? Zongxuan hugs me now. I have memorized so many earthy love stories, can't I use them? For a time, the happiness of winning, the shyness of being noticed by everyone, and the pride of defeating countless opponents, all poured into my mind. It made this little girl's already complicated mood even more complicated. And this time, Zongxuan finally recovered his body control ability. He suddenly let go, with a look of apology on his face. Sorry, Ino, I lost my way. It's okay, you can do it again next time. Ahem, I mean, what's wrong with you, Zongxuan? Ino almost said what was in his heart, and hurriedly looked back. Even if you don't study well, it doesn't seem to affect anything, right? You are already the strongest student in your class, even the strongest student at ninja school, and you will have a bright future after graduation. The future is limitless. So, what else do you need to worry about? Zongxuan bowed his head slightly, obviously the excuse just now could not save the situation. So he just lowered his head and whispered, sorry, I couldn't hold back for a while. 99. Actually, I lied to you just now. It's not a problem that I can't learn ninjutsu, it's just. When I listened to what you said, I felt very happy. I always felt that no one would like me, and no one would treat me well. As he spoke, his head lowered, as if very disappointed. How come, everyone likes you very much? Ino glanced at the gnashing girls behind him, deliberately gave them a smug smile, and said at the same time, at least I like you very much. Really? Zongxuan suddenly raised his head, with a few tears in his eyes, are you serious? Of course it's true. Ino said firmly. The next second, Zongxuan hugged Ino's slender waist again. Thank you. With some force, he hugged Ino's waist tightly. Before Ino continued to show off something to the friends behind him, he spoke in a heavy voice. In a few days, it will be my parents' death. I thought no one would like me except them. As soon as the words came out, the boys who looked over curiously fell silent. Ino, who wanted to show off his sovereignty, was silent. The gnashing girls like little Sakura and Hinata fell silent. They just looked at Zongxuan quietly. For a time, the originally noisy classroom fell into a heavy atmosphere. In the end, Ino gently placed his hand on Zongxuan's head. It's okay, I like you. 35. The other girls rushed over. Me too. I love you. Zongxuan. I am, Zongxuan, what hardship do you have to tell me? I love you. No. I love you. Zongxuan, I'm sorry, I thought, you are so pitiful. They were teary-eyed and motherly overflowing. For a while, he even forgot to be jealous. Some people said comforting words awkwardly, some people patted Zongxuan's back lightly, some people held Zongxuan's hand, some people said that they would accompany Zongxuan to worship their parents for a few days. The one who said this was little Sakura. She ushered in the glare of the girls. Worshipping parents? Isn't this kind of thing usually only possible for husband and wife relationships? But it was just a stare, and then he continued to appease Zongxuan. If it weren't for this atmosphere, little Sakura would have been beaten. The girls gathered beside Zongxuan as if the stars were holding the moon, talking softly. On weekdays, most of the boys are not very convinced, and always whisper all the words of resentment. But today, they said nothing. The immature teenagers don't know how to comfort them, but they won't be noisy at this time either. Zongxuan, it turns out that it will be you in a few days. You are so sad in your heart, why didn't you tell my friend? Naruto sighed softly. Sasuke's eyes were reddish. Zongxuan turns out to be so sentimental, is he always worried that no one cares about him? Then he is just pretending to be strong on weekdays. It's ridiculous. I think I know Zongxuan the most in my class, but I didn't realize this. The students in the class all had a bit of pity in their eyes. Only Zongxuan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this time things have passed again. The next day, kind-hearted classmates helped Zongxuan to do almost everything that required his efforts. Whether it's cleaning, or cleaning the blackboard. All the students help. After returning home from school, the girls even sent him to the gate of the Uchiha station before waving goodbye reluctantly. This enthusiasm made Zongxuan feel a little uneasy in his heart. But now the problem is not only this, but also his own problem. Something's wrong. Zongxuan pondered for a while. Although I admit that I am really interested in girls, the main reason why I don't start chasing girls wildly now is just because I haven't 100% sure to deal with the night of extermination. But it's not like I can't even control myself, right? Zongxuan is actually a pervert, and he also admits this otherwise. Where did all the material for writing about the little uncle come from? But no matter how horny, it's impossible to let the body move before the brain, right? Can't even control yourself? There is still a chance in the past. But in this life, both physically and mentally, are so strong and tenacious. How could such a problem occur? He must take it seriously to solve this accident. If he doesn't solve this problem, how can he fight? Could it be that the person who was attracted by Naruto's seduction technique and then beaten by Naruto changed from Kageyama to himself? Zongxuan thought about it for a long time and finally asked Uchiha Shisui this question. Of course, I'm not stupid enough to act like myself and almost tell the truth about Ino's rectification on the spot, which would have no meaning other than social death. Zongxuan just made an excuse. He couldn't control himself in the battle. His body wanted to do something subconsciously. However, when Shisui heard the words, he was silent for a while. When Zongxuan felt that he might be suffering from a terminal illness, Shisui finally said, "Can you still feel this way now? You have been driving Manjiki for so long, I thought you had passed this stage long ago. Shisui's eyes were a little complicated, as if he felt strange. Hey! Zongxuan was taken aback for a moment. What do you mean, you have had a similar stage? 99. Of course. Shisui nodded, it's not just me, but Uchiha, who only partially drives 3 tomo, will also have such a stage. 35. Impulsive, cranky, irritable, crazy. These performances, your current state is similar. Sometimes the mind knows it shouldn't do it, but the body moves quickly. 35. Generally, it will take a long time to recover and return to normal character. 35. Some people think that the grief brought by the opening of Sharingan caused people to be in a painful state of mind for a period of time and under the influence of their sudden strength, so they were impulsive, and after they really recognized themselves, they calmed down. Some people think that opening the eyes brings powerful spiritual power, and the huge changes put people in a stage where the spirit precedes the body, and the instinct precedes the rationality. When the body gets used to it, it will calm down. No one knows the specific situation, but this state is very troublesome, and the reason why we Uchiha is not trusted by Konoha is also for this reason. Saying that, Shisui sighed slightly. Uchihas in this state are troublesome, they tend to become arrogant and irritable and demand higher treatment. And the skyrocketing strength will make him really satisfied. This directly caused Uchiha to subconsciously feel that his arrogance was correct, that he was really so powerful. As a result, the arrogant personality common to the Uchiha family was gradually formed. Then Shisui looked at Zongxuan again with an odd expression. It has been a long time since Zongxuan opened Manjiki, and this symptom usually appears when the eyes are just opened. He opened his eyes for so long and was fine, why did he suddenly appear now? On the other hand, Zongxuan became enlightened, because of the eternal Manjiki. He opened the eternal Manjiki, and his spiritual power skyrocketed to an uncontrollable level. It took only a few days for Third Hokage to compensate Uchiha, and before his body and cognition had adapted, he increased it by more than 5 times, which led to this change. But now that the cause of the problem is known, a solution can be found. In short, just stay honest. Wait until your body gets used to it and your mind calms down before going out. As a result, Zongxuan promptly dismissed the next training with Shisui, stopped writing novels, and asked for leave from the school, gaining a lot of vacation time. He just stayed at home. Naruto came to visit, he refused to open the door, Li Ma Zhao. Sasuke came to visit, and he said nothing. Ino's little Sakura came in a group, and after chatting a few words across the door, he continued to stay honest. Zongxuan is too sad, so he doesn't want to see us. Everyone came to this conclusion and pity Zongxuan even more. Even Hinata secretly bought some food and quietly put it at the door of Zongxuan, hoping to see it at first sight when he opened the door. In fact, Zongxuan himself just rarely let go of everything and just lay down and rested honestly. He seems to have forgotten the coming of the night of extermination, his own plans, and the means of making money. Just lie quietly, eat and sleep, sleep and eat. It's as if you're in confinement. But unlike what ordinary people think, Zongxuan doesn't feel boring. He slept soundly every night, and slept deeply. It seems that the tiredness that has been accumulated since crossing over has been eliminated. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. He felt that his spirit became more and more relaxed, his body became more and more relaxed, and people were slowly recovering their vitality. After about 7 days, Zongxuan finally felt that his body was completely stable. Strong muscles, full of energy, emotional stability. And this time, Zongxuan, how are you feeling? Shisui's voice sounded softly outside the door. It's okay. Zongxuan smiled and opened the door, it feels good. Did you come to see me for something? Shisui also knew that he was stabilizing his emotions during this time, and he would not have come to him if there were no important things. Sure enough, Shisui brought a huge surprise to Zongxuan. The Yakushi Kabuto you asked me to investigate, there is news. Chapter 89. Yakushi Kabuto, adopted son of Yakushi Nanoyu, subordinate of Orochimaru, sound ninja, a main force in the Fourth Ninja World War. But what he looks like now, Zongxuan doesn't know. Even if his current name is Yakushi Kabuto, it is unknown. It is rumored that Yakushi Kabuto's identity in Konoha is that after he took refuge in Orochimaru, he became Sasori's double agent, and was once again inserted into Konoha by Orochimaru. So now Konoha has this character, it is very doubtful. The information Zongxuan gave Shisui was just Yakushi Kabuto's appearance, information about the medical ninja, and information that might be called Yakushi Kabuto. Although the intelligence is crude, Shisui's abilities are quite qualified. He got the result Zongxuan wanted in a short time. There should be something wrong with the Yakushi Kabuto you are talking about. 35 Shisui looked serious, he should be a spy planted in another village. When I was quietly investigating him, I felt that all his information was too perfect, and normal people rarely have such a perfect resume. And he is a medical ninja, working in a hospital, but he often walks around in other places, maybe he is investigating some intelligence. I checked, and when many powerful ninjas are injured, he will become the attending physician and nursing doctor of that ninja very accidentally, and he will also become the attending physician of the patients in the nearby hospital beds. On the surface, there are no problems. But after integrating the information, it turns out that there is a big problem. An ordinary medical ninja would obviously not have anything to do with so many big men. At the same time, the ordinary medical ninja will not continue to be a small genin after getting involved with so many big people. He is a spy arranged by Orochimaru. Unlike the trash-like Mizuki, he is Orochimaru's real subordinate. Zongxuan also directly declassified. Orochimaru. Shisui couldn't help frowning. Sunin's illustrious name is played out in the Ninja World War again and again. When Itachi took Kisame to observe Jiraiya, he said that in front of him, the 7 ninja swordsmen of Mist Ninja Village, or Uchiha are not enough to mention. Although the real strength may not be as exaggerated as Itachi said. But this name 547 words can bring pressure, but it is really about as big as Itachi said. Well, Orochimaru. Zongxuan said with a smile, don't worry, Orochimaru's weakness is obvious. Especially in front of you, he can't make waves. Let's go, let's get in touch with this, I'm thinking of letting him take me to Orochimaru. Said stand up. I don't know where you got the courage. Shisui smiled bitterly. Are you obedient to Itachi and hit hard against Orochimaru? What the hell? Yakushi Kabuto is easy to find, and Shisui has long since investigated his affairs. After he finished his work at Konoha Hospital, he greeted the people around him with a gentle smile. Colleagues in the hospital, pedestrians on the road, uncle shopping for vegetables. He seems to know everyone he passes by. The people around seemed to be very friendly to this sunny and cheerful teenager, and greeted him happily. Just opened the door. Yakushi Kabuto's pupils shrank. I've been discovered, Shisui-san, your ability to sneak in has yet to be improved. 39. A slightly teasing voice sounded behind Yakushi Kabuto, and the laughter was relaxed. Yes, my ability needs to be improved. Then why didn't you enter the house? The wry smile of this life sounded from the front of Yakushi Kabuto, and at the same time, a figure slowly walked out of the dark corner of the house. Uchiha Shisui? Yakushi Kabuto's expression changed slightly, his eyes turned back slightly, and he saw the figure behind him from a small decorative mirror he set at the door. Uchiha Zongxuan? Why is he here? Yakushi Kabuto's expression changed slightly, and he was a little unpredictable. He had a lot of thoughts in his heart, but Yakushi Kabuto showed a surprised look on the surface, and said strangely, Are you? Your Excellency Shisui? Why are you at my house? How did you get in? I didn't give you the key. 99. Then, as if he had just remembered something, he suddenly showed a touch of nervousness. Could it be that Dang Tang Shisui can also be a thief? After speaking, he seemed to shout to catch the thief. But before he could shout, he felt a light tap behind him. The whole person was shot into the house involuntarily. Yakushi Kabuto entered the room slightly embarrassed, but out of the corner of his eyes he saw the owner, Uchiha Zongxuan. How did this guy meet me? How did I not notice at all? The village also said how talented he is. Is this a genius that can explain it? 99. Is this guy really only 6 years old? Yakushi Kabuto is stunned. Although he has been working as a spy all the year round, he is not weak. He was only 18 years old, but he already had the strength comparable to Jainin, such he was easily suppressed by Zongxuan, a 6-year-old child? What a joke! He took advantage of the situation to sit on the ground, with a stunned expression on his face. Yakushi Kabuto knew that there must be a reason for these two coming to him. Especially Zongxuan, he hides his strength so much, it is impossible to expose himself to him for no reason. Must be here for a purpose. Then you just have to wait for the other party to speak. As expected, Zongxuan quickly said, Yakushi Kabuto, right, we are here to find you. I hope you will officially join me and become my subordinate. Yakushi Kabuto suddenly squeezed out a slightly flattering face. Do you want me to join Uchiha? Of course. To be honest, I have a very good impression of the Uchiha family, and I admire the two great families who founded Konoha. If you want, you can naturally send them at will. I mean. Zongxuan interrupted him directly, give up Orochimaru, give up Sasori of Akshasa, and truly join us. As soon as these words came out, Yakushi Kabuto's expression froze. Then he quickly returned to Gujing Wuobo's expression, and said calmly, as expected, I was exposed. Where did I go wrong? Shisui looked at Yakushi Kabuto, went from panic to calm down in an instant, and sighed inwardly. He was surrounded by two people in a hurry, his strength was at an absolute disadvantage, and his identity as a spy was exposed, but he was still able to remain so calm. This Yakushi Kabuto is a genius. Yakushi Kabuto stood up slowly, his expression unhurried. But since you know my identity, then please forgive me for refusing. I will not betray Orochimaru-sama, nor do I want to seek refuge with others. Don't think that I can't beat Shunshi Shisui, and you who are unknown, think you can blackmail me, you have hidden strength, and so do I. His expression was calm, if you fight and make a big noise, it will only cause you and me to suffer losses. It is nothing more than my loss is a little bigger, and your loss is a little smaller. There was some admiration in Shisui's eyes. As a spy, he is not alarmed, and can keenly look for a trace of life that may exist. He even saw that Yakushi Kabuto was negotiating terms with the two of them on the surface, but in fact his eyes were scanning the surroundings calmly, and his body was approaching the table next to him at an extremely tiny pace. There was it may be the mechanism he set up earlier. Oral words are nothing but a cover for one's actions. If he instead of me became Konoha and the family's double agent, he would probably have done a better job than me. 99. Shisui, the former double agent, said with emotion. Well, you're right, I also think Orochimaru's people are hard to dig. Zongxuan nodded calmly. While Orochimaru was alive, hardly a real subordinate betrayed him. With his outstanding charisma and high-strength means, he suppressed everyone who had dissent, and made Kimimaro, Yakushi Kabuto, and others die on him. Sasori sent Yakushi Kabuto to undercover Orochimaru, and Yakushi Kabuto never came back, which speaks volumes. Don't you want to hear the reward I offered? Zongxuan said with a smile. Yakushi Kabuto said without hesitation, no matter what, don't make me. I can revive Yakushi no. 35. Zongxuan spoke calmly, his voice not too high. But it was like a morning bell and an evening drum, directly blocking Yakushi Kabuto's words in his throat. Time seems to stand still at this moment. After a full minute, Yakushi Kabuto spoke. Resurrection? Ridiculous claim. His voice was hoarse, as if he had experienced a huge entanglement. It's not ridiculous. Zongxuan said seriously, this world is a ninjutsu that can bring people back to life, but few people can touch it. There is more than one ninjutsu even resurrected, there are many ninjutsus that can do this, not absolutely impossible. Like what? Yakushi Kabuto tried hard to keep calm, but his slightly trembling voice revealed his heart. For example, there is a secret technique called impure world reincarnation, which was developed by Second Hokage. It can summon undead from the underworld by means of summoning, but the resurrection of this method is not complete. Control. The person who can use this ninjutsu is your old boss Orochimaru. There is also a kind of ninjutsu called rebirth of oneself, which uses all of one's own chakra as a medium to sacrifice one's own life and give life to others. This ninjutsu is also related to your old boss. It was developed by Cho, the elder of Sand Shinobi village, to regenerate his grandson Sasori's parents, and perhaps Cho also intends to use it on Sasori himself. Yakushi Kabuto's expression changed slightly. He doesn't know about Sand Shinobi village's reincarnation, but Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation, he did hear a little. It's just that Yakushi Kabuto at this time is not outstanding among Orochimaru's subordinates. He just heard about this technique, but he didn't know the effect of this ninjutsu. Zongxuan continued, and the ninjutsu I'm talking about that can revive Yakushi no Naiyu is not any of the above. 35. The above two kinds of ninjutsu have their own shortcomings. I plan to use a special secret technique called Rein Tensei technique. 99. Summon the King of Hell, let the King of Hell stand up and open his mouth, release the souls of countless dead, return the souls to the dead, and resurrect the dead. Of course he also has a price, not only at the cost of the caster's life. And the longer the resurrected object dies and the more people are resurrected, the more chakra is consumed, which is difficult for non-Uzumaki and Senju clan to use. He spoke eloquently and spoke in great detail. Yakushi Kabuto listened, more and more silent. Under the operation of Danzo, he had to fight Yakushi Nono for life and death. What a huge tragedy! If the Dean can be resurrected and start a new life, then... But Yakushi Kabuto said, I don't believe you. Let's not mention why I didn't ask Orochimaru-sama to use impure world reincarnation, just resurrection. He raised his head and said seriously, how precious is a ninja who can resurrect others, would you use such a ninja in exchange for a little me? I have no such great value. He said it decisively and without hesitation. But Zongxuan laughed. If Yakushi Kabuto is really not interested, why would he say things like I don't have that much value? Indeed, if a master can revive other people's jutsu ninja compared to you, I think most people will choose that ninja. 39. Zongxuan smiled and said, but this ninja isn't actually mine either. I just intend to help you take a ride when he performs this secret resurrection technique 5. Of course, Yakushi Yenaiyu has been dead for a long time, and even Rein Tensei technique has completely resurrected it. After all, it requires too much chakra. But it can be used in conjunction with impure world reincarnation. First summon Yakushi Nanoyu in a dirty way, and then completely resurrect him with the Rein Tensei technique. In this way, there is no risk or the possibility of being controlled by impure world reincarnation, eliminating all loopholes. Zongxuan just intends to be a good friend, and help Yakushi Kabuto when Nagato is turning the leaves in the future. As to whether Nagato will turn the leaves in the future, it's time to talk about it. Zongxuan may have been invincible by then. Even if Yakushi Kabuto hates himself for this, he will never touch Zongxuan's feet. Yakushi Kabuto heard the words, but fell into silence. Zongxuan made it very clear that he just gave Yakushi Kabuto a ride. In this way, your own value is equal to the value paid by the other party. 18. I have a hard time believing you. Yakushi Kabuto whispered. He and Shisui, Zongxuan only met for the first time. Before that, they never said a word. Such a person, no matter how hysterical they say, can you believe it? Rather than trusting Orochimaru-sama, impure world reincarnation itself is in Orochimaru's hands. You're right, it's normal to not trust us. Zongxuan smiled and nodded. Trust is built up step by step. We can first set a small goal that you and I want to accomplish, and then slowly discuss other things slowly. Like what? Yakushi Kabuto's expression was indifferent, as if unmoved. For example. Zongxuan showed a smile. Kill Danzo. Chapter 90. Yakushi Kabuto was slightly silent. Danzo, is what made this so tragic. Does he want to kill Danzo? Of course I did. Dreaming about it. But want to kill Danzo. How difficult it is. You should know that our Uchiha has always been very hostile to Danzo, or Danzo is very hostile to Uchiha. Zongxuan chuckled, you should believe in our determination to kill. This sentence Yakushi Kabuto believes. Danzo has been targeting Uchiha, as anyone with discernment can see. And Uchiha didn't hesitate to fight back. Danzo's imprisonment is Uchiha's efforts. Although I heard that Danzo is as popular as a hot drinker in prison, Third Hokage continued to keep him with an attitude of I haven't asked all the secrets yet, as if he was going to stay until Danzo died of old age naturally. It is even said that people at the route can report to Danzo every day, which is like changing the office location from the route to a prison. 1. This is enough in itself to be a testament to Uchiha's attitude. You should understand that Orochimaru will not help you in this matter, you have no such great value. Zongxuan smiled and said, he has a lot of transactions with Danzo, and your identity may even be made by Danzo. 99. How about you, do you want to try to cooperate with us? Yakushi Kabuto was slightly silent. I was originally a spy arranged by Danzo, how difficult it is to stay in Konoha safely, his surname is Yakushi. With such an obvious confusion, Danzo never came to the door once, and he was already implying something. Does he know? He actually knew. But it doesn't make much sense. He, Yakushi Kabuto, can't turn over. What do you need me for? Yakushi Kabuto said in silence. Zongxuan smiled and said. First, help go undercover in Konoha, help investigate the whereabouts of ninjas like Enbu, Genbu. The whereabouts of a large group of people is enough, I'm just worried that they will target Uchiha. This is the night of preventing genocide. The night of genocide is definitely not something that Itachi can do alone, but also requires the cooperation of Enbu, at least the roots. Otherwise, if a group of clansmen all run out, he will not be able to catch up alone. Second and most crucial. Zongxuan's expression became solemn, I want you to help contact Orochimaru. I'm going to make a deal with him, kill Danzo, or let him help call Danzo out, it's really hard to do it in Konoha. Yakushi Kabuto was silent for a moment. I know, I'll do it. 5. Hearing this, Zongxuan smiled. Zongxuan looked for Orochimaru, one for first-generation cells. The second is to use Orochimaru's channel to call out Danzo, the two are a trading partnership, it is not impossible to call Danzo out, Danzo's arm is transplanted by Orochimaru. But even with Yakushi Kabuto, it takes time to deliver the message. Zongxuan also doesn't know if he can impress Orochimaru, so he plans to do both. Tsunade is the only clan left in the Senju clan, and it is not easy to deal with. 99. But the Uzumaki clan, apart from Nagato in Rain Shinobi village, Naruto who is under surveillance, also has an orphan in Kusanagi village. Let Shisui do some activities, see if he can get a mission out of the village, and then go to the grass ninja village. Uzumaki, right in the village of Kusanagi. Rather than let that girl suffer in the grass ninja village, it is better to take her out. At the same time, Xionglin's perceptual ninjutsu is also very strong, especially the large-scale perception, which is almost unmatched. Although young, it may serve as a warning on the night of genocide. Alas 39. Zongxuan sighed softly. He said that Konoha's change was not big, but not small. Although Danzo, who advocated suppressing Uchiha, was locked up, the conflict between Konoha and Uchiha also intensified. I don't know if the night of the genocide will start according to the time in the plot. For this, he needs more preparation. It's time to go to class, especially now that Zongxuan's spirit has stabilized. There is no reason to lose the class. A week later, the school is still as noisy as ever. Unlike the annoyances of adults, there is always a cheerful atmosphere in the school. Even the gate of the school carries the unique sense of vitality of the children. Just as Zongxuan walked in, he saw Ino leaning against the school gate quietly with a small school bag on his face with a smile on his face. "Are you waiting for someone?" Zongxuan was taken aback. Ino smiled and said, "Others wait for the wind and rain, I only wait for you." For it. The earthy love story is earthy, although it makes people blush. But Ino feels it should stick with it. What if it succeeds? Isn't that how my father tricked my mother into it? Then she took Zongxuan's hand without hesitation and trotted into the classroom. "Zongxuan! Zongxuan, you are here. Finally, I heard from the teacher that you seem to have some kind of illness. Are you all right?" Idiot! Zongxuan must be bothered by the death of his parents. He's just dealing with the teacher's casual excuse. "You're stupid enough, can you say such things casually?" "Ahem, Zongxuan, would you like to pack some potato chips?" As soon as I entered the door, the enthusiastic classmates giggled and quarreled. Their discourse was incoherent and sometimes chaotic. But the attitude is very serious. Perhaps that's why I prefer to go to school. Zongxuan smiled and greeted him. Ino also let go of Zongxuan's hand, ran to the girls and started to show off. She waited at the school gate every day, and only got this opportunity today. Damn Ino! Stole again! A-hole, I said what she does at the school gate every day, it turns out to be waiting for Zongxuan. Thank you, she told me that she likes to blow up. 35. It's too much, even my best friend cheated. Ino, however, seemed like a little mouse who stole the honey, and laughed very happily. What do you know, this is called virtuousness. Which man doesn't like a woman who gives silently like me? Many girls gritted their teeth one after another. Damn it. At present, Ino's advantages are too great. This woman is not only beautiful and can dress up, but also has a lot of scheming, but this kind of scheming, any man will only like, not hate. Especially now that she is still acting like a good wife and mother, it is simply too much. No, I want to be a good wife and mother too. Little Sakura gritted his teeth, turned his head suddenly, and asked, Zongxuan. Hey! Zongxuan raised his head. Can I visit your house? Okay, but I haven't cleaned the house for the past 2 days, and the house is quite messy. Zongxuan said calmly. He has been concentrating on recuperating recently and has done almost nothing. The house is naturally a bit messy. That's right. No, I mean it's okay. Little Sakura said with fighting spirit, I can help you clean up. Isn't she a good wife and a good mother? My little Sakura can too. That's not good. Zongxuan was taken aback. It's okay, just wait and see. Little Sakura rolled up his sleeves with a look of fighting spirit. I tell you, I'm the best at cleaning up housework. I will let you leave this girl. However, he did not expect that the girls around him heard the words and their eyes lit up. Yes. We can also be good wives and mothers. Zongxuan, can I go too? I can help you clean too. Yes. My mother said I was the cleanest sweeper ever. I'll clean the table. The table I clean is the best. Let go of me. The housework of Zongxuan's house is taken care of by me. 99. No. I can do this too. Even Ino couldn't bear it anymore, raised his hand and said, actually, I am also very good at cleaning up the housework, my house has always been cleaned up by myself. Get out of the way, just look at me when the time comes. Go away, the women said in unison. You've taken advantage of it so much, don't even think about competing with me for performance. Shikamaru, women, really scary. After school, a group of girls followed Zongxuan home. Some of them carried mops, some carried rags, and some simply brought over the mop buckets from the school. I feel like when Irika comes to work tomorrow, I can't help catching the thieves who steal the sweeping tools from the school. The girls rolled up their sleeves, with a firm look on their faces, planning to start the Zongxuan room cleaning battle. 0. Zongxuan wanted to help, but they didn't allow you, so they kicked Zongxuan out. "Hey man, what house are you cleaning?" "That's right, this is what we women should do." 99. It's fine for a man to watch, darling, let's drink tea. Zongxuan. So if women in the 21st century look like this, will men still be single? Pushing Zongxuan aside, the flames of fighting spirit flickered in the girl's eyes. It's time to show Zongxuan my femininity. Zongxuan's room is not big, but not too small. Uchiha Station was changed from the city center to the border, despite all the troubles that led to a decline in economic benefits. But there's an upside too, that's when the room becomes huge. It's still a little stressful to pack a dozen girls. Little Sakura, while you go, I'm using this faucet. I'll just take the water, just take it. Get up, don't be my way. Ah, don't hit me, the water is going to be spilled. Ah. The girls' unrepentant voices sounded, and occasionally there were some ding-dong bangs, and I didn't know what happened. But the girls are pretty consistent about one thing, Ino, get out. 0 seeking flowers. Get up, Ino, get out of my way. 99. Ino, I'm using the water, just wait. The mop is mine, you have to take it home by yourself. 5. Ino smiled and didn't care. She knows she's being hated by the girls, but that's not a bad thing, it's an achievement. How can they be hostile to me if they don't feel like they have a better chance than everyone else? So she sat down in a chair nonchalantly, and said with a smile, okay, I won't move. You have to work hard and clean up Zongxuan's house and me. 99. Roll. The women spoke in unison. Ino is not angry, they are even more angry. Especially little Sakura. She is the most hostile to Ino among girls. After all, why can she be so close to Zongxuan? Little Sakura gritted her teeth, you wait, your advantage will not always exist. Zongxuan is mine. 35. Thinking about it, she swept the ground hard, and when she suddenly swept to the head of the bed, she seemed to encounter something. Little Sakura was stunned for a moment. The curious cat bent down, and pulled out the book from under the bed. It was an age-restricted magazine with swimsuit girls with big breasts on the cover. Little Sakura was silent for 3 seconds and continued to dig under the bed. Soon, a stack was turned out. Hey, little Sakura, what are you doing? I'm going, why are you looking at this? Ino, who accidentally noticed, wanted to shout subconsciously, but little Sakura tightly covered his mouth. Shut up! Ino. Little Sakura blushed, this is Zongxuan's. Zongxuan's? The two paused for a while, as if they were thieves, they secretly glanced at Zongxuan who was currently in the kitchen. Then look at the female classmates who are so obsessed with cleaning that they don't notice them. Then he turned his head and looked at the magazine in front of him with a complicated expression. Zongxuan, I also like this kind of thing. I thought it was only the average boys who liked these. No, Zongxuan is an author, he must be looking at these things with a work mentality. For work, no way. Little Sakura swallowed, and was about to stuff the magazines under the bed, pretending she didn't know anything. But was stopped by Ino. What are you doing? Don't hurry up and put these things in, do you want Zongxuan to know that we are secretly looking at his things? Little Sakura said angrily. Idiot! That's why you can't catch up with men. Ino blushed, but said firmly, don't you want to know what kind of girls Zongxuan likes? Generally, this kind of thing should explain Zongxuan's habit of life. Little Sakura heard the words, and the movement of her hand stopped. The eyes of the two began to focus on the photos of the magazine. Open to take a look? Yeah. Then, turning the page, the first page is a big sister with a broad mind. Turning the page, the second page is a big sister with a mature body. Turning the page, the third is a tall and proud big sister. Page turn. The heart was beating thumpingly, and the two girls swallowed their saliva as they read page by page. And then found out. So Zongxuan likes big ones? 1. The girl looked down at herself with a sullen face, even a talented girl would never have such a mature figure at this age. Life is not easy, the girl sighed. 18. Little Sakura, Zongxuan doesn't have any other inclinations, besides being big, he seems to like girls with long ponytails. Ino, and wearing stockings, mainly black and white. He also seems to like swimsuits. Little idiot Sakura, that's a magazine issue. How can you wear a swimsuit on weekdays? 35. Oh. 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 The eyes of the two of them lit up slightly. Since Zongxuan likes this type, should he change it? So I went to school the next day. Zongxuan suddenly discovered that the dresses of the two girls in the class had suddenly changed. Ino, have you changed your look? Zongxuan asked curiously. Ino was originally a short-sleeved skirt, and the legs were wrapped with white bandages, which not only raised the leg line, but also relieved the pressure on the legs. But now there is a change. The short-sleeved skirt has not changed, but the legs don't know when to put on a pair of silk stockings, still black silk. There are also some fishnet decorations on the elbows. Very attractive sight. Well, I think I should change my image once in a while. Ino stroked his hair lightly, saying that it was just what I wanted to change, it was an accidental phenomenon, and there was nothing wrong with it. Oh, that's it. Zongxuan nodded and glanced at little Sakura again. Then little Sakura, are you, with a new breast? 6. Chapter 91. Today's little Sakura, the black silk on the legs is a small change, and the dress is mainly black and white, and it is also a small change. The biggest change is that suddenly grew at least 3 laps. It doesn't match the age at all, and the portion is huge. Not to mention the big guys like Tsunade. But definitely better than Haruno Sakura when she was a young woman. Zongxuan's expression is a little bit unbearable, tender face, small stature, and what the hell is this configuration you gave yourself? But have to say. Ahem, big things are naturally attractive. Not to mention Zongxuan, even Naruto and the like couldn't help but look at little Sakura a few more times and swallow silently. Cough cough. Zongxuan, what you said is a bit rude. Little Sakura coughed twice, trying to maintain a calm taste. I'm still in the growth stage, it's normal to grow up a little. As he said that, he also stood up proudly, causing the girls to stare for a while. And this time, little Sakura, her closest friend, and best partner, Ino, quietly stood behind her. Then, with lightning speed, he tucked his hands under little Sakura's clothes. Ah! Ino! What are you doing? Don't worry, I'll be done right away. Go away! Go away! Get up! The two women fought for a while, and finally, with Ino proudly touching 5, 6, 7, 2 sponge-made items came out and declared victory in the battle. UBD! Little Sakura's eyes were red. Doesn't she just want to look bigger? Is this also wrong? I will never allow my sister to appear as a vain person. 35 Ino proudly announces, Little Sakura, fight hard if you want, don't play these crooked ways. Ino. Little Sakura was so angry that Sakura was about to explode. Zongxuan watched silently next to him and gave Ino a thumbs up. This is a good man. I remember that in Zongxuan's previous life, he met a girl who looked very big, but was actually empty inside. Later he learned that girls can add something to their bras, and they still have a lot of weight. You say this is a fraud and fool consumers. It doesn't seem to count. But as a consumer, Zongxuan really hates this kind of person. No wonder girls in previous lives like to wear hoods. It turns out that it can make people look bigger. I'm just trying to get a transformation technique. Shouldn't the teacher also teach us to transform? I just want to try a partial transformation. What's wrong? 35. Sakura was crying and muttering, but was pulled away mercilessly by Ino. Other girls have accused Haruno Sakura of such unfair competition and said just words. On the contrary, Hinata silently shrank his head and curled his body a little smaller. A few days later, Shisui also received a mission to leave the village. As always, they assigned a shadow clone to complete the task, and then went straight to the country of grass. The country of grass is located between the country of wind, the country of earth and the country of fire. Except for a little less rain, the geographical environment is as bad as Rain Shinobi Village. However, Rain Shinobi Village barely managed to gain a foothold among the three kingdoms with the strength of hands of the salamander and pain. There are not many ninjas with strong fighting ability in the country of grass. How does it survive? The answer is, it relies on the intelligence between the three countries of fire, earth, and wind, and exchanges information for the chance of survival. Simply put, it is to be an intelligence monger and a three-faced spy. It is said that the battle between Yakushi Kabuto and Yakushi Nono happened in the country of grass. After Zongxuan and Shisui walked in, they headed straight for the land of grass. Zongxuan, what are you going to do? Shisui turned his head and asked, if that girl is really a member of the Uzumaki clan, I think the country of grass also knows her value. Unless we start from Konoha's side and let Third Hokage negotiate in person, it will be difficult to get people from Kusanagi village. But so. In this way, we won't be able to get fragrant phosphorus. Zongxuan answered and said, so just go grab people directly. 35. With your strength, it's not difficult. Grass Ninja Village is just a small ninja village, and its strength is very weak. That is to say, he follows the principle of great things and is obedient to Konoha, Rock Shinobi, and Kazunin. In addition, this is also a channel to obtain information from other ninja villages, and the big countries let him go. Otherwise, the country would have been wiped out. In fact, let alone a big country, they can't even fight against a big clan. Dead Bone Pulse's Bamboo clan invaded the country of grass, and then beat them like dogs, almost destroying them. It is not difficult to grab people from the land of grass. 1. Zongxuan, it's easy for us to bring people out, but it's not easy to let people listen to us, isn't it? Shisui frowned. Zongxuan asked Shisui to take him out, and the reason he said was that the Uzumaki bloodline had a powerful sensory ninjutsu, which could prevent the crisis on the night of the genocide. For this reason, Shisui went against the principle and decided to attack an innocent small country. It's just that it's easy to grab people, but it's hard to have people serve you. Don't worry, Xianglin will be very obedient. Zongxuan said calmly. Come on. It's time for us to pass. With that said, he quickened his pace. Grass Ninja Village is similar to Sand Shinobi Village and Konoha Village, both of which are wrapped by a huge enchantment. It's just that compared with the barrier set up by the great powers, the barrier of the grass country is not only full of loopholes, but even the patrolling ninjas are very rare and tired. Zongxuan and Shisui just found a loophole and got in without the patrol officers not paying attention. Let's split up and look for Xiang Phosphorus. Red hair, girl, wearing glasses, strong vitality. Zongxuan said a few simple words, and then disappeared. Why are the features you introduced always so brief? Shisui smiled bitterly. This is also a ninja village, with huge crowds, how can it be so easy to find? Saying that, he shook his head helplessly, and the figure dissipated directly. Want to find people, often need specific ninjutsu. But Uchiha is actually not good at perception, and Sharingan at close range can make up for it, but large-scale perception is not their specialty. So Zongxuan decided to leave it to Shisui to inquire about information or something, and just touch it everywhere. With the characteristics of Xianglin, the place where she should stay the most, the hospital. Zongxuan quietly walked into the hospital. Unlike the clean and hygienic environment of Konoha Hospital, it is not only small, but dilapidated. There were even screams of injured ninjas everywhere. The nurses were wearing dirty clothes, walking around with dissatisfaction, and their injections were as if they were stabbing cursed dolls. The doctors cursed and yelled at the patients as if they were scolding mothers. The country of grass is very angry. Zongxuan walked in so easily, he didn't even need to use an illusion to block it. They have no sense of protection. Also, if the ninja can invade the village, the hospital should not try to guard against each other. The grievances of the people present in Kusanagi village seem to be because they secretly sent people to lurk in Rain Shinobi village to steal information. As a result, no one came back. So Kusanagi village was very angry, thinking that everyone is a small country. Is it wrong for you to do this? So he sent a team of messengers to threaten and extort something. Everyone was beaten for half their lives, even the head of the grass ninja village, the leader of the messenger, was thrown at the gate of the country of grass by the Rain Shinobi village ninja, and it was a shame. If it weren't for the custom of war between the two countries in the ninja world, and the custom of not killing them, it is estimated that they would all be gone. Zongxuan. You are so reckless. Even now I dare not enter Rain Shinobi village casually, you dare. And dare to threaten him? I'm not afraid that Uzumaki Nagato will personally come to the door and ask you how many floors a bag of rice is worth? And by chance? Zongxuan turned his head slightly and looked at a room next to him. Is it here? In a room near the operating room. 0. A little red-haired girl is trying hard to eat a compressed biscuit with a very poor taste. This kind of food is often used as an emergency for the march of the ninja army. Although it is rich in nutrients and very anti-hunger, the taste is indescribable, and it even requires a lot of water to swallow it smoothly. But the girl still ate without saying a word. Her arms were thin, and it was summer, but she was wearing a long-sleeved dress. At this time, it seems to be mechanically taking food and supplementing nutrition. And this time... Creak. The door opened slowly. The little girl froze, with a look of horror on her face, but she didn't do anything, instead she tried harder to put the food into her mouth. Work hard to survive. It was left by her mother, the last hope. Must survive. Creak. Zongxuan walked in slowly, showing a smile. I found it. It's balsamic. Xianglin trembled and stood up slowly. Do you need me again? No, I'm here to find you. Zongxuan showed a gentle smile. Come with me. 55. With you, everything. Well, come with me and leave Cao Ninja Village. Zongxuan smiled gently, his voice deliberately calm. Leave Cao Ninja Village, no one will bully you anymore. However, it was not as expected. Xianglin was not only not happy when he heard the words, but a look of horror on his face. No. No. I'm not going out. I didn't want to run away. I will stay here obediently, and serve the village obediently, I don't think about going out. Hearing this, Zongxuan frowned slightly. This word. Are you thinking of me as someone from Kusanagi village? Zongxuan didn't know that the ability of the Uzumaki family was very precious, and he was not the only one who knew this. What happened to the mother and daughter of Xianglin was mainly because they were all from outside the village, so they were excluded. Grass Ninja Village has always held the mentality of people from other villages are not trustworthy, but the lives of people from this village are more valuable, so it seems very bad. But it's not that Kusanagi village doesn't know the preciousness of the Uzumaki family. In the midst of the war, they consumed the adult mother and left behind the young fragrant Phosphorus, but they still attached great importance to her health. The compressed biscuits did not taste good, but at least they were rich in nutrients and sufficient in quantity. From this point of view, it is at least stronger than Naruto, who is hungry and full. At the same time, in order to prevent Xianglin from escaping, the Grass Ninja Village has tested it more than once 0.6 times. Disguised as an attack from the outer village, or the survivors of the Uzumaki clan came to the rescue. Tried many times. Whenever Xianglin tried to escape, it was a direct beating. It was like boiling an eagle until she succumbed. In fact, this boiled eagle is indeed very effective. Xianglin was bullied until he was a teenager, and he was liberated when he met Orochimaru. This kind of acquired temperament also brought into her actions under Orochimaru. Of the three Sasuke brought, she was clearly in charge of a base, but after Orochimaru died, she still maintained the operation of the base. So, what should I do now? Zongxuan had a headache. He never thought that Xianglin would not go with him. Sasuke fooled Xianglin and said Xianglin backwards, she is so much more handsome and stronger than Sasuke, why did she reject me instead? And this time? Creak. The door to the room was violently pushed open. Woman, with another seriously injured patient, it's time to use you, eh? Who are you? The doctor in the white coat was shocked when he saw Zongxuan. Who is this? How did the kid get in here? Wait, Konoha's forehead protector? Oh, I figured out a way to get Xianglin to believe me. Zongxuan showed a smile, raised his head, 3 Tomo Sharingan reflected, facing the white coat. Please die. Chapter 92. Hey! Xianglin raised her head slightly, looking at the person who shouted to save her out this time. 0. Actors in the past often played extremely well, either dyed themselves red hair or made up various reasons. What did Konoha send people to come, what Uzumaki clan survivors came to rescue, what liked you and wanted to elope with you. Some people believe in balsam, and some don't. But people like Zongxuan who come up and say follow me are not even the first rudimentary acting. Xianglin was very scared, but she understood that as long as she was determined not to leave, she would not be punished. Even give her something delicious in a few days. So she refused, and she even felt that the actor this time had no acting attitude at all, and was just giving her food. Xianglin even secretly used the perception ninjutsu, wanting to see where the people who were hiding and watching the show were. And this time, a medical ninja in a white coat ran in. Woman, with another seriously injured patient, it's time to use you, eh? Who are you? Is this the actor who didn't notify the hospital? It seems that this test can't go on, and I can't eat delicious food. Fragrant thought inwardly. But what happened next far exceeded his expectations. Zongxuan raised his head and said politely to the medical ninja, in order to make her believe me, please die. Zongxuan was polite and said please. Zongxuan is FGA, because the goal of the request is to let the other party die. 3 Tomo's pattern is paid in his 10's eyes and printed in each other's eyes, as if the whole world has changed. The medical ninja, who was still surprised just now, seems to have lost his soul the next second. He suddenly showed a weird smile, and then put his hands on his head, twisted hard. Quack! Even the far-away Xianglin could hear the sound of the neck bone being broken. At the same time, in her perception, the life breath of the person in front of her quickly dissipated. Isn't this acting? Xianglin's eyes widened suddenly. No matter what, Kusanagi village will not sacrifice the life of its own ninja just to test itself. Let's go. Come with me. Zongxuan grabbed Xianglin indiscriminately, pulled it up and left. Hey? Wait, I can't. Xianglin subconsciously wanted to refuse. I don't allow you to. Zongxuan said unceremoniously, listen to me, I will protect you. Saying that, he directly pulled her forward. I will protect you. This sentence. Mom seems to have said that too. Xianglin was in a state of confusion. When she opened her eyes, she had followed Zongxuan to the hospital hall. The hall was full of patients, and everyone was shouting curses. Curse the leaders of the village, why go to Rain Shinobi village to make trouble, don't you know where there are demigods and Hanzos? Curse the goddamn Rain Shinobi village, how dare to endure such a cruel hand against them. If you scold the ninja villages of the 5 major countries, you will bully these small ninja villages every day. And this time, an injured Kusanagi saw Xianglin, and his eyes lit up. Hey, you brought her here so quickly this time. Exactly, use it for me. 35. As he said that, he grabbed Xianglin's arm and opened his mouth. Then the next second. It's disgusting. Zongxuan glanced at him coldly, and a ninja knife appeared in his palm. He stabbed straight towards the opponent, piercing the heart directly. Ugh! That Kusanagi didn't think of the current situation at all, he didn't even have a half defense, and he felt a pain in his heart. Immediately afterwards, the eyes lost their vitality. Hey? What's the situation? Someone killed someone. No. He is carrying Konoha's forehead protector, not from our village. He also took the woman from the outer village. Stop him. 35. Zongxuan's actions were not concealed in the slightest, and were immediately discovered by the surrounding ninjas. Although they were seriously injured, they were all ninjas who had been on the battlefield, and their responses were also very fast. The 3 less injured Chunin immediately jumped up from the hospital bed, held Kunao, and stabbed them. However, Zongxuan would just look at him with disdain. Illusion Sharingan. The 3 men paused and suddenly rushed towards each other. With Kunao, you stab me, I stab you, all hit the heart. All 3 are dead. The surrounding ninjas were shocked. Sharing? Is it the Uchiha family? Damn! How did we offend Uchiha? Konoha didn't declare war with us, come on. Grab him and ask Third Hokage. They quickly made a decision, but this time, it was 2 Jainin who rushed over. Avoid his eyes. Watch out for Uchiha's illusions. It doesn't matter, there are 2 of us, he can't do anything. The 2 rushed over suddenly. But the next second, Zongxuan's pupils changed instantly. Dark flames burned on them. Zongxuan was saving, Amaterasu just flashed by, and then returned to normal 3 Tomo pupils. But the immortal Amaterasu will not disappear. Ah! 35. Damn! What is this? Jainin's wailing resounded throughout the hospital. The continuous tumbling caused the dark flames to spread everywhere. For a time, the hospital became a mess. The tumbling Jainin, the dodging medical staff, confined to the hospital bed, unable to move the patient who could only scream, the ninja who was pounced towards Zongxuan with relatively minor injuries. However, Zongxuan did not even slow down his pace. He still held Xianglin's hand calmly and walked forward step by step at a speed that a little girl could easily follow. Jainin attacked, and he ended his life with a kunao. Chunin attacked, and he used an illusion to make him understand himself. Jainin formed a group to use fire style, but he turned on the flame control, and he controlled the flames and set them on fire. Xianglin just stared blankly, pulled by Zongxuan, and walked forward. Obviously there is only a short distance, but it seems to be extremely long and can go on forever. There were attacks everywhere, but it seemed to be extremely safe, which made her feel very at ease. Damn it, is this outer village woman also a traitor? A seriously injured ninja fell to the ground and glared at Xiang Fan with hateful eyes. But in the next second, he only felt that his eyes were dark. A Shu stepped on it without hesitation, stomped on his head abruptly. Blood and brains splattered everywhere. And Zongxuan's expression is still so calm, so calm. Obviously he is still very young, but Xianglin feels that holding his hand is stronger than all adults. Zongxuan kills as he walks. Those who were seriously wounded were killed, those who were lightly wounded were killed, those who attacked were killed, and those who tried to escape were also killed. The whole hospital seems to have turned into hell. However, the corners of Xianglin's mouth rose unknowingly, and there were tears in her eye sockets. Zongxuan, you are really making a mess. With a voice with a bit of a wry smile, Shisui's figure appeared beside the two of them. It's not a big deal, I haven't used my full strength yet. Zongxuan glanced at him strangely. Even Susa didn't open it, and said I was using all my strength? Okay, you're right. Shisui smiled bitterly, then looked at Xianglin, is this the lady of the Uzumaki clan? Xianglin's heart tightened, and she subconsciously grabbed Zongxuan's palm. Well, I will protect him. Zongxuan nodded. Okay. Shisui shrugged, let's go back now? No, I want to leave another gift for the grass ninja village. Zongxuan said calmly. Gift. Shisui is not stupid, and he can guess Zongxuan's mind from the hellish hospital scene. Normally, a kind-hearted man would never want to do this. 18. Shisui glanced at Xiang Phosphorus. This girl obviously has the physique of the Uzumaki clan, but she looks extremely thin. Although the long-sleeved clothes covered her arms, some tooth marks were faintly visible. The Uzumaki clan were strong clans similar to Senju and Uchiha during the Sengoku period. However, when the country perishes and the family perishes, even this extremely talented clan will become like this. If my Uchiha clan perishes, will the remaining clan also? Cough, don't go too far, we can't really destroy the grass ninja village. Shisui coughed, then the ninja world will have a huge shock. 99. Don't worry. Zongxuan nodded, expressing approval of Shisui's thoughts, I will only destroy half of it accurately. Half of it. Shisui's mouth twitched. Then he gently released Zongxuan from the hand that grabbed Xianglin. Xianglin grabbed it subconsciously, but only caught Zongxuan's sleeve. Zongxuan paused, then showed a smile. Then the smile disappeared, and his hands became imprinted. Zi ugly suwu shen hai yin. Fire style fire extinguished. Next second. A sea of fire erupted from his mouth. A gorgeous flame spread from Zongxuan's mouth, a terrifying temperature rising between heaven and earth, causing the sea of blood on the ground to evaporate quickly. The raging flames rushed away like boundless waves. Banks, residential buildings, political centers. Everything was engulfed by this raging flame. Of course, including the most disgusting hospital. Zongxuan used a lot of chakra this time, almost 90% of his entire body. And the fire extinguishing is a kind of ninjutsu whose power depends to a great extent on chakra. This caused him to be surrounded by a sea of flames. Po! Zongxuan slowly stopped his hand, although he couldn't say that the chakra was exhausted, but it was not too much. So. He looked at Shisui. Okay, I see, I'll take care of the finishing touches. Shisui smiled wryly. He needs to destroy the surveillance that may exist around, destroy the enchantment of the grass ninja village, erase Zongxuan's chakra records, and destroy everything that may reveal their whereabouts. At the same time, I have to consider getting a fake body that looks very similar to Xianglin and throw it into the sea of fire to make everything look so natural. As for why Kusanagi village was attacked. Well, considering the danger in the ninja world, isn't it normal for a passing powerhouse to dislike the actions of Kusaka ninja village? For example, Kakuzu, Shisui thinks that Kakuzu has always been kind-hearted, and is likely to do such a thing. Well, that's the decision. Let Kakuzu come over later, let him show his face around Kusanagi village, and send a notice of I am responsible for the incident in Kusanagi village. That's right. It's all Kakuzu's fault. It has nothing to do with our pure and kind Uchiha. Chapter 93. Zongxuan left Shisui with the issue of Xionglan's entry into the village. Although Uchiha is a lot lonely, it is still very simple to go through the procedures for entering the village. In fact, Konoha also adopts some orphans from time to time. For example, Naruto was adopted by Konoha in the name of orphans. Even now, Naruto is very grateful to Konoha, and he is grateful to Third Hokage, mainly because he thinks that this was given to him by Konoha's White Fang, and naturally an orphan can't ask too much. Naruto does not say that normal orphans will eventually either become cannon fodder for Konoha, or they will enter a cultivation institution similar to Roots. Certainly not a privilege. But compared to the fate of starvation, it is still much stronger. Shisui plans to let Xionglan enter the village as an orphan, and then bring him into Uchiha in the name of adoption. These two can actually be arranged together. RR. Fragrance, come on, let go of this hand first. Shisui squeezed out a gentle smile. Brother will take you to go through the formalities. Xionglan bowed her head in response, but her small hands were holding Zongxuan tightly. No matter how good Shisui said, she still held on tight. Brother Shisui, your charm has declined. Zongxuan laughed, or you can use shadow clone and transformation technique, and then cooperate with your illusion, and help you to run the business yourself. 99. Shisui smiled wryly, well, it seems more convenient this way. Follow me. Zongxuan said without hesitation. Shisui nodded. Zongxuan was not an ordinary child, he believed he could take good care of this girl. Of course, judging from the cautious look of this girl, maybe she doesn't need much care in life. Shisui left, and Zongxuan simply took Xionglan to his home. This is your home from today on. Zongxuan said carelessly, if you need anything, you can tell me. As for you, just stay as my sister for the time being. But there are some things I have to say in advance. Zongxuan turned serious, I also have a purpose to bring you from Cao 9th village, I like that you can help me cultivate, and at the same time can't reveal any information about me. Do you understand? Although he is very sympathetic to Xionglan's experience, he will not affect the business. You can rest assured. Xionglan gritted her teeth, I will never reveal your secret, I will do whatever you ask me to do, I don't eat much, and if you are injured, I can. No need for this, I don't like biting my arm very much. Zongxuan smiled, I don't need this kind of thing. As for helping me practice, what am I going to do? Xionglan's expression was serious, as if he was waiting for some serious test. In the Grass Ninja Village, the education she received was to make her pay for the Grass Ninja Village. If she is unwilling to pay, then there is no room for her to live. Useful is a necessary condition for her to survive. No matter how difficult the task, she must complete it. Well, this. Zongxuan pondered for a while, he wasn't doing research, and to be honest, he didn't quite know how the immortal body was doing. However, he is talented and intelligent, and soon came up with a method to verify the physique of the Uzumaki clan. Eat your fill first. Zongxuan said seriously, eat with all your strength, with all your might. Let me see how much you can eat. Fragrant, hey? Although the task of Kaijin is a bit weird. However, the concept of Yang Dun itself is the energy of Yang originating from the energy of the body in charge of life, endows life with shape. 0. To put it bluntly, it is the vitality beyond imagination. The body of the immortal fully activates this vitality, and even if he loses his body, he can quickly recover under the powerful chakra, as if he had been subjected to medical ninjutsu. But energy is not created out of thin air. And the way ninjas get energy, to put it bluntly, is to eat. The doubling technique of the Akamichi family is a kind of yang dun, and they are all big stomach kings. Naruto's appetite is not small, and fragrant phosphorus. It's delicious too. Xianglin tried his best to stuff food into his mouth, even though his mouth was full, he still didn't stop his chopsticks. Swallow a little bit and it will be filled with chopsticks in the next second. What a good time, degree. She couldn't speak clearly, her eyes were full of tears, but she didn't stop her hand. When was the last time you ate this kind of food that normal people eat? It's like when my mother was alive, right? Since the death of their mother, the people of Kusanagi village have been too lazy to make food for themselves, and have always used nutritious and strangely flavored compressed biscuits. Can the food I cook be called delicious? Zongxuan's mouth twitched. In the proudest tone, he can only give the evaluation of eatable to the dishes he made. Anyway, his energy is more focused on how to improve his strength, and his cooking has always been simple, affordable, and nutritious. There is definitely no problem with nutrition, not much worse than the scientifically calculated compressed biscuits. 180. Only the benevolent see the benevolent and the wise see wisdom. Fragrance efforts are plugged and plugged. Her little belly grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, and she felt that the food had accumulated in her throat, but she was still eating hard. If it wasn't for Zongxuan to stop it, it feels like this guy might be the first ninja ever to be held to death. Hiccup. Xianglin burped a little indecently, then turned her head shyly. But she quickly turned back, although she had let go of Zongxuan's hand, but she didn't have to keep her eyes on Zongxuan all the time, she was not at ease. The food intake is about 5 times that of people of the same age, well, it's about the same. Zongxuan nodded. Fragrance, let me touch your stomach. As Zongxuan spoke, he put his hand to Xianglin's abdomen, and chakra went deep into it and sensed the movement of Xianglin chakra. At the same time, 3 tomo sharingan appeared in his eyes, carefully observing the operation of chakra of Xiang phosphorus. After a long time, Zongxuan slowly withdrew his hand. It seems to be similar to the operation of ordinary people. Maybe it is a problem at the cellular level? 99. This question is beyond Zongxuan's ability. Although he also studied biology in his previous life, it was only at an ordinary high school level, and it was impossible to use it for research. Any medical ninja's research level is higher than him, and this group of people can't understand the secrets of Senju, Uzumaki and other bloodlines. How could he do it? The only way left. It's just a stupid way to keep perceiving. Zongxuan sighed softly. In fact, most ninjas only use stupid methods. What if I can't do gymnastics? Practice. Practice until you get a grip. What should I do if Uchiha can't open his eyes? Practice. Practice and practice, walk a few laps on the battlefield, and your eyes will open. What can I do if I can't do family esotericism? Practice. Crazy practice, it is really not good, just be beaten by the secret technique a few times, and you will naturally get used to it. Almost every ninja came here, constantly practicing, rolling and crawling on the battlefield, and finally achieved success. Researchers like Orochimaru and Senju Tobirama are in the minority. What's even more amazing is that although these researchers have amazing talents and great brains, they can research all kinds of magical secret techniques, and many people in later generations will become stronger by learning from them. But no matter which researcher it was, in the end, the Taihanins who relied on intuition telling me that I should do this, and then the technique was sent out were easily hanged and beaten. What can decide the fate of the world has nothing to do with this group of shrewd researchers. The more you feel, the more you feel, the more you feel, stay by Xianglin's side all the time, and feel the state of her body, maybe I will succeed. Xianglin, your next task is to stay by my side all the time. Zongxuan said earnestly, take my hand, and try to hold it as long as possible, so that I can feel your body. I see. Xianglin said firmly. At the same time, the residence of the Uchiha Patriarch, Uchiha Itachi was sitting quietly on a rock, his eyes full of complexity. That man, is it really the Uchiha class? He remembered the masked man he had met the other day. Uchiha Itachi is not stupid and doesn't trust a stranger casually. But the man who called himself Uchiha Madara has a lot of grounds. Not only does he know everything about Uchiha, but the mask is also close to the existence of the enemy of the fourth generation during the Nine Tails Rebellion. Before knowing his true identity, perhaps it can be called the Uchiha class. So here comes the question. What is the relationship between the Uchiha who blocked Danzo from attacking Shisui and the Uchiha Madara who is now in front of me? Uchiha Itachi remembered the mysterious Uchiha that Danzo told himself in front of Third Hokage after he was imprisoned. The Manjiki of the two Uchihas, although their abilities appear to be different, the Manjiki itself does not have only one power. How precious is Manjiki, how could so much come out of thin air? And when the mysterious man was fighting Danzo, he did not show Manjiki, but he showed the power of Manjiki. This is very similar to the effect of what Shisui recently came up with called color contact lenses. If it's all right, maybe that person is hiding the existence of Manjiki by relying on the color contact lenses. So Shisui is related to that person. But Shisui said that the contact lenses were made by Zongxuan. Hehe, it's ridiculous. A 6-year-old child, who can write a little uncle, is very controversial, but he can still develop such an artifact as the beauty contact lens? Do you really think everyone is stupid? Obviously, that 6-year-old was just a cover-up to hide their true intentions. Shisui, have you become such a character that even children can use? Itachi sighed. Although the two eventually parted ways. But if possible, he still doesn't want to see Shisui become like this. Well, there's no need to think about this kind of thing, I'll just think about the proposal of the guy who calls himself Uchiha Madara. Itachi shook his head. He offered to destroy Uchiha, but Itachi felt that at least brother Sasuke needs to stay. And a radical father can send him all the way. Then Konoha will be at peace. I wonder when Third Hokage-sama will give me orders. Uchiha Itachi sighed. He was heartbroken to destroy the entire clan. But this will bring long-term peace to Konoha, and it will also give Sasuke, the only survivor's younger brother, a better childhood. So he is willing to do it. Even if you give everything. Elder brother. At this time, Sasuke suddenly ran over with anticipation on his face. Do you have time today? Can you teach me shuriken? 35. Well, I've been relatively free recently. Uchiha Itachi was silent for a while, then smiled. In fact, Third Hokage was suspicious of Itachi and reduced his workload. Itachi knew this time, but he didn't care about it, and even wanted to yell at Third Hokage, how could I possibly be on the side of such a narrow clan? Li Zhao's, my heart only stands here with Konoha. Sasuke didn't know what Itachi was thinking, but he smiled happily. Great brother. Sasuke looked surprised, with you teaching me, I will definitely become stronger soon. I must catch up in Zongxuan's footsteps, and I must not be left behind too much by him. I'll let him know that Uchiha isn't alone and he's not alone. Uchiha Itachi nodded nonchalantly, responding to his brother's words. Sasuke shouted the name Zongxuan from time to time at home, and he was tired of hearing it. But speaking of, it seems that the person Shisui uses as an excuse for beauty contact lenses is Zongxuan. 99. Zongxuan spent a whole day perceiving hard, but there was no gain. When writing novels, he also held Xionglin's hand for perception. While exercising, he quietly looked at Xiongling himself. Take your productivity to the ultimate level. It's a bit like pervert at first glance. But Zongxuan didn't care, he was used to it anyway. It's dark. Zongxuan also yawned, turned off the light, and got into the bed. And this time, the rustling voice rang out. It is very slight, but it cannot hide from the ears of the powerful Zongxuan. What's the matter? I'm going. 35. Zongxuan's face changed, and he found that there was another person on his bed. Xianglin, why are you here? Didn't I arrange a room for you? Her face was flushed red, and her voice was like a mosquito. Didn't you say let me stay by your side and let you feel my body? Don't worry, I'm not wearing anything right now. Excellent perception. Chapter 94. What a tempting proposition. Zongxuan's mouth twitched. Although it was dark, the lights were already turned off. But for Uchiha, who opened his eyes, it's not much different from daytime. He clearly saw the arc of the corner of Xianglin's mouth that seemed like a madman, only then did he remember that Xianglin was similar to little Sakura. And it belongs to the kind who will never waver after looking for a handsome guy. Abandoned by Sasuke, little Sakura remains infatuated with her. Xianglin is stabbed by Sasuke, but still wants to go to Sasuke's side. Although both of them have had similar experiences of being rescued by Sasuke, it always makes people feel that they are so persistent because of their greedy and handsome bodies. Of course, in addition to her nature, the Xianglin in front of her was probably also because being around Zongxuan made her feel safe. Okay, I hope you don't move around when you sleep. Zongxuan sighed softly, you are willing, so can I not accept it? Of course, there are things that are not suitable for them at their age. Xianglin is only 1 year older than Zongxuan, and is still 1 year old less than a year old. So, go to sleep. Yet. 39 Xianglin assured me seriously, I won't move. No matter what Lord Zongxuan does, I won't move. 99. I always feel like you are driving. But forget it, I want to drive this car too. So Zongxuan closed his eyes. Phosphorus is actually very useful. At first glance, she could only act as a mobile blood bottle, but in fact, this girl lost her mother since childhood, lived independently, and was not lacking in various life skills. Laundry, cleaning, housekeeping. In addition to being unable to cook because of eating compressed biscuits all year round, other housekeeping tasks are competent. Zongxuan also calmly handed over the housework to her. At the same time, Shisui and Zongxuan's perception was also put on the agenda. She is too young now, she is not even a ninja, and she doesn't know that advanced ninjutsu. Shisui plans to see if he can use his past merits to exchange the Uzumaki clan's secret technique Kagura Heart Eye from the Book of Seals. The Book of Seals is a collection of various forbidden techniques accumulated by Konoha for countless years. After the death of Kushina and the death of Fourth Hokage, many secret techniques of the Uzumaki family were included in the Book of Seals by Third Hokage. The ninjutsu in the book can be exchanged for merit by ninjas, which is also a vibrant system developed by Second Hokage. At the same time, he also started to train Xianglin hard, not asking her to become some kind of super ninja, but at least he first practiced the ninjutsu of Kagura Zinyan, and if he practiced it well, he could be vigilant for Uchiha. 570. Zongxuan went to school as always. I don't know if Sakura and Ino made a bad start, which attracted Zongxuan's attention too much. The girls in the class started to dress up involuntarily. Although few people have accurately grasped Zongxuan's point, the beautiful girls did make the sun in the class a little brighter. Even Hinata, the timid guy who wanted to hide himself in the corner, quietly changed his hairstyle and started to grow long hair. Little Sakura and Ino go a step further, they go straight to a lot of murder weapons. Black stockings, white over-the-knee socks, pink skirt, purple cropped navel. People don't even know where to put it. Although the dress of the female ninjas in the ninja world is very unique in itself. But there's no doubt that they dress even more dazzlingly. As the young people with budding hearts, their eyes are about to pop out. Among them, Naruto is the most. He looked at little Sakura's deliberately shortened skirt, the bright black silk, and felt that his saliva was about to drool. Could this be the inheritance of the Namikaze bloodline that makes them always like the kind of woman who can knock 3 of him away with one punch? Zongxuan looked at it with a low smile on his lips, touched Naruto's arm with his shoulder, and asked in a low voice, "Have an idea?" "Ah, no," Naruto panicked instantly. "There's nothing to be ashamed of," Zongxuan said with a smile. "Little Sakura's legs are really good, long, thin, and straight, and can play for a year." "That's right. Although little Sakura is of average stature, his height is shorter than Hinata, his appearance is not as good as Ino, and his curves are almost no. But she's not entirely without merit. Her legs are still beautiful. If it is matched with a leather jacket and leather whip, it may make Naruto shout to the queen. When it comes to wheel legs, little Sakura is indeed one of the best in the class." Little Sakura didn't care about showing her legs today. After all, it's normal for ninjas to show their legs, and it's not unusual. But seeing Zongxuan looking at her long legs, her pretty face flushed slightly. The voice was full of shyness. "Zongxuan, do you look good?" 35. Zongxuan nodded and replied sincerely, "It looks good." 35. Really nice looking. You don't even need stockings to shape up to look good. Little Sakura's face turned even redder, but her legs were stretched straight and her tone was light. "If you look good, just look at it more." After a pause, little Sakura raised her head, switched from shyness to stared blankly at Naruto. Her eyes and tone were full of murderous intent. "No, Bog, say you, Naruto, look carefully, I will put your eyeballs dug out." 99. This is something that can only be seen by Zongxuan. "Naruto? Tui. Hey, why can't Zongxuan see it, but I can't?" Naruto was very dissatisfied. "You control the sky, and where do I look? I can't control where your eyes go, but I can control where my fists go." Little Sakura was very calm. "As for the reason, what does Zongxuan look like? What do you look like? Do you really have no clue in your heart?" Naruto. Although he is in the same class as Zongxuan, he receives beatings from little Sakura on a daily basis. But this time the beating was extremely painful. "Can you do whatever you want when you look handsome?" Naruto gritted his teeth and turned to look at Zongxuan. "Really handsome? Handsome silhouette, iconic face, white skin, delicate facial features. But how can the world keep looking at people's faces?" Naruto sighed. "Little Sakura, how can you be such a superficial woman? Don't you value human conduct?" "Of course I don't just look at the face," little Sakura said as it should be, "but I think Zongxuan's character is more reliable. Look at you, when you secretly glanced at me, you looked like a thief. Sometimes I notice that when you look at the past, you deliberately turn your head and pretend to have nothing. Do you really think I don't know anything? Hypocritical. Shameless. Look at Zongxuan again." Little Sakura's face turned slightly red and shy. "Zongxuan looked at me generously, never avoiding my eyes, highlighting a frankness. Are you two comparable?" Naruto looked bewildered. "I turned my head because I found that my behavior was not good, although I couldn't help watching it, but my behavior told me that I couldn't do it." Zongxuan doesn't even pretend. Isn't it even more extreme? He didn't hide his lustful heart at all. He's a pervert. In such a comparison, shouldn't I be more noble? Haha. Little Sakura smiled disdainfully. "You can't even admit your own heart, is it considered noble? The man who dares to show his true nature is the man. I just like Zongxuan's honesty that doesn't hide himself." Naruto was silent for a moment, then said decisively, "Then if I am also honest, little Sakura, I'll kill you." Naruto. This woman really doesn't make sense at all. Did I love the wrong person? Zongxuan had a smile on the corner of his mouth. He never hides his nature, likes to look at girls, just look a few more times. Fortunately, the world is tolerant enough to him, so that every girl he meets understands him so well. Phew. Zongxuan let out a sigh of relief. Then opened the notebook. The reply from the publishing house just arrived yesterday, and he probably talked about two things. The first thing is that Zongxuan's royalties may be delayed a little bit before it can be transferred. It is said that the grass ninja village was suddenly attacked by an inexplicable enemy, so a group of caravans responsible for escorting money did not dare to move around freely, for fear of being attacked. Different from the global network in the previous life, the money and information of the ninja world need to be transferred by the caravan by manpower. When the publishing house makes money, the bank there needs to send the deposit change information to the banks in various places. At the same time, the deposits of banks in various places also need transportation teams to transport them. The bank said that it may take a while to meet the demand for large deposits. They also notified the publishing house, and then the publishing house notified Zongxuan. So it's my problem. Zongxuan's mouth twitched. Of course, this is not a big problem. Banks will soon hire powerful ninjas to act as escorts. Large deposits and withdrawals can be opened soon, and it is nothing to withdraw money later. But the next problem is more serious. Zongxuan wrote a novel about a non-uncle some time ago and mailed it to the past. He didn't finish the book, he just wanted to get some editorial advice, and it was also a veiled notice to the publisher, "I'm going to start a serious novel, can you give me a good price?" The editor's reply is that, "Your writing is very exciting, and the plot and writing are very good, but the description is too real, and there may be mistakes. At the same time, considering that this is your first serious novel, the editor-in-chief may not a particularly high price." This may sound a bit convoluted, but a simple and straightforward translation is: if you keep writing like this, your book may be banned, no, it may not pass the review. 39. You said that your good uncle doesn't write, what serious novels do you write? Don't blame me if the editor-in-chief doesn't give a price then. Zongxuan. This is so. It's too strict. I've suppressed my own power. Well, it may be that the younger uncle wrote smoothly, and he subconsciously made a detailed description of some details. Well, everyone knows what this means. But he didn't think about it, what he was writing was no longer the 18 banned books, and the management was not so loose. Although he has deliberately suppressed his detailed descriptions, deliberately understated a lot of cool points that should have been written in detail, or replaced them with other side descriptions, but it is still not easy to pass the trial. Only beautiful women are allowed to show their posture, and talented jackards are not allowed. If it is not for the ban on writing in ink on the platform, the high and low will be full of tiger and wolf words. Zongxuan sighed. FKU serious novels, I don't write anymore. Give up, give up. I will continue to be my little uncle writer. Also, by the way, Jiraiya's new book Third Paradise has been released. That's right, it's the green hat text written by Zongxuan fooled. The result? Ahem, he gave Zongxuan a big market. It even attracted scolding from countless readers. You are so affectionate and well written in heaven, why do you have to feed us drugs here? But the amazing thing is that there are still many readers who support Jiraiya's creation. The Green Hat article really has an audience, and it is quite hardcore. With a small number of people, they abruptly helped Jiraiya scolded other fans' attacks. According to the letter that Jiraiya mailed to Zongxuan a few days ago, he was also invited by a fan couple to his home for a sexual fan meeting. He did not elaborate on the activities of the meeting in the letter, but only expressed it vaguely. It was the first time he had such an experience, and I would like to thank Zongxuan for allowing him to have such benefits. Thank you. Zongxuan. After all, as a reader of the Green Hat article, Zongxuan can probably guess what the fan couple will do. Sure enough, pervert is everywhere. Konoha, Hokage building. The Kusanagi village was attacked? Third Hokage frowned while smoking a cigarette. Yes, Lord Hokage. Anbu knelt in front of him and whispered, it is said that a bounty hunter named Kakuzu passed by and had a conflict with Kusanagi village, so he knocked on the door. Kakuzu? I remember him as a famous bounty hunter. Third Hokage sighed. Anbu nodded. Yes, it is said that he used to be a trader of Taki Shinobi Village, and now Kusanagi Village is arguing with Taki Shinobi Village, asking Taki Shinobi Village to compensate them for their losses. Shisui's arrangement is not perfect, but at least there are no major flaws. Kakuzu is willing to take the blame, and he has just put down the work at hand for a few days and is looking for trouble in the Grass Ninja Village in the country of Grass. He looks like I just want to take revenge on you. Everyone didn't investigate much, he just admitted it. What else needs to be checked? Send a team of ninjas to help the country of Grass. Third Hokage finally ordered, such a trivial matter not worth mentioning to him. It's another thing. Shisui brought back a Uzumaki survivor? Where did he get it? Third Hokage frowned. Shisui, the man who was originally just a spy he planted in Uchiha, has now become a troublesome presence. Third Hokage always felt that people like Shisui would not pick up one of the Uzumaki clan casually. He is Uchiha, not Senju. There is no friendship between Uchiha and the Uzumaki clan. At this moment, a message entered his eyes. Since Xianglin entered the village, has he stayed at Uchiha Zongxuan's house? Although he was adopted by Shisui, he lives in Zongxuan's house? Lonely man and widow, living in the same room? If it wasn't for the young age of the two, Hokage would have wondered if there was anything similar to the plot in Zongxuan's novel. Could it be that it was not Shisui who wanted to keep Xianglin, but his disciple's request from Zongxian that he accepted her as his adopted daughter? Third Hokage took a breath, feeling strange inside. That way it can be explained. Well, since it's the Uzumaki clan, there's no reason to stop it. Thinking about it, Hokage's seal was stamped on the entry procedure of Xianglin. In the following days, Xianglin, moved into Konoha and became Shisui's adopted daughter. Third Hokage also personally summoned her to discuss the relationship between the Uzumaki clan and Konoha, feeling sad about what happened to the Uzumaki clan, and implicitly hinting that Kaelin could live in a room alone, and Konoha would treat her kindly. Unfortunately, Xianglin was unmoved, her face flushed, and she kept looking down at Zongxian. This is really... The corner of Third Hokage's mouth twitched. Is handsome so attractive? Finally. After a show, he gave Xianglin some property, some ninjutsu scrolls of the Uzumaki clan. Just in his eyes, he didn't know what he was thinking. Shisui also took her and started a formal ninja practice. A few days later, word finally came from Yakushi Kabuto. Orochimaru has promised to meet you. Chapter 95. As always, Shisui found a time, took a task, and took Zongxian out. There is also Yakushi Kabuto. Master Orochimaru is waiting for you at the stronghold in the country of Grass. Yakushi Kabuto whispered. Land of Grass. Shisui and Zongxian looked at each other and knew it. Although they conveyed their desire to meet, it was obvious that Orochimaru did not think that the two of them were just a coincidence. He chose the country of Grass because the Grass Ninja Village in the country of Grass has just been cleaned by Shisui and Zongxian, and the major ninja villages are like Konoha, and they have sent a team to help. On the bright side, it is the mutual benefit and mutual assistance of the ninja world to stabilize the political situation of the Grass Ninja Village and repel the terrorists who attacked the village. In fact, he wanted to try his best to install the power of his own country to influence the political situation of the Grass Ninja Village. Under the chaos of various countries, the chaos within the Kusanagi village is not good, and they have been beaten into a dog's brain. If they kill someone, they forcefully say that this is the handwriting of the violent criminal Kakuzu who attacked the Kusanagi village. As for fragrant phosphorus, no one cares about her at all. In today's country of Grass, there is no peace in the Grass Ninja Village, let alone outside the village. To describe it as a piece of muddy water is the best. Such a scene is obviously not beneficial to the survival of Orochimaru's stronghold. Maybe one day his stronghold will be regarded as a secret base of another faction and destroyed. So he must gradually withdraw from this place. Probably intending to use it as a waste, as a venue for the two of them to meet with Zongxuan. Anyway, after this meeting, this base is no longer needed, and no one wants to find the trace of Orochimaru himself. It looks like he doesn't plan to cooperate with us. Shisui thought to himself. This kind of obvious action has proved what? It's normal. If it weren't for Shisui's recent reputation, he probably wouldn't have seen us. Zongxuan was very calm. It doesn't matter, after we meet, the probability of persuading Orochimaru is very high. Also, by the way, brother Shisui, when you see Orochimaru, you should not use illusion unless you completely tear your face. Zongxuan's voice was so low that even Yakushi Kabuto next to him couldn't hear it clearly. Hey! Shisui was taken aback. Illusion is Shisui's housekeeping skill. His distinguished heavenly gods is known as the strongest illusion, and he has also made great achievements in illusion. Without illusions, his strength would be greatly reduced. Still he nodded. This is many times to do things together, his trust in Zongxuan. By the way, Zongxuan at this time is not his original face. If he doesn't plan to kill Orochimaru, then his identity can be kept secret, and there is no need to reveal it by himself. So he used transformation technique and pretended to be the 8th generation of Uchiha. The changes are not realistic, but Uchiha Itsushiro and Orochimaru have no connection whatsoever, and the two have almost never met. It is not impossible to hide from him. A group of 3, guided by Yakushi Kabuto, soon came to Orochimaru's stronghold in the country of grass. The stronghold is in line with his style, built underground, dark and gloomy, like a bottomless snake cave. This is it. Yakushi Kabuto walked in first and picked up an oil lamp. The lights were dim and unclear. But it is enough for a master like them. The 3 of them went down and soon saw a person. Hey! Iyama, you're here too. Yakushi Kabuto was stunned, looking at the blue-haired man in front of him. Well, we're preparing to transfer. The man leaned against the door and glanced at Zongxuan and Shisui. Is this what you said? Konoha wants to meet Orochimaru? Yeah, so let's get the door out of the way, we still have to go in. Yakushi Kabuto said with a smile. Sorry, Master Orochimaru is arranging for us to carry confidential research materials, and it is not suitable for others to come in. Ju Shan sneered and said. Yakushi Kabuto didn't care. Then please go and tell Orochimaru-sama, please come over. Sorry, my duty is to guard the entrance here. The corner of Ju Shan's mouth rose. It's not my duty to report information or something. Then I'll go in and find Orochimaru-sama. Sorry, until Orochimaru-sama agrees, my duty is to not let anyone in, including you. This man named Ju Shan, although his mouth was full of sorry words. But the voice was cold, full of disdain and arrogance. This is troublesome. Yakushi Kabuto shrugged. What's wrong? Shisui frowned. You didn't talk well. Probably didn't talk about it. 33 Yakushi Kabuto spread his hands and said indifferently, this Jainin Iyama is a martial arts sect under Orochimaru, and has always been hostile to my civilian role, probably trying to save my face. 5. Obviously agreed to meet, we rushed over, but you let people meet? Shisui frowned. If he didn't know that Zongxuan was looking for Orochimaru to kill Danzo, Uchiha's enemy of life and death, he would have done it. What now? He couldn't help frowning. Can I ask you to wait a while? Yakushi Kabuto said apologetically, wait a while, Orochimaru-sama should come out. 99. Wait? How does this work? Although Shisui is not familiar with any negotiation skills, but he also knows that he has lost face since the beginning, so the other party in the next meeting will definitely speak loudly. However, just as he was about to do something, he saw Zongxuan took his hand. It's okay Shisui, let's just wait for a while. Zongxuan smiled and his voice was calm. Shisui frowned. Zhu Shanjanin laughed, "That's right, boy, although you have a serious face, you can see the reality more clearly than the boy." He was talking about Zongxuan's face of the 8th generation of Uchiha, and he was indeed a serious face. Of course. Zongxuan said with a smile, "After all, I have read books and am an intellectual. Cultural people like us can talk to Sappy in peace." 35. Jushin Jainin didn't hear it at first, but after a while, he reacted and was instantly furious. "Who gave you the confidence to speak to me like that?" He charged towards Zongxuan with an angry face and raised his fist. Earth-style rock fist technique. The thick rock wrapped around his arm, like the fist of a giant. He hit the past fiercely, with great strength. Boom! A muffled sound. Jushin Jainin frowned and raised his head. His fist was blocked by Zongxuan's hand, and his pace did not change in the slightest. "Strong force is the only way to make Shibai come and listen to me." Zongxuan sighed calmly, "Fortunately, whether it is force or intelligence, I am qualified." The next second, he twisted violently. A fist built of rock, broken in layers. Damn! Jushin Jainin was furious, and a cold chakra appeared on his body. The black spots on the body quickly appeared, and at an extremely fast speed, they were twisted, upgraded and enlarged. In a short period of time, he changed from a normal person to a monster. "This is a curse mark." Yakushi Kabuto narrowed his eyes. "Orochimaru-sama's research, successful? Revive my curse mark." Zongxuan thought to himself. Facing the rushing monster, he opened Sharingan calmly. Illusion Sharingan. That Jushin Jainin froze for a while, then turned around suddenly and rushed in the other direction. 0 for flowers 0. When he passed a crazy rock, he suddenly raised his neck and slammed into it. Swish! In the next second, the heads were separated and blood spurted wildly. A Jainin simply died. At 4 o'clock, there was still a bit of surprise in his eyes, as if he didn't know anything about his own death. "Interesting, is this Sharingan's illusion?" An extraordinarily cold voice sounded. Orochimaru's figure appeared at the door at some point. He quietly leaned on the threshold with a cold smile on the corner of his mouth. Compared to Sunan, the mere Uchiha is not worth mentioning at all. Zongxuan laughed casually, but took out the storage scroll and put the body of the resident Jainin in it in front of Orochimaru. He was actually curious about the curse mark. The curse mark is actually a degraded sage mode, derived from Orochimaru's experimental weight. However, from the sage mode of the three holy lands, there are often obvious changes in the caster. For example, Jiraiya's face is like a toad, Yakushi Kabuto's figure is like a snake. Only the perfect master sage mode can leave only Facebook. However, the spell seal is different, and his changes are all kinds of strange. Like nothing but monsters. This is very interesting. Orochimaru watched him with interest and did not interfere at all. On the contrary, Shisui's pupils shrank. Orochimaru should have arrived here early. Or rather, he found himself waiting for someone, just watching himself from the door with something like a camera. Watching his subordinate Jushin Jainin make his move, watching that Jushin Jainin incantation, watching him die. Everyone said Orochimaru was a man as cold as a snake, and that's right. 35. When Orochimaru defected, Shisui was young and didn't have the feeling of Orochimaru as an adult. But now, he felt Orochimaru's indifference. A master with the strength of Jainin can even match elite Jainin after turning on the spell mark mode. But it was used as a pawn for temptation. I heard Kabuto say, "You Uchiha want to make a deal with me." Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. "I don't know what I have to deal with you Uchiha. Who said you can't trade?" Zongxuan calmly put away the storage scroll. "We are very sincere. You and Danzo have a relationship, I hope you can deceive him. Just as you were supposed to get the Hokage position, Danzo lost it. 99. We Uchiha also have a grudge against Danzo, so why can't we join forces? Zongxuan showed a smile, which was a little weird on the face of his current 8 generations. Oh? You know quite a lot. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, but why should I cooperate with you? How does it benefit me? Don't tell me hatred, if I cared about it, I wouldn't continue to deal with Danzo. Zongxuan smiled when he heard the words, showing a stern look. We have 2 things to trade, the first is the loot after killing Danzo, the Sharingan he carries can be given to you, and the other gains can also be given to you. Orochimaru doesn't deny this, Danzo does have some 3 Tomo Sharingan, Uchiha's eyes revealed to the outside world when he fought in the war for many years. But after the Hokage building was shattered and sealed by Shisui, and his arms were completely woodized, it was doubtful how much he would have in stock. And with Danzo's character, even if there are some Sharingans, he will never hesitate to use these Sharingans to open Izanagi in battle. This means that post-war gains are virtually non-existent. Secondly, Zongxuan showed a smile on the corner of his mouth, you know Rinnegan. Point 6. Chapter 96. Rinnegan. Orochimaru's eyes drooped slightly, you know Rinnegan. Didn't you see those eyes with your own eyes? Zongxuan smiled, if I can tell you about Rinnegan, do you think this deal is feasible? 99. Orochimaru was lost in thought. After a while, Orochimaru raised his head, his eyes solemn. Where did you find out about this kind of thing? Although Rinnegan has been circulated in the ninja world for a long time, together with Sharingan and Bun, it is called the 3 major pupils. But so far there is no information to prove that he really exists. But Orochimaru knew that Rinnegan was real. Because he is Akatsuki's member. But let alone Rinnegan, Akatsuki's subordinates should not know about this news. Only Yakushi Kabuto knew Akatsuki's existence because of Sasori. But he doesn't know Rinnegan. In other words, apart from Akatsuki's cage-level rebels, no one else should know about Rinnegan. He also did not believe that Sasori would tell Yakushi Kabuto, nor did he believe that Yakushi Kabuto would tell Zongxuan. Number B. How did Zongxuan know about this? Rinnegan and my Uchiha clan have a lot of connections. Zongxuan said calmly, at the same time, I can give you a piece of information to prove my sincerity. Have you seen Akatsuki's leader, the man with Rinnegan? Orochimaru nodded slightly, I saw. He chose to join Akatsuki after seeing the terrifying power of that Rinnegan. 18. You may not know that the man with Rinnegan, but your acquaintance. 570 Zongxuan's mouth rose, do you still remember the battle between Sunan and the demigod in the Land of Rain? After that battle, Jiraiya picked up 3 small children. You mean, that man is one of those 3 children? Orochimaru's expression changed dramatically. Yes, it really does seem alike when you think about it. Not only the man, but the woman with the white ring next to him also seems to resemble the girl among the 3 children picked up by Jiraiya. Orochimaru's memory is very good. Although it has been a long time, he was reminded by Zongxuan a little, and he immediately remembered the faces of the 2 people at that time. I can't be 100% sure, but it's really like. Can you prove my information now? Zongxuan smiled, and then further tempted, after we kill Danzo, I can tell you all about Rinnegan's abilities. With this information, you may not be able to defeat him and take away his eyes. This is no joke, it's really possible. In the ninja battle, intelligence has absolute importance. Without knowing the information, Shikamaru and a group of people were hanged and beaten by Haiden. After knowing the information, Shikamaru can beat Haiden into a dog with a few teenagers. That's the importance of intelligence. With Orochimaru's ability, if he knew all the information about Rinnegan, he would not be able to capture Rinnegan by various means. Of course, there are definitely difficulties. It's just a matter of probability. I don't know if you have seen the power of Rinnegan. Zongxuan said with a smile, but that is definitely the power that surpasses Sharingan and wood style. It's intelligence, in exchange for Danzo's death, I guess it's a good deal, no? Orochimaru was slightly silent. Danzo is indeed useful to Orochimaru, and the first generation cells in his hands are derived from Danzo. But these uses are nothing compared to Rinnegan. What do you want me to do? Orochimaru said after a long silence. Call out Danzo and besiege Danzo with us, Zongxuan said. You don't have enough products to trade. Orochimaru said coldly, just one piece of news is not worth me paying so much, not to mention your news may be fake. Unless you give me Mangeky's Sharingan. Greed was written in Orochimaru's eyes. Mangeky. That's Mangeky from Uchiha Madara. This is a treasure equivalent to wood style. But the next second, a violent murderous aura came. Orochimaru, don't court death. Shisui said coldly, and the Chunin knife appeared on Orochimaru's shoulder at some point. At first glance, it seems that Orochimaru can be killed directly. But both Shisui and Orochimaru know that this level is nothing. Even though Shisui's knife is on Orochimaru's neck, Orochimaru can still escape if he wants to. But once any one of them moves at the moment, it means a complete tear in the face. We can take a step back. Zongxuan said calmly, I don't need you to shoot with us, Danzo, and we just kill. But you have to deceive Danzo and make sure it's real. 35. Otherwise, this transaction would be unnecessary. Don't fight Danzo, a veteran cage level, just trick him out. This time around, it's a good deal. Getting involved in a battle to kill an old cage level master is not a good thing, and real cage levels often have a few ninjutsus that kill their enemies. If one is not good, the whole person will fall into it. In that case, yes. Orochimaru finally nodded. The deal is over. Zongxuan and Shisui quickly left the country of grass. Right now, the country of grass is in turmoil, and the two of them don't want to be discovered. The red hair of Xianglin and the identity of the Uzumaki family are too difficult to hide. Even if Shisui does something, don't provoke the ninja's tracing ability. However, Shisui was silent for a long time, and finally couldn't hold back. Zongxuan, how did you know so many secrets? I won't talk about the things in the village. You have Mangeky, you may be able to rely on your identity as a child to discover things that many adults have overlooked. But this time, this Rinnegan, no matter how you look at it, is from outside the village. Orochimaru directly recognized the credibility of your words after you said it. Obviously, you said some secrets in secret. How did you know these things? Shisui really couldn't stand it anymore. He endured the information of Yakushi Kabuto, after all Yakushi Kabuto was also in the village. He also endured the information of Xianglin, after all, the existence of Xianglin is not a secret in the Grass Ninja village. But Rinnegan, God has mercy. His dignified Konoha elite Jainin, who started Mangeky's Uchiha, thought Rinnegan was just a legend until today. How do you know so much as a little guy, only 6 years old? It's very simple. Zongxuan suddenly stopped. He smiled and looked at Shisui, with a bit of anticipation in his eyes. Shisui, do you know that Mangeky Sharingan is not the limit of Sharingan? Of course I do. Shisui said angrily, there's eternal Mangeky on it. No. However, Zongxuan shook his head, eternal Mangeky has only enhanced some pupil power. Apart from not being blind, his own abilities are not fundamentally different from Mangeky. 95. I mean, there is a power above Mangeky and the eternal Mangeky. This power is Rinnegan. Shisui frowned upon hearing this. For a time, he thought a lot. For example, where did the Xiao Rinnegan in Zongxuan's mouth come from? For example, on the Night of Nine Tails, does the Uchiha who controls Nine Tails have anything to do with Rinnegan? Could it be which Uchiha upgraded his eyes to Rinnegan? Like how does Rinnegan advance? But in the end it was just a sentence. How do you know? Zongxuan. Zongxuan glanced at Shisui, the place where the clan gathers, a secret room under the Nanga shrine. There is a large stone tablet, you know. I know. Shisui nodded. It was a gathering place for high-level family members, and only Uchiha who drove 3 tomo was eligible to enter. In theory, Zongxuan who opened 3 tomo can also enter and have a certain say in the party. But he was too young, and Uchiha was busy with secret things like rebellion. He was worried that he was easy to leak when he was young, so Fugaku and Yatsushi didn't tell him. Shisui also simply told him about the place, not the stele. You can read the stele with Sharingan, and you can see a lot of information. When you interpret the stele with Manjiki, you can see more information. There is information on how to take Manjiki further. 39. Zongxuan said, but he was feeling that Black Zetsu was the mastermind behind the scenes. After he tampered with the stone tablet, it was really just right. I don't need to say what the original version looks like, his revised version basically says how to improve his eyes. When Sharingan, I can see articles that roughly mean kill the people closest to you, and you can open your eyes when you feel sad. At Manjiki, you can see words such as the combination of yin and yang, the fusion of the power of Senju and Uchiha, you will get the power of all things. It looks like a certain cultivation practice written in Zongxuan's previous life novels. However, unlike the reason in the novel to prevent immature people from rushing to practice the exercises, Black Zetsu just arranged one goal after another for Uchiha. This kind of behavior of setting staged goals can stimulate people's fighting spirit, so that every Uchiha who sees these words can work hard to pursue evolution. 0. All I can say is that this guy is really scheming to get Uchiha to drive Rinnegan. Naga Shrine, Stone Tablet. Shisui frowned. Well, but the things in the stone tablet are credible or not? Zongxuan pointedly said, for example, I saw the further news of Manjiki, but it seems that there is no record in the clan who has further power. 35. So there must be something wrong with that stele. Well, I know. Shisui nodded, I'll pay attention to that. Zongxuan glanced at Shisui, and he was relieved to Shisui. Although Shisui is also a bit extreme by nature, like other Uchihas, he will do whatever it takes for his own purposes. But his goal is well achieved, and there is no madness like Uchiha Madara who wants to fight against the world. Even if Shisui knew about infinite Tsukuyomi, he wouldn't care. To be honest, Zongxuan can't figure out why this guy is so easy to deceive. Now that it is written on the stone tablet, I swear that as long as I do what I do, I can do it. Then someone must have experienced it in ancient times. Then here comes the problem. Infinite Tsukuyomi is written on it, maybe someone has used this technique? But why is the ninja world still the ninja world, not the world of illusion? Didn't he think about it? When you see Uchiha Madara in the future, you can ask him this question. Zongxuan and Shisui did not return to the village immediately, but planned to stay outside and wait for Orochimaru's reply. It's not easy to deceive Danzo, let's not mention the fact that Danzo is imprisoned, but that's like I won't trust Orochimaru too much. But when Danzo completely replied to the letter, the two immediately ran out of the village, which seemed a bit weird. Knowing that Shisui is a master, there may be a mysterious Uchiha behind him. That Danzo will never show up easily. And Orochimaru also said that if Danzo cannot be deceived in a short time, it is estimated that it will take a long time to do so. The way he deceived Danzo is very simple, to put it bluntly, it is a bait. For example, he used Uchiha Xian's arm to get Danzo out of the route, met each other once, and transplanted an arm to him. Only enough interest can make Danzo unable to resist doing it himself. And you can't use fake things, you must take out the real thing, let Danzo's subordinates see it with their own eyes, and then report it to Danzo. That's how you can really deceive him. If the things in Orochimaru's hands can't impress Danzo now, then he needs to research new things in a targeted manner to impress Danzo himself. This time is long. 0.6 So Shisui and Zongxuan decided to wait a while and see Danzou's reply. At the same time, in order to reduce Danzou's vigilance, the two separated a shadow clone with a majority of chakra, pretending to be themselves, and swaggering back to Konoha. Anyway, if Danzou is not fooled, just find another quest for this shadow clone. Such a huge shadow clone of chakra, it will last for a long time, enough to try. Unfortunately, I still can't pass through the barrier of Konoha like Obito. Zongxuan sighed lightly. Konoha's enchantment uses the top technology of the Uzumaki family, which is a high-end product in the ninja world. In addition to Obito, the guy who is close to space ninjutsu, even Pain Six Paths has to rely on the method of physical dash to infiltrate. Of course, except for those who know the changing laws of the enchantment, such as the actions of Uchiha Itachi. Neither Shisui nor Zongxuan has much research on enchantment. Otherwise, you don't have to worry about it. What followed was a long wait. Zongxuan also thought about suggesting whether to brush the wild monsters and make a bounty, but was rejected by Shisui. Killing Danzou is our biggest goal, and money is just an external thing. Shisui said seriously, compared to it, keeping you and me in good physical condition is the most important thing. If you run into another Kakuzu, and then you and I have used up half of your pupil power, and only find out that Danzou is out, what should you do? Zongxuan doesn't think there are any bounty hunters as fierce as Kakuzu, but still approved Shisui's proposal. They wait and wait. Finally, there is news from Orochimaru. Get ready, Danzou is out. He is hooked. Chapter 97. It was a team of teams. Zongxuan and Shisui hung far behind them, tracking the whereabouts of the convoy from time to time. Sure enough, the Danzou thief can really come out. Shisui gritted his teeth. Under the Konoha Hokage building, under the command of Zongxuan, he forced Hokage to put him in jail. But you can see from the eyes, Danzou doesn't look like he's not in prison at all. If you think of it, you can come out. The ninjas around him are all root people. Obviously, he still has the right. What's the difference between this and not imprisoning him? Sarutobi Hiruzen dog thief. Although Shisui heard that Danzou was in prison when he was in Konoha village, he was drinking, very comfortable, and could continue to deal with root things and give orders. The investigation team formed by the major families is also progressing slowly, making little progress, and it is very difficult, as if someone is secretly hindering. But he really didn't expect that Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't even want this face. As a prisoner, Danzou can still walk out of the village? What a FG criminal! Normal. Zongxuan said indifferently, do you think Danzou hasn't been caught for so many years? Isn't the Third Hokage asylum that makes Danzou's life so enjoyable? The major families are not fools and will not be bullied by Danzou. But is the reason why Danzou can bully their big family and force them to join his roots, is it really because he is vicious enough? It's not because Ten is behind him, it's Third Hokage. Third Hokage doesn't want Danzou to die, Danzou won't die. Even if the entire family exerted their strength, he chose to protect him, and in the end, he just imprisoned Danzou in the name of death reprieve. Maybe other families know this too, just because even imprisonment can prevent them from continuing to reach out to their families. Therefore, after the team investigating the roots was blocked, they clearly chose to wrestle, rather than push hard. Uchiha, who has the hardest head, no one will be forcibly asked by the root, and naturally he will not be hard-headed with Hokage in this kind of thing. And who else in the family has the guts? From this point of view, the reason why second generation and third Hokage have been targeting Uchiha may have something to do with how they dared to stand up when they encountered something. Uchiha can do it. He really dares to come forward. Even if the opponent is Hokage. Shisui fell into silence upon hearing this. He knows that there are many things in politics that can only be seen but not revealed, and he also knows that politics is dirty, full of compromise, and extremely dark. But he really didn't expect that Third Hokage, whom he once admired so much, was actually so dark. Thanks, I always thought he was a good guy. Shisui gritted his teeth. In fact, he didn't know that Third Hokage had some dark problems before. But what about Hokage, what about politics? How can a Hokage be as smooth as a little white sheep? But he didn't expect it, this is not just a little white sheep, but a black goat cub. Oh Thulhu! Zongxuan glanced at Shisui, this is probably the routine of Third Hokage. As Hokage, he knew he would accept the darkness. But he didn't want to lose his image on the bright side, so he chose to use Danzo as a facade to bear all the sins. Then pretend to be kind. A red face, a white face. How many people have been fooled by mutual cooperation? White Fang, Shisui, Itachi, Naruto. Soon, the convoy gradually stopped. Orochimaru appeared in front of Danzo. Now it's time to verify whether Danzo is real. Zongxuan leaned low on the tree, muttering at the corner of his mouth, looking at Danzo from a distance. Opportunities are rare, and Danzo will immediately hide in Konoha if he misses a hit. Unless you and Third Hokage completely rip apart and kill Danzo, it will be difficult to deal with him. For this, the authenticity of Danzo must be determined first. This one is handled by Orochimaru. According to Orochimaru, as long as his deal with Danzo goes, then it is Danzo. It looks real. 35 Shisui whispered. The two watched Orochimaru step forward, took out an arm, and began to catch Danzo. This is what Orochimaru brought out the trade object that attracted Danzo, the arm. Uchiha Shin's arm has been swallowed up by Senju Hashirama's cells and turned into a tree. Without a hand, Danzo, whose strength is greatly reduced, will inevitably seek a strong arm. Ordinary arms will never satisfy him, so this one should be Kongwu's arm. Zongxuan looked at the image of the arm and thought to himself, did Orochimaru give Kongwu's arm to Danzo? Kongwu has a lot of incantation abilities. Not only can he change his body shape, he can absorb other people's cells, but he can also send his own cells to others to make up for others' injuries. Making an arm is not difficult, and it doesn't even damage my body. If Orochimaru adds some special materials, it might not be worse than the arm of Uchiha's letter inlaid with Sharingan. Do you want to do it now? Shisui looked at Danzo's figure, a little impatient. Don't worry, our agreement with Orochimaru is that after he completes the transaction with Danzo, we will attack again. Zongxuan said lightly, he wants to clear his suspicions. 5. But Zongxuan, what does this have to do with us? Shisui frowned, I know we made an agreement before, but do ninjas need to talk about the spirit of the contract? Orochimaru and his Uchiha not only have no friendship at all, but have hatred. He now also knows who transplanted the Sharingan on Danzo to him. If you can't do it with Orochimaru, Shisui is already holding back. But as long as the Orochimaru line is still there will be a chance to seduce Danzo in the future. Zongxuan said calmly, it is very difficult to ensure that a cage level is killed. If possible, I still want to leave more behind. Well, that's the truth. Cage level is extremely difficult to kill, and it is normal for Zongxuan to keep some backhands. Not to mention. Shisui rolled his eyes to one side. They are not without backs. Zongxuan watched silently, watching Orochimaru perform surgery in the open air, linking Danzo's arms, bones, meridians, blood vessels in turn. And then put heavy seals on it, it looks like an ordinary arm. And right now, it's time. Shisui and Zongxuan's eyes lit up at the same time. They rushed out. The figure turned into dozens of lines, and quickly ran towards the enemy. Who? The root guard's response was quick, although he smelled it, his subordinates showed no mercy. A large number of shuriken threw over, aiming at the key point. This group of shuriken was easily dodged. To be precise, it passed through. They hit the enemy, but as if they had hit the air, they penetrated directly and shot a loneliness. This is Uchiha Shisui. The root ninja was shocked, it's Uchiha Shisui's phantom body flicker technique. Next second, a phantom rushed in front of him. The root ninja slashed with a knife, but only slammed into the air. And Shisui's knife cut him down, but he was cut in half. It's not just the root ninja. All in all, Shisui's phantom appeared in front of about 7 root ninjas. They calmly passed through the enemy's attack, and then hit the backhand, but easily killed the opponent. Instantaneous Shisui. This is how Shisui's body flicker technique dominates the battlefield. Uchiha Shisui. Danzo's eyes narrowed slightly. Old man obviously got the news that you have returned to the village. 99. It seems that you are deliberately misleading the old man with wrong news. Hey! Zongxuan, who was mixed in with Shisui's welcome, frowned. What this guy said? Danzo, for the family, for Konoha, I can't keep you. 35 Uchiha Shisui's eyes flashed a ruthless look. It just so happens that you are just a prisoner of Konoha now, and I will kill you for the crime of escaping. Fire Style 570 Longian Singing Technique. Shisui vomited suddenly and spit out 4 fire dragons on the ground. The fire dragon has a huge head, but has no dragon body. It is like 4 huge flame bombs, attacking Danzo from the top, bottom, left, and right directions at the same time. At the same time, Shisui ran towards Danzo without hesitation. In the face of such a ferocious attack, Danzo inhaled sharply. Wind style vacuum continuous wave. 35. Whoosh! 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 Several wind blades like a scythe formed a knife net and blasted out. The wind blade slammed into the fire dragon fiercely, and an explosion occurred under the violent collision of the two. Obviously fire style can restrain wind style, but the result of 2 B-rank ninjutsu is offset. That speaks volumes about Danzo's sophistication with wind style. However, Shisui himself did not expect to defeat the enemy with a small B-rank ninjutsu. When the wind blade and the fire dragon collided, he suddenly stepped on the ground and accelerated directly. When the two exploded, Shisui had already rushed in front of Danzo. Die! Danzo! The ninja stabbed out suddenly, only 10 centimeters away from Danzo's throat. And Danzo, who just released ninjutsu, didn't have time to react at all. And the next second, Shisui, Yususa! A nervous voice came. Shisui's pupils shrank, almost subconsciously reacting. The dark green Susanoo wrapped it like a shell and appeared extremely quickly. And the next second, boom! The dark green skeleton Susanoo that had just emerged was suddenly blasted out. If Shisui hadn't moved fast enough just now, he might have died right there. Boom! Susanoo hit the hill with a loud bang, smashing the rocks into pieces. Shisui couldn't help but blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. Although he responded in a timely manner, a part of the impact still hit his body. But he didn't care about his injury at all, instead he stood up slowly. Why? He raised his head, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Orochimaru, why did you betray us? Chapter 98. That's right. It was none other than Orochimaru who shot just now. A huge snake stuck its tongue out behind him. Orochimaru showed a cold smile, and his long tongue swept across his lips. I can't help it, Shisui-kun. Orochimaru gave that cold smile. You still give too little, no one is generous. What did he give you? Zongxuan walked over slowly, with a little twinkle in his eyes. From Danzo's calm tone, he faintly felt something was wrong. When he noticed Orochimaru's transformation, he immediately became Shisui. Your Mangekyou Sharingan. Orochimaru replied calmly, this is something you are absolutely unwilling to give. 35. Actually Orochimaru has been peeping Mangekyou's power. He will attack Itachi in the future because he wants Itachi's eyes. After being defeated by Itachi, he became a fanatic of Sharingan. This is the power of Uchiha Madara alongside First Hokage. Orochimaru laughed wildly. As a researcher, how can I hold back? 99. Then don't you want Rinnegan? Zongxuan asked curiously. Rinnegan looks a little stronger than Mangeki Sharingan, doesn't it? Of course I want it, but that man. Orochimaru's eyes flashed with fear. Even with your information, I wouldn't dare to say that I can get Rinnegan steadily. 5. Not to mention that I still can't judge whether your information is right or wrong. Giving up the soon-to-be-gotten Mangeki for a phantom intelligence is something a fool would do. He said without hesitation, without a trace of memory. Well, it can't be said that there are no souvenirs. It's just that his sanity tells him that the man with Rinnegan is quite tricky. So it is. Zongxuan nodded. To put it bluntly, Orochimaru just chose the result of it is better to have a bird in the hand than 1,000 birds in the forest. In fact, if it were Zongxuan, he would probably do the same. It's not that Orochimaru doesn't want to get Rinnegan, but he has dealt with Nagato and he knows that this enemy is not so easy to deal with. In that case, it's better to get Mangeki first. If there is Uchiha Madara's power, even without intelligence, he is not without a chance to obtain Rinnegan. As an adult, he prefers everything. But I'm curious. Zongxuan said calmly, you choose to change hands and trade with Danzo, it's nothing. But you are so confident that you think you can win the two of us. As he spoke, he showed Mangeki's pupils directly in front of the two of them. The icy pupil power surged, as if in an instant, the forest dropped several degrees. Of course not. Orochimaru smiled lightly and waved his hand, the person who opened Mangeki, I haven't looked down on it that much. 99. Even if I defeat you here, I may not be able to gain your eyes. 99. But... His eyes drooped slightly, and a strange light flashed. Are you the only two who own Mangeki? Shisui and Zongxuan were startled at the same time. Of course not, not to mention Obito, who only Zongxuan knows. There are two other people who have the eyes of Mangeki in Konoha alone. One is Uchiha Fugaku, but Fugaku is also a master and is very wary of Konoha, and it is difficult for ordinary people to attack him. The other one, like the previous Shisui, was dead set on Konoha. You guys want to shoot Itachi? Shisui's expression instantly turned cold. Although I have already made a decision in my heart that once Itachi threatens the family, I will eradicate it. But it doesn't mean that Shisui and Itachi have no feelings at all. That's what Shisui regards as his younger brother. Do you think you can succeed? Danzo asked calmly, or do you fail like when I shot you? 9. Fail? Or success? Shisui gritted his teeth, even biting out blood. Of course there is a better chance of success. Just like myself. He opened Mangeki himself, but when he was ambushed by Danzo, he subconsciously kept his hand, but Danzo seized the opportunity and turned it over instantly. If it wasn't for Zongxuan, his eyes would have been gouged out. Although Danzo Izanaga's information exploded. But Itachi trusts Konoha so much that Danzo doesn't even need to do anything else, just order him to come to a closed, inescapable location, set traps, and prepare to ambush. Very high success rate. What's more, you may not be able to escape. Danzo said softly. Next second. In the car he was riding, a dozen figures suddenly jumped out. Root Ninja. They've been hiding in Danzo's car. In the periphery, there are more than 30 Jainin, just to prevent you from escaping, just stay away from you. Danzo said leisurely, do you still think that your eyes will not be taken away by me? Jainin level masters form a team, and even in cage level battles, they can intervene. There are so many strong people, it is estimated that Orochimaru and the Root are jointly brought out. For their eyes. It looks like there's no need to say anything more. Zongxuan sighed softly, if that's the case, then let's fight. I went to clean up those ninjas at the Roots first. When the province really fights, it is finally affected by a group of flies. Next second, he went straight for the root ninjas. Is that person Uchiha Yashiro? Orochimaru looked at Zongxuan's transformed figure and said with a smile, when I was in Konoha, I didn't know that this person was so daring. When Orochimaru was in Konoha, although he didn't communicate much with Uchiha Yatsushiro, he met more or less once. It's just that now this 8th generation has given him a bit of a deep impression. He's not. Danzo said, how could Uchiha Yasushi have such audacity? He was probably a Uchiha who helped Shisui last time, just replaced his body with a transformation technique. He quietly looked at Zongxuan's figure, and there was a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. He knew that Zongxuan wanted to solve his subordinates first, and then fully participate in the battle against him. Do you think that after knowing your details, my subordinates will be easily defeated by you like the last time? The ninja at the root has experienced hundreds of battles, how could he still make the same mistake last time? Instead, you're just giving me and Orochimaru a chance to besiege Shisui. Next second, Danzo and Orochimaru rushed over without any hesitation, and their hands kept forming. Be careful! Shisui shouted while watching Danzo vigilantly, they already know that you have Manjiki and won't look at you easily. As predicted. Before Zongxuan rushed over, the ninjas at the root all bowed their heads, and some people closed their eyes directly. Then, meet Zongxuan. They hit it off instantly. On the other hand, Shisui was also caught in the attack of Danzo and Orochimaru. Boom! 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 The violent wind style was released recklessly. The veteran ninjas like Danzo didn't seem to show any extraordinary level of ninjutsu, but Shisui couldn't hold his head up because of the unimaginably skilled wind style. Shisui's face showed a hint of urgency. He had propped up Susanoo, but Danzo had also summoned the nightmare taper. This legendary dream-eating beast has opened its mouth wide, showing a terrifying suction that can swallow everything. With this suction, Danzo's wind style can already hurt Susanoo itself. Orochimaru, on the other hand, relies on a steady stream of summoning snakes, and Shisui, who travels, stabs him from time to time with the Kusanagi sword and Soritoto. Even the ape demon with the body of a Vajra will feel pain when this knife touches it. Although it is not enough to break Shisui's Susanoo with a single knife, it makes him have to concentrate on dealing with it, because like Danzo, with the suction of the dream taper, he can also hurt Susanoo. However, Shisui is difficult to kill the dream taper that caused all this, after all. Shisui gritted his teeth and used Susa's back to resist Danzo's wind blade. But the next second, summoning technique Mirashiman. 55. Orochimaru appeared in front of Yum Taper at some point, and launched Rashiman's defense. Nightmare Taper also stopped suction in time. And then Shisui slashed Rashiman with a knife. Click! The first door is broken. Click! The second gate is half broken. But he didn't even touch the third gate. Before he could hit the second blow, Danzo's wind style blew Susanoo aside. Rashiman didn't move, his big face seemed to be mocking Shisui. Shisui's forehead suddenly showed a trace of sweat. Facing two veteran cage-level masters at the same time, it is really difficult. Although they have never cooperated with each other, their own experience is enough for them to play a 1+1-2 effect. The ninja at the root is not an ordinary ninja. Zongkoff, why don't you help me first? Shisui almost shouted Zongxuan's name in a hurry. He just shouted. And the next second. Boom! A loud bang. The attacks of Danzo and Orochimaru could not help but stop. Shisui's eyes widened even more. No, the ninja at the root is also an ordinary ninja. Zongxuan said calmly. Susanoo's arm was covered with blood. He stood calmly on Susanoo's head, condescendingly. Obviously there is no irony, but the three of them heard a sense of ridicule. Me? Shisui's eyes widened. Under Zongxuan, Susanoo was black as ink, wearing a cape, and his head seemed to be wearing a mask like a bull's head. His limbs are slender, and he does not stick to clothes and shoes, but he shows strong muscles, and he has a long knife on his waist. Then, the Susanoo slowly straightened his legs. Stand up straight with your legs. Shisui's eyes widened. Zongxuan, who are you? Susanoo, the third stage. Zongxuan said calmly. Saying that, Susanoo held the sword in one hand, as if swiping it at random, and swung it sharply. Brush! A huge sword wind strikes. Cut the nightmare taper into 2 sections directly. The dream taper wailed, blood splashed, and finally turned into smoke and dissipated. The third stage. Shisui's eyes widened. You used a stronger Susanoo. The first stage of Susanoo, in the shape of a skeleton, is the lowest defense and weakest level in Susanoo, but the consumption is extremely low. Susanoo in the second stage has flesh on his body, and his defense and strength begin to increase significantly, but the consumption will also become much higher. And the third stage? He already has limbs, like an ordinary person. But, Zongxuan, how could you possibly endure the consumption of the third stage? Shisui widened his eyes and exclaimed in disbelief. Even Zongxuan's name blurted out subconsciously, forgetting to cover it up. Mainly because he was too shocked. Didn't Shisui know there was a third stage Susanoo? Of course I know. Can he get it out? Actually can. But he can't bear the consumption. It is not the consumption of chakra, but the consumption of pupil power. If unlucky and the fight drags on for too long, he might win, but when the fight is over, he'll be completely blinded. It's not that he doesn't know that Susanoo is very powerful in the third stage, or that he likes to be beaten by Orochimaru and Danzo in the first 2 stages. I really dare not open it. Well, maybe I'm stronger. Zongxuan smiled and replied. Why does he dare to open? Because his eyes are not the same Manjiki Sharingan as Shisui. But eternal Manjiki Sharingan. There is no essential difference between eternal Manjiki Sharingan and Manjiki, the only feature is that it strengthens the pupil power, then reduces the consumption of using pupil technique, and eliminates the price of Manjiki Sharingan. That's why Zongxuan can face a group of root Jainin unscrupulously, and directly zoom in to recruit Suzuo. Because of him, root. Ben. No. In. Who? Hitomi. Power. The amount of time he maintains Susanoo doesn't depend on his pupil power, but on his chakra. Because of the pupil power, it is far more than his chakra. Then now, it's about you. Zongxuan turned his head slowly, looking at Orochimaru and Danzo. Oh? This is Susanoo, the power of the gods. Orochimaru laughed. I'll just say, it would be boring if Uchiha Madara's power was only like Shisui-kun. I see, this is the true power of Manjiki. That's right. This is worthy of the power called Manjiki. In his eyes, frenzy flashed. The corners of the mouth were almost split to the back teeth, and the snake-like tongue stretched in and out frantically, as if sniffing something. Li Zhao's. The power of the gods. Danzo looked at the tall Susanoo with a solemn look in his eyes. Susanoo, who has legs and can stand upright, is just beginning to be called the power of the gods. In contrast, Shisui's half of Susanoo really looks like a child in front of an adult. Orochimaru, don't worry about that Susa. Danzo spoke hurriedly, gritted his teeth, you and my subordinates should be here soon, let them hold back that mysterious guy, let's continue to fight Shisui. The most important thing is to gouge out Shisui's eyes first. 35. That big guy can't do it well at first glance, so let's use the life of his subordinates to hold it back. As for myself, after changing Shisui's eyes, I will solve this. Well, yes. Orochimaru stopped his madness and returned to reason in his eyes. Get what you get first and then talk about it. Saying that, he looked at Shisui. The corner of Shisui's mouth twitched, is this taking me for a flaw? Well, he didn't dare to waste his pupil power, he was indeed a bit of a flaw. Just your subordinates. Shisui's eyes moved slightly. Suddenly, there was a movement in the woods. Okay. Danzo was overjoyed. Come here, hold him back and buy time for this old man. The old man will now ji. His unfinished words caught in his throat in an instant. Because those who came out were neither Orochimaru's subordinates, nor many of his Danzo's subordinates. It was a man wearing a triangle scarf and a mask over his mouth. As soon as he appeared, he exuded a strong sense of threat. Who are you? What about this old man's subordinate? Danzo narrowed his eyes, and his voice actually felt a trace of unease. My name is Kakuzu, maybe you've heard that name. As for your subordinates. Kakuzu paused, then threw it away. He threw out a string of heads. They're right in front of you. Chapter 99. As a cage-level powerhouse, Kakuzu has extraordinary strength. Now that a war is about to break out, as the strongest card in Shisui's hand, isn't it a pity not to use it? Danzo made his subordinates follow Zongxuan far away, and Zongxuan also made Kakuzu follow behind. Then, the root ninja and Orochimaru's subordinates were all taken care of by Kakuzu. A cage-level master. Orochimaru's eyes flickered. He knew very well how strong he and Danzo's subordinates were and how many they were. That's an elite chosen purely to participate in cage-level battles. Non-cage-level powerhouses can never be defeated. Not to mention that so many people were eliminated so quietly. This person is in the cage level, and he is also a master. Are you controlled by the distinguished heavenly gods? Danzo's face darkened. He also remembered Kakuzu's information at this time. A veteran player with good strength, suspected to have played against First Hokage. Also, love earning bounties. He has always been concerned about Shisui, and he knows that every time Shisui performs a task, he will make a few bounties, perhaps because of their intersection, they are controlled by Shisui. This kind of bounty hunter would generally not take action against the top executives of the village like him, because once he escaped, the ensuing pursuit would be very uneconomical. But now Kakuzu killed all his subordinates without hesitation. Must be controlled by distinguished heavenly gods. Hearing Danzo's voice, Kakuzu raised his head nonchalantly, without being moved. Distinguished heavenly gods is so powerful, Kakuzu is clearly under control, and others are reminding him that he is under control, but it does not affect his thinking. Because he knew he was being controlled, but still felt that he should obey Shisui's orders. Such is the horror of distinguished heavenly gods. Damn distinguished heavenly gods! Danzo gritted his teeth and was extremely angry. Uchiha's eyes are indeed evil enough. Then why are you still coveting Uchiha's power? Zongxuan spit at this. Saying that, Suzanu's arm lifted. The sharp sword was raised, and without hesitation, he slashed towards Danzo. Danzo gritted his teeth and stepped back quickly. Boom! A huge shock came. A deep ravine was cut out by Zongxuan's sword. Susanoo doesn't have so many strange 570 moves, his attack is very simple, just use his huge power to smash and smash. But few people can resist such a powerful attack. Come, let me see how long can you escape. The corner of Zongxuan's mouth rose. Susanoo took out his sword in both hands, and slashed at Danzo with one knife on his left arm and one knife on his right arm. This may seem like an ordinary attack, but each knife is more powerful than ordinary A-level ninjutsu. Danzo fled in a hurry. If it wasn't for the immortal magic chakra passed on from the newly transplanted arm, his whole body was in a state of excitement, and his athletic ability greatly increased, he would have died long ago. But it was like a whack-a-mole in front of him, he was the whacked hamster. And the other side. Shisui and Kakuzu also attacked. They are experienced and have no shortcomings in strength. Although it is not exaggerated to the point of Zongxuan, but they cooperate with each other very tacitly. Orochimaru also started to take action with all his strength. He no longer cooperated with Danzo, and also showed his true Sunin style. The array of 10,000 snakes. A large number of snakes spit out from his mouth, like a snake cave. Lion Majesty seems to be incessant, and in a short period of time, the entire land is completely occupied by Lion Majesty. 1. It's useless. Shisui snorted coldly, slashing Susanoo in his hand. A loud bang. A large number of snakes were cut off, the blood of the snakes splashed, and the walls were full of broken pieces. At the same time he kept printing. Fire style flame dragon bullet. Next to Kakuzu also quickly seals. Wind style crushing. The high pressure wind ball is ejected from the mouth, sweeping away all objects. The storm that can form a vortex causes a large scale explosion, and with Shisui's fire style, the attack power is stronger. The two of them joined forces, and the offensive was no weaker than the one Orochimaru and Danzo joined together just now. Orochimaru, you step back now, and I can ignore your problems. Shisui shouted loudly. In fact, the two of them are not very good. Although Kakuzu successfully eliminated Danzo and Orochimaru's subordinates, Chakra's consumption was very serious and he could only play support. I was chased and beaten by two people just now, and the consumption is not low, and it is also more troublesome. At the same time, he is also very worried about Zongxuan. With such a crazy use of pupil power, will Zongxuan's eyes not be a problem? They have no conflict of principle with Orochimaru, so it is better to ease up and strive to achieve their original goals. Kill Danzo. Although their own side has a better chance of winning, but the other side is also a master, they may not be able to accomplish the goal of killing Danzo. Under this goal, the hatred with Orochimaru is nothing. He believes that Orochimaru must have such thoughts. They are not in a good state, but they are better than Orochimaru's side. 3 cage levels play 2 cage levels, and everyone's strength fails to widen the gap, and the number will determine the outcome. Really, I think I can hold on a little longer. Orochimaru showed a cold smile, still fighting back in his hands. Shisui frowned upon hearing this. Persist in? What's the use of holding on? Orochimaru's side has a very low chance of winning, and it is almost impossible to succeed. Even if they have any cards, they can defeat their own side, but it is impossible to leave the lives of the three of them. Not to mention Manjiki. So since Orochimaru has been unable to achieve his goal, why not put a stop loss? That is to say. Shisui's expression changed, and Susanoo slashed with a savage sword. Brush. Orochimaru's body was chopped into 2. But he didn't hesitate to stretch out his hand, pulled his mouth open, and drilled out another Orochimaru who was unscathed, but covered in mucus. Brush. He pulled away directly and quickly retreated. Zongxuan fighting Danzo. Kakuzu, stop him. Shisui ordered decisively. Kakuzu's reaction was also extremely fast, and he caught Orochimaru's figure near the edge of the forest. He raised his arm, revealing his wrist full of black lines. Click. 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 Disconnect the black wire. The wrist and arm are separated, and the palm like a cannonball is grabbing straight towards Orochimaru. However, Orochimaru did not even hide. Because. Click. A bone appeared just before Kakuzu's attack. It's hard. Kakuzu's pupil shrank. His hardened hand in earth style is stronger than steel. But in the face of that skeleton, there was not even a single crack. I won't let you influence Orochimaru-sama. A young man with white hair stood up with a determined face. There were many sharp bone spurs drilled out of his body, and at the same time, black lines that looked like grids appeared on his skin. Dead bone pulse? Didn't you say dead bone pulse is dead? Kakuzu frowned and hurriedly started. However, although the young man in front of him is young, his strength is extraordinary. It actually stopped him, a cage-level master, in a short time. Although he was beaten back and forth again and again and vomited blood, he insisted abruptly. Where did Orochimaru find this kind of genius? Shisui was shocked when he saw it. It seems that he is a little younger than Itachi, but if Itachi didn't use Manjiki, he might not be his opponent. Do not. It's not about the boy in front of me now. Orochimaru's goal is to. Zongxuan, be careful. Zongxuan, who was playing the game of whack-a-mole, was stunned for a moment, and suddenly saw Orochimaru, like a snake, crawling, approaching him quickly. Before he got close enough, he suddenly showed a frenzied smile. Next second, he's transformed. The slender body swells rapidly, and the upper body of the person also melts quickly. Finally, when he rushed towards Zongxuan, a huge white snake with 8 snake heads appeared in front of him. Hachi technique. Click. 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 The head of the 8-headed white snake with the strength of the charge, opened the snake's kiss, and bit the body of Zongxuan's Susanoo. The sharp snake teeth collided with the solid Susanoo, making a sour sound. Susanoo resisted the bite of snake teeth. But in the next second, black venom flowed from the snake's teeth, but the solid Susanoo melted slowly. The figure of Orochimaru suddenly emerged from the mouth of a snake. His eyes were full of enthusiasm, looking at Zongxuan's eyes, as if looking at some rare treasure. This poison. Zongxuan frowned and held his breath. This is the venom of the fairy that I got from Rika Cave. Even Susanoo, don't try to resist it. Orochimaru smiled and went directly into Susanoo's body along the melted part of Susanoo. The snake that suddenly jumped out of the cuff directly tied Zongxuan. Zongxuan-kun, that's what Shisui-kun calls you. He showed a fanatical cold smile. The dual changes of cold and heat can actually be shown in his pupils at the same time. Do you know what eternal life is? I don't know yet, so new flesh is needed. Let me achieve eternal flesh. He grinned in ecstasy. Your eyes are mine. No. Your body is mine too. Zongxuan's expression remained calm. He exerted a little force, but this snake seemed to be of a special breed. While it was full of strength, it was also extremely hard. I see, let Kimimaro lie in ambush and take the opportunity to attack me who didn't notice you. It looks like you've made a lot of preparations. Kimimaro is still young, but in the future he will be a master in Orochimaru's battle to kill Kazekage. Maybe it's directly cage level. Even when he was seriously ill, he was able to deal with many powerful enemies in succession, and almost killed Gaara of the tailed beast Jinchuriki. It is definitely not Orochimaru's purpose to let such a genius who has not fully grown up to participate in such a dangerous battle. He probably wants to use Kimimaro to deal with Danzo after the battle with Zongxuan. I just have to take it out now. Everyone has this kind of trump card, and the masters who have experienced war always like to prepare more. And now, your target turned out to be me. Zongxuan sighed softly. Although you are very serious in hiding, it seems that your experience is the worst among all the people present. Orochimaru said frankly, this skin is also changed by you using transformation technique, your real age is very young. Strength can be made up by talent, but experience can never be. Zongxuan's combat experience is indeed the worst. In the field, Kakuzu needless to say, an old monster. Danzo is a man who lived from the first ninja war to the present, and Orochimaru is a participating player of the second ninja war. Even Shisui, who is relatively young, is often at war with the enemy due to his frequent tasks. Only Zongxuan. He has probably killed more enemies so far than a veteran like Orochimaru has killed in a single war. How is it possible to compare experience with such a person? So, even though Zongxuan's strength was a bit stronger, Orochimaru still attacked him. While he was concentrating on dealing with Danzo, he made a sneak attack and succeeded directly. And this time, Orochimaru. This doesn't match our deal. Danzo gritted his teeth and rushed over frantically. They clearly agreed that the first Manjiki was for him. However, Orochimaru just sneered a few times, it's all this time, who cares about the deal? Zongxuan nodded, yes, you should take care of your own safety. Orochimaru's pupil shrank. He retreated abruptly, but just as he jumped up, he was stabbed by a ninja knife. And the master of the ninja sword. It's Zongxuan. I am indeed inexperienced. Zongxuan was calm, but also very proud, but in front of these eyes, your so-called calculations are not worth mentioning at all. Orochimaru's pupil shrank, and he turned around again, only to find that Zongxuan, who should have been bound by him, had long since disappeared. How could it be possible? I fell into an illusion. It's still the most common Sharingan illusion. The powerful pupil power fills the entire space. Zongxuan just looked at it so coldly, Manjiki slowly spinning in his eyes. He kept his hand from the beginning, and when dealing with Orochimaru, Shisui did not let Shisui perform illusions on Orochimaru. Because of this weakness, he has to keep it just in case. Orochimaru is mentally affected due to its forbidden technique living corpse reincarnation, and has extremely low resistance to illusions, especially Sharingan's illusions. If this flaw is exposed, Orochimaru will definitely make up for it, or make some inducements. So Zongxuan has stayed until now. Coincidentally, in the battle between Shisui and him, he had not found a particularly good opportunity to perform illusion, and failed to take advantage of this weakness. And now? Goodbye, Orochimaru. Zongxuan said so. Susanoo slashed out with a sharp sword. But the target of the attack is Danzo. Chapter 100. Danzo's eyes flashed with excitement. He watched Orochimaru succeed, and immediately ran over in a hurry, trying to snatch the fruits of victory. Results in the next second. The situation is reversed. But Danzo didn't panic, as Orochimaru said, Zongxuan's inexperience, everyone can see. You can take advantage of Zongxuan to take advantage of Orochimaru to take advantage of him. Might be successful. As predicted. He just listened to Zongxuan speak. Goodbye, Orochimaru. 55. Very good. Oh Orochimaru. Use your life to get a chance for me. The next second. Susanoo's great sword slashed hard. Hey! Danzo was startled, but he was too far forward to react at all. In the next second, it was directly chopped into two pieces. And this time, Master Orochimaru. Kimimaro was bleeding all over, and he roared like a black dragon. The earth shook violently. Bang! 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 Numerous bones broke through the ground and slammed into Zongxuan's Susanoo. Susanoo is shaking. Zongxuan looked up. Orochimaru suddenly opened his mouth. A man covered in mucus emerged from his mouth. Orochimaru Flow Body Replacement Technique. This body replacement technique can throw almost all injuries to the snake slough while keeping yourself intact. However, the disadvantage is that it consumes too much. Even cage-level masters can't use it often. Withdraw. Kimimaro. Orochimaru's eyes were solemn, and he glanced back at Zongxuan. This man. Don't think about leaving. Shisui yelled, and Kakuzu rushed over. They were suppressed by Kimimaro's life-threatening attack just now, and then taking advantage of this opportunity, Kimimaro did not hesitate to get hurt and create a chance for Orochimaru. Now, they're catching up again. Go! Orochimaru shouted, with the seal in his hand, using the summoning technique. Several giant pythons with a size no less than 10,000 snakes were summoned by him. Then he grabbed Kimimaro who was covered in blood, turned around and ran. Zongxuan watched with interest, then turned his head. Susanoo's giant blade slashed fiercely at Danzo, who was still intact for some time. Sure enough, you still have Sharingan. Zongxuan narrowed his eyes. It's Izanagi again. Although Shisui captured your subordinates and confiscated all their Sharingans, it seems that you still have stock. Danzo has been at the helm of Konoha's darkness for more than 50 years and has gone through 3 ninja wars. There are too many opportunities to attack Uchiha. Even if he only takes 2 pairs of eyes every time he fights, it is not so easy for him to use up all his eyes. In fact, when Sasuke fought Danzo, Danzo took out a total of 12 eyes including Shisui's right eye. But that doesn't necessarily mean he only has so many. Maybe the arm can't carry it, maybe the Hashirama cells can't balance with more Sharingan, maybe too many Sharingan will squeeze his chakra. He stayed so much, it doesn't mean he only has so much. After all, it is normal for him to bring these Sharingans with him. How many people in the ninja world can kill him a dozen times in a row? That is to say, Sasuke achieved this achievement regardless of the consumption of pupil power, and as a result, Danzo was killed here, and then his eyes were finished. How long did he open his eyes? You're still staring at me. Danzo's voice was distressed, as if full of unwillingness. Orochimaru betrayed you. No way. Zongxuan smiled slightly. Who made you easier to kill? Then, Susanoo strikes again. The distance at this time is almost the best distance for Susanoo to attack. It's hard for him to dodge. Brush. Another knife cut Danzo in 2. Zongxuan watched Danzo reluctantly use Izanagi again, and then gave him another knife. He didn't even look at Orochimaru, and he didn't pay any attention to the fight between Shisui and Orochimaru. Just one knife cut down. Brush. One slash, once again consuming Danzo's life. Damn it! Who are you? Why are you targeting this old man? 35. Brush. Another knife, Danzo's Sharingan is consumed again. Damn Uchiha! Dirty blood, people like you, shouldn't be here. Brush. Another knife cut Danzo in half. Why are you targeting the old man so much? The old man can pay the price. There are countless secrets in my roots, enough to pay for everything. Brush. Another knife, Zongxuan's face did not change, and he turned a deaf ear. I'm not happy that I didn't become Hokage. Danzo roared and tore his shirt suddenly, revealing a strange seal pattern. At the same time, he rushed towards Zongxuan at all costs. Then Zongxuan smiled disdainfully, he jumped suddenly, and jumped back directly from Susanoo. And Susanoo, under his last control, meets Danzo himself. Damn you! Danzo's desperate voice sounded. Next second, blood spurted out of Danzo's body, and the seal of the 4 elephants that he had been preparing to perish with the enemy expanded in a spherical shape. Then bring most of the Susanoo into his seal. Zongxuan smiled slightly. Well, no Susanoo from Zongxuan. Amazing power, sure enough, this kind of perishing attack is still terrifying. Susa, who couldn't even bite Orochimaru's back a technique, was torn in half. Zongxuan glanced at Danzo's corpse. The seal of the 4 elephants is a ninjutsu specially used to perish together. It seals the enemy into his corpse, which is extremely powerful. In terms of power alone, it is no less than the ghoul seal. He waited silently for a moment. Soon, Shisui rushed over. Sorry, I let Orochimaru run away. Shisui's voice was low. Obviously he was the older of the 2, but he always felt that he was holding back Zongxuan. It's okay. Zongxuan said calmly, Orochimaru is very hard to kill, I don't think I can kill him yet. Orochimaru's hard to kill is almost a must in the ninja world. Zongxuan is confident that he will kill Orochimaru here, but he can't stand it and they will be resurrected. Sasuke used Orochimaru's soul and Anko's spell to resurrect Orochimaru. And now there is not only Anko, but one of the 4 of them is not dead, and he wants to be resurrected. So after Zongxuan stabbed him, he didn't shoot at all, he couldn't kill him anyway, so why bother? But we still have to avenge this revenge, and at least we can get some compensation. Zongxuan showed a smile, and then slapped Shisui on the back. Snapped. Zongxuan was very hard, and Shisui coughed repeatedly when he slapped him. Zongxuan, what are you doing? Relax. Zongxuan smiled, look, Danzo is dead. You made such a big enemy for Uchiha, why do you still look uncomfortable? Shisui was stunned when he heard the words, and turned his head away. Danzo, just lay on the ground quietly. The Li Xixiang seal sucked everything in a radius of more than 10 meters into Danzo's body, and the place where he was lying now was simply a deep pit. Different from the ruthless posture in the past, the eyes of Danzo's corpse were full of despair. Boundless unwillingness filled his heart, his eyes widened as if he could not rest. Let's go. Zongxuan patted Shisui's shoulder, it's time for us to go back to the village. Tell me, what would Third Hokage say if you suddenly wanted to see Danzo at this moment? Do you think he'd say Danzo has defected and put a huge bounty on him? Bounty? Yes. Danzo's freedom is an absolute secret here at Third Hokage. He would never admit that Danzo had a good time with him, all he would say was that Danzo had defected, and some of the members of the union who were loyal to his roots were killed off. Then I had to put a bounty on Danzo, saying that he had become a traitor. You're really... Shisui didn't know whether to laugh or cry, you're really quick to respond to things that can make money. Can't you? Zongxuan frowned. At this time, he had unlocked the transformation technique, revealing the tender face that a 6-year-old child should have. Making this expression, there is still some cuteness. Okay, okay. Shisui said with a wry smile, don't worry, I will let Kakuzu collect the reward and give you all the money. Well, that's right. Zongxuan smiled. Shisui shrugged, then go back to the village now? Our shadow clone can't hold on anymore, it's time for the appointment 5. Although infused with a lot of chakra. But shadow clone itself does not have the ability to operate for a long time. They both asked shadow clone to take time off and just stay in the room motionless to save chakra. Of course, it will still be said to the outside world, our master and apprentice are going to retreat to practice secret techniques, please do not disturb. Then when they can't hold on any longer, they will receive a mission out of the village, and they will hide and dissipate when they go out. 0 fir flowers 0. Counting now, it's almost time. Well, that's fine. Zongxuan nodded. But I have to write a letter, wait for me. Letter. Shisui was taken aback. At the same time, a hidden stronghold. Orochimaru's face was as pale and cold as ever. He stepped forward slowly and followed Kimimaro into the stronghold. This is really bad enough. Yakushi Kabuto squinted his eyes, stepped forward and started to treat Kimimaro, while asking seemingly casually. Orochimaru-sama, what do you want to capture? You didn't hurt him, did you? It hurts me so I can help him heal. From the words, Yakushi Kabuto knew about Orochimaru's betrayal of the deal. It is even known that Orochimaru's target is not Shisui, but Zongxuan, who is more inexperienced. But he didn't tell Zongxuan. When Orochimaru heard the words, his arm froze, and his originally calm face couldn't help but twitch. Well, I didn't hurt him. He hurt me. Failed to capture. Orochimaru didn't hide anything and said the result directly, I was defeated by him. There was still enthusiasm in his eyes, Mangekyou's power is stronger than I thought. That cold pupil power is really fascinating. Oh! Yakushi Kabuto said in surprise, even Orochimaru-sama can't match. It seems that I have to re-evaluate Uchiha. 99. 0. In his heart, he was far more surprised than the surface. Orochimaru said the person who defeated him, is Zongxuan, the genius of Uchiha who is only 6 years old. After all, how can there be so many Mangeki, and how can there be so many inexperienced masters? 99. A 6-year-old child who defeated Lord Orochimaru. It's time for me to re-evaluate him, he might actually get Rinnegan and help me bring the dean back to life. Yakushi Kabuto actually didn't give up on resurrecting his beloved dean teacher. It's just that although Zongxuan draws cakes very well, in Yakushi Kabuto's view, it still looks like a white wolf with empty gloves. The secret art of impure world reincarnation is on the sealed book of Third Hokage, and on Orochimaru's side. Rain Tensei technique is in the hands of a person who even mentions Orochimaru and is extremely jealous. Zongxuan had nothing, but shouted to help him resurrect the dean. What's the difference between this and the white wolf with empty gloves? So he simply concealed the fact that Orochimaru was going to betray, and didn't reveal a word to Zongxuan. He wants to see how far Zongxuan can do. If he can't even beat Orochimaru, then why doesn't he continue to join Orochimaru? At least Orochimaru already has one of the two conditions for resurrection in Zongxuan's mouth. As long as you get the other one together, you can do it. But now Orochimaru has lost. Relying on betrayal, there is no victory. This is worthy of letting me take refuge in the past. Only such a Zongxuan has the necessary conditions to hope to prepare for the resurrection, and has the value of letting himself take refuge. And this time, Orochimaru suddenly raised his head. Yakushi Kabuto also quickly looked up. Soon, an eagle glided down quickly and landed on Yakushi Kabuto's arm. It's from the guy named Zongxuan next to Shisui. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. Orochimaru prefers to use snakes to deliver messages, and his subordinates have a similar habit. With an eagle. This is clearly not their means of communication. Well, it's from the mysterious person who came with Shisui. Yakushi Kabuto looked weird. He wants to continue doing business with you. Hear this. Even Orochimaru laughed. He just had a fight with me, and he still contacted you through ninja? Still want to make a deal with me? Yes. Yakushi Kabuto squeezed the corner of the letter without leaving a trace, and said, he wants to continue doing business with you, but it's no longer a matter of danzo. In exchange for some of the first-generation cells in your hand, as well as reanimation jutsu, in exchange for the Rinnegan information of the conditions he originally gave. Of course, as the price of your betrayal, he needs extra compensation and asks you to tell him the cultivation method of the immortal body in Rika Cave. 99. Yakushi Kabuto's voice is calm, with hardly any fluctuations. Exactly the same as he was before. It's just that if someone looks at him from behind, they will find out that Zongxuan's letter only states the requirements of first-generation cells and immortal body cultivation method. And no impure world reincarnation. 6. Chapter 101. Zongxuan and Shisui returned to the village. As if they had just completed a small task, they returned home casually. Then the next day, Shisui went directly to Hyuga Hayashi, the head of the Hyuga clan. They talked for a while, and then Shisui rushed to the Hokage building angrily, as if he had just heard from them that the progress of the investigation was extremely slow. Hokage-sama. Why hasn't the investigation on the roots come up yet? He asked angrily. When did Anbu's efficiency become so slow? 99. Behind Shisui, Hyuga Hayashi, the head of the Hyuga clan, shouted, "Oops, Hokage-sama cares about this matter," and shouted, "Shisui-kun, let's not fight because of Danzo. After all, Danzo himself has been arrested, and sooner or later there will be an explanation." 99. While shouting, he chased Shisui, as if trying to hold him and dissuade him. Well, at first glance, it looks very much like Lord Third Hokage's loyal dog. But he chased him all the way, shouting in a voice that anyone from 100 meters away could hear, and finally chased Shisui in front of Third Hokage. After the two of them sang and sang together, the patriarchs of almost all the big families heard the news. At first glance, it seems like a reappearance of Shisui's forced palace. Third Hokage's old face twitched. "Shisui, investigation is a very serious matter." 35. A lot of the information at the root is secret, and even many clan chiefs are not allowed to know the secret of Ninja Village. Such a secret cannot be lost. What's more, according to what you said, there are many people at the root who have endangered your family. This is an act of betrayal. As Konoha Hokage, I cannot wrong anyone or let any criminal escape. 9. Naturally, the investigation was a little slower. Of course, if you say it's okay to wrong someone, maybe the investigation can be done faster. 35. Third Hokage casually made excuses to deal with it, and at the same time dug a hole for Shisui. As long as Shisui dared to agree, he would dare to create a bunch of wrongful convictions, and then let the wronged people sue him. It's a pity that although Shisui's political IQ is not good, he is not in such a trap. He directly ignored Hokage's remarks and said, "In this case, can I ask Lord Third Hokage to give us a deadline?" "I can't give this deadline." Third Hokage sighed, "The situation is too serious. Even if I am Hokage, I can't give you the results you want." "Then dare to ask Mr. Hokage, if you can't find anything, will Danzo live on until he dies of old age?" Shisui raised his brows. He is not too young. At this age, it is not surprising when he will die of old age. The corner of Third Hokage's mouth twitched, and he always felt that Shisui was implying something. After all, he and Danzo are students of the same age, and they are the same age. But still said, "This is indeed a problem, but if it's a big deal, he will be imprisoned for life. It's not too much trouble." Third Hokage said with swear words and sincerity. But the patriarchs of the many big families present were listening to him fart and imprisoned for life? Isn't it troublesome? If we don't know, the reason why the investigation of the roots is so difficult to end is that Danzo is directing it. We investigate in the front, and Danzo continues to lead the roots in the back, continues to work, and continues to give us a whole lot more to investigate. This is not so troublesome. What else is troublesome? Shisui's frown deepened, and he couldn't help but say, "Lord Hokage, I hope to meet Danzo. With my illusions, maybe I can get Danzo to speak." Third Hokage sighed. Danzo also has a seal set on his body, and even the ninjas of the Yamanaka clan can't make him speak, so you may not be able to do it. 35. This sentence is true. Danzo has always prepared a lot for this kind of thing. What if? Shisui took a step forward and said with a firm face, "What if I succeed? I am the Uchiha clan, and with my pupil power, there may be no chance. But what if you push too hard and turn Danzo into a dementia? Do you still need the information from the root?" Third Hokage categorically refused, then changed the conversation and comforted Shisui. "Shisui, don't worry, Danzo will investigate it sooner or later, and he will also give you an explanation." Shisui was silent for a while, still a bit unwilling. "Then please let me meet Danzo." "Don't worry, I just wanted to ask Danzo a few questions about our Uchiha. Why does he keep being so hostile to us? Our Uchiha didn't do anything. I wonder if there is someone who insists on targeting me Uchiha?" Saying that, he looked directly at Hokage. As if to say yes, I just doubt you. To tell the truth, seeing each other is not an excessive requirement. 1. No. Third Hokage said flatly. No one else knows, but Third Hokage knows Danzo isn't in jail now. He seems to have negotiated something with Orochimaru and asked himself to leave the village. Although Danzo didn't tell him his purpose, he swore that he would not have any problems and would not cause trouble to Konoha. Third Hokage only agreed to his old classmate's request. Danzo will not betray the village, Third Hokage can guarantee it. And he and Danzo both understand. Don't look at Danzo's appearance of being put on death row, waiting for the death penalty. But as long as you keep dragging things on, you might be able to drag it to a turning point. For example, when the Fourth Ninja World War broke out and the village urgently needed the support of the roots, it could be used as a reason to give Danzo more freedom. It's not entirely impossible to even walk on the bright side again. Isn't that the case with Orochimaru in Naruto's time? There is hope of returning to the sun, and he loves the village very much. So even if it is a request to go out of the village, it can be agreed. So he agreed to Danzo's request. Danzo is not in the cell now, how could Third Hokage let Shisui meet Danzo? But no one can use transformation technique to hide from Mangekyou's eyes. Danzo is currently being interrogated by Anbu, and finally something came out of the interrogation. I don't want to disturb Anbu's work, so that the interrogation will be delayed again. Third Hokage coughed and said earnestly, Shisui, you can rest assured, you don't want to prolong the torture, do you? Totally looking for you. But I'm worried that Danzo will be silenced if he asks anything. 39 Shisui doesn't appreciate it, and speaks directly to Third Hokage. Don't worry, there won't be such a problem. Third Hokage said with a smile, in a few days, when Anbu's torture is over, I'll let you ask him. 0. Danzo won't answer you anyway. What if Danzo defected in a few days? Shisui looked incredulous. Third Hokage swore, I swear to you in Hokage's name, Danzo will never escape, he will never cause any more trouble. So, can you rest assured? Shisui heard the words, nodded vigorously, and glanced at Third Hokage meaningfully. Since Hokage-sama said so, then I'll wait a little longer. The heart said. Zongxuan, the task you gave me has been completed. And Third Hokage, I'll see what you say in a few days. 35. He's setting a trap for Third Hokage. Zongxuan came to school in the morning. Before he entered the class, he heard the girls in the class arguing loudly. Hey, did you see it, yesterday's full moon, it's so beautiful. 35. Yeah. It's a pity that Zongxuan didn't come, I still want to invite him to watch the moon with me. Ino he smiled, you said yesterday that I was looking at the moon, and Zongxuan was also looking at the moon, so that when I was looking at the moon, I could also see Zongxuan, as if two people were looking at each other. When the girls heard this, Chi envied, Ino, you are so romantic. As the most playful girl in the class, Ino has always been the popular weather-vane and romantic spokesperson in the class. She developed the earth-flavored love story Link, and several girls have tried to imitate it, but no one has surpassed it. Hearing Ino's words at this time, all the girls praised them one after another, and at the same time they secretly said in their hearts, when I see Zongxuan next time, I will tell him this, he will definitely be moved. At this moment, Naruto's carefree voice sounded. Ino, little Sakura, why are you all rounding up? Girls, rounding. Well, according to Zongxuan, it is a common thought of single dogs. Naruto thought about it and explained, Zongxuan gave me an example and said. Aragaki Ui lives on the earth, and I live on the earth. Rounding up is that Aragaki Ui and I live together with 0.6. Aragaki Ui is kissing the air, and I am kissing the air, and rounding it up is Aragaki Ui kissing me. Aragaki Ui sleeps on the bed, I also sleep in the bed, rounding up is Aragaki Ui and I share the same bed. Ui Aragaki loves the world, and I love the world too. Rounding it up is that Ui Aragaki loves me. Oh, by the way, do you know who Ui Aragaki is? He also asked curiously. I asked Zongxuan's name, but he didn't tell me. All girls. Zongxuan, Jing. Should I say so much to Naruto? If this goes on, I feel that the vest of my pure love will be uncovered by Naruto, revealing the body of the scumbag inside. He shook his head, just as he was about to go in. Suddenly, a figure passed by as if inadvertently. Hello, this classmate. Yakushi Kabuto pushed down his glasses and showed a kind smile. I came to see my teacher back then, do you know where Hezawa is? But in private, a note was sent over. There is a sentence on it. Orochimaru has already agreed to make a deal with you, the things are with me now, come and pick them up tonight. Chapter 102. That night. The home of Yakushi Kabuto. This is what you want? Yakushi Kabuto said calmly. On his table, there is a small piece of meat in a glass container, and there is a lot of vitality, First Generation Cells. This is the cell of the legendary First Generation. Can it merge with the power of my Uchiha clan and transform into something stronger? Shisui looked at the First Generation cell with solemn eyes. He has now also looked at the stone monument below the shrine, and has some guesses about the fusion of Senju and Uchiha's power. If what Zongxuan said is right, this thing has a strong influence on Manjiki. If it goes well, maybe it can solve the problem of Manjiki's blindness. And this, you asked for it too. Yakushi Kabuto took out a scroll. This ninjutsu scroll has 4 characters written on it: Sage Mode. Sage Mode. Zongxuan narrowed his eyes slightly. This is what he wants. He needs Sage Mode. Who wouldn't be curious about this only power that can fight against yin and yang? Among the 3 holy places, Katsuyu needs to find Tsunade, and he does not have such a good friendship with the other party. Toad needs to find Jiraiya, although the two have a very good taste, but obviously this important thing is not within the scope of gifting a friend. The only possibility for Zongxuan to get his hands on it is the Sage Mode of Rika Cave. Of course, the curse mark also counts. Not only the scroll in front of him, but also the Orochimaru spell mark test sample obtained at the Orochimaru base, and the spell mark arm on Danzo's corpse, all in his hands. For the same purpose. At the same time. I gave this to you. Yakushi Kabuto took out a ninjutsu scroll, reanimation jutsu. I think 10 might be what you need. It's not what I need, it's what you need. Zongxuan suddenly smiled when he heard the words. It is true that the same can be said. Yakushi Kabuto did not deny it. After all, as far as I know, you Uchiha do not have this ninjutsu. At the beginning, Zongxuan told Yakushi Kabuto that with impure world reincarnation and Rine Tensei technique, he could completely revive his beloved teacher. And these 2 techniques are not in Zongxuan's hands. Now, the goal has been half completed. But you can rest assured of me. Yakushi Kabuto said calmly, Orochimaru has set a seal on the 2 scrolls, and the contents inside can only be opened once, and they will be destroyed. 35. He also stated this in his reply to you, so I didn't spy on any of them. You still have a lot to do with me, you can rest assured. 35. His words were quiet. Yakushi Kabuto knew that the basis of trust between the 2 parties was very indifferent, especially because he did not report Orochimaru's intelligence to Zongxuan, which stabbed this indifferent trust. So at this time, he almost confessed everything. Like the scrolls of impure world reincarnation. He clearly told Zongxuan, this is what I'm here for, and you don't need to pay anything. And you can rest assured and boldly hold me. With 1 piece of Rinnegan's information, I can actually get so many things. Shisui pondered slightly, always feeling that Orochimaru was a little too bold. It's normal. Yakushi Kabuto was accustomed to it. You think you made a profit, but for Orochimaru-sama, it's nothing. Senju Hashirama's cells can keep multiplying themselves, as long as they are well nurtured, there is nothing to lose by cutting off a small piece. The remaining 2 ninjutsu are just knowledge, and knowledge is the most valuable and the least valuable. Because knowledge is precious, because it affects almost everything, strength, victory, dream. But knowledge is also very cheap, because he is not the only one, there is no situation where if it is given to you, I will not have it. You think Orochimaru paid a lot, but in his opinion, the price paid is actually very limited. Yakushi Kabuto said calmly, otherwise, I would not dare to take the opportunity to ask for reanimation jutsu. Yes. Zongxuan nodded. But even if it was cheap knowledge, Orochimaru would not be willing to pay all of his ninjutsu knowledge just to exchange information about Rinnegan. So when Zongxuan wrote the letter, he only wrote the 2 things he needed, Hashirama Cell and Sage Mode, and did not ask for more. And only Yakushi Kabuto, a confidant who understands Orochimaru, can just get stuck in Orochimaru's bottom line and ask for benefits. Danzo arranged for a backup man before he left the village. Yakushi Kabuto suddenly interjected, he will tell Third Hokage everything when Danzo is late to return, so that he can prepare early and quickly accept all the power of his roots. But you can rest assured that this backhand has been removed by me and sent a disinformation to Third Hokage, Danzo will be back soon and everything is going well. 35. Danzo is not really reckless, he dares to leave the village casually, without even explaining a reason. He really does not want the transaction with Orochimaru to be known by Third Hokage, and feels that the siege and suppression of Zongxuan are almost certain. But that's not a reason for him not to prepare for the worst. Well thought out is the hallmark of every mature ninja. No wonder I said that Third Hokage didn't react at all, it's so easy to fall in love with. Shisui suddenly realized when he heard the words. He did use words to deliberately induce Third Hokage. But Third Hokage is too good a trick. It turns out that there is also the support of Yakushi Kabuto. Shisui looked at Yakushi Kabuto with a surprised look, this guy. While testing the strength of the two of them with Orochimaru, he made appropriate preparations to make up for all the loopholes. Even if he felt that Yakushi Kabuto betrayed Zongxuan's trust, he was no longer in conflict. No wonder Zongxuan hides his identity in front of Danzo and Orochimaru, but shows up in front of this person. This person, he really has enough talent to make all the high-ranking people happy. 5. If he really took refuge, how wonderful it would be. Zongxuan looked at the 3 items on the table, which had recently risen. Hashirama cells were resealed into the scroll by him, and Sage Mode's ninjutsu scroll was also included in his ninja bag. However, the remaining ninjutsu scroll of impure world reincarnation, he did not move. This is for you. Zongxuan said calmly, after you learn it, remember to copy it and send it to Uchiha. Are you? Yakushi Kabuto frowned. Incomprehensible way. I'm really trusting you now, you don't have to. He knew that Zongxuan did this to reassure his heart. But he is really sincere. As long as the dean can be resurrected in the end, he can do anything. Even after resurrection, let him kill himself directly. Well, I know. Zongxuan nodded, but I'm serious too. Shisui and I don't have time to learn this ninjutsu, our combat system is our own, and we don't need this. And you need a little trump card. He raised his head and said seriously, anyway, it is an S-level forbidden technique, and it is very difficult to learn. I don't think the two of us can easily master it. It's you, the medical ninja is very convenient to get some materials. I also believe that you will do your best to learn this ninjutsu in order to resurrect your dean. The most important is... Zongxuan raised his head and said with a smile on the corner of his mouth, do you want your dean to be summoned, and someone else controls his life and death? Believe me, it doesn't feel good. Yakushi Kabuto opened his mouth and seemed to want to say something like I can take it. But when the words came to his mouth, he was unable to say it. Yes, this feeling is really hard to accept. In the future, when Tsunade rejects Orochimaru's request to resurrect Nawaki, there may be a reason for this. His most important person has become someone else's puppet, so do I want him to be good, or do I want to cheat him? So this ninjutsu is handed over to you. Zongxuan smiled, I hope you can become stronger as soon as possible, master this forbidden technique. The S-level forbidden technique is very difficult to learn, and although the current Yakushi Kabuto is not weak, it has the strength of the Jainin level. But it's not the ultimate version of him after all. Even if he has a high affinity with impure world reincarnation, it will take a certain amount of time to become master. Yakushi Kabuto opened his mouth and finally lowered his head. He slowly stretched out his hand, as if he was afraid of being suspected by Zongxuan, and with an extremely slow speed, grabbed the ninjutsu scroll representing impure world reincarnation. This is an extremely sensible performance. But at the moment of grasping the hand, the slightly blue veins on the back of the hand represent the inner unrest. Yakushi Kabuto took a deep breath, took the scroll in his arms solemnly, and asked, What else do you need me for? Help me find out about Anbu. Zongxuan pondered for a while, then said, if Third Hokage attacks us Uchiha, I hope you can give me an early warning. As he spoke, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Third Hokage can insert Uchiha Itachi into the Uchiha clan as a spy. He can also insert Yakushi Kabuto into Third Hokage's Anbu as a spy. Who is afraid of who? I see, I will definitely complete the task. Yakushi Kabuto lowered his head slightly. But in the voice, there is an almost decisive firmness. Obviously, he'll be desperate to complete this task. Just do your best. Zongxuan shook his head, I will not be the only one preparing for you. And also. Zongxuan stood up slowly and turned around to walk out of Yakushi Kabuto's house. By casting the spell on the deceased in the filthy body, the contractual relationship between the deceased in the filthy body and the summoner can be released, so that the deceased in the filthy body can escape the control of the summoner and no longer be controlled by the summoner. This will allow your dean to be out of your control. Although you can't completely become a normal person, at least you can be like a normal person. Saying that, he went out. Shisui followed closely behind and took the door with him. Yakushi Kabuto lowered his head, his body seemed to be trembling, and he seemed to be excited. But in the end, only one sentence came out. Yes, Lord Zongxuan. After taking Yakushi Kabuto to his heart, Zongxuan returned to his daily life. It's time to practice cultivation, and it's time to go to school. On the other hand, Shisui would go to the Hokage building every 2 or 3 days to ask when Third Hokage could meet Danzo. However, all the responses were rejected. At first, number 573 people cared, but as time went on, everyone could not sit still. What's the situation? Third Hokage said that the interruption of torture will affect the effect, but what torture can last so long? Could it be that Danzo has escaped? Damn, Lord Third Hokage, I want to meet Danzo too. Yes, I want to see you too, I want to ask him if my family's secret art was taken away by him. And I. Many patriarchs discussed and demanded. This is so weird. What's the point of letting Shisui meet? Something wrong. There must be a problem. Damn Danzo, what the hell are you doing? Third Hokage was annoyed. Why haven't you returned to the village yet? But he still tried to hide it for Danzo, what he said before was too dead, and there was no room for turning back. Just trying to find an excuse. What today? Danzo asked to stay quiet for a day, and what information was delivered at the price? Or maybe today Danzo was over-tortured and completely in a coma, and the medical ninja advised him to rest. Or Danzo is old, has a sudden illness, and is resuscitating. The reason for making up excuses is much stronger than that of students who don't want to go to school. The key is that he can also find all kinds of evidence, the signature of the medical ninja, the inspection records of the hospital equipment, the part of the information of the route. And then throwing out some basic interests, it can let the clan chiefs who are talking about it temporarily suppress their doubts. But Shisui still came to ask questions every 3 days. 1 day he can stop it. 5 days he can stop. In a month, can he still stop it? The further back in time, the worse the situation for Third Hokage. Damn Danzo, he said that everything was going well. Third Hokage already felt bad. He hastily ordered to find the ninja who sent Danzo's secret letter. As a result, a group of Anbu searched for a long time, and finally found an unknown body. It's been calculated. Third Hokage understood everything at once. He suddenly felt a bone-chilling cold. Danzo, it's really gone. Not dead, but run away. Of course, this question is not important to him now. What matters is how to deal with the next situation. That's the only way. Third Hokage took a deep breath and decided to stop the loss in time. As a result, a piece of news quickly spread throughout the major ninja tribes. All the ninja patriarchs were shocked. What? Danzo defected. Chapter 103. What? Danzo defected. Isn't he locked up in a cell directly under the control of Lord Hokage Anbu? How did he defect? Everyone was dumbfounded. To be honest, although Third Hokage sheltered Danzo several times, all kinds of delays delayed Danzo's death. But not everyone cares. Because no matter what, Danzo was locked up after all. Unless something like the Fourth Ninja War breaks out, even if Danzo can handle the work of the Roots, he can't stand on the bright side. He is a prisoner in name. Prisoners who have no rights at all and are under surveillance all the time. This means that it is impossible for him to blatantly exercise his rights, nor to coerce and lure the major families. But now, how could he escape? How could he escape? Yesterday, some of Danzo's loyalists at the Root raided my Anbu's cage regardless of their lives. Third Hokage's face was grief-stricken, my subordinates were caught off guard and suffered heavy losses. 35. Danzo himself has untied the shackles at some point, and seems to have turned against an Anbu who was looking after him, or maybe that Anbu was her own. This matter has not yet been confirmed, but Danzo has indeed unshackled, cooperated with the ninja at the Root, and killed him. Defection, it has been confirmed. Third Hokage's face was full of pain, and sadness flashed in his eyes, as if his heart ached for the sacrificed Anbu. This old man never imagined that Danzo would do such a thing. Third Hokage said angrily, I thought he was a bit extreme, but he was still a member of the village, all for the sake of the village. How could he do such a thing? That is first Hokage established, second Hokage norms, and then spread to the old man's village. He clearly loved the village so much back then, why did he come to this point now? As he spoke, he burst into tears, as if he was a soldier who abides by his principles. When he found out that his partner had betrayed the country, it was unbelievable and extremely sad. Combined with the full head of white hair, Third Hokage seemed to be a few years older. For a time, sadness pervaded. Even some angry family patriarchs couldn't bear to open their mouths and questioned this old man who had worked hard for Konoha all his life. And this time, an icy voice interrupted Third Hokage's play. Sir Third Hokage, please don't say something irrelevant. 35 Uchiha Shisui stood up suddenly, a pair of Mangeki Sharingan glaring at Third Hokage. I remember I warned you. You said, in the name of Hokage, Danzo will never escape. Then why is this still the case? Or did you do it on purpose? His voice was cold and full of murderous intent. The corner of Third Hokage's mouth twitched and he sighed, Shisui, I'm sorry for you. I really didn't expect this to happen. He paused for a while, his eyes flickering with depression. Even if I say I didn't mean it now, I guess you won't believe it. 35. Yes. 35 Shisui said coldly, I don't believe you anymore. 35. Who's going to believe what you say when even Hokage's reputation has gone bankrupt? 5. Shadow is a very strange profession. Although the ninja itself uses deception as its main combat method, the words of deception will come, and the actions of deception will be done at any time. But the shadows are different. They are not so much ninjas as they are leaders. Ninjas can deceive people, they can be discredited. But not shadows. If even the shadow has no credibility, who will believe in the ninjas of the ninja village? I know, I understand. Third Hokage burst into tears, I know I made a big mistake. Don't worry, I will try my best to make up for the loss of your Uchiha clan. It's not just about us Uchiha. Hokage-sama. Shisui's words were pressing, it's more about Konoha. Do you understand? 35. This problem is serious. Serious fault of Hokage. I know. Third Hokage sighed, I am getting old, and I know that my physical strength and intelligence can't keep up. So I decided to pick 5th Hokage right away. When 5th Hokage is elected, I will abdicate as punishment. Is 3rd Hokage about to abdicate? Fifth Hokage is about to take over? Many patriarchs were stunned, but immediately became excited. Fifth generation is about to take the lead? To be honest, Third Hokage was really a failure. Konoha slaughtered all the countries before he took office. However, after he came to power, although he stabilized the political situation, Konoha was injured again and again. Even to the point where he obviously won the battle, but was unable to seek compensation from the other side, so he could only sign a peace treaty. Now Third Hokage steps down, Fifth Hokage takes over. This is a great opportunity. In the hearts of countless family patriarchs, they immediately began to plan. The growth of the Sarutobi family and the Shimura family over the years is obvious to all. How much can Hokage win for the family? Who wouldn't want to be this Hokage? They immediately began to figure out how to win over allies, how to exchange interests, how to compete with Fifth Hokage. Even Hyuga Hayashi, who has a grudge against Third Hokage, subconsciously began to calculate whether he could become Hokage. See the appeal of Hokage. From now on, Konoha village will select Fifth Hokage. Third Hokage paused and said, of course, before this old man will temporarily serve as Hokage, and after everyone confirms Fifth Hokage, he will abdicate immediately. Is it okay? Everyone nodded one after another, which is also a matter of course. Can't you just leave Hokage empty before the fifth generation project is selected? Lord Hokage, what about Danzo who defected? Shisui insisted. He knew that whoever took the fifth Hokage role, it wouldn't be Uchiha anyway. As for Danzo, Third Hokage gritted his teeth, immediately set a bounty for Shimura Dans. Send Anbu to hunt him down. Whatever it takes, bring back Danzo's head. Also, considering the information about Konoha in Danzo's head, we will immediately change the defense route of the Konoha shinobi to prevent other countries from invading. This is also due. So everyone nodded. Yes. Lord Third Hokage. Konoha is picking Fifth Hokage. As soon as the news came out, almost everyone joined the discussion. This one shouted, we Hyuga Hayashi-sama are eligible to be Hokage. The one shouted, Hyuga Hayashi is a piece of shit, the patriarch of our Nara clan, Shikaisa-sama, is an assistant for the purpose of the third generation, and he is familiar with government affairs, so he should choose Hokage. Even Uchiha's clansmen couldn't help but chime in, I think our Lord Shisui is currently the strongest in Konoha and the most suitable candidate for Hokage. Then he was slapped by countless passers-by. Fart. The whole Konoha was caught in a heated discussion, and even the children in Zongxuan's class were talking about this issue. Mainly, Hokage is almost the dream of most people. Tooth wants to be Hokage, Naruto wants to be Hokage, Naruto his mother wants to be Hokage, Naruto his dad wants to be Hokage, little Sakura complained about why her dad wasn't Hokage. When it came time to fight Uchiha Madara, almost everyone was shouting, I want to be Hokage. Even Shisui couldn't help finding Zongxuan. Zongxuan, wait until fifth Hokage takes over, we Uchiha will finally have tomorrow. He was moved to tears, which were tears of hope, our efforts are worthwhile. The result of Shisui and Zongxuan's calculations at the time was that it was difficult for Uchiha to integrate into Konoha in the current situation. The only way is to drag. When the Fourth Ninja War breaks out, the war will require the power of Uchiha, and with a certain degree of cooperation within the clan, Konoha will gradually accept the existence of Uchiha. There is also dragging to the top of fifth Hokage, as long as the other party is not someone like Danzo who is extremely hostile to Uchiha, then Uchiha will have a chance to be accepted. Isn't it time for fifth Hokage to take over? Zongxuan, let's see who is more suitable to be fifth Hokage. Uchiha needs to work hard for fifth Hokage to come on stage. Shisui said seriously. He hopes to escort a fifth generation project that is friendly to Uchiha. If there is a fifth generation project with a mind like Danzo, he might assassinate fifth Hokage at all costs and reselect fifth generation. However, in the face of Shisui's enthusiasm, Zongxuan poured cold water on him. You think too much. Third Hokage will continue to rule for a while, fifth Hokage is far away. 99. Ah! Isn't he about to abdicate? Shisui was surprised. Zongxuan shook his head. It is true that he is about to abdicate, but who is qualified to take his courage? You? Hayashi? Narashika Issa? Who do you think is in the top position and can convince everyone? 39. Shisui opened his mouth when he heard the words, but couldn't say a name. Zongxuan's expression was calm, and Uchiha Itachi once said to Naruto, "You don't become Hokage to be recognized by people, but to be recognized by people to become Hokage." This sentence is actually correct. As a Hokage, you must be recognized by everyone. However, in the current Konoha, who has this qualification? Danzo defected and was killed by you and me. The man who most wanted to be Hokage has long since been out. Consultants Udaten Koharu and Mito Yanman are old. These two are teammates of Danzo and Third Hokage, but they are old, and Konoha can't let the veteran play again. In case he dies in a few years, Konoha will return had to choose Hokage again. The Uchiha family is not believed by everyone. Shisui and Fugaku were all out. Hyuga Hayashi is too arrogant, is not liked by small families and commoners, and is weaker. The Hyuga family is also out. Others are similar, each with their own problems, lack of key strengths, not even acting. Are they worthy of becoming Hokage? Characters like Ryuju and Kakashi have both credit and resourcefulness, but no power. Cage level, because every leader of the 5 countries has the power of shadow, they are called shadow, so the person with this strength is called cage level. However, although Konoha lost a lot, it is still the strongest ninja village in the ninja world. How could it be possible to let a character who is not even cage level become Hokage? When a leader like Ying Ying faces a formidable enemy attacking the village, he must be the first to stand up. The result of someone like Shikaku being Hokage is, he stepped up, he rushed, he hit GG. What a joke! The family's Konoha is now caught in a green and yellow phase. Zongxuan said calmly, it is precisely because of this that after the death of 4th Hokage, the village had to relaunch 3rd Hokage. Back then, 3rd Hokage was outrageous. In the 3rd Ninja War, Namikaze Minato had cut off Rock Shinobi's supply line, and victory was at hand. However, 3rd Hokage felt that the village was damaged too much, and finally signed a peace treaty with Rock Shinobi without compensation, that is, it lost both lining and face. We are obviously victors, but we can only sign this kind of thing? So countless ninjas expressed their dissatisfaction one after another, which eventually led to the resignation of 3rd Hokage and the rise of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. As a result, Namikaze Minato didn't take long as Hokage, and lost his life on the Night of 9 Tails. At that time, the village discussed the candidates for 5th generation's purpose, but at that time, the village suffered a lot of losses, and there was not even a young cage-level master who could succeed Namikaze Minato. In the end, everyone had to pinch their noses and invited 3rd Hokage back. So from this point of view, some people think that 4th Hokage is a conspiracy theory that 3rd Hokage killed. There is some truth to it. We couldn't choose a replacement for 5th Hokage at the time, can we do it now? Zongxuan asked rhetorically. Shisui opened his mouth and said nothing to refute. Because he also knows, can't. Those with strength, such as him, such as Itachi, such as Fugaku. It's all Uchiha clan. And the village obviously can't accept a Hokage from Uchiha. Others, the older generation is old, the younger generation is the strongest Kakashi, that's the same thing. Is there no one to choose? Shisui couldn't help asking. It's not that there is none. Zongxuan glanced at Shisui Yi, Lizaya Hausunade, Jiraiya, the disciple of 3rd Hokage, are all candidates who can be accepted by Konoha. There is prestige, strength is also there, and credit is not bad. But they have to be willing to be. Shisui heard the words, opened his mouth wide, and was speechless for a long time. He is also a master of cage level after all, and he knows some secrets, Tsunade's younger brother, the death of his lover, and it seems that there are small actions by insiders. Not to mention Jiraiya, he doesn't want to care about anything at all, either he wants to find a good friend Orochimaru, or Isshin wants to write a little prince. This is really... Doesn't Third Hokage have to stay in power then? Shisui couldn't help asking. Otherwise? Zongxuan asked rhetorically, if he doesn't govern, who will govern? Shisui gritted his teeth, if we go and convince Tsunade and Jiraiya. Can you do it? Zongxuan asked back, do you think the people in the village didn't try to persuade Fourth Hokage when he died? Not then, but now? In contrast, you might as well let Kakuzu slap Third Hokage more in the face. Zongxuan said calmly, this may allow everyone in the village to compromise, lower their demands, and push Hayashi out. 35. Hayashi is too arrogant, is not liked by small families and commoners, and is weak. But this can be made up for, it's not a big problem to look down on commoners and small clan ninjas, it's a big deal to let Hayashi pretend to be close to the people. The problem of lack of strength can also be solved, he and Shisui can help, Hayashi himself is in his prime, and there are further opportunities. Coupled with the full support of the Hyuga family. Compared with other people, Hyuga Hayashi has the highest probability of successfully ascending the position. Although this biggest is actually very small. I see, my name is Kakuzu. Shisui left with a gloomy head. Zongxuan nodded and waited to receive the money. Kryptonite again. Voice. Chapter 104. Third Hokage moves quickly. The bounty order issued by Konoha for betrayal and forbearance came out, not only notified the major countries through formal channels, but also added the name Danzo to the underground gold exchange. Name, Shimura Danz. Age, 65 years old. Brief introduction, once the leader of Konoha route, Konoha Elite Jainin, experienced the first, second, and third ninja wars, good at wind-style ninjutsu, stealing the blood of other clans. After the boundary was detected, he killed defection from the cell. Reward amount, 100 million taels. This time Third Hokage took out the original capital. Although Konoha is the most economically developed country in the ninja world, even if it is such a big country, the funds of 100 million taels cannot be taken out casually. You know, this is working capital. It needs to be prepared in advance. Third Hokage took almost all of Konoha's liquidity and turned it into a bounty for Shimura Danz. In addition, because of the fear of intelligence outflow, I had to change the location of hidden bases, adjust the defense line, etc. Even the rich and powerful Konoha feels a bit exhausted. But in order to give an account to the many families of Konoha, Third Hokage still offered a price far beyond Danzo's own worth. Danzo is very valuable, the information he possesses is also very precious, and his strength is high enough. But this is already an exceptional bounty for the ninja world. It is said that the bounty of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama was nothing more than that. Without taking into account the devaluation of the currency, how could Danzo be comparable to these two? If it wasn't to give Konoha an explanation, Third Hokage would never have offered such a huge bounty. And under the incentive of this bounty, the whole ninja world is shaking. Organizations big and small began to investigate Danzo, the man hidden under the big tree of Konoha. The arrogant bounty hunters even carried Danzo's portrait with them, and kept scanning every passing ninja. Not to mention these organizations, even the ninjas of the 5 great ninja villages couldn't help but glance at them when they went out. For a time, Owoyang paper was expensive. The painters said that they earned money with tears and blood. The other shinobi village leaders didn't care much about the bounty, and they were even more surprised by the news. 573 The darkness of the ninja, actually defeated? How is this possible? That is the man who has become a high-level Konoha since the first ninja war, under the influence of a shadow, the power over 10,000 people. How could he defect? The last time someone with such a high position defected was the last time. Ahem, it's Orochimaru. Sure enough, Konoha is a traitor who is easy to endanger the village. 39. The major shinobi villages have issued contemptuous ridicules. Their villages have indeed had rebellion, but the rebellion from Konoha is the most powerful. And that's not the most surprising thing. What's even more surprising is that within 3 days of Konoha's reward, a ninja came to the door. I heard that you can receive his bounty here? 99. Kakuzu took out a shriveled head. Although it is a little yellow and dry, it can still be faintly seen that it is Danzo's face. This kind of betrayal from the village belongs to the bounty issued by the village to people all over the world. Anyone who comes to the village with the head of the other party can get a full bounty. The ninja in charge of the reception carefully identified it and said in surprise, "Look, it should be almost Danzo himself." Of course, further detailed investigation is needed. It's only been 3 days, I didn't expect you to eliminate a traitor for my village so quickly, your luck is so good. Your strength is really strong. He expressed his sincere emotion. To be honest, don't look at the extremely high amount of this kind of bounty, but the targets are often very powerful and scary. Take Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, for example, 50 or 60 years ago, when prices were still low, any of them could have a bounty comparable to Danzo. During the period, there are also no shortage of masters eager to try, want to see if there is a chance. But until the two of them perished together, none of the bounty hunters succeeded. Danzo didn't defect by himself, he also brought a lot of his subordinates, and his strength was almost comparable to that of a small ninja village. However, this person in front of him can actually kill him? Good luck to meet Danzo so soon. The strength is also really strong, Bog, he can actually take his head. The other reception ninjas in the reception room couldn't help but cast envious, shocked, and curious eyes. This person is really... However, listening to the receptionist's voice, Kakuzu showed an inexplicable smile. Let's not talk about strength, my luck is really good. I killed him a month ago, and I didn't expect to see his latest bounty a month later. If it weren't for me delaying time due to some things, I almost took this head to the gold exchange to collect the bounty. Danzo is known as the darkness of the ninja world, and his daily work is not to do things in the village, or to go to other villages to do things. Many ninja villages hated this matter and issued bounties one after another. The price given was also very high, but it was not as rich as Konoha village. Fortunately, Konoha village sent the bounty fast, otherwise I would have taken this shriveled head to another shinobi village to collect the bounty. Kakuzu said carelessly. However, when he opened his mouth, the other ninjas couldn't help but widen their eyes. What? You killed him a month ago? But didn't Lord Hokage say that Danzo only defected from prison 4 days ago? Are you sure you killed Danzo a month ago? The receptionist couldn't help but ask, are you sure you killed Danzo from my village? Although he looks a lot like Danzo's head. But the time is not right. And if you look closely, this head also seems to have a bit of decay, not like it was just beheaded. It's like being soaked in formalin. Of course, he was still carrying a bunch of anbu at that time, which is the same as the information you announced. Kakuzu said carelessly, should I go and dig out the bodies of those anbu? I declare in advance that you didn't put a bounty on those anbu, so I just buried it and didn't save it. Maybe it has rotted into a ball, but it can still be seen roughly. Something happened. Watching this man make such a promise. While the receptionists sent people to tell Hokage-sama, they sent people to confirm the authenticity of the head that Kakuzu took out. At the same time, some receptionists from clans secretly contacted their own clan heads in private. Soon, Hokage came first. Immediately afterward, the head of a large family such as Hyuga Hayashi also came. Shisui was the last to come because no one told him, but he was also there. How is it, are you sure about Danzo's real body? Shisui said coldly, and Manjiki suddenly pressed him with powerful pupil power. The poor appraiser almost fainted, bit his tongue and said, "It's confirmed, it's Danzo's real body." In fact, when Hokage came over at first, he wanted to do a little trick. Like secretly changing heads? But Kakuzu asked to watch the whole time, with a fierce aura on his body, a posture that if anyone dares to do anything behind my back, I will kill anyone. He is a cage-level powerhouse and should not be underestimated. Even Third Hokage can't hide anything without starting it directly. After a little delay, the patriarchs of the major clans came, and there was no way to talk about small actions. It's really Danzo himself. Shisui took a deep breath and said to Kakuzu, "Are you sure you killed Danzo a month ago?" "Of course, I haven't done much cleaning up on the battlefield with him. If you send people over, you can not only dig up some ninjas at the roots that I killed, but also restore the field." Kakuzu said that he was standing upright. "Get straight. Anyway, it's been a month, and he has already completed the venue forgery, ensuring that it is difficult for cage level to see anything." What he said was an oath, and the appraisers also said that they had found an anti-corrosion material similar to formalin. From the perspective of time, it was not much different from what Kakuzu said. FFF. "Okay, that's great." Shisui said coldly, "Lord Third Hokage, I remember that I asked you to meet Danzo more than half a month ago, right? You also said that you were interrogating him, and advised me not to delay the time of the interrogators. I don't know who you tortured, who is it?" Third Hokage's face turned blue and white. No way. He didn't even think that Danzo would actually die a month ago. You must know that Danzo is a cage-level master, and he also brought a large group of root ninjas. Even in the Ninja World War, it is a power that should not be underestimated. Ended up dying early? Damn Danzo, I won't feel at ease even if I die. Third Hokage cursed inwardly, if you die 10 days and a half months late, I'll be able to shirk it. He has a very bad impression of his old friend now, and he didn't expect this incident to make him so humiliated. I will investigate this matter. Third Hokage took a deep breath and finally said, I think the next fifth Hokage will not make mistakes like this old man. The subtext is that I'm about to abdicate anyway, so don't look into it any further. Humph. Shisui snorted coldly and turned away. The eyes of the other big family patriarchs also flickered, and the eyes looking at Third Hokage were full of strangeness. Some families don't really care what the Danzo event itself is. Especially the small family, they were not persecuted by Danzo deeply, and they couldn't think of the benefits of investigating the root, whether Danzo died, when did it die, and even whether Third Hokage released Danzo privately. They don't really care. But they see one thing, Third Hokage is really old. He has made too many mistakes. As a Hokage, acting in a dark, ruthless way, bullying the family in the village. These are not sins. But incompetence is the original sin. We have to support a fifth Hokage. Third Hokage is no longer suitable to stay in this position. At this moment, everyone almost reached a consensus. Third Hokage is also a master at playing politics, so why can't he see what everyone is thinking? Suddenly, my heart sank, knowing that my idea of trying to master Konoha's rights for a while was going to have twists and turns. Even if the village does not currently have a suitable candidate, each candidate has problems of one kind or another. But compared with their own, the Third Hokage, who has made many mistakes, maybe they are more willing to accept a fifth Hokage with certain problems. The situation that was originally controlled by Third Hokage was suddenly hit with a gap. I've got to figure out a way to fix this, maybe that backup should be ahead of schedule. Third Hokage's eyes flickered. When he was forced to abdicate, he had some preparations to deal with fifth Hokage who might ascend at any time. And now, he has to make a move in advance. Hey, when will my bounty be given to me? Kakuzu yelled carelessly, no matter what Third Hokage was thinking. Don't worry, Konoha is a qualified big country and will never owe anyone money. I will ask the Ministry of Finance to transfer money to you right away. Third Hokage responded casually, he needed to improve his backup. I want cash, this number is too big, I don't trust the bank. Kakuzu said unceremoniously. Third Hokage didn't care and nodded casually. Then just leave. Kakuzu suddenly showed a smile. 10 days later. After a series of changing hands, most of the 100 million bounty that Kakuzu harvested went to Zongxuan. Shisui took part of the bounty and used it to subsidize the finances of the Uchiha family. After all, he also paid a lot in the Danzo battle. But even so, Zongxuan has gained a lot. A full 80 million taels. Not only that, the turmoil in Caonin village gradually subsided, and Zongxuan's manuscript fee has also been transferred. Manuscript fee income, 60 million taels. Total, 140 million. This is more than all my previous income combined. Zongxuan looked excited. It's time for Kryptonite. Chapter 105. Host, Uchiha Zongxuan. Physical fitness, 289. Spiritual attribute, 607. Chakra attributes, fire, 7, water, 6, wind, 20, thunder, 7, earth, 4, yin, 1153, yang, 523. Have skills. 3 body technique, 45. Uchiha Shuriken, 59. Konoha fluid technique, 65. Sharingan, Eternal Mangeki 10000. Multiple shadow clone technique, 133. Fire style Great Fireball technique, 100. Fire style Huo Huo extinction, 1000. Fire style Balsam flower technique, 24. Fire style Longhuo technique, 27. Magic flail hang technique, 35. Magic Naruto C technique 34. Wind style Great Breakthrough, 22. Earth style Earth Flow Wall, 11. Body Flicker technique, Phantom 42. Current coupons, 14,000 points. This is the current Zongxuan data. In addition to a certain amount of growth in various data, the most striking thing is the number of coupons. 140 million taels, turned into 14,000 points. This figure even exceeds the sum of Zongxuan's current income. A wave of fat joy appeared in Zongxuan's eyes. It's time to add some more. But where is it used? First, being so fat, he always felt as if he could not be rich, and he didn't want to be bloated, and he almost called himself a local tyrant. Think for a moment. He first looked at the function that has hardly been used since the system was opened to the present, lottery. The only lottery, I got a color contact lens. Now that you have more money, maybe you can waste a little bit. Adding a little is naturally the most stable, but Zongxuan feels that it is not bad to divide a little bit to try your luck. So, first come 10 consecutive draws. 35. Congratulations to the host, get the item, a bottle of Old Godfather hot sauce. Congratulations to the host, get the item, a pair of cotton slippers. Congratulations to the host, the item obtained, a bottle of vitamin C. Congratulations to the host, the item obtained, 10 cups of milk tea, different flavors. Congratulations to the host, get the item, iPad Air 2, including 10 classic blockbusters. Zongxuan. In the 10 lucky draws, except for the special iPad, the others are basically things that can be bought in the supermarket. This gave him the illusion that he had entered a department store. It doesn't look like a lottery draw in the world of Hokage. But that's fine. Zongxuan comforted himself, let's not say anything else, if you develop that milk tea, you will be able to get your money back. The current Zongxuan is different from the previous Zongxuan. He has initially established a firm foothold in the world of Hokage. Even if the night of annihilation occurs in the next second, he no longer has to be as frightened as before, knowing that he will die. His chances of survival are greatly improved. At this time, industries such as milk tea and Lao Gan Daddy hot sauce, which have slow returns and require a certain amount of time, can try to start them. Keep it and save some money next time. Let the people from the research institute study it and see if it can be replicated. Although Zongxuan is not unable to remember various popular industries in his previous life, it is too difficult to study a little bit from beginning to end. Take milk tea for example. He not only wants to taste good, but also determines the cost and output performance ratio, and makes it easy to carry and configure, so as to prepare for the supply of various milk tea shops. With Hokage's completely deviated research ability, Uchiha is not a second-rate research institute, and it's really a problem to get results. But with the existence of real objects, as long as they analyze the ingredients of the real objects one by one, they can obtain a very good formula with the help of the wisdom of previous life personnel. This is the motivation for Zongxuan to set up the industry. As for that iPad, Zongxuan took it out and looked at it while charging. The Hokage world also has electrical appliances. For example, Naruto has a refrigerator at home. The so-called 10 blockbusters in it are indeed 10 blockbusters, each of which is about 2 hours long, which is full of sincerity. When looking at the very familiar actors such as Mr. Hato, Mr. Takizawa, Mr. Uehara, Mr. Mikami, Zongxuan silently decided to give this iPad to Naruto. I hope he can learn from the experience of the teachers, so that he will stop writing something and ask himself, some things are really embarrassing to explain to children. As for the research on the iPad itself, give up. Not to mention now, it is the age of bloggers, so what does technology look like? It is estimated that when the son of the blogger comes out, maybe he will accompany him to study this thing. In general, the lottery is quite cost-effective. Zongxuan thought for a while, at least it's not a loss. Even if Zongxuan didn't give Zongxuan any treasures like devil fruit and zanpakut this time, Zongxuan would not feel a loss. 10 items, if you get something similar to milk tea, you can get all the cost back, and you can make a fortune. You can consider trying to draw more prizes in the future. Zongxuan thought, and another 10 consecutive draws came. Almost the same as last time, it felt like he walked into the mall. Pile of products such as chips, fries, steaks, etc. The lottery system of this system may be made by Yida. There is one thing that is special. Congratulations host, get item, memory modifier, disposable tool, L. Memory modifier. Zongxuan took it out and found what looked like a small mobile phone. It always feels like I've seen it in that movie. Zongxuan pondered slightly. After all, modifying girls' memories is one of Lifen's favorite themes. The effect is also obvious, that is, to modify the memory of others. At first glance, it looked like a version of distinguished heavenly gods without sequelae, but he tried to control it and found that this thing needs to be operated slowly, so it is not suitable for use in combat. After taking the enemy prisoner, maybe try it. Or grab Tsunade and give her a shot. Fine. Zongxuan put away the memory modifier. He felt that he, who has written countless small uncles, would definitely be able to use this treasure. With 12,000 points left, Zongxuan thought about it and decided to add 5,000 points to the Yang attribute first, and then took out 2,000 points to add a few points to each attribute. Then I added the remaining 7,000 points to the Konoha fluid technique. Taiju is an almost universal means of combat. The ninja who did not graduate uses taijutsu when he beats people, Uchiha Madara uses taijutsu when he beats people, and when Six Paths Madara beats people, he also uses taijutsu. Before, the hand was not spacious, so I didn't add this skill. But now, Zongxuan intends to make up for it. So his attributes have become Host, Uchiha Zongxuan. Physical fitness, 620. Spiritual attribute, 607. Chakra attributes, fire, 20, water, 20, wind, 40, thunder, 20, earth, 20, yin, 1153, yang, 1023, j. Have skills. Uchiha Shuriken, 70. Noba Fluid Technique, 7100. Sharingan, Eternal Mangeki 10,000. Multiple Shadow Clone, 140. Fire Style Huo Huo Extinction, 1000. Fire Style Long Huo Technique, 100. Magic Flail Hang Technique, 100. Body Flicker Technique, Phantom 100. Current coupons, 5000 points. Some of the ninjutsu that are basically not used, just don't write it, save me the number of words. I still haven't got the body of a fairy. Zongxuan frowned, this body of a fairy is too difficult to get out. It's almost time to catch up with the yin attribute points brought by Eternal Mangeki, but it hasn't come out yet. 0 Fur Flowers. Looks like I have to study Senju Hashirama's cells carefully. Zongxuan sighed in his heart. Oh, and you have to continue to hold Xiang Phosphorus. The next period of time. Zongxuan still goes to school every day. And Shisui is busy trying to block Third Hokage. The main task every day is to take a group of Uchiha to pubs around the village to drink, and from time to time to take out Third Hokage's great achievements to chat. What can make Rock Shinobi admit defeat, but he has to sign a peace agreement with Rock Shinobi. What is Nine Tails Night? Fourth Hokage struggles to suppress Nine Tails, Third Hokage paddles with a group of ninjas. What a story Danzo and Third Hokage had to tell. And then there is a subtle hint that there are no good candidates for the 5th Hokage village at the moment, so should the 3rd Hokage continue to be in power? Although the idiots of Uchiha who were drinking with him didn't understand Shisui's original meaning at all, they shouted to push Shisui as Hokage instead. But the major families understood his words from the air. The Hyuga family was the first to act, and their elders drew close to other big families while hinting at Hyuga Hayashi's merits as the head of the Hyuga family. Hayashi also participated in many battles, and he contributed a lot. At the same time, Hayashi himself is also busy promoting himself. Every day, he must go to the longest street for civilians to visit. He puts on a friendly smile from time to time, and tries to get closer to the civilian ninjas. Although the smile he forced out was extremely ugly, the gifts he gave afterward were very beautiful. Everyone said that the patriarch of the Hyuga family has affinity. Do you believe me? Look at the gift box in my hand. Other families who have some hope of their own have also acted one after another, the pole relationship of the pole relationship, the unity faction of the unity faction. Even the older generation like Yuta and Koharu also stood up and voted for a female Jainin, saying that women demanded equal rights, and Konoha should have a female Hokage. Danzo wants to be Hokage, I think so do I. He's trying to make things happen, so he won't give me a chance to drag on. Third Hokage took a deep breath. Konoha is just at the green and yellow stage right now. White Fang died, Orochimaru defected, Namikaze Minato and Nine Tails perished, Tsunade, Jiraiya all left the village. There is currently no one in the village qualified to succeed Third Hokage as 5th Hokage. But if Third Hokage is completely degraded and everyone realizes that they must change to another Hokage as soon as possible, then things will be different. When it is found that continuing to drag on will only make the situation worse, the expectations in the minds of everyone will be greatly reduced, and they may even acquiesce to the fact that 5th Hokage will come to power as long as it does not seriously damage their own interests. There are so many candidates. It's a pity that Asuma didn't work, otherwise Asuma might be able to take my place. Third Hokage sighed. He used to have high expectations for his eldest son, and wanted to learn Hokage, one at a time, from the Senju family. However, the eldest son eventually died in the battlefield. When he turned his head and wanted his younger son Asuma to take over his class, he found that this boy was so rebellious that he was actually involved with the daimyo. Although a few years have passed, Asuma is no longer the young man who was fooled by Jade twice. But his strength and vigor are far from enough. Otherwise, almost no one mentions the name Asuma in the list of candidates for 5th generation purposes. Shisui, Danzo, bad me. Third Hokage sighed softly. But okay. His backhand has worked. In a few days, Rock Shinobi Village suddenly sent an envoy to Konoha. Upon hearing the news, Third Hokage immediately dispatched members of the Uchiha clan to receive them. As soon as this order came out, not to mention other people, even Shisui was stunned. Let the people of the Uchiha clan come to receive them? Is it Uchiha's job to receive foreign guests? 6. Chapter 106. Mission of Rock Shinobi. Although I don't know what they are here for, receiving foreign guests is not a good job. The person in charge needs to monitor each other's actions at all times in a way that is almost imperceptible, but not too revealing on the surface. Once detected by the envoy, just point it out, and it is Konoha's face that is lost. How many people have we come here? You are a dignified village of forbearance, and you are so wary of us. Haha, XX village is also lonely. In this case, the other party absolutely doesn't care to say it. Therefore, most of the responsible persons often take indirect monitoring at this time. For example, collecting intelligence immediately after the mission, placing a large group of people passing by at any time, or simply taking the initiative to be a tour guide, spontaneously staying with them everywhere, and blatantly guiding them. But this little trick often doesn't work. Ninja attaches great importance to information, every mission, no matter what their real purpose is, but they will definitely try their best to bring home a bunch of information about the village. How to keep the information of one's own village as much as possible, try to find out their purpose from the mouths of the envoys who are basically impossible to reveal their own purposes, and not be rude in front of the envoys. It is something that every person in charge must consider. Such a complicated job, let Uchiha do it. Hokage-sama, did you hit your head against the wall today? Shisui also had a hesitant look on his face. He vaguely felt that Third Hokage must have some sort of 577 plan, but he couldn't figure out what it was. But when Third Hokage smiled and said, I just think Uchiha should be given a chance, we can't always look at Uchiha in a stereotyped way. How about it, Shisui, are you willing to accept this task on behalf of Uchiha? This statement came out. Shisui was silent for 3 seconds, then said decisively, yes. Shisui promises his life to live up to Third Hokage-sama's high hopes. Let Uchiha integrate into the village, so that you and others can take up positions in the village normally, and shine for the village. This is Shisui's obsession. Even if he knew that Third Hokage must have bad intentions, he was obliged to do so. In fact, not only him, but also the other Uchihas were surprised when they heard the news. What tasks have Uchiha been assigned to in the past? Fight. 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 There are hardly any of them, and they are engaged in other tasks. Except for their own security department, all rights in the village have nothing to do with them, as if Uchiha is just a handy tool, only to obey orders and not let him do other things. And now, how could there be such a highly political task as the reception of the embassy? Catch. Must pick up. No answer is not Uchiha. For a time, there was a storm in Uchiha, and countless tribesmen expressed their willingness to act as the escort of the mission, and they all spoke up. Although their advice is basically useless crap. Even Uchiha Yashiro couldn't help but offer to help with concern at this time. Fugaku was even more silent, and even secretly suspended the battle with Shisui, and other contradictions suddenly dropped. The whole Uchiha is looking forward to this change. Now the change is finally coming. For a time, they seemed to have forgotten what Third Hokage had targeted. The image of Third Hokage is rapidly rising in Uchiha's heart, and many people even shouted out the words, "Currently, Konoha is not accepting, Third Hokage should do it again." It's not that they are really that forgetful, but that Uchiha himself is eager to blend in with Konoha. No one wants to start a rebellion. Uchiha decided to rebel because he felt that through hard work alone, he would not be able to integrate into Konoha and take a place in the upper echelons. It's not that they really think how strong their odds are and how much they like to fight. The original aggressiveness quickly calmed down a bit, and the faces of the serious clansmen were filled with smiles. The atmosphere instantly calmed down. In this atmosphere, the envoys of Rock Shinobi finally arrived. Konoha's door. "Hello, you are the head of the mission, Your Excellency Funes Daigo." Shisui smiled gently, as if he had turned off the Uchiha Madara mode and returned to the Shisui mode. The head of the diplomatic corps was a Rock Shinobi man. He is burly, with a slightly round face, wearing a dark red ninja uniform unique to Rock Shinobi village, with a bit of determination in his gentle smile. "Hello, are you Lord Shisui?" Funes Daigo smiled and stretched out his hand. "I've heard your name for a long time." "Don't you dare, Your Excellency." Funes Dahu's record of defeating Sand Shinobi is like thunder. Shisui smiled and said, "I used your story to educate my disciples. In fact, it's a business blow." This Funes Daigo is a Rock Shinobi elite Jainin from a commoner. As a commoner, it is natural to have the strength of an elite Jainin. The strength is average, and the record is also average, which is nothing in elite Jainin. What outsmarts Sand Shinobi? To put it bluntly, he used some small tricks to set up traps and defeated a few Jainin who were less famous than him. But it certainly can't be said that it should be blown or blown. "Oh? How did you educate your disciples?" Funes Daigo seemed to be very interested when he heard the words. Shisui coughed twice. He did say the story of Funes Daigo when he was educating Zongxuan and Yakumo. But what he said at the time was, "Don't be as negligent as those idiots from Sand Shinobi, or you'll be beaten by the rubbish far inferior to yourself." This is no compliment. I hope he learns your wisdom, which is very important in battle and is enough to decide life and death. Shisui laughed dryly, and quickly ended the topic. "Come on, Lord Third Hokage is waiting for you at the Hokage building." 55. "Well, I was about to meet Third Hokage-sama." Funes Daigo smiled and narrowed his eyes, nodded. Shisui made an invitation, and looked back. This time, the envoys consisted of 8 people and 2 teams. 3 Chunin, 3 Jainin, 1 elite Jainin, Funes Dahu. And there is one more. "Who is this?" Shisui asked curiously, looking at the girl walking behind Funes Daigo. A girl with short black hair and black pupils, about 10 years old. With a handsome face, wearing a red tights with Rock Shinobi style and black mesh pants, showing slender, white and tender legs. Her name is Black Earth. Funes Daigo smiled slightly. "It's the granddaughter of our Third Hokage-sama, who just graduated and brought her to meet the world." 35. Granddaughter of Third Hokage Onoji? What did Rock Shinobi want to talk to us about, bringing such a character? Shisui was curious. Same as Asuma isn't worth the 35 million taels bounty. The granddaughter of Third Hokage Onoji, herself will not be regarded as an ordinary genin. But it has a strictly political meaning. It turned out to be the granddaughter of Third Hokage-sama. Although Shisui didn't know why such a person would come to Konoha as a mission, he still praised, "No wonder you have such strength at such a young age. I'm afraid it's not the most outstanding talent in the current ninja world, right?" Hei Tu, however, seemed to be taking it seriously, and said proudly, "Of course, except for Brother Deidara, I am the most powerful in the village. I came to Konoha this time because I wanted to meet the talented youngsters in Konoha." 35. Lord Shisui, I heard that the Uchiha family you belong to is the most elite family in Konoha, and I really want to ask your family's genius boy for advice. Her words carried the arrogance of a young man. But the surrounding Uchiha people smiled instead. Of course they don't care about the arrogance of the black soil at a young age, but prefer this girl to praise herself as the most elite family of Konoha. If there is a chance, I think I can. Shisui smiled slightly. Come on, please come with me to see Lord Third Hokage. Saying that, lead the way ahead. But there was a glimmer of light in the eyes of Kuroshio and Funes Taigo. 0. The next step is to follow the normal process. Shisui took the embassy to the Hokage building. Third Hokage came forward, briefly discussed a few words, and left. Unlike Zongxuan's previous life, the movement of the ninja world relies on one pair of legs to walk, and the rock shinobi's state is not good under the long journey. Even if Konoha asked to negotiate at this time, the rock shinobi would not agree as long as they were not stupid. It will take at least a day or two of rest before formal negotiations begin. Shisui arranged housing for the members of the embassy. The place of residence he arranged was very close to Uchiha, mainly because he was worried about what would happen to the embassies, so he might as well keep it under his own eyes. Fugaku is also very face-saving and didn't make trouble at such a time. He ordered the garrison to step up patrols in that area, and even led the team away in person. Uchiha Yatsushiro even put aside his other work for the time being and was stationed nearby, just in case. The entire Uchiha made concerted efforts, and even someone like Itachi, who was not compatible with either side, passed by the area from time to time, which fully showed his importance. When the rock shinobi moved in, they faced a very clean and tidy room. Thank you, Your Excellency Shisui. Funes Daigo smiled. Your Excellency, this is Konoha's duty. Shisui smiled slightly. Hey, Your Excellency Shisui, is your Uchiha station near here? Kuroto looked eager to try, can I go and see now? Of course. Shisui smiled, except for a small number of classified areas, you can walk around freely in Konoha. That's great. Hei-tu suddenly became excited, please take me there. I just want to meet up with you guys from the Uchiha clan for a while. Shisui glanced at Funes Daigo, and looked at him with a helpless smile, as if he was also having a headache for the little princess of Rock Shinobi. But seeing that he did not refute, he said. In that case, Lord Black Earth, come with me. I think my Uchiha boys will love a lovely and charming little princess. Zongxuan still writes novels at home. His fourth novel, Intimacy Dangerous, is in the code word. Intimacy Dangerous is also a series of books by Jiraiya in the biography of Xiao Li Ren, the specific content is unknown. But it doesn't matter, Zongxuan directly transformed it. The story he wrote is as follows. In a ninja hospital called Sinjiu, a medical ninja named Ryuji accepted the 0.6 plan of the special sick ward proposed by the Dean Jingwu, and then through various plans, he carried out special treatment with the nurses. Experiment of. Well, that's right. Also known as the day-to-day sick house. I feel that this book is bound to sell well. Zongxuan's face was firm. He knew about the Rock Shinobi embassy, but he didn't know what Third Hokage was trying to do. Then go with her. The Uchiha family was quite happy, and the whole family was wholeheartedly preparing for the envoy's welcoming ceremony. But Zongxuan didn't care. His purpose is to make money quietly and quietly. Wouldn't he like to open another book when he has time? Everything is left to Shisui, Zongxuan is completely at ease. Anyway, there is no way that the Rock Shinobi envoys are still around, so Third Hokage will start the night of genocide regardless. And while he was writing fast, there was a heavy knock on the door. Zongxuan. Zongxuan, are you there? Zongxuan frowned and opened the door. Outside the door, there is a hardcore subordinate of Uchiha Shisui, named Uchiha Lang, who has the strength of Chunin, who can open the Sharingan, and is one of the members who went to the Hokage building together with Zongxuan to gamble. What's the matter, is there something wrong? Zongxuan said calmly. It shouldn't be a big deal, otherwise it wouldn't be the turn to let such a Chunin deliver the message. However, this Uchiha Lang opened his mouth and seemed to want to say something, but did not say it. In the end it was. Sir Shisui asked you to go to the training ground to say something important. 5. Hey! Zongxuan frowned. Chapter 107. Zongxuan's first reaction was a bit strange. Just let me go without telling me what to do? Or was it made by Shisui? Not right. Shisui wouldn't say let you go to the training ground imperatively to Zongxuan. All I can say is, please go. Others don't know, but can Shisui still know about his relationship with Zongxuan? Just buddies. Not the teacher and apprentice that others know. So, is this person giving orders blindly? Zongxuan's eyes narrowed slightly, but he still stood up. Okay, I see, I'll go now. 99. Sure enough, seeing Uchiha Lang suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, and then said, hurry up, don't make Shisui-sama wait too long. Zongxuan declined to comment. In front of outsiders like Uchiha Lang, he would still pretend. He simply packed up the house, avoided Uchiha Lang's sight and arranged some traps, and then he followed Uchiha Lang to the training ground. I saw Shisui looking at the girl in the center of the training ground with an ugly face. No one yet. You Uchiha clan are just like that. 35. I was beaten by me so much older than me, it seems that the next generation of Konoha is like this. Or, it's not that Konoha is weak, but that Uchiha has changed from a fearful wolf to a barking dog? That beautiful short black hair shone with excitement. She was wearing the longest black fishnet stockings worn by ninjas, and she also stepped on a genin of the Uchiha family. I'm here to fight you. Uchiha couldn't hold back his anger and rushed up. The two sides fought for 10 minutes, and soon they were caught in a loophole, becoming the second person to step under the black fishnet socks. That's it. That's it. That's it. It's a shame that I thought you Uchiha were all masters, but that's what happened? The little girl's undisguised disdain resounded throughout the audience. When Shisui heard this, his face suddenly became a bit ugly. However, it was not easy to get angry, because there was a strong man next to him who was sweating and bowing to Shisui again and again with an embarrassed face. FF. What is this? What's the matter, this is? Zongxuan walked over calmly, and glanced at Rock Shinobi, who was bowing to Shisui with an embarrassed face. Zongxuan, how did you get here? Shisui subconsciously said, and then he saw the sweat beads on Uchiha Lang's forehead next to Zongxuan, and suddenly understood a little. Wait for your account. He glared at Uchiha Lang viciously, then sighed softly, and said to Zongxuan, that's what you see. We, Uchiha, have been picked over 7 people in a row by this Black Earth lady. So they couldn't help it, so they called you over? Forward. Zongxuan glanced at Uchiha Lang, looking at his unwilling face, but had to bow his head, and suddenly understood. It was probably this Miss Black Earth who called out on the training ground of the Uchiha clan, claiming to overthrow Uchiha. Of course Uchiha wouldn't get used to her, and swarmed up. As a result, the wheel battle has not defeated the 10-year-old girl. Well, in fantasy novels, we often see similar passages. The girl was only 10 years old, and it seemed that she had just graduated from the ninja school not long ago. There must be someone in the Uchiha family who can defeat her, but the other party is the messenger from Rock Shinobi village, who can pull it down and deal with a little girl with a big bully. However, this one is the granddaughter of Rock Shinobi village Third Hokage, and is a rare genius in Rock Shinobi village. Uchiha is indeed no ordinary ninja, but the other party is also unusual. After a few fights, I was knocked over by a group. The adults were furious, of course, but the head of the Rock Shinobi village messenger kept bowing, and occasionally shouted a few words to the field to let the girls go down. Although they were completely ignored, but everyone is apologizing, does it mean that the adults of Uchiha can be embarrassed to beat the girl? And the girl's sarcastic words went too far, and there was always Uchiha who couldn't help but be beaten with this violent temper. Well, I probably understand. Zongxuan nodded. Zongxuan himself is considered a rare genius in the Uchiha family. He is young enough to meet the conditions for a battle. Some people couldn't bear it anymore, so Uchiha Lang went to Zongxuan. But that's fine. Shisui coughed, although I didn't intend to call you, since you're here, let this farce end. 99. You asked me to hit her. Zongxuan looked strange, a 10-year-old girl. He has already recognized who the girl off the court is, Black Earth, the granddaughter of Third Hokage, and will become Fourth Hokage in the future, with extraordinary talent and strength. But no matter how talented she is only 10 years old. Am I, the big guy who opened Mangeki, so clueless? Let me hit a little girl? Cough cough, Zongxuan is only 6 years old, don't look down on others so much. Shisui reminded softly, then coughed twice, I think with your Chnin's strength, you should be able to stop her. He put a slight emphasis on the word Chnin. Meaning me to defeat her with the strength of Chnin. The corner of Zongxuan's mouth twitched, and he knew what Shisui meant. Dao Funase, who was next to him, couldn't help but said, Little brother, if you can defeat the black soil, I'd like to trouble you to take action quickly. 35. He pointed to himself with a wry smile, don't look at me as the head of the embassy, but she is the granddaughter of Lord Hokage, so I can't call her. 5. If you don't do it, she may have to continue to mess around. But don't let this affect the feelings of your two villages. Saying that, he sighed helplessly and bowed to Zongxuan. The head of the Rock Shinobi Embassy has saluted a child in Konoha, and this face cannot but be given. So Zongxuan sighed lightly. Walking slowly, he walked into the training ground. Hey! Here's a new opponent. Hey too laughed and kicked the loser of Uchiha out of his feet. You Uchiha are so fun, you know you can't beat me, but you still keep rushing up, and when you lose the battle, you call Zongxuan and Itachi, the geniuses of our clan, who didn't make a move, or you will definitely teach me a lesson. What are you Zongxuan? She blinked her curious eyes, isn't this a child? Is the ninja school enrolled? There was a bit of sarcasm in her voice. But Zongxuan nodded and followed her words, well, I'm enrolled, this year's first grade, and the second grade is coming soon. Forward. Zongxuan's attitude was too direct, which made the black soil speechless. Okay, when the fight is over, I hope that Uchiha Itachi can come and fight with me. She tossed her hair, her eyes flashing with excitement. Itachi is 3 years older than you, and is already a Jainin, Zongxuan reminded. He, Uchiha, who is younger than me, has already been defeated. Hai-Tu said with a look of disdain, it's time for the older Uchiha. 35. Whatever you want, but don't you have to take a break. Zongxuan said calmly, continuous wheel battles are not too expensive, right? Hai-Tu is only 10 years old and lacks physical strength. Although the strength is good and can defeat many Uchihas in a row, the consumption of physical strength is unavoidable. No. Hai-Tu said nonchalantly, I will remember to rest after I defeat you. Okay, whatever you want. Zongxuan sighed softly, then let you rest for a while. 99. Hai-Tu was stunned, because Zongxuan's last words came from her ear. Turning his head subconsciously, he found that a figure in white appeared beside him. Bump! Zongxuan slashed at the back of the black soil's neck. Hai-Tu rolled his eyes, his body softened, and he was about to collapse. However, before he touched the ground, he was hugged by Zongxuan and stabilized his body. Okay. As expected of Uchiha. Funase Dao slapped his palm and praised with a smile, a 6-year-old child can actually use illusions so vividly. There is a successor to the Uchiha clan. Those of them who were on the sidelines could see it clearly. After Zongxuan came to power, he calmly walked to the black soil, but the black soil did not pay any attention to it. As if there was someone in front of her talking to her. Fantasy. Uchiha's illusion. Your Excellency is wrong, Zongxuan is just bullying Miss Black Earth Chakra is not enough. Shisui smiled modestly. My heart was relieved. The black soil has a special status and cannot be injured or beaten, and even the older clansmen are difficult to keep. Zongxuan. Really dependable. Is it not enough to bully Chakra, you and I know in my heart. 35 Funes Daigo smiled, but didn't say much. Shisui was willing to give him face, so he would naturally be grateful to Date for taking this step. Thank you to the friends of the Uchiha family, thank you for your arrangement. I think Third Hokage-sama will know about the friendship of the Uchiha clan. What followed was another slew of diplomatic rhetoric, singing praises to Uchiha. The clansmen also seemed to have forgotten the previous contradictions and laughed often. Praised Zongxuan too. Is it Shisui's disciple? The foundation of this illusion is really good. He was only 6 years old, and he was able to defeat this black soil. I remember that the black soil defeated Uchiha's fate, he is Chunin. My Uchiha clan has a bright future. Oh, it's a pity that such a hero always likes to write about the little emperor. If only he were a normal Uchiha. Zongxuan calmly accepted the congratulations from the tribe. And ignore the latter sentence, I don't write the little uncle, you all have to be hacked to death by Uchiha Itachi. Then he said goodbye to Uchiha Shisui and went back to his home again. This little episode is nothing at all, others may think that defeating the black soil is a famous record, enough to boast for a long time. But for Zongxuan, this is too naive. From the very beginning, his enemies were only Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara, Third Hokage. At most 577 protagonists of the same age are counted. The rest? What does it count? Not worth mentioning. Thinking about it, he continued to write the fourth novel. And this time. Mission Residence. Miss Kurito, are you awake? Funes Daigo's expression was calm, no longer as helpless as when he was at the Uchiha training ground. Well, I woke up. Hei-tu clutched the back of his neck, this guy is really ruthless. If it wasn't for the strength of Konoha's medical ninja, I guess I'd have to sleep until noon tomorrow. Uncle Dahu, this guy is definitely not an ordinary student, his strength is estimated to be comparable to elite Chunin. Saying that, she rubbed her neck. There is no more arrogance in the training ground. Well, this point is similar to our information. Funes Daigo nodded vigorously, then choose him. Well, choose him. Hei-tu grinned, showing a wicked smile, do you think this kid will be surprised tomorrow? I think it will definitely be. Funes Daigo also revealed a grin. Then I remembered the purpose of myself and others, and I was a little worried. Just like this, miss. It doesn't matter, it's just a child. Hei-tu said with his head held high, don't say he's quite handsome. It's okay to be ugly. Anyway, I'll be back in the future. Early the next morning. Although it was a rest day, Zongxuan still got up early. While running every day, I bought vegetables at the morning market and started cooking when I got home. Just finished eating here. He suddenly turned to look at the door. Next second. The door was knocked. Zongxuan opened the door and saw that it was Shisui. I saw Shisui looked at Zongxuan helplessly, with a bit of shame in his eyes. That, Zongxuan. The family has given you a task. Mission. Zongxuan frowned. Yeah. Shisui nodded and pushed the girl behind him. Your mission is to accompany the Lady of the Black Soil while the Rock Shinobi village mission is there, to eat, play, and relax. Well, this arduous task is left to you. Hei-tu smiled and jumped out curiously, hello, have you thought about me? Remember, you must accompany me next, or don't blame me for making trouble. Zongxuan. What's going on? I'm a threesome? Chapter 108. Miss Black Earth looked at Zongxuan's house with interest, looking left and right, her eyes kept scanning. She seemed to be entering a boy's house for the first time, and her beautiful eyes were full of curiosity. Shisui, what's the situation? Zongxuan couldn't help pulling Shisui into the illusion space and asked. Sorry, Zongxuan, this is the family's decision. Shisui smiled bitterly. It seems that your ability to defeat the Black Soil yesterday aroused this girl's interest, and she forced the Rock Shinobi village mission to the Patriarch's house early this morning. At the door, shouting and insisting that you play with her. Fugaku and the others agreed to show their affinity and to make this reception easier. If I hadn't discovered it earlier, you would have received an order from the family. Shisui said with a long sigh. Really, fortunately he found out early. In the world of ninjas, it is only natural for the superior to explain the task. Come to inform Zongxuan ninja, it is the Fugaku family again. It will only be as cold and arrogant as explaining the task. Although Shisui didn't think Zongxuan would get angry because of some small things, he didn't want Zongxuan to be humiliated by a few ordinary ninjas, so he took over from them and became the messenger. Zongxuan frowned, can't you refuse? How can I have this time with a little girl? Ahem, the clansmen don't know your strength, and it is estimated that your refusal will cause a lot of uproar. Shisui nodded slightly. The difference between superior and inferior is huge. No one would consider whether Zongxuan wanted to do this task or not, the Uchihas would just coldly explain the task and force Zongxuan to complete it. I tried to negotiate, but the family attached more importance to the Rock Shinobi diplomatic corps and thought it was a good opportunity to show my Uchiha family, and it was difficult for me to refuse Rock Shinobi's legitimate request. Rock Shinobi's request is really simple, and it's not even worth mentioning. I just want your students of Konoha to accompany us. Shouldn't you be responsible for the reception normally? Such a request is hard to refuse. So, Zongxuan, can I ask you to accompany you? Shisui laughed dryly. I think Miss Haitua is also quite cute, there's no harm in getting along with the two of you. 55. Cute is cute, but I'm short of money. Zongxuan pouted, I don't even hook up with Ino and the others in school, so how can I take care of Rock Shinobi's little girl? Although the Black Soil is cute, the two of them are still young and it is difficult to compete. When they are old enough to rush, they have already returned to the village, so why bother? I refuse this task, you can do it for me. Zongxuan said unceremoniously. He launched Shisui to solve the trouble he didn't want to do. Shisui coughed, the family has decided to entrust this task to you, entrusting 500,000 yuan. Accompany her for 3 days. Ahem, I think being with Rock Shinobi is the first step for our Uchiha to show a good brilliance to Konoha. For the sake of the family's great business, who will leave me for this task? Zongxuan changed his words without hesitation. 500,000. The reserve price for S-rank missions is only 1 million. This price is already the price of an A-rank mission. Isn't it just 3 days? What a big deal. Of course, he also knows that there is not enough money in the clan to waste it casually. This is probably because Shisui took out his private money again. But mind him. You take it, I'll take it. You are really my Uchiha's great man. Shisui rolled his eyes, then you can accompany me this eldest lady, except for the problem, I will ask you to settle the account? Accounting? You. Zongxuan twitched the corners of his mouth with disdain. If you can't be with me, I will deduct the reward for your task. 35. Cough, don't worry, as a Uchiha clan, my mission completion rate is absolutely qualified, and there will be no problems. 95. Without Miss Black Earth's knowledge, the two made a dirty deal. Illusion unlocked. Zongxuan smiled, Miss, what do you want me to do with you? Well, I haven't thought about the black soil for a while, just follow your daily routine, and I'll tell you when I think about it. Okay. Zongxuan was also welcome. I just finished eating, and I have to wash the dishes next. Oh. Haitu nodded with interest. I think you live alone, but your home is pretty neat. 35. I don't want to look like an adult at all. Zongxuan didn't change his face, put on an apron, walked into the kitchen, and said at the same time, as a ninja, even if you are a ninja who has not yet graduated, you also don't need others to take care of you. That's right. Haitu praised this sentence. I think so too. We are ninjas, why do we need others to take care of us? Unfortunately, Grandpa has always disagreed with me, always arranged for people to follow me, and didn't give me freedom at all. Saying that, she looked regretful. Zongxuan glanced at her. This young lady really didn't know the slightest bit about her situation. Similar to Asuma, as the granddaughter of Third Hokage, she has shown a certain talent, and she has a high reward on the black market. Not to mention enemy countries like Konoha Village and Cloud Shinobi Village. It is the hostile faction within Rock Shinobi Village. If they seize the opportunity, they probably won't care about a wave of no miserable series of movies to add glory to the great Third Hokage-sama. But he didn't bother to say anything, he just washed the dishes by himself. After washing the dishes, he started his normal training. From the most basic exercise to some simple ninjutsu exercises, he did not avoid the black soil himself. It can even be said that he directly ignored the existence of the black soil, unless the black soil took the initiative to speak, or he rarely responded. Haitu didn't feel bored either, she seemed to have entered a state of Zongxuan's observation diary, looked at it with a smile, and said a few words from time to time. A full morning was spent so casually. Don't you feel bored? Zongxuan asked strangely. It was boring to watch people training while holding his cheeks all the time. It's a shame she can watch it for so long. It's not boring, I just want to see what kind of daily life the people who can beat me live. Haitu said as he should, besides, cultivation is boring. If you can easily defeat Miss Ben, doesn't that prove that Miss Ben is very useless and incompetent? Forward. This one is. Zongxuan nodded and gave a thumbs up to Miss Haitu. Look at this attitude. Check out the female ninjas at Konoha Village. One by one, all of them are in love with their brains, thinking about how to soak me, how to crave my body. No wonder the black soil can be the fourth Hokage, and your most accomplished Hinata can only be the wife of the sixth Hokage. For the next day, Zongxuan lived his daily life. In front of the black soil, he practiced, exercised, wrote the little uncle. No cover-up. When Haitu saw that Zongxuan was writing about the little uncle, he picked it up and turned it over curiously, and discussed it with Zongxuan from time to time. Zongxuan, how did you pose this pose? It's not clearly written in the book. 35. Oh, it turns out that there are so many poses. This pose is a bit difficult. You wrote that the protagonist worked for an hour, isn't it tiring? Unless it's a taijutsu ninja, it won't last that long. 9. Zongxuan, you honestly admit, have you bullied girls before? Otherwise, how do you know so much? Grandpa always said that Konoha's ninjas are all bad people, especially Sunin, who are full of pornography, gambling, and drugs. I think you are inheriting the mantle of Jiraiya. When she saw her enthusiasm, Miss Haitu was not at all shy, but instead pulled Zongxuan and let Zongxuan act as a human flesh model, posing for her to play. This is really... I'll tell you. Zongxuan couldn't help but said, that is, I'm still young, and you're a rock shinobi envoy. Otherwise, look at how I rushed you. Come here if you have the skills. Miss Black Earth was not afraid at all, her eyes were full of eagerness to try. It's not necessarily who is rushing who. After all, you are good looking. By the way, do you Konoha have the crime of women overpowering men? We rock shinobi don't have this crime, so you should be careful. Hey, wait, it doesn't seem like it's a big problem to have this crime. I remember that you can throw $10 after you're done, and it will be considered as an act of economic interest, and you will pay a fine directly for 10 days, and then come out. Still continue. What a girl who knows the law and the law. Zongxuan, before. I'm used to Hinata, who faints after being molested, I'm used to Ino, the strong mouth, and I'm used to the little Sakura, who seems to be fierce but actually only dares to get close. Faced with this, it's really not used to it. For the next 2 days, Zongxuan was still accompanied by Black Earth. Sometimes the two would fight at Black Earth's request, but unlike last time, this time Zongxuan would not kill her with a single move when facing a customer. Gotta give her some face, right? And tonight, Black Soil returned to the mission residence. How is it, have you checked it out? Funes Daigo asked. It's almost there. Hey Tu said casually, this kid has good talent, and he cultivates very hard. His strength is similar to what he originally expected. At the elite Chunin level, he is one of the best geniuses in the Uchiha clan. At the same time, the biggest network is Shisui, a teacher, and nothing else. Shisui doesn't care much about him. During the 3 days I stayed at his house, the two hardly spoke a word. Funes Daigo nodded, what else is special? Special. A red cloud appeared on Haitu's face, doesn't you know a lot about some things? When I read him writing novels, especially when he wrote certain things, he was called a poet with a lot of wisdom. What? Funes Daigo. Well, Zongxuan seems to have a piece of information saying that he wrote Xiao Huangshu, who is quite a famous pervert. So I asked Tsuchikage-sama's granddaughter to try out a pervert, is it a mistake? Tsuchikage-sama won't want to kill me then, will he? Oh no. If the plan goes well, I'll cough, then do you think it is feasible to take him as a target? Funes Taiwo coughed and said seriously. It's feasible, he's definitely a genius. Hey Tu looked serious, the family lives in a remote place, the strength is medium, and the talent is strong. It can be said that no one is more suitable for our target than him. Then act. Funes Daigo stood up without hesitation. That night, Zongxuan just finished writing today's manuscript and plans to fall asleep. The 3-day task has been completed. Although he made a lot of money, it also took some time. For the past 3 days, because the black soil has been by his side, he has no way to practice with Shisui, and it is difficult to call Xionglan over to hold him for research. But these 3 days have passed, and tomorrow can start again. Well, this 500,000 won't be worth the money, so let's save it and use it as a research fund for research on milk tea. And this time, when? The door was knocked. Zongxuan, are you there? Black Earth's voice sounded. Zongxuan frowned, stared outside intently, and then opened the door. What's the matter? He glanced at the black soil outside the door, glanced at a certain place, and then smiled, don't tell me you still want to keep hiring me to accompany you? 39. I'm getting paid to accompany you this time. Brother Shisui paid for the subsidy from his private house, but if you still want to continue, he may not be able to afford it. Well, I just want you to accompany me. Haito showed a bright smile, but not for a day or two. Instead, for a lifetime. The next second, she suddenly shot. Looking at the speed and strength of the shot, it was even stronger than the training ground that day. This guy is hiding. At the age of 10, he even has the strength of elite Chunin. In Zongxuan's eyes, Sharingan quickly appeared, and he stretched out his hand suddenly, holding back Haito's punch. So what are you trying to do? He asked. Of course I'll take you away. Haito laughed. The next second, a rock shinobi in black appeared next to Zongxuan. Li Zhao Zhao. Shisui's home. He was resting peacefully. He has not been idle these few days. Zongxuan is with the Black Soil, and he is also with the Rock Shinobi Envoy. Compared with Zongxuan, who saves time and effort, he has to plan and explore the purpose of Rock Shinobi Village, and at the same time, he has to lead the way for the Rock Shinobi. After a few days, I was also a little tired physically and mentally. And he just lay down today. In the next second, Uchiha's ninjas came to the door. Sir Shisui, it's not good. The people of the tribe looked nervous. What happened to the Rock Shinobi? Change. Shisui slammed a carp and stood up. What happened? He looked serious. Hurry up and say it. 99. Just now, we suddenly discovered that all the members of the Rock Shinobi mission had disappeared. Later, we followed the footprints and found that they came to our station. The people said quickly. Finally, it was found that the Rock Shinobi mission had hijacked them. A member of our Uchiha clan who seems to be on the run now, 99. They are stealing our blood. Lord Shisui. Shisui also had a look of anger when he heard the words. Steal blood? Is it to transplant our Uchiha's Sharingan, or simply kidnap a Uchiha and make a home on Rock Shinobi's side as Dumas? Okay, Funes Daigo, I thought you were a good person. Shisui took a deep breath and scowled. He quickly dressed, strode out, and asked angrily. Who are the people who were kidnapped? What the hell are the Rock Shinobi trying to do? Do they really dare to underestimate me, Uchiha? 35. Return to your lord. The reporting clan followed Shisui and quickly replied, the clan he kidnapped is your disciple, Uchiha Zongxuan. You're so brave, you dare to kidnap him, hui? Shisui almost stumbled. He tried to stand still, and asked with a look of disbelief, who are you talking about? Who did they kidnap? 99. Zongxuan? Robbery. Chapter 109. You repeat, who did the Rock Shinobi kidnap? Your disciple, Uchiha Zongxuan. 35. Impossible. Shisui said flatly, how could Zongxuan be kidnapped so easily? Why is it impossible? The Uchiha people were stunned for a moment, and said strangely, although Zongxuan is very talented, he is too young, but Jinin is strong. There are quite a few Jainin among the Rock Shinobi, and even elite Jainin. It's no surprise that he was kidnapped. Even if Zongxuan is not weak and talented, he is still vulnerable to an adult master. Not to mention that although his talent is high, his experience is far less than that of a normal master. Under a surprise attack, one move determines the outcome. Is it strange? Shisui opened his mouth. He couldn't say Zongxuan's true strength, and naturally he couldn't speak. But he really doesn't believe the reports of the tribesmen. Who is Zongxuan? Open Manjiki's Uchiha. Fighting cage level no less, and you told me he was kidnapped by several Jainins? I still don't think Zongxuan will be kidnapped. Shisui coughed and said hesitantly, he is careful and cautious, and it is impossible for him to be kidnapped without causing a big movement. 99. But whether or not he was really kidnapped, let's find out. 35. Come on, take me to the Rock Shinobi embassy first, I'll start tracking down from the very beginning. 35. Yes. Lord Shisui. The clan looked solemn, then thought for a while, and then said, Lord Shisui, do I need to tell Third Hokage about this? 35. Rock Shinobi clearly has a big problem. However, it is difficult for the Uchiha family alone to make a decision on how the diplomatic corps should respond. Shisui hesitated for a moment after hearing this, but normally it would be better to report the matter to Third Hokage. Although he knew there was definitely something wrong with Rock Shinobi, deep down he wanted to deal with the situation completely. If Rock Shinobi was not too harmful, and he was willing to bow his head, he would not be unbearable for the grievances, as if it never happened. After all, this is the beginning of the integration of the Uchiha clan into Konoha. Notify Uchiha Yatsushiro and the Patriarch. Shisui finally decided, as for Hokage-sama, I will make a decision when I find Rock Shinobi and the others. And the other side? In the forest outside Konoha village. Come on. It's not surprising when Uchiha finds out about us. 35. We must evacuate before this, preferably to the border. Lord Third Hokage is waiting for us there. 35. Funes Daigo has a serious face and a fast pace. He was carrying Zongxuan on his shoulders, but his movements did not slow down in the slightest, which shows that this person's strong body. Almost everyone in the Rock Shinobi mission was in this 577, and they nodded heavily when they heard the words. Then silently followed. Black Soil was following behind Funes Daigo, his gentle eyes swept over Zongxuan, who had passed out in a coma, showing a smile. Uchiha Zongxuan. Next, we Rock Shinobi will also have Uchiha's blood. The village will become more prosperous and strong. It's a pity, after a few days of contact, I still have a good impression of you, willing to work hard, willing to fight. But who made you Uchiha, the most talented, the weakest, and the best stealer we can find? Haito sighed softly, returning to Rock Shinobi village this time. I am afraid that Zongxuan will never see the sun again in his life. This is also the fate of the ninja. Thinking about it, she gently touched Zongxuan's handsome face even though he fainted, as if very sorry. Then he couldn't help but approached gently, pressed his face even more, and gently exhaled into Zongxuan's ears. Zongxuan. Miss, just apply the oil, don't blow your breath. I've exercised my body too much. I'm not an ordinary child, I don't react at all when you tease me. What if I harden up and expose the fact that I am sober? That's right. Zongxuan was lying on Funes Dahu's shoulder and pretending to sleep. Want to sneak attack on Zongxuan who owns Manjiki? How is this possible? But he was also curious about what the Rock Shinobi wanted to do, so he just let it go, pretending to be knocked unconscious by a sneak attack, and let them take him away. Then I watched them quickly join their companions, followed the Konoha patrol loophole that I didn't know when they discovered, and went straight out of Konoha's gate. Then walk all the way towards Rock Shinobi village. My body is intact, and they didn't cast any spells like spells, they just kept running with me. Zongxuan looked at their actions and thought to himself. Looking like this, do you want to bring Uchiha's blood into Rock Shinobi village? In fact, the idea of bringing bloodline from other countries into their own forbearance villages has been thought of by all major forbearance villages. This kind of thing is easy to say. Anyone who kidnaps a man or woman from a certain family can accomplish this task. Isn't it just having a baby? How many women/men can you find to breed with you in the dignified ninja village? But it's not easy to say, and it's not easy either. Because the boundaries of blood that can be targeted by Shinobi village must have its own uniqueness. Such as Konoha's white eyes, Uchiha. However, such a big family is very strict with the natural protection of its own outstanding genius. At the same time, since it can be called a genius, nature itself has a good personality and strength. It is not easy to obtain a complete genius. For example, a few years ago, Cloud Shinobi village sent a mission to capture Hinata, the little princess of the Hyuga clan, who was discovered by Hayashi and killed on the spot. But compared to Cloud Shinobi and the others, Rock Shinobi village's action is too simple. Zongxuan sighed, it was so easy to find the village's patrol loopholes, and easily rushed out of Konoha. Definitely a traitor. With a person, under the condition of ensuring his survival, break through the surveillance of Konoha village, escape from Konoha village, and escape back to Rock Shinobi village under the pursuit of trackers. How easy is it? Although compared with the Hyuga family, the Uchiha family who have been in the village all year round are less vigilant, so they are better off. Zongxuan's identity also prevents him from attracting the same attention as Hinata, so he should be more protected. But Rock Shinobi can't do it without the help of a few moles. In fact, the defense line of Konoha village could not be so weak, and the rock shinobi envoys were under the surveillance of Uchiha almost all the time, and it was impossible to find flaws casually. Have Third Hokage and Third Hokage made any deal? Zongxuan thought to himself. Only Third Hokage can easily obtain the arrangement of the Konoha patrol line, and find or even create a flaw enough for Rock Shinobi to leave. Considering Rock Shinobi's inexplicable mission, and Third Hokage's inexplicable operation to hand the mission to Uchiha, Zongxuan felt that the guess was inseparable. What does he want to do? Zongxuan frowned, starting the Fourth Ninja War, relying on external environmental pressure to maintain his position as Hokage. Or do you want to use this to suppress Uchiha and make Shisui, who has been causing him trouble, be honest? Zongxuan thinks it is possible. But no matter what third generation thinks, he can't be taken away, can he? So. It depends on how I act. Zongxuan sighed inwardly, Shisui, come and save me. Otherwise, I can only kill all these people before I come to the border. There's no way he'd actually be taken to Rock Shinobi village to be a stallion. Don't think that this is a harem life. The first reaction of the stallion is to consider the breeding results, so Rock Shinobi village must arrange a lot of talented young ladies. But here comes the problem. Who says outstanding strength equals outstanding appearance? And not everyone is Tsunade, Terumi-mei, Kushina. In fact, the village would not disrespect such women with such outstanding talent and force them to breed. Most of the women arranged by the village are strong, with waists comparable to buckets, able to stand on their fists, and able to run horses on their arms, with very qualified physical fitness. If the black soil is arranged, Zongxuan may also consider whether to choose Rock Shinobi. But now, roll the calf. So Shisui, come quickly. 35. If I don't come, I'll have to kill Rock Shinobi and run back by myself. I don't know if it's Zongxuan's calling effect. Suddenly, Funae's Daigo stopped abruptly. Stop. Next second, Rock Shinobi stopped and looked at the roadblock in front of him with a solemn expression. He is alone and has come. Your Excellency Dao Funaes, I don't know why my clan was not well entertained. Why did you force my disciple out of the village? Shisui's body was cold and his eyes narrowed. I also, brought my disciple. He looked at Zongxuan, but saw that Zongxuan avoided Rock Shinobi and winked at him. Shisui twitched the corners of his mouth and continued, what are you doing? Shining. Shisui. Funae's Dao looked ugly, it's really fast. If your excellency returns my disciple, I will follow me back to the village, and I can pretend not to see anything. Shisui's eyes narrowed, otherwise. The other party wants to steal Uchiha's blood. This is something Shisui has determined. How can this make Shisui not angry? However, they have not succeeded yet, and the opportunity for Uchiha to integrate into the village is too rare. So Shisui is willing to suppress his anger, as long as the other party is willing to follow him back to the village. He could really pretend that nothing had happened before. Sorry, as ninjas, obeying orders is what we should do. Funae's Daigo took a deep breath. Backhand threw the fainted Zongxuan to the black soil behind him. Go. Kill him quickly. The pursuers are behind you. Move fast. Yes. Everyone nodded in unison, except for the black soil. Everyone else rushed over with a decisive attitude. Under the stalking of Shunjin Shisui, no one can safely escape back to the village, and he must be killed here. Worst to beat. No matter what the price is for this. Stubborn. Shisui snorted coldly, no longer suppressing his anger. Swish. 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 Dozens of phantoms, like clones, rushed towards the Rock Shinobi. Rock Shinobi suddenly threw the shuriken, but as if hit by a phantom, it penetrated the past. Be careful. It's Shisui's phantom body flicker technique. Funae's Daigo shouted. Shisui heard the words, just snorted coldly and kept moving. For any master, countless people will come to study his battles to find the flaws and principles of his secret techniques. But research is research, everyone knows that water style is the nemesis of fire style, but who really restrains Uchiha Madara, who is good at fire style? Just being careful, what's the use? Brush. 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 Shisui rushed straight into the rock shinobi crowd with body flicker technique flashes. In the last second, rock shinobi went down without a hitch, as if he had taken a fancy to a mirage. But the next second that phantom can pierce rock shinobi's heart with one knife. With the undisguised pupil power released, Shisui can almost 100% catch the flaws of this group of rock shinobi. Facing a true cage-level master, mere Jainin, is too fragile. Stop! Otherwise I'll kill your disciple. Seeing this, Haito suddenly mentioned Zongxuan's fainting body, and then put Kyowu around his neck, as if you would kill me if you do anything more. Shisui's mouth twitched, who are you frightening? Then proceed without hesitation. Damn! Haito cursed secretly. She didn't know that Shisui believed that Zongxuan would not die in the hands of a little girl, but that Shisui was ruthless, and even in the face of his disciple's life and death crisis, he didn't care. But Shisui didn't move, so she didn't dare to move. Killing Zongxuan, the failure of his capture Uchiha mission is still a trivial matter, and the key cannot stop Shisui's revenge. This is what every gangster is most afraid of, in the face of bear rescue, who cannot panic. Not to mention killing Zongxuan, the black soil might have to protect Zongxuan. If you keep Zongxuan, you will be able to contain Shisui to some extent, right? Shisui's movements are extremely fast, and the small-scale combat is comparable to Flying Thunder God's body flicker technique. With the absolute crushing of his strength, the number of rock shinobi is rapidly reduced in just a few short strokes. After all, except for elite Jainen's Funes Daigo and Shisui, everyone else is almost equivalent to dying. Damn! Funes Daigo gritted his teeth. It seems that the first task that Third Hokage-sama explained is impossible. But it doesn't matter, Lord Third Hokage didn't really think that with just a few of his own, he could plunder the strongest genius of the Uchiha clan from Konoha. Rock Shinobi's guaranteed mission is... Funes Daigo suddenly rushed towards Shisui. Shisui was also polite and stabbed it. Just the next second, Shisui's expression changed, and the body flicker technique was used, making Funes Daigo flinch. However, Shisui's expression did not change, instead he looked solemn. Did you want to die in my hands just now? In that fight just now, his own ninja knife could pierce his heart. But the other party can't hurt himself. He is begging for death on purpose. Hehe, as expected of Shisui, he was able to react at that moment. Funes Daigo had a bit of determination in his eyes, but it doesn't matter, this is not the only way to frame things. Saying that, he suddenly wanted to pierce his heart with Kyowu. You don't kill me, I commit suicide. Shisui's face changed, things were going to be big tonight, he still wanted to capture this Funes Daigo, and see what he could explain. Don't think that you are completely reasonable, but Third Hokage probably won't let Uchiha off easily. For a time, Shisui thought of the Cloud Shinobi mission back then. The head of the Hyuga clan, Hayashi, obviously killed the bandits who stole the Hyuga clan's first daughter, Hinata, but had to hand over Hisashi's body. I'm afraid Rock Shinobi's purpose is also... Stop, he shouted, hurried over. However, Funes Daigo committed suicide without hesitation, and even Shisui had no time to stop it. Just when Kunao was about to pierce the heart. Boom! A wonderful wave reverberates. Funes Daigo's movements suddenly stopped. He widened his eyes. This is the magic flail hang technique? Is Shisui shot? Damn it! I'm almost there. Unlike Daigo Funes, Shisui quickly noticed the abnormality of his mental power. Zongxuan? He shot. He glanced at Zongxuan. However, Zongxuan suddenly flew up, kicking Kunao in high to his hands. Then, without waiting for the black soil to react, a striker slashed the black soil's neck, knocking him out completely. Shisui breathed a sigh of relief, and then quickly subdued Funa's Daigo. But his expression did not show the slightest ease in completing the task, but instead had a solemn expression. Zongxuan, this time may be in trouble. Chapter 110. Shisui looked ugly. Back then, the Hyuga clan had a lot of trouble with the village, and now Hayashi, the clan leader, still speaks out angry words from time to time, and even his closeness to Uchiha is due to the idea of the enemy is a friend. However, the Hyuga family is the hardcore of Konoha. What the Hyuga clan lost was only the brother of a patriarch, the branch house. Although the patriarch Hayashi was angry, the elders did not care about it, and suppressed the impulse of the patriarch, so that the anger of the Hyuga clan was gradually suppressed. However, Uchiha is not as good as Hyuga. Uchiha, who has always been at odds with the village, will never accept the oppression of the village and hand over his clan. Even letting the rock shinobi leader go, couldn't satisfy Uchiha. When I think of the conflict between the family and the village, Shisui's face became more and more ugly, as black as a pot. Let's investigate first. Zongxuan leaned the black soil against the tree nonchalantly, and then leaned on the soft black soil. Maybe it's different from what you and I think. Shisui let out a long sigh of relief, then cast an illusion on Funa's Daigo. The yin-type illusion is the most suitable ninjutsu for torture. The secret art of the Yamanaka clan to spy on memory is essentially only the use of yin. Shisui, who has the strongest illusion, is naturally very good at torture. Soon, Shisui threw Funa's Daigo to the ground with a look of anger, and Zongxuan could hear the crisp sound of his ribs breaking. What's the situation? Zongxuan asked. It's almost as expected. Shisui took a deep breath. This elite Jainin is a victim, and the order he received is to steal Uchiha's bloodline limit. If the first mission can't be completed, turn to the second mission. Die at the hands of Uchiha. Oh. Zongxuan narrowed his eyes. The first task is easy to understand. The Uchiha family is the strongest bloodline in the ninja world along with the Senju family. However, the second task. What do you want to do on the second mission? Zongxuan asked. I don't know. Shisui sighed. Third Hokage said that he hated Uchiha and wanted to seek revenge, and this Funa's Daigo actually had a grudge against us. His son died at the hands of the Fugaku patriarch. But in fact, Shisui took a deep breath. Zongxuan, I think Third Hokage has something to do with this matter. Suddenly let Uchiha receive the messenger of Rock Shinobi village, but the messenger still has a grudge against Uchiha. Can this even be called a coincidence? And other people don't know, can Shisui still know, except for the Third Ninja War, when Konoha's manpower was insufficient, the family sent troops in a wave of fog ninja steel, and there was almost no possibility of enmity with other ninja villages. Third Hokage has a feud with our Uchiha? We have never seen him except our ancestor Uchiha Madara. In fact, Funa's Daigo himself felt that Hokage might have another reason, but he didn't care because he had a vengeance with Uchiha, and was willing to act as a tool for Third Hokage. Well, that should be the case. Zongxuan nodded. Third Hokage probably has a deal with Third Hokage. You see, it won't be long before you hear Rock Shinobi village calling vengeance for the mission. Slogan, news of sending troops to the frontier. They are learning Cloud Shinobi village. That's how Cloud Shinobi village blackmailed Konoha back then. Shisui heard the words and fell silent. This is conspiracy. I know, but it's hard to come up with a solution. Didn't Hisashi die without resentment? Which big family patriarch in Konoha doesn't know that the Hyuga family is wronged? But no way. If you don't give in, just call. And Third Hokage is reluctant to fight, for fear of any waves. Other big families are also unwilling to sacrifice their own family's life for the people of other families. The Nine Tails Rebellion caused Konoha to lose a lot and gave Konoha enough excuses. In the end, I had to sacrifice Hyuga. Although the pain of the Nine Tails Knight has recovered a lot, Uchiha is far from the Hyuga family. The Hyuga family still has a few hardcore allies. Or use my distinguished heavenly gods to modify his spirit. Shisui said fiercely. He was reluctant to use his distinguished heavenly gods on Kakuzu's head. But now, he is willing to use it on an ordinary civilian, elite Jainin. It doesn't make sense. Zongxuan shook his head. This person will definitely be severely scrutinized next, and it is impossible for the village to fail to discover your illusion. When the five shadows were talking, Qing's eyes could see the distinguished heavenly gods that Danzo had set up for Mifune. There are many Hyuga clans in Konoha, so naturally it is easier to find. So let me do it. 35. Having said that, Zongxuan took out a mobile phone-like prop and sighed softly. I originally wanted to use it on beautiful girls like Tsunade. What a loss. 95. Saying that, he pointed the phone at Fune's Daigo and started to operate. What is this? Shisui asked curiously, watching Zongxuan's movements. Memory modifier, you should treat it as a disposable ninja tool left by Sage of Six Paths. 35. Zongxuan made a random excuse, as the name suggests, it can modify other people's memories. Modifying memory. This is more practical than my illusion. Shisui looked curiously. Modifying memory is not the same as distinguished heavenly gods. Modifying the memory only changes the memory itself. For example, Zongxuan planned to use it for Tsunade, making her mistakenly think that she was her boyfriend, injecting a lot of relationship details, sweet dating memories, and then taking the cow in the way of her boyfriend. This can only make her feel that Zongxuan is her lover, and there is no guarantee that Tsunade will continue to love Zongxuan. If one day she finds out that Zongxuan is cheating, even if she doesn't want to punch Zongxuan to death, she will definitely leave without looking back. And distinguished heavenly gods is a forced change of spirit. Taking Tsunade as an example, distinguished heavenly gods can make Tsunade forcibly fall in love with Zongxuan, knowing that he has nothing to do with Zongxuan, and even finding that Zongxuan has raised a lot of mistresses, but he still loves Zongxuan with all his heart. It seems that distinguished heavenly gods is better. However, distinguished heavenly gods can be discovered and unlocked. But memory doesn't. This is the difference between the two. Zongxuan was operated once, and about 10 minutes passed. Click. When he pressed the OK button, the mobile phone suddenly made a crisp sound, and then shattered into powder without warning. What memory did you exchange for him? Shisui asked curiously. If it's just the memory of Third Hokage and Sarutobi being connected, it doesn't make any sense. 99. Third Hokage and Third Hokage have a deal? This statement is meaningless. Although both Zongxuan and Shisui are 100% sure that Third Hokage has definitely contacted Third Hokage, maybe even made some kind of deal with Uchiha. But there is no evidence. After all, he was the one who was in charge of the village, so neither Third Hokage nor Third Hokage would leave a single bit of evidence. Not to mention Daigo Funes never met Third Hokage's messenger in Rock Shinobi village. After seeing it, Third Hokage can also find that's false statement, and then continue to force the Uchiha clan to make friends to quell Rock Shinobi's anger. My modified memory for him is that Third Hokage told him that he knew that Third Hokage consciously suppressed Uchiha and planned to use the war to intimidate Konoha, not necessarily Third Hokage forced Uchiha to befriend someone. Zongxuan raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile. This kind of memory is useless, right? Shisui frowned. We all knew that Cloud Shinobi village was intimidating Konoha when Cloud Shinobi was around, but didn't they send Hisashi in the end? Zongxuan, you wasted an opportunity. Shisui looked regretful. The memory that Zongxuan modified might not affect Third Hokage at all, and he would continue to intimidate Uchiha. No, I also asked Third Hokage to tell him. The corners of Zongxuan's mouth rose. The reason why they chose to do this is because Hokage saw the success of Cloud Shinobi Village, saw through the weakness of Third Hokage, and decided to follow the gourd and continue to give Konoha cuts meat. They even planned to join forces with other shinobi villages to cut meat to Konoha before the weak and incompetent Third Hokage steps down. It's too late, you won't be able to cut. The point was never what Third Hokage had to do with his village. Nor is Third Hokage united with people from the outer village to attack the family in his own village. It's the weakness of Third Hokage. Let's go back. Zongxuan smiled. I guess the envoy station should be very lively at this time. Konoha Embassy Station. At this time, Third Hokage had already appeared at the entrance of the station. There are a large group of clan chiefs and advisors behind him, and almost all of Konoha's high-level officials come here. Third Hokage frowned, let me go. Sorry, Lord Third Hokage. The Uchiha tribe stationed here gritted their teeth, I am under the order of Lord Shisui to protect this place. 35. Not a single fly is allowed in without the permission of Lord Shisui. Even if I'm Hokage. Third Hokage raised his brows, with a hint of anger in his words. The Uchiha people bowed their heads, but their attitude was clear at a glance. Good. 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 Third Hokage laughed angrily, I haven't abdicated yet, does Uchiha dare to disobey Hokage's orders? To be honest, he did come to find fault. But seeing the scene in front of me, I still feel full of anger, he is Hokage. It is Hokage. Sure enough, Uchiha are evil beings that should be cleaned up, they shouldn't exist in this world. The Uchiha tribesman also looked embarrassed. He also knew that he shouldn't disobey Hokage's orders, but before Shisui left, he specifically explained that no one was allowed to enter. Could he disobey? And this time? No. The people of the Uchiha clan will always obey Hokage-sama's orders. Uchiha Fugaku came over and glared at him suddenly. 0 flowers. Next second. The clan shuddered and let the door open, he was hit by Uchiha Fugaku's illusion. Third Hokage-sama, in Konoha, there is no place you cannot enter. Fugaku is very clear that this kind of do not listen to Hokage's order cannot be carried. Of course, as the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, he also had to stand up and ask. Just Hokage-sama, are you here? I received a contact from Third Hokage. 35 Third Hokage said calmly, he said he had received a message from his own mission, saying that Uchiha had illegally imprisoned, captured, and killed their envoys, thinking it was Konoha's attack on Rock Shinobi's provocation. 35. He said that if Konoha didn't give them an explanation, Rock Shinobi's army would come and ask for an explanation. So I came to see where the Rock Shinobi envoys are. He raised his head, looked at the empty envoy's residence, and sighed, it seems like a real trouble now. 35. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is short and skinny. The other patriarchs were also able to pass him, and when they saw the empty room behind him, their hearts sank. Lord Hokage, this night, Shisui found out that Rock Shinobi was holding Uchiha Zongxuan, our bloodline, and fled. He has chased after him, maybe because of this. Uchiha Fugaku lowered his head and said. Then why don't you report to me, the Hokage? Third Hokage interrupted him, I'm a dignified Hokage, even if something happened in my own village, do I need the shadow of the other village to remind me? Hearing this, Fugaku was at a loss for words. 0. Like Shisui, he actually wanted to keep things down. But right now, it's clear that it can't hold back. Even the ability to want to keep things down is a huge poison point. Uchiha did a really good job. Third Hokage snorted coldly, I handed over such an important matter of receiving foreign guests to you, and that's how you answered me? Fugaku, did you know that the delegation to Konoha village this time also includes Third Hokage's own granddaughter? 35. Do you Uchiha want to cause a battle between Konoha and Rock Shinobi village? Oh, you don't care about this matter. After all, the security department is responsible for the affairs of the village. Even if people die, it's not your Uchiha people who die. Third Hokage sneered that Fugaku was ashamed, but had nothing to say. When the other clan leaders heard this, they looked at Uchiha with a bit of hostility in their eyes. If they really want to fight, it is their clansmen who will die. And this time, praise the people of other villages more than the people of Konoha village. My third Hokage-sama, you really value the Rock Shinobi. Shisui's arrogant voice sounded. Everyone raised their heads in unison, only to see Shisui and his apprentice Zongxuan, each carrying a Rock Shinobi, walking in front of everyone. And then let the Rock Shinobi on his back drop it. Isn't the person you left behind the messenger of Rock Shinobi village? Third Hokage squinted. Shisui, are you trying to provoke a war between Konoha and Rock Shinobi village? Of course it is the messenger of Rock Shinobi village, but the messenger of Rock Shinobi village is not our Konoha people. Our security department protects Konoha villagers, not such gangsters. Shisui snorted coldly. Lord Third Hokage, when you faced Tsuchikage's words, you can just reply with a single word, so what is it? We are the strongest ninja village in the ninja world, Rock Shinobi is just our defeated general, you can't be frightened twice by a defeated general, and your bones will go soft, right? As soon as these words came out, the eyes of many family patriarchs twitched. Boy, how dare you say it? Although everyone thinks that the bones of Third Hokage are a bit weak in recent years, they have given way a bit more. But you dare to speak out and yell. Third Hokage twitched the corners of his eyes and gestured back. Udaten Koharu understood and immediately stepped forward. Shisui, are you treating the war as a child's play? Once the war breaks out, do you know how much Konoha's good boy will be sacrificed? Sacrifice? Is it only our people who sacrificed? Rock Shinobi village has no one to sacrifice. Shisui spit out, you are so afraid of death, why are you a ninja, can't you go home and nurse your children? 5. When we could blow Rock Shinobi's head, why can't we do it now? 39. Udaten Koharu said indignantly, it's easy to say, but unlike you who don't need to go to the battlefield as long as you protect Konoha, we all have to go to the battlefield. If a war breaks out because of your Uchiha's problems, can you afford this responsibility? Yes. We are going to the battlefield. You, Uchiha, don't have back pain when you stand and talk, and you're embarrassed? The patriarchs glared at Shisui. Shisui smiled softly, hey, don't rush to put the responsibility on my head first. I just tortured the head of the envoys of Rock Shinobi, and found a very interesting thing. Patriarch Yamanaka, why don't you read his memory? Point 6. Chapter 111. Yamanaka Kiki was standing far away, but he didn't think that something would burn him. After hesitating for a while, he still didn't step forward. Without Hokage's orders, without Narashika Isa's words, he didn't want to get involved. On the contrary, his own clan united with the Nara and Akamichi clans, and they have always been the hardcore of Hokage, and they are not afraid of Uchiha. Really? The next second, Third Hokage was seen to clear his siege. Shisui, don't go that far. It's about Rock Shinobi that should be discussed now. Onoki has messaged me directly, and as soon as we don't give him an answer, he's going to swarm Rock Shinobi. The village has not recovered since the Nine Tails Rebellion. As Hokage, I must avoid war with Rock Shinobi. Third Hokage's face was heavy. This is Hokage's responsibility, and it is also the responsibility of every Konoha villager. Uchiha can't escape this responsibility. Avoid war. Shisui raised his brows. Lord Third Hokage, is there a price for Rock Shinobi village in order to avoid war? This person is Oyemu's granddaughter. He probably won't give up simply, right? Shisui's words were full of ridicule. But Third Hokage seemed not to hear it, and nodded heavily. that's true. But this matter, we need to discuss it carefully, how to avoid it. What's there to discuss? Shisui laughed, either beat them up and ask them to kneel and kowtow to say sorry, or kneel down and kowtow to them and say sorry. 9. It's necessary to discuss such a trivial matter. Or is it that Tsuchikage made a request such as handing over our Uchiha clan, and it is necessary for the 580 Shadow-sama to decide who to hand over? Dating? Everyone frowned. At this point, they probably saw the trick of Rock Shinobi Village. It's exactly the same as Cloud Shinobi Village. Hayashi clenched his fists even more, he thought of his younger brother, Hisashi. Third Hokage frowned and sighed. Onoji did make a request, losing a Rock Shinobi and asking Uchiha to hand over a murderer. Of course, we Konoha will never accept this threat, so we need to discuss it. What Third Hokage said was righteous, but everyone present pouted in disdain. Especially Hayashi, he gritted his teeth even more. That's what Third Hokage said when Hisashi was the first. He swore that he would never accept Cloud Shinobi's threat. As a result, Yuta and Koharu and others came to the door in turn, intimidating and enticing all kinds of oppression, forcing Hisashi to commit suicide. Then Third Hokage started crying again. Oops, I didn't want to hand you over, how did you kill yourself, Hisashi? Immediately, he praised the act of sacrifice his life for the village and gave Hisashi's body to Cloud Shinobi. Shisui didn't seem to hear it, and said in surprise, I thought Third Hokage wanted us Uchiha to send some bodies to Rock Shinobi too. Then since Third Hokage has decided to refuse, what else can be considered? How about asking Lord Third Hokage to assign me an army, and I will immediately go north to stop Rock Shinobi's attack? This sentence made Third Hokage choked up again. Really hit? It sounds like a lot of trouble. At the very least, a wave of meritorious ninjas will rise to share the originally divided rights of Konoha. 1 TT. He had a deal with Onoji. Onoji even sent several Genin and one elite Genin over to die. Rock Shinobi's request, we must refuse. Third Hokage's efforts turned back, but when the war breaks out, the sacrifice of Konoha Shinobi will be great. So we have to consider a solution with as little sacrifice as possible. 39. Before he could finish speaking, Shisui took a sip. I thought Third Hokage was really going to reject Rock Shinobi's request, but that's what happened? Shisui snorted, forget it, let's listen to me, let's look at Rock Shinobi's purpose first. 5. Patriarch Yamanaka, are you still willing to come over unless I ask you to come over? Yamanaka opened his mouth, but shrank back. The people of the Uchiha clan are crazy, and Shisui really touched Danzo in front of everyone. He doesn't consider himself more noble than Danzo. Shisui, now it's not Rock Shinobi. Third Hokage frowned. Well, it doesn't matter. Shisui said indifferently, please check the memories of the Rock Shinobi envoys first, Chief Yamanaka, to see the purpose of his visit to Konoha, and then let's discuss this issue. Third Hokage frowned. Seeing that he didn't agree with Shisui, he couldn't enter into the discussion. He used the power of the major families in the village to force him to give in. That's it. Although he doesn't know why Shisui has to investigate Rock Shinobi's memory, he doesn't think there will be any loopholes in Onoji, a cunning guy. So. Hiki, since Shisui wants to check, then you can check it. 35. Third Hokage waved his hand. This time Yamanaka didn't refute it. An investigation in memory is not a problem for the Yamanaka family. So he took a step forward and put his hand on Funes Daigo's head. Rock Shinobi Village sent him to Konoha for the purpose, right? This kind of thing is very simple. Swish. Yamanaka Kiki's expression changed instantly, his hand almost lost his strength and crushed Funes Daigo's head. How is it? Is there a result for the Yamanaka clan leader? Let's talk about it. Shisui said with a smile. Ah, this, that. Yamanaka opened his mouth with an ugly expression, as if dripping water. It seems embarrassing, it seems to be a little angry, and it seems to be humiliated. Hey Aki, what did you find? Third Hokage frowned, as if something wasn't right. Yamanaka Kai raised his head and glanced at Third Hokage. He hesitated for a while, and finally squeezed out a sentence, Lord Third Hokage, should I report to you alone? Something wrong? Many family patriarchs suddenly became excited. It looks like there is a big problem. Third Hokage also noticed that something was wrong, so he said, okay, then let's go back to the Hokage building now. 95. Why can't you be here, Third Hokage-sama? Shisui frowned. Shisui, you also know that some information cannot be released to the public. Third Hokage snapped, so Yamanaka Kai always reported to me alone, is there a problem? But many people in my clan already know about it, and they even watched me torture. Shisui showed a sneer, or do you think the mouths of the patriarchs present can't even compare to the genin of my clan? Can't compare to genin? No one dares to say that. The patriarchs of the major families will take turns to visit your house the next day. Shisui sneered twice and turned his head. It seems that the Yamanaka patriarch does not dare to ask questions. Ms. Yuhaka, your illusion is not bad, why don't you come? Kurane Ui is also the patriarch of the Ui clan, but she is only elite chunin at the moment. If she does not maintain a special relationship with Asuma, the son of Third Hokage, she is not qualified to come here. However, her illusion skills are good and trustworthy, and she can also complete the torture task. It's just that she's not stupid. Yamanaka Kai doesn't even dare to fart, does she dare? Hesitantly, dare not move forward. Yeah, I'm from the Uchiha clan, and I'm not going to be trusted by you. Shisui shrugged, that Konoha's illusion ninja. Kurama Patriarch, why don't you come? The Patriarch of the Pork Horse looked at everyone's eyes and sighed, then I'll do it. You can keep an eye on me at all times to see if I'm making trouble. His words are actually moving closer to Uchiha. No way, Yakumo, the only user of the bloodline limit in the family, is Shisui's disciple, does he dare not go with Shisui? But the only good thing is that Shisui can really cure Yakumo, and Yakumo's body is much better than before. Is this a consolation? Patriarch Kurama slapped Funa's Daigo on the face, awakening Funa's Daigo, and at the same time he began to seal. His movements were very slow, as if he was deliberately trying to make everyone see clearly. Hyuga Hayashi rolled his eyes and watched his every move carefully. Others also used perception ninjutsu to determine his actions. The Kurama Patriarch did not do anything, it was just the seal of the normal hypnosis ninjutsu. Although Funa's Daigo is an elite Jainin, he was hit by Shisui in various ways, and he was in a state of just waking up, so he was naturally unable to resist the illusions of the Kurama clan. Okay, what do you want to ask? Just ask. The Patriarch of the Pork Horse made room. Yamanaka Kai opened his mouth, trying to stop something. But he was forced back by a meaningful look from Shisui. Very well, then tell me the purpose of your rock shinobi village first. Shisui said. Funa's Daigo's voice was somewhat calm, but also had a bit of a deep sense of confusion. Master Tsuchikage ordered me to rob the genius of the Uchiha clan and bring it back to Rock Shinobi village. And then, if this mission can't be carried out, I will die at the hands of Uchiha, and sacrifice for Shinobi village to ask Konoha for a reward. What do you want in return? Uchiha's bloodline limit, and the eyes of Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Fugaku who are in Manjiki. What? The people present were in an uproar. Not only asking for Uchiha's bloodline, but also for the eyes of the patriarchs Fugaku and Shisui. Open Manjiki's eyes? How is this possible? How is this possible? Third Hokage couldn't help but interject after hearing this, Konoha will never hand over the heads of the villagers to please Rock Shinobi. 55. Why is it impossible? Funa's Daigo said instinctively, Third Tsuchikage told me that Cloud Shinobi village relied on this one-handed war blackmail 2 years ago, which scared the third Hokage to kill the younger brother of the Hyuga clan's patriarch and send his body was given to Cloud Shinobi Village. 35. Cloud Shinobi Village can do it, why can't we at Rock Shinobi Village? Cloud Shinobi Village can do it, why can't we Rock Shinobi Village? This sentence, like a heavy hammer, smashed into the hearts of everyone present. For a while, there was a dead silence as if the pause button was pressed. The expressions of countless patriarchs changed. It was an expression of unwillingness, gnashing of teeth, and anger. To be honest, among all the people present, except for the Kurama clan chief who was relatively close to Uchiha, even Hayashi was not too close to Uchiha. Some people are even more hostile to Uchiha. But at this time, regardless of whether he hated Uchiha or not, everyone felt extremely embarrassed and angry. When did our Konoha actually become the target of the enemy's blackmail? It's fake. It's fake. Third Hokage's face was furious, his face flushed with anger. Hisashi committed suicide voluntarily, I just protect Konoha at the least price. If this is true, why didn't you Rock Shinobi ever think about blackmailing Konoha? He questioned loudly. Unexpectedly, Funes Daigo actually answered Third Hokage's question. Because we Third Hokage said that the situation inside Konoha is very chaotic, Third Hokage is about to step down. We didn't move before because the weak and incompetent Third Hokage was in place, which was good for us. Now that he's about to step down, we naturally have to come over and blackmail him while he's still this Hokage. 35. We Hokage also plan to contact Kirin Village, Sand Shinobi Village, and Cloud Shinobi Village. Let's order more while the weak and incompetent Third Hokage is still here. 99. Order more while the weak and incompetent Third Hokage is still around. Third Hokage is still here, order more. Want more? This sentence seemed to echo in the ears of every ninja present. Everyone looked at Third Hokage with an unimaginable expression. It turns out that our Third Hokage is such an existence in the eyes of other countries. Because he is weak and incompetent, so take advantage of the opportunity? Hehe, even other villages know that our Hokage is incompetent, yet we chose such a person to be a Hokage for decades? A voice sounded. Who? Third Hokage glared at him like a wounded old wolf. But I found out that the person who spoke was Hyuga Hayashi. There was a sneer at the corner of his mouth, his white eyes had already opened, and the bursting blue veins were like an angry and taut fist. It's ridiculous, it's ridiculous. He sneered a few times, turned his head and left without hesitation. As he was leaving, he passed Shisui. Uchiha Shisui. If Rock Shinobi is going to attack Konoha because of this 0.6 incident, I, the Hyuga clan, are willing to support Uchiha and fight Rock Shinobi to the end. Saying that, he went straight out. After him, the patriarch of the Inyazuka clan walked out slowly, his fingernails were as sharp as blades, and he glanced at the Funes Daigo who was still under the control of illusion. Then, without even looking at Third Hokage, he walked back. When passing Shisui, I also left a sentence. In this matter, my Inyazuka clan also supports you Uchiha. Not only him, but the other patriarchs also snorted and left. Before leaving, when passing by Shisui, he left a single sentence. I, the Abarame family, stand by and fight Rock Shinobi to the death. 35. Please count me as one of the Morinoi family. Moonlight clan support and Rock Shinobi never die. I am not everyone at Konoha village, I am weak and incompetent. Many patriarchs left one by one. Everyone was full of anger. How long has it been since this feeling occurred? I am dignified Konoha, the strongest ninja village in the ninja world, once had an invincible powerhouse, had a record against one crowd, had the richest land, and had the largest number of ninjas. We are like this, so we are just lambs left to be slaughtered by others? We really chose a good Hokage. One by one the patriarchs left. Even the Inoshika CH3 tribes shook their heads and turned to leave. In the end, Only a handful of people remained, including Uchiha Koharu, Shisui, Fugaku and Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lord Hokage, if there is nothing else, we will leave first. Shisui sneered. You can continue to measure the material power of Konoha, and tie the hearts of the country. 35. This kind of thing, I Uchiha will not accompany. Come on, he turned and left. Chapter 112. Things seem to have gotten bigger overnight. I don't know which patriarch has the bigger mouth, and directly exposed Rock Shinobi's words yesterday. And then there was an unnamed enthusiast who added countless tags to Third Hokage. What a man who measures the material power of Konoha and is a man who loves the country. What's the best friend of his country's forbearance village? What's the correspondence between Hokage and Raikage? 3 years, 3 years, and 3 years, I've been working on Hokage for decades, why don't you guys get the internet? As a result, the next day, all the villagers and ninjas went crazy. What a joke! We are the ninjas of Konoha village. We are the largest village in the ninja world, our strong ninja world number 1, our economic ninja world number 1, our. How can we become the Uchiha food of other countries? Lord Third Hokage is also known as Shinobu, how could he be so weak? How could he betray Konoha? Immediately, however, numerous details began to circulate. This year Uchiha was blackmailed by Rock Shinobi. 3 years ago, the Hyuga family was blackmailed by Cloud Shinobi, and Third Hokage forced Hisashi from the Hyuga family to commit suicide and sent the body to Cloud Shinobi village. On the night of 9 Tails, Third Hokage and 9 Tails played against each other for a while, then threw him directly to 4th Hokage, and didn't go to support before 4th Hokage died. Going forward, when Hotaki Sakumo was still alive, because he felt powerless as the master, he teamed up with Danzo to spread rumors and forced Hotaki Sakumo to commit suicide. One by one, justified. Most of the public can only see this kind of secrets at the surface. For example, when Hotaki Sakumo was in the past, there may be some people who were really misled by rumors and felt that Hotaki Sakumo was not worthy of being a ninja. But when someone introduced Hotaki Sakumo's qualifications in detail, told the political environment at the time, and described the person's deterrent power to the outside world, the people suddenly remembered the power of the White Fang back then. Such a person, being forced to death for a trivial matter? Is it a crime to save a few companions? I just love following a boss like that. Although people are easily influenced, they are not fools. While some of this information is false, many are true. Almost everyone was stunned. Could it be said that Third Hokage is really 10? Similarly, there are some special people. When Hotaki Kakashi passed by a snack bar, he heard the people in it swear that the second uncle of my brother-in-law's mother-in-law is Hotaki Sakumo's subordinate. At that time, they all wanted to speak out for Hotaki Sakumo, but they were enveloped in the black hand above Konoha was suppressed. As for who is this black hand? Well, I dare not say. Everyone understands this matter, but if you don't understand it, it's better not to say it. Don't come and ask me what's wrong, the interests are too involved, and it won't do you any good if I say it, just don't know. For the rest, I can only say that the water here is very deep, and it involves a lot of big people. It is very difficult for you to find the detailed information by yourself. No way. Then Hotaki Kakashi was stunned on the spot, all the goods in his hands fell to the ground, but he didn't seem to notice. So, that's what happened. Kakashi's eyes were blank, no wonder I always felt that something was wrong at the time. At that time, he was still young and didn't know enough about some things. Later, she experienced the hardships of Lin and Obito successively, and she became decadent for a long time. With the growth of his own knowledge, some time ago, he suddenly felt that there was something wrong with his father's death. And now? Hotaki Kakashi clenched his fists. Sir Third Hokage, it's you. Forget about Kakashi. Might Guy heard it when he was running in the Third Ninja War. Third Hokage specially arranged for Uchiha, who is good at fire style, to meet the Mist Ninjas who are good at water style. Moreover, Mist Shinobi is often a master Mist Shinobi, and it is more restrained by Uchiha's Sharingan. He is deliberately draining the strength of the Uchiha clan, even if Konoha Shinobi, who are also on the front line of Kirin village, are killed together. If it weren't for a certain battle, a fool who concealed his strength and Kirin Shinobi's ninja sword perished together, sabotaging Third Hokage's plan, it is estimated that more people would die. Might Guy froze. Father. There are many similar situations. Some of them are true, some are just rumors. But most of them are real. These are the old roots of Third Hokage that the major families have worked together to uncover. Family ninjas are stronger, and many things are impossible to avoid them. Naturally, some information slowly reached the hands of the clan chiefs. What they're doing now is just showing, we can't stand Third Hokage any longer. The fifth Hokage must be replaced. The weak and incompetent Third Hokage is not worthy of being the shadow of our Konoha village. 35. The eyes of many family patriarchs were full of dissatisfaction. In the face of foreign enemies, you swallow your breath. Facing the same village, do you strike hard? Such Hokage, we do not agree. For a time, the public sentiment was turbulent, and the undercurrent was surging. Even the carefree Asuma noticed that many of the villagers looked at him with hatred, and the words overheard made him even more restless. He even gave up the daily harassment, and turned to question Third Hokage. Father, did you do such a thing? Shut up! Third Hokage cursed angrily. Did you do such a thing? Some he did, some he didn't. But what's the point of saying this now? Could he explain that the reason for persecuting the Hyuga clan was that Third Hokage didn't want to fight Cloud Shinobi because the losses on the Night of Nine Tails were too great? Could he explain that he forced Hitaki Sakumo to death because he and Danzo just wanted to squeeze him, but no one thought that this guy was so vulnerable and committed suicide? Could he explain that forcing Uchiha to go to a battlefield that is not suitable for them is to use the power of Mist Ninja Village to weaken Uchiha, so as to continue to oppress Uchiha? Would he dare to say such a thing? Damn it, Oyeki, why are you talking to the people who were sent to die? Have you forgotten even the most basic principles of confidentiality? Third Hokage's eyes were about to split open, like a terrifying monster that devoured him. He really didn't expect Oyemu to tell such secrets to a guy who was sent out just to kill him. Konoha is from the Yamanaka clan who can peep at memories. Even Third Hokage wondered if this was the full set of Onoji, and just wanted to force himself to step down. But when I turn around and think about it, it doesn't feel right, it's not good for Rock Shinobi, it's just bad. This kind of contempt for Konoha made Konoha so angry that he almost wanted to take the initiative to go to Rock Shinobi to fight for his life and death. In the end it can only be down to luck. Uchiha, can't stay anymore. Third Hokage took a deep breath. Third Hokage can see clearly, everything comes from Shisui. It is this man who exposes everything to the public, so that he has no room for maneuver. It was also this man, whose resistance without hesitation inspired the major families to resist his oppression of them. Aren't you also oppressed by me before? Why didn't you resist before, but now you are so dissatisfied? It's all Uchiha's fault. I should have followed Danzo's advice and took the lead to wipe out Uchiha. 9. With a furious expression on his face, he walked around the room and turned around for a long time. Then take a deep breath. Come on, let Uchiha Itaka come over. Zongxuan's home. Zongxuan, it's a success. Uchiha Shisui looked excited. If it goes on like this, Third Hokage will definitely step down soon. He looked at Zongxuan with a look of surprise. This kid always gives me one surprise after another. Be careful that he is dying. Zongxuan said calmly, contact Yakushi Kabuto and let him try to pay attention to the whereabouts of Anbu, Genbu, and others. Well, I know, I'll go over later. Shisui said without hesitation. And Xianglin, you too. Zongxuan lowered his head and looked at Xianglin in his arms. How is your Kagura heart eye cultivation? 35. Xianglin took a deep breath of Xian gas before saying, it can barely be used, but the duration is very short. Master Zongxuan, I will work hard. 35. The duration of ninjutsu is determined by chakra. And even the incense phosphorus of the Uzumaki family only lasts for a short time. This can only show that she even released this ninjutsu, relying on the powerful chakra to pile it up. Zongxuan twitched the corner of his mouth and looked at Shisui. Shisui sighed helplessly, I can't help it, she misses too many classes, and the grass ninja village doesn't seem to plan to train her well. I need to teach a lot of basic knowledge from scratch. It's amazing to be able to use this high-end ninjutsu. Okay. The land of grass abuses Kaolin and longs for the power of the Uzumaki clan. Before they completely master Xianglin, they won't teach Xianglin well, aren't they afraid of teaching people well, and then she runs away directly? It's really not easy for Shisui to teach Balsam to this stage in a short period of time. Of course, he is completely studying the ninjutsu of Kagura's mind, and he learns whatever knowledge is needed for this ninjutsu, and ignores other things that are not related to Kagura's mind. Otherwise, with advanced ninjutsu like Kagura Zinyan, Xianglin would not be able to use it at all. Okay. Zongxuan sighed helplessly, even if it's for a short time, at least it can be used as a guard line. It's not that the Uchiha family doesn't have perception ninjas, but most Uchihas prefer to attack, so perception ninjutsu is only learned by the incompetent guys, and their strength is very worrying. Although Sharingan can observe a lot of things, it does not have the ability to see through the eyes, and it has nothing to do with perception. This is Uchiha's flaw. Okay, that's it for now, let's keep the same things and let's see what Third Hokage will do next. Zongxuan's eyes were calm, and he had already made all the preparations he could. The rest is up to the field operation. You've done enough. Shisui smiled wryly, and there's information about Kakashi and Might Guy, I don't even know how you know this. 99. It's just for some reason. Zongxuan said calmly. That's right, the news that Kakashi and Might Guy heard were all told to them by Zongxuan using the transformation technique. Especially Might Guy. In order to prevent this man who almost kicked out the finale, he has put a lot of thought into it. Shisui, just in case, remember to prepare. Zongxuan urged. Don't worry, I have already talked to my subordinates, and I have informed everyone. Shisui looked serious, some of the clansmen have also quietly moved to Kakuzu, there will be no mistake. That's good. The Sarutobi family. Third Hokage's home. Itachi, can you understand me? Third Hokage burst into tears, his voice choked, it's the last moment, it's the moment when I have to. Yes, Lord Third Hokage, I can understand. Uchiha Itachi half kneeled in front of Third Hokage, bowing his head, now Uchiha is crazy, Shisui is doing random things. Rock Shinobi village may start a war at any time. What good does it do to Konoha for him to persecute you like this? When you don't speak, I plan to find a chance to do it. 99. Please do not worry. He raised his head, his eyes full of determination, without the village, where would there be a home? Destroying everything that threatens the safety of the village is my belief. Even if it's my family, I'd spare no expense. 35. Third Hokage looked at U-580 Uchiha Itachi and nodded secretly in his heart. Looking at his eyes, he should not lie to me. So. You can get started. But your parents? Third Hokage narrowed his eyes. The moment my father decided to launch a rebellion, I already made a choice. Uchiha Itachi said without hesitation, and then showed a hint of entanglement, it's just my brother Sasuke. Please forgive Hokage-sama, it's Itachi's failure, and I can't let it go. It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. Third Hokage showed a gentle smile. Even if you don't say it, how can I let you lose all your relatives completely for your sacrifice for the village? It's good that you can think about Sasuke. If you don't even love your own relatives, how can you love the village? Saying that, Third Hokage suddenly remembered that he was instigating the person in front of him to destroy his family, and coughed twice. Itachi, don't worry, I will take care of Sasuke's affairs. He will definitely become a big man in the village. Uchiha, starting from his generation, will also be completely integrated into the village, regardless of you or me. More Hokage-sama. Uchiha Itachi's eyes filled with gratitude. Third Hokage nodded in satisfaction. After a pause, he spoke again, this time there are many enemies, and they are also very strong. So I decided to send people from the roots to assist you. Do you have a problem? Now the major families have turned their backs on their Hokage. Not to mention ordinary ninjas, even Anbu couldn't gain his trust. Fortunately, there are still a group of pure tool people from the root. Until now, Third Hokage suddenly discovered Danzo's policy. How correct! Such ninjas are real ninjas. Only worthy of being your own Hokage knife. No problem, thank you Hokage-sama. Uchiha Itachi bowed his head and said sincerely. Soon, Itachi leaves from Sarutobi Hiruzen's house. Walking on the road, he glanced at the sun that was still in the sky. When this sun turns into a moon, it will be the moment when the blood of the Uchiha clan will dye it red. But while Third Hokage gave him some roots, Uchiha Itachi was very clear about Uchiha's power. Confront Shisui, Fugaku, and a possible hidden Mangeki at the same time. Even with the support of root ninjas, he finds it difficult. So, Uchiha Itachi stood on top of Hokage Rock, and his voice sounded softly, "You are here. 99. Come out, I have a deal to do with you." Next second, there was a twist in front of him. "Have you finally figured it out, Itachi?" Obito, wearing a mask, appeared in the distorted space. "Yet." Uchiha Itachi nodded coldly, "Help me and destroy the Uchiha clan." Genocide Night, begin. Chapter 113. There are many problems in trying to destroy a big ninja. Uchiha is numerous and has many bloodlines. If you want to eliminate it completely, you have to try not to let other families in the village notice. The human and material resources required are quite large. As a result, the roots began to gather. Some people in Anbu who Third Hokage thought reliable also got his orders and gathered. But even so, trying to ensure that no one in the Uchiha family escapes is just as troublesome. After all, although Uchiha was at odds with Konoha, he played the police department by himself. But after all, it is not completely without a ninja, performing tasks normally. These exposed ninjas are not only troublesome to follow up kills, but also easy to be hidden by them incognito. So the moment he decided to do it, Third Hokage secretly passed the order to the ninja outside Uchiha. With the help of Itachi's identity, he faked the order of the patriarch and ordered these ninjas to give up all tasks and rush back to the village. This sentence made a lot of Uchiha excited. "Are we going to rebel today? I have been sharpening my knife for several years." Although this is a downright fake order. But as Uchiha Itachi, he was able to stabilize the situation for a short period of time without being discovered by anyone. If it weren't for Zongxuan and Shisui watching all the time. "There's a problem." Shisui looked nervous, with anger flashing in his eyes. "Zongxuan, I'm afraid Third Hokage is about to start." "Well, I think so too." Zongxuan sighed softly, "After working hard for so long, I still can't escape a similar fate in the end." He was a little emotional. From the very beginning, he thought about whether to avoid the night of genocide from the source. In any case, Uchiha Itachi is indeed a very useful pawn. His love for Konoha is sincere, but he was crippled by Third Hokage. But he tried hard, and Shisui also tried to draw Itachi to his side. But their efforts all failed. Now, this knife controlled by Hokage, I am afraid it is really about to cut. Go and gather your subordinates first and get those things ready. Zongxuan said calmly, then look at Fugaku, we may need to call Fugaku first and have a good heart-to-heart with him. It's time for the Uchiha clan to pull together. Talking. Shisui frowned. Zongxuan, didn't you say that Fugaku concentrated all his love on Itachi? Do you think such Fugaku would listen to us? Zongxuan said before that Fugaku is difficult to reason with. Every Uchiha has a persistent love. Sasuke is Naruto and Itachi. Itachi is Sasuke and the village. Shisui is the village and family. And Uchiha Fugaku, he is obsessed with Itachi himself. Therefore, the man who clearly broke through the murderous name of Fugaku, finally put down his resistance and willingly died in the hands of Itachi. Such Fugaku will listen to Shisui and Zongxuan and go to fight with Itachi? Of course he won't. Zongxuan said calmly. Then you still. Shisui frowned. Zongxuan glanced at Shisui, his voice was cold, so shouldn't it be better to solve all the factors that can affect the battle before the battle? The two began to work nervously. Not long after, Yakushi Kabuto also sent a message, Anbu, the route is inexplicably assembled, suspected of attacking Uchiha, please be careful. Anbu's actions were slowly revealed after Hokage's order. He, the undercover agent, found the information a little later, but he also passed the information. This time both Zongxuan and Shisui are sure, it's Third Hokage who is going to attack Uchiha. Immediately Shisui ordered his subordinates to comply with the emergency plan set by the two, and at the same time sent a message to Uchiha Fugaku, hoping to meet him. So it didn't take long. At Nanga Shrine. Shisui, what are you doing with me? Fugaku still had that solemn expression on his face. Don't tell me you plan to discuss with me, the patriarch, what Uchiha will do next. 5. You and I are not the same people. I am the patriarch, and you are just a clan. Shisui sighed softly, no, you and I are the same people. I don't want to have a conflict with the village, I don't want to let the clansmen betray, and the same is true for you. Hey! Fugaku frowned. After the clan gathering, Shisui, who was more radical than the radical Yatsushiro, actually said that he didn't want to start a rebellion? You pretended. Fugaku said immediately. Well, that's the only way to make Uchiha feel at ease and wait until the turnaround appears. Shisui nodded, it turns out that my choice was right, and the turnaround did appear. 5th Hokage. Fugaku said the result softly. In fact, as the patriarch, he is not without knowledge. How powerful is Konoha? There are more than 100,000 registered ninjas, Jainin are as numerous as dogs, and Chunin is walking all over the place. Such Konoha, let Uchiha's little clan resist? What did he resist? For the future of Uchiha, Fugaku has also thought of many ways, such as making his wife Mikoto close to 4th Hokage's wife Kushina, hoping to change Uchiha's status quo after 4th Hokage takes office. The plan he had thought about was naturally easy to guess Shisui's plan. And now 3rd Hokage is obviously unable to sit on this Hokage chair, and Uchiha has also come to a turning point. Do you want to talk to me about who Uchiha supports to be 5th Hokage? Fugaku's tone also slowed down a bit. If so, he could reconcile with Shisui and unite. After all, everyone is for Uchiha's future. No, before that, we still need to cross a threshold. Shisui shook his head lightly, you know, many ninjas in my clan were suddenly summoned to the Hui clan by the order of the clan leader. The Anbu of 3rd Hokage suddenly assembled, and all the ninjas at the root disappeared. 35. If nothing else, something will happen tonight. You mean Konoha is going to attack us? Fugaku looked shocked. How is it possible? Let's not talk about Genbu and Anbu. How did our clansmen get called back to the village suddenly? Who can pass me, issue the patriarch's order, and summon the clan? Can't you guess? Shisui's eyes were a bit sad. of course it's your chosen heir, my former friend, your child, Itachi. Weasel. Fugaku's pupil shrank. Yes, Itachi, as his designated heir, has released a lot of rights to him. Only he can mobilize a large group of Hui people without revealing any flaws. This is the only explanation. But Uchiha Fugaku obviously couldn't accept this fact. No. Impossible. He said again and again, Itachi is so gentle, do you want to take action against me and our family? Sasuke is still here. How could he do such a thing when he loves his brother so much? Don't lie to me. 35. With that said, Mangeky's powerful pupil power was released. The violent power seems to pull the eyes into the coldest winter day, with a chill that emanates from the heart of people. Shisui sighed softly, what if Third Hokage promises to let Sasuke go? After all, Sasuke is just a child and is no threat to anyone. Forget Sasuke? So it turns out that Itachi might indeed obey Hokage's orders. After all, his father also knows Itachi's character, he loves the village incomparably, even more than he loves his own family. But if so? Fugaku breathed a sigh of relief and said, so that's the case, I understand. But I don't believe what you said, I'll call Itachi now and ask about the specific situation. I don't believe Itachi would betray the family. With that, he turned to leave. However, Shisui suddenly burst out with Mangeky's pupil power. The surging murderous aura emanated from him, even colder than Fugaku's pupil power. Shisui, what do you mean? Fugaku frowned and slowly turned back. You just breathed a sigh of relief. Shisui's voice was low, I was relieved when I learned that Sasuke will be fine. 99. It means you think that when Sasuke and Itachi are all right, the other problems won't be big. Even if our Uchiha clan will be exterminated, you don't think this is more important than the two of them. Shisui raised his head suddenly and said in a voice full of resentment. You are the head of the Uchiha clan. Lord Fugaku. What kind of patriarch are you? Hearing this, Fugaku was at a loss for words. Yes, his subconscious actions exposed all his psychology. Of course, at this time, you can find some excuses for you read it wrong and I am not such a person. But the haughty Uchiha didn't like to make excuses. Fugaku wouldn't deny his inner thoughts in front of Shisui, when he learned that his two sons were all right, even knowing that, Li Qian's, Itachi might attack the family next, he relaxed a lot. Maybe even more relaxed than the moment you decided to start a rebellion. Because Fugaku understood that when the rebellion failed, the sons were bound to die. But now Itachi decides to destroy the family, even if he succeeds, the sons will not die. Shisui, I don't want to explain anything to you. Fugaku was silent for a moment, then said, it's just your one-sided statement that Itachi's rebellion, maybe Itachi didn't attack the family? Then what would you do if Itachi really did it? Shisui said unabashedly. Fugaku paused and said nothing. But it all goes without saying. I see. Shisui took a deep breath, then suddenly assumed a fighting stance. I'm sorry, but I don't allow accidents to happen. Fugaku narrowed his eyes and said nothing. But the surging murderous aura rushes up like a giant wave, and the chill is threatening. The two faced each other. Mangeky opened in unison, and his surging pupil power was ready to go. As long as he found a flaw in his opponent, he would attack the enemy with lightning speed like a thunderbolt. And this time, Shisui, I've already said that Fugaku will definitely choose Itachi, you still have to try it out. The result hasn't changed, has it? Hearing this, Fugaku felt goosebumps all over his body. This voice was Qin from behind him. Chapter 114. Who? Fugaku turned his head in shock. But he saw a young man standing quietly behind him. The young man was handsome, with a little vigor. He tucked his sleeves into kabuto, and under his simple denim shorts, were a pair of long white legs. At first glance, he looks like a handsome young man. However, Fugaku's eyes widened. Zongxuan. No. How could you be Zongxuan? How could he not know Zongxuan? The 6-year-old Uchiha genius, who started the existence of the 3 Tomo Sharingan, is the future star of the Uchiha family. But that's just a future star. Now, due to his age, he lacks both experience and training, and it is impossible for him to surpass the Uchiha elite of the 3 Tomo Sharingan at the same level. How did he appear silently behind him? I'm sorry, Patriarch, I'm really Zongxuan. Zongxuan sighed calmly, so. When fighting now, remember to be careful with me. 39. Swish. Fugaku's intuition came from behind the wind, and he jumped forward sharply. While rolling, he drew out his ninja sword. Clang! The 2 ninja knives collided, almost sending out dazzling sparks. Shisui's Manjiki and Fugaku's Manjiki looked at each other. The hand is still working hard. Boom! Suddenly, the 2 of them pushed the other side away with force, and at the same time, a muffled sound came out of their mouths. There was a silent illusion battle just now, but it turned out that both of them suffered some losses. Zongxuan snorted softly, Fugaku was hiding so deeply. Shisui can awaken distinguished heavenly gods, a pupil technique known as the strongest illusion, which shows that he has extraordinary accomplishments in illusion. His phantom body flicker technique is also a combination of illusion and body flicker technique. No matter how you look at it, Shisui is the world's top illusionist. However, in the illusion match just now, Fugaku was able to defeat Shisui for the time being. Although it may consume more than Shisui, the injury is also heavier than Shisui. But it is also enough to prove that the Patriarch is hidden. Is this your purpose, Shisui? Fugaku's eyes narrowed slightly, as if to relieve the pain in his own eyes. Before you deal with Itachi, deal with me first? 580's move just now, but really rushed to kill him. Whoever it is, as long as it threatens the clan and the village, I will definitely kill him. Shisui held the Chunin knife with a firm expression on his face. Even if it's my Patriarch. Fugaku narrowed his eyes. Even if it's your Patriarch. Shisui's voice was calm, but he had an indescribable persistence. In the next second, his hands became imprinted. Fire-style balsam claw red. The small fireball carrying the shuriken shot over quickly, forming a state of encirclement. Fugaku's eyes flickered, his footsteps moved quickly, dodging away. Then Shisui approached again. The extremely fast attack, like flowing water, did not give Fugaku any wiggle room. He was afraid that things would escalate, so even if he took a risk, he would come close to me, so that I would not use Susanoo. 35 Fugaku knew it. Regardless, Uchiha Fugaku is the current head of the Uchiha clan. Shisui swore at the party that he should not use force to decide the head of the Uchiha clan to avoid internal friction, so as to gain the approval of the clan. As a result, it's really working now? Susanoo's movement was too loud, and once this thing was summoned, the battle would never end in a short period of time. When the commotion gets bigger, it is estimated that the entire Konoha will come to watch. For this reason, even if Shisui didn't know anything about the pupil technique in Fugaku's eyes, he had to take the risk and fight close by, not giving the opponent a chance to use Susanoo. Forget it, follow his wish. Fugaku sighed inwardly. In fact, he doesn't want to make a big fuss. Shisui is definitely not here for nothing. I'm afraid Itachi has really betrayed the village. Although he definitely wants to stand on the side of his son Itachi, if possible, Fugaku definitely doesn't want to destroy his family. Hit quietly, don't make things bigger, then go and persuade Itachi. Fugaku secretly thought that, like Shisui, he didn't use a tacit attack, but instead used physical and illusion techniques to fight against each other. Both are cage-level masters, and with exceptions like Haiden, most cage-level masters have no real weaknesses. Bog, the same is true for both of them. Simple but extremely lethal physique, silent but dangerous illusion, and shuriken smashed at an unknown time. No ninjutsu seems to lose its beauty, but it is far more dangerous than ninjutsu. Gradually, Fugaku was slowly pushed into the downwind. It's not because Shisui is too much stronger than Fugaku, but in fact the two who have Manjiki want to decide the winner in a short time, and it's not that simple. The issue is, Zongxuan played with his shuriken, raised his 3-tomo Sharingan from time to time, and glanced at Fugaku calmly. Although he didn't do anything, Fugaku had to be wary of attacks coming from behind. Missed. Fugaku sighed inwardly. Shisui and Fugaku are equal in strength, but there is a Zongxuan next to it. To be able to quietly appear behind him, whether this person is a mere 6-year-old Zongxuan. But just as dangerous. At least an elite Jainin. Although Zongxuan hasn't done it yet, it's impossible for Fugaku to expect the other party to keep doing it. He had to devote part of his energy all the time to beware of Zongxuan. Although it is far from the energy of fighting against Shisui, it also puts him at a disadvantage. Forget it, it seems that the most anticipated goal cannot be achieved. Fugaku sighed softly, and decided to give up the silent repulsion of Shisui, and went to attack it to discuss the plan. Then it can only make things worse. Although this is not in line with the most perfect result in his mind, he who has been on the battlefield understands that there is no such thing as perfection. It is a must-have skill for every good commander. Clang! He fought Shisui hard, kicking Shisui's abdomen while resisting Shisui's kick. Brush! The two flew out backwards and opened the distance. And then, dark blue chakras started to appear on him. He used Susanoo. Shisui is just a clan member, but he is the clan leader. Innate to occupy the nominal advantage. Based on Susanoo's movements, it is estimated that someone will come soon. The reason why Uchiha Fugaku dares to meet Shisui's request alone is because he has enough confidence that even if Shisui shoots him, he will never die here in obscurity. When things get bigger, even Third Hokage has to rush over to support. Unfortunately, I can't find Itachi quietly. Fugaku sighed in his heart. And this time, his expression changed suddenly, and Susanoo's chakra, which was about to form a skeleton, was stagnant for a moment, unable to maintain its shape, and quickly dissipated. And Fugaku's own body is motionless. This is magic flail hang technique. Fugaku's eyes widened. I can actually be an illusion. 5. Yeah, that's why I told you to be careful with me. Zongxuan said calmly. It seems that Chief Fugaku still hasn't learned his lesson. This illusion, did you use it? Fugaku's eyes widened in disbelief. The magic shackle technique is an extremely practical illusion, which can make the enemy unable to move by inserting large iron nails into the body. This illusion was used by Uchiha Itachi on Orochimaru. However, this illusion is all about mental power. To be able to suppress oneself, this spiritual force is stronger than Shisui. How can that be? Shisui is Uchiha's genius, he started Manjiki at a young age, how could it be? Next second, Fugaku's pupils shrank. He saw the unique Manjiki pattern in Zongxuan's eyes. Manjiki? No, this is not Manjiki. Fugaku widened his eyes, this is eternity. Brush. Before he could say anything, Shisui appeared in front of him. One eye was bleeding, but the pupil power was suddenly imprinted in Fugaku's eyes. Distinguished heavenly gods. Launch. The screen went silent for a moment. But the pupil power of the three of them was released wildly without hesitation. Fugaku is desperately resisting the illusion, Zongxuan is suppressing his spirit, Shisui wants to carve the brand of distinguished heavenly gods in his mind. Az. Zongxuan, it's all right. Shisui let out a long breath, then couldn't help covering his eyes. As expected of the patriarch, this spiritual power. I almost failed. But in the end, I succeeded in imprinting the thinking of family above everything. Now he has put his family above Itachi. Shisui gasped heavily, enduring the severe pain in his eyes. This is what he decided after discussing with Zongxuan. Although the control of distinguished heavenly gods is terrible, it may not be feasible to completely distort the will of people. In particular, the spiritual power of cage-level masters should not be underestimated. Shisui once engraved on Kakuzu the pupil art that obeys his orders, but when he asked Kakuzu to take out the money, he still failed. Because this touched Kakuzu's forbidding, causing his spirit to resist desperately. It's not enough to let him break free from Shisui's control, but it's a sign. Therefore, after discussing with Shisui, Zongxuan decided to engrave the thinking of family above everything. As the patriarch, Fugaku loves the family very much, but it is not comparable to the existence of Uchiha Itachi. Shisui's distinguished heavenly gods is not to change Fugaku's mind abruptly, but to amplify his love for his family and make this love above Uchiha Itachi. That's enough. Well, when it's time to let him fight people other than Itachi, there shouldn't be a big problem. Zongxuan took a long breath. As long as the clan is higher than Itachi, the cage-level master Fugaku can act as a helper for the two. But... Shisui, your eyes. Zongxuan frowned as he looked at Shisui. It's okay, for the sake of the family, I never care about these eyes. Shisui gasped, his eyes narrowed slightly, then widened again, and then quickly half-squinted. This is a movement that Zongxuan is very familiar with. In his previous life, he was short-sighted. When he didn't wear glasses, he had to squint from time to time in order to see what was in front of him. Shisui's eyes can't hold it anymore. He had worked very hard to preserve his pupil power before, and if he could not use Manjiki, he would never use it. But after following Zongxuan, he first fought Danzo in front of everyone, and then controlled Kakuzu with the extremely exhausting distinguished heavenly gods, and then fought Orochimaru and Danzo, killing Danzo. Distinguished heavenly gods is a huge consumption of pupils, even more than Susanoo. The successive battles have exhausted the poor pupil power. His eyesight has been severely degraded, and he won't last long. Don't worry. Shisui looked at this very openly and said with a smile, it's okay to survive the next battle. This is probably Third Hokage's last resort, to deal with this battle in the past, and then the fifth generation will take the top position, and Uchiha's hope will come. Let alone lose a pair of eyes, or lose your life, so what? Shisui smiled calmly, not in the slightest reluctance, but rather relaxed. What Shisui values is never his own eyes, nor his own life, but the village and the family. Don't worry. Zongxuan was silent for a moment, then said, the research on Senju Hashirama cells has already started, which may bring your eyes back to light. Is it the power of the combination of Senju and Uchiha that you said? Shisui smiled, this kind of thing depends on luck, it's natural to succeed, but don't worry too much about it. What's going on tonight is the point. As he said that, his expression became solemn. And this time, a ninja eagle hovered above the three. Shisui stretched out his arm, let the ninja eagle land on his arm, and took off a small note. Things are all set, Lang and the others have placed things in the clan station, everywhere. 35 Shisui breathed a sigh of relief, the village will be handed over to Yakushi Kabuto, and he will finish it. That's good. Zongxuan pondered for a while, then let's start transferring ordinary people. Remember to ask them to bring good things, especially cash. All are handed in and kept in a unified manner, counted as borrowed by you and me. 99. I know. Shisui nodded vigorously. Take action, start. Chapter 115. Everyone be careful. Move quickly. Quick. Enter the tunnel and enter in an orderly manner. Cash can be placed here, and the clan will keep it properly. Hurry up. A group of Uchiha is presiding over the order, but they have a suspicious look in their eyes, and they have no idea why they are doing it. But a ninja is a ninja. At the same time, the patriarch Fugaku and Shisui announced, Uchiha entered a state of alert, everyone remained silent at all times, and under the leadership of Jainin, they entered the air raid shelter in an orderly manner. Then everyone got into action. Uchiha Fugaku stepped forward in person and said with a serious voice, "Everyone, follow the instructions of Jainin around you and quickly enter the air raid shelter." 39. Attention, this is not acting. Please don't make fun of your life. 35. The family doesn't make you do this for no reason. Please make it clear. Everyone understood Fugaku's words, but they were still suspicious. What's the situation? Why let the old, young, women and children avoid disasters? Is there anyone who can reach Konoha village? Or was Nine Tails released by someone? Or did the patriarch decide to launch a rebellion at this time? Everyone was puzzled, but they still arranged for the clansmen to enter the bomb shelter in an orderly manner. This was specially made by Earth-style ninjas. It is 50 meters deep underground, stores a lot of food, and has many vents. Not even an earthquake will affect this place. At first glance, it is a huge project, but under the mighty force of ninjas, it was easily done, and 5 air raid shelters in different positions were built. Both Zongxuan and Shisui understood that the depth of 50 meters underground was far beyond the nuclear defense level of the previous life. But if you really want to do something to them, what is a mere 50 meters away? Susanoo hits hard and it breaks easily. But this kind of thing itself is not to prevent Susanoo, he just protects ordinary people from being affected by the battle. When it's time to go all out, Shisui, Fugaku and Zongxuan will not endure the enemy's attack in order to protect the air raid shelter. They all understand that once they die, no matter how deep the clan hides, they will inevitably die. Not just the transfer of the dugout. Shisui led a lot of ninjas, scattered all over the place, and pretended to be the noisy Uchiha station on weekdays by means of transformation technique and shadow clone. Although the outer circle of Uchiha station has ambushed surveillance, it is impossible for them to penetrate Uchiha station. This means that this camouflage is difficult to be discovered by the enemy. And Zongxuan, led by Fugaku shadow clone, came to a deep cellar in the patriarch's house. Uncover superficial camouflages and open sturdy doors. What is revealed is the centuries-old heritage of Uchiha. All the cash you want in the clan is here. Fugaku shadow clone said calmly, this is all the current assets of the clan. As for the cash handed in by the tribe, it is being transported here. It will arrive soon. 35. Zongxuan smiled slightly, the patriarch has worked hard. Please rest assured, I will definitely be able to spend this money for greater use. Fugaku nodded slightly, the reason why the two of them cooperated so well was because of Zongxuan's strong request. Although Zongxuan did not say anything. But the two of them vaguely guessed probably his pupil technique had something to do with cash. So they were obviously very nervous, but they were still trying to collect all the family's cash and give it to Zongxuan. Fugaku took out the family's liquidity and ordered the family to gather with cash in the name of safekeeping. Shisui even dispatched his subordinates to borrow money from house to house. He and Zongxuan had made a lot of money before and distributed it to ordinary people. With his reputation, it was enough to convince the clansmen to lend him all the cash in their family. Zongxuan actually understood that the two had guessed a bit, but he didn't care. The existence of the system was not something that could be guessed by the Hokage world, which had not even researched the computer, and the word system and general could not form a vocabulary. Besides, Zongxuan made a lot of money on weekdays, but he didn't get any money, and he couldn't find any savings at home. This in itself is a huge loophole. It's not modern again, don't worry about being sliced, isn't it normal for the ninja world to have some quirky ninjutsu? FFT. In front of Zongxuan, there are several boxes of cash. It looks like I'm going to work hard to pay back the money. Zongxuan smiled bitterly, and almost all the cash from every household in the village was confiscated by him. This kind of money was collected little by little from the clan, and it was also the trust of Shisui and Fugaku, and he would never be greedy. It must be paid back. After all, if the next battle is not won, maybe there is no need to pay back the money. Zongxuan waved his hand. All the cash in countless boxes disappeared. Host, Uchiha Zongxuan. Physical fitness, 620. Spiritual attribute, 607. Chakra attributes, fire, 20, water, 20, wind, 40, thunder, 20, earth, 20, yin, 1153, yang, 1023. Skills, 1. Uchiha Shuriken, 70. Noba Fluid Technique, 7100. Sharingan, Eternal Mangeki 10,000. Multiple Shadow Clone, 140. Fire Style Huo Huo Extinction, 1000. Fire Style Long Huo Technique, 100. Magic Flail Hang Technique, 100. Body Flicker Technique, Phantom 100. Current points, 13,000 points. 130 million. That's all Uchiha's cash. There may be some money left in the bank, but all the cash is here. It's time to add some more. Zongxuan took a deep breath. At this time, only the ninjutsu itself that can enhance the strength the most is the most important. So he waved his hand. Noba Fluid Technique, 7100. The Konoha Fluid Technique, 10,000. Uchiha Shuriken, 70. Uchiha Shuriken, 3000. Multiple Shadow Clone, 140. Multiple Shadow Clone, 1000. Fire Style Long Huo Technique, 100. Fire Style Dragon Fire Technique, 2000. Magic Flail Hang Technique, 100. Magic Flail Hang Technique, 2000. Body Flicker Technique, Phantom 100. Body Flicker Technique, Phantom 2000. A lot of cash is piled up on these combat skills. Some of the remaining points are also consumed in the ninja's original 3-body technique, Great Fireball Technique and other ninjutsu. In an instant, the Zongxuan data panel changed drastically. In his mind, the memories that kept pouring out seemed to burst his brain. It made his thinking seem to be forced to stagnate. The current skills should be enough for me to apply to the cage-level war. Zongxuan gritted his teeth, covered his head, and tried to consume the disordered memory. And this time, Uchiha Yatsushiro rushed into the patriarch's house with a look of anger. Where's Fugaku? Where is he? 35. What the hell happened to Uchiha and why is there such a big fight? What the hell are you doing? I, the deputy captain of the security department, don't even know it. Where's Fugaku? Where's Shisui? You all come out for me. His face was furious. As Uchiha's vice-captain, he just got off work from the garrison. 0 flowers. As soon as he got home, he found Uchiha in a mess. What's going on? Is the family going to rebel? Or should we collectively defect from the village and leave Konoha? Whatever your purpose. But why don't you tell me? So he rushed into the patriarch's house in a rage. Then looked down and found fresh Fugaku footprints. He went to the vault. Uchiha Yatsushiro frowned. He naturally knew where the Uchiha clan kept their liquidity, and he recognized Fugaku's whereabouts by looking at the footprints. No footprints of Fugaku returning, so he should be in the vault? What is he doing there? Want to take the money? Escape from Konoha? But my Uchiha's greatest possession is the ninjutsu scrolls accumulated over countless years. But none of that matters. Uchiha Yatsushiro rushed in angrily. Fugaku, what the hell are you thinking about? He cursed subconsciously, but saw Zongxuan's figure at a glance. Zongxuan? How could he be? Next second, Zongxuan raised his head suddenly. The pattern of Mangeki was printed on Yatsushiro's eyes, and the powerful pupil power instantly defeated the atrium of this elite Jainin and plunged him into an illusion. 0. Thump! Uchiha Yutsushiro fell directly and fainted. Hey! How did Yutsushi come here? Zongxuan still covered his head, frowning. However, my current state is not very good, my brain seems to be a mess, and I use an illusion subconsciously in a situation, which makes my brain hurt. Let's take a rest first, I hope Itachi doesn't come too soon. As for Yutsushiro, well, he won't wake up for a while anyway, and elite Jainin doesn't have much impact on the battle itself. 39. I'll play in his place. At the same time, outside the Uchiha station, Uchiha Itachi squatted on the telephone pole outside the station, his eyes full of determination. Come on, it's time for us to go in. Obito's figure twisted and appeared under the telephone pole. Uchiha Itachi nodded slightly, and the bright red Sharingan flicked aside. A swarm of huddled figures, from time to time emerging from the shadows all over the place, that's Root and Third Hokage's hardcore Enbu's troops. Although Third Hokage ordered these people to be handed over to Uchiha Itachi to assist in destroying Uchiha, but he apparently also kept his hand and arranged for other commanders. If something goes wrong, it is estimated that it will turn around and pretend to be a friendly force and attack Itachi. But Itachi didn't care about this kind of precaution, he even thought that Third Hokage was mature and prudent and acted prudently. After all, he also needs to keep an eye on a trouble. Itachi's eyes were fixed on Obito, who he couldn't understand. Self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara, he is familiar with many history, and he also showed quite strong strength when fighting against him. At first glance, it is very close to the image of Uchiha Madara, but this fighting style is very different from the Uchiha Madara recorded in the clan's documents. So Itachi couldn't figure out his details. But Itachi did not report his information to Third Hokage. Although Itachi is sincere to Konoha, he still needs to keep some cards for Sasuke. Joining this Uchiha Madara next, acting as a spy, is his way of giving Sasuke a chance to live. I am useful to Konoha, so you have to protect my brother. Sasuke will be detained by the teacher tonight, and Third Hokage will hold back the actions of the various clans. It's almost time to act. Itachi stood up abruptly and charged towards the Uchiha clan station. Take action, start. Chapter 116. Itachi, you're back, our clan Uchiha Itachi slashed down with one sword, and a mere ordinary person naturally couldn't stop his sword. It's just that he slashed down with a knife, but his brows were furrowed. Boom! Smoke rose. It's Shadow Clone. Shadow Clone? Uchiha Itachi's pupils shrank. Something's wrong, Itachi. Obito came out from the side, holding a fainted Uchiha clan in his hand. Your actions have been seen by Uchiha. They deliberately gathered their clansmen, and Shisui dispatched many masters to use Shadow Clone as residents. 99. Looks like there are spies among us. Obito's eyes wandered, looking at Itachi, and then at the Enbus behind him. Weasel is a spy? Or is there something wrong with Hokage's Enbu, roots? He doesn't care about these, anyway, he will see the situation if he continues. Relying on the unique pupil technique, he is not worried about his safety. Maybe it was Shisui who controlled Hokage-sama's Enbu. Uchiha Itachi stood up slowly, his eyes narrowed. With his illusion, he can easily control a person's heart. 35. It's good for Hokage to let Enbu and Genji help you and me, but the more people there are, the easier it is to leak secrets. In fact, the night of extermination in the original book did not need such trouble at all. In the Uchiha clan, Shisui died, Itachi stood on Hokage's side, and Fugaku didn't tell anyone the fact of Manjiki. On the surface, as long as Itachi was well controlled, it was enough to kill everyone in secret. But things are different now. Shisui is alive and well, no one knows the power of Manjiki. Uchiha Fugaku also revealed Manjiki because of his confrontation with Shisui. 2 Manjiki, 2 cage levels. When no one knew that Fugaku would give up resistance for Itachi, who would dare to let Itachi deal with them only? Even if Itachi asks Obito for help. 2 Manjiki vs 2 Manjiki 580s, no one has the upper hand in this wave. And then consider the elite of the Uchiha clan. Third Hokage doesn't take out Anbu and Roots, he's really not sure he can destroy Uchiha. Not to mention Third Hokage, even Itachi is full of confidence, and there are elements of gambling. Bet that you are strong enough. I just didn't expect Shisui to arrange defense, that's troublesome. Uchiha attack aside softly. Front. Fire up. Be careful. Itachi attacked the clan. The worries of Shisui and the patriarch are right, someone attacked me Uchiha. Everyone, be vigilant. A loud shout resounded through Uchiha. The rising fire lights up the night. But Itachi and Obito's expressions didn't change at all, they guessed the situation when they were sure that they had killed Shadow Clone. When Shadow Clone dies, information will naturally flow into the body. It is conceivable to expose yourself. But it doesn't matter. Since it has been exposed, let's fight head-on. Itachi calmly said, let's go. Saying that, he rushed over in the lead. Anbu and the ninja at the root looked at each other behind him, and launched a shock without hesitation. Obito laughed, his body twisted, and he didn't know where to go. Itachi and Obito just find it troublesome in the face of Uchiha, who is waiting for him seriously. And the ninjas of Genbu and Anbu are the most dangerous, because ordinary Uchiha can't kill Itachi and Obito, but he can kill them. But what does this have to do with Weasel? What's the deal with Obito? In this battle, the most people came out of the root, Anbu just added. And even Uchiha Itachi, who cherishes the village, doesn't like the guys at the root, and just has to work with them. No matter how many people die at the root, don't make Itachi feel a little sad. He rushed over without hesitation, holding a ninja sword, cut through the killing. Unfortunately, most of those killed were Shadow Clone. And this time, the news from the periphery also reached the ears of Shisui and Fugaku. He finally did it. Shisui and Fugaku looked at each other and sighed. The clansmen are still a little short of it before they can be completely transferred. Please protect the patriarch here, and I will block Itachi. 35 Shisui said calmly. Thank you, Shisui. Fugaku's eyes were filled with gratitude. Although his mind has been changed, his love for Itachi has not changed. He doesn't want to face the weasel sword. It's okay. Shisui paused and said, where's Zongxuan? Where are the others? Before my shadow clone led him to the warehouse. Fugaku said, after I led the way, I unlocked the shadow clone, but according to the reports of my subordinates, it seems that he did not come out. Equals. Fugaku understands the personal importance of some occult arts. Therefore, although he has some guesses about Zongxuan's desire for Krypton gold, he will not approach him when Zongxuan recharges Krypton gold. This is a matter of principle. It doesn't matter, he knows the severity and will definitely appear at the most critical time. Shisui said calmly, in that case, please invite the patriarch to master the overall situation. I'm going. Saying that, the figure disappeared. Fugaku didn't care either, turned his head and glanced at the civilians walking beside him, and said, are the monitor images ready? Ready. What about the arrangement in the village? It has been tested, and it has all been linked and can be mobilized at any time. 39. I know, wait for my order. Fugaku stood straight, with a bit of excitement in his eyes. This time, it's enough to make Third Hokage completely step down. Let Uchiha truly merge with Konoha. Thinking about it, he looked at the surveillance screens around him, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Zongxuan, how interesting. Ninjas are used to using ninjutsu to solve problems. But no one has ever cared that technology can be so useful. Swish. 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 Uchiha Itachi took the lead, the cold ninja knife slashed into the person's body, hot blood spurted on his face, but he did not have the slightest intention to dodge. The peace of Konoha is guarded by me. Uchiha Sin, I shall bear it. Today is the end of everything. Tomorrow, Sasuke will have a fresh start. Uchiha Itachi actually knew that there were some innocent civilians in the Uchiha family. They may even be very friendly to the Konoha villagers and like to help others on weekdays, just like Obito who died in battle as a hero. For example, the uncle who had an angry face in front of him, waving a ninja knife and rushed towards him. He used to be a good ninja. In order to protect Konoha's teammates, he injured his foot, so he can no longer work as a ninja. So he became a gentle boss. Maybe because of lost dreams. On weekdays, he encouraged the children of the Uchiha family to make progress. He gave out the candy he sold to the Uchiha children many times, and he even said that he could distribute the candy to some non-Uchiha friends. I, Sasuke, have eaten the candy he gave me. However, this old and good man who usually laughs in front of him, at this time, his eyes are almost split, full of disbelief, and he rushed over desperately. It's because Uchiha Itachi, who just killed the wife he married. Sorry. Uchiha Itachi's voice was low. But the shinobi knife cut the uncle's throat without hesitation. Uchiha Itachi is not an American hero with a fetish for moral cleanliness. He knew that the person in front of him was a good person, even a Uchiha who had a heart for Konoha. But he still got it. I know this is my sin, and I am willing to bear it. Uchiha Itachi whispered, Uncle, I will willingly bear your revenge in hell. Just now. Uchiha Itachi's eyes grew firmer, and he moved to the next house. Even if Fugaku and Shisui were evacuated in advance, there were still some Uchihas who had just returned who could not get the news and were naturally in danger. Enough! Itachi! A roar! Uchiha Itachi raised his head slightly. What he greeted was Shisui's angry face, is this your dream? Kill innocent villagers. How many times did Uncle Straight give you snacks, do you remember? 35. Of course I remember. Uchiha Itachi said calmly, I also know that he is innocent. Then you still Shisui was even more angry. But for the sake of lasting peace, this is the price that must be paid. 33 Uchiha Itachi interrupted Shisui's resentment directly and said calmly, because of him, the footsteps of peace are blocked. 9. Shisui, you're not what you used to be. You are too narrow-minded now. My eyes, see farther than you. Uchiha Itachi slowly raised his head, revealing Manjiki with tears in his eyes. This is Uchiha. His heart hurts, but he will still do it. Good. 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 Shisui laughed angrily, then let me see, you and me, who can see farther. 39. The next second, the two slammed into each other. The ninja knife and the ninja knife collided, and the sharp blade created dazzling sparks. Amaterasu. Itachi's eyes were bleeding, and he looked directly at Shisui. Instant technique. Without waiting for the flame to ignite, Shisui instantly pulled away. The dark flame ignited, but it could only burn the ethereal phantom. However, the next second, the two fought together again. The ninja knives kept colliding, making a sonorous sound. The illusions alternated one after another, almost without the slightest momentum, but in danger. Fist, foot, alternately. The two are extremely familiar with each other's habits, even if they don't open Sharingan, almost as soon as the other party looks up, they can guess his next move. After all, they are good friends from childhood to adulthood. Shisui. FK. The two let out a roar, constantly attacking the most deadly part of the opponent with their sharp ninja swords. It wasn't just the two of them actually fighting. Uchiha, brought by Shisui, has also played against Anbu and Genbi. Fire style flies, water style shoots, wind style whizzes, lightning style sweeps. Kill. Dare to attack us Uchiha, it's just courting death. 39. Kill them! The Uchiha roared in unison, shouting to attack. 0. The root is silent, just a cold knife attack. Even if he was cut by Uchiha, he didn't say a word, like a moving corpse. The two sides were fighting frantically, and the killings continued. Although Uchiha has the name of the elite, but the root itself is a combat weapon cultivated by the best of the best, and it can also be called an elite. However, in the face of the attack from the roots, Uchiha seemed a little lacking in manpower. In order to prevent the dugout from being raided by the enemy, Fugaku arranged for a part of the elite to be stationed. In order to prevent the enemy from coming from other directions, Fugaku arranged for some masters to guard against other areas. Although the Uchiha family is a large and powerful family in Konoha, but the number of ninjas is still not comparable to the roots and Anbu, which have countless sources of blood. You can only fight and retreat, relying on the traps set to play a relatively balanced battle. Unfortunately, if it wasn't for the heavy loss of the root, Uchiha might have been defeated directly. The root, the true leader of Anbu, Abarame thought to himself. He is the current leader of the roots, and under the appointment of Third Hokage, commands the remaining forces of Danzo. Abarame's eyes are calm, and he has long lived in the root, so that he has long accepted Danzo's thinking, watching the root ninja with no small casualties, and there is no fluctuation. But even if I have a certain upper hand here, it's useless, the one who can really decide the battle, here. He turned his head slightly and watched Itachi and Shisui fight. Swish! Itachi kicked out and kicked Shisui. Shisui leaned back, but before he was kicked away, he dropped the genin knife, leaving a bloodstain on Itachi's leg. When his body flew out, he even used his strength to roll in a circle, and Sharingan's illusion was about to be released. Although both are geniuses of Uchiha, but obviously the older Shisui has mastered the initiative to some extent. And this time, Itachi, it looks like you need my help. 99. The space around Shisui distorted, and a man wearing a Uzumaki mask emerged from it. Obito. His only remaining one, Manjiki, was facing Shisui, with his arms outstretched, about to grab his collar. Shisui's pupil shrank, but the fight with Itachi just now had exhausted his energy, making it difficult for him to deal with Obito's surprise attack for a while. And this time, boom! A huge arm stretched out suddenly, and Fugaku opened Manjiki and walked over slowly. Is that you, the guy who lied to my kids? He's been watching the battle. Always be on the lookout for anything that might affect the battle. At this time, attack directly without hesitation. Hey, don't say that. Obito laughed, with a bit of sarcasm in his eyes. Your son came to me and wanted to destroy you Uchiha with me. Oh. Fugaku's expression was calm, but his hands trembled slightly, revealing his true heart. Father. Itachi's expression was also somewhat complicated, with shame and embarrassment in his eyes. But it soon turned firm. Father, under your leadership, it is impossible for Uchiha and Konoha to coexist. 0.6. So, sorry. I can only kill my relatives righteously. Fugaku took a deep breath and glanced at the surrounding Anbu and the ninjas at the base. Although they were wearing masks, their unique fighting style made him immediately identify each other's identity. FF. The cast has arrived. Time to get on stage. Fugaku made an insignificant gesture. The civilian staff in the rear immediately found out and started to operate. Soon, the whole Konoha discovered a strange situation. On the roofs of houses in most areas of Konoha, some large screens were installed at some point in time, and they faced the street diagonally, so that every pedestrian could see it clearly. What was shown on the big screen was a dilapidated battlefield everywhere. What's going on? Movie. What happened? Who secretly installed the big screen? Everyone in Konoha watched curiously, wondering if it might be the actions of the movie makers. And this time, The center of the big screen. Fugaku stood in the center with a majestic face, facing Itachi and Obito, his voice full of sadness. Itachi, my son. And you guys with masks, the root people, the Anbu people, 95. He cried out in grief. What did we Uchiha do to make Konoha so mad and want to destroy our family? What? Konoha wants to destroy the Uchiha clan? The ones who were killing the Uchihas were Anbu? Pedestrians who had watched the movie were stunned. Third Hokage is too old. He is nearly 70 years old. He has a stubbornness that is unique to old people and does not want to follow new trends. So he didn't know there was a word called technology, changing lives. Chapter 117. Fugaku's face was deep, and his eyes were glistening with tears. Although he has been keeping a straight face, he can also show quite good acting skills at this time. After all, ninjas themselves have various transformation, infiltration, and camouflage skills. Even Uchiha, it's impossible not to act. But the Fugaku action isn't over yet. He slammed his feet and appeared in front of an Anbu ninja in an instant. Swish! He punched Anbu hard in the abdomen, while grabbing his hand on Anbu's face. Anbu's animal mask was directly scratched, revealing a somewhat frightened face under the mask. In front of the cage-level Fugaku, the mere Janin-level Anbu has no power to fight back. I remember you. Fugaku stared at Anbu in front of him. Taro Funeo, a genius among civilian ninjas. Before graduating from ninja school, he was specially recruited by Anbu for his outstanding grades. Now where are you? Ninja? Funeo Taro didn't say a word and tried to fight back. As Anbu, stealth is a must. He didn't even bother to answer his enemy's question. Answer me. Uchiha Fugaku roared, and Manjiki rolled his eyes. Next second, Funeo Taro fell into his illusion. At the same time that he was trying to resist for a moment, he himself said in a confused voice, yes, the route belongs to the 17th team. Who attacked me Uchiha? Fugaku demanded angrily. It's 3. Funeo Taro hasn't finished speaking yet. Suddenly, his body trembled, and foam came from the corner of his mouth. Poison! Fugaku's pupils shrank, he dropped Funeo Taro's body, and then gave 3 wry smiles. 3, what 3? After Fugaku finished laughing, he raised his head sharply. Abarame takes the route, after Danzo's death, are you still going to hit us? It wasn't Funeo Jintaro who committed suicide just now, but Abarame who helped him kill himself with poisonous insects. Sure enough, I'm still not as good as Danzo-sama. If it's Danzo-sama, a ninja without roots can say a word. Abarame sighed lightly. Although Danzo looks stupid, he tries to tie Susanoo with no pain. But his sealing technique is quite remarkable. 10. The seal of the bane of the tongue is enough to put an end to all problems of information leakage. After all, this is a seal that prohibits speaking of information about Danzo, and all the tasks at the root are related to Danzo. However, with the death of Danzo, the seal of the era of the tongue became a superficial article, and it also caused a flaw. Konoha, do you just want to destroy my family? Fugaku laughed at himself, even the dead souls like you have to join in. We are just avenging Lord Danzo. Abarame is calm, and he is not stupid. How could it be possible to say something about leaking information? Even he has faintly felt that something was wrong. Fugaku, is he such a talkative person? Actually Abarame wasn't alone in feeling this way. Uchiha Itachi, who fought against Shisui, frowned. When did your father start to play sensational? Is he the sentimental type? Certainly not. So what is he doing here to act? They thought hard, but couldn't think of a reason. After all, as powerful ninjas, these people spend almost their entire lives in cultivation. Reading a novel is a luxury. Movies and the like are just beginning to catch on, and they don't even know there are other ways to use technology. And the other side. On Konoha village. The passers-by all stood there dumbfounded, staring at the sound on the big screen. The voice of Taro Funeo, who died, completely reached their ears. 3. What 3? Lord Third Hokage. That person is indeed Taro Funeo, I know him, and he and I are in the same elementary school class. Damn, what the hell is going on? Why does Anbu from our village attack the villagers in the village? 35. Shabai. With so many Anbu, can ordinary people mobilize them? This must be. The person following the word yes did not speak. But everyone has an answer in their hearts, Konoha village Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. To be able to mobilize so many Anbu, must be a high-level top executive. And it has something to do with 3. This is not Third Hokage, who else could it be? Almost everyone trembled all over, and the thoughts in their minds were not good. Our Third Hokage attacked his own villagers? Hokage, shouldn't the villagers be protected? Why would he do this? Inside the Uchiha station, Fugaku looked sad. On the other hand, the ninjas at the root were expressionless. Roots perform tasks and never need people's hearts. Instead, they couldn't help but wonder, what exactly is Fugaku trying to do? Ninjas are firm in their hearts, but it's not that you can affect them with a few words of bitterness and injustice. So what exactly is Fugaku trying to do? Abarame Root, Itaki, Obito. They are all thinking about this. And this time, I saw Fugaku suddenly turn his head. He looked directly at Obito, his voice low, "Your eyes, are you Uchiha too? But in my memory, my Uchiha has never used someone like you, then you should be an exiled Uchiha tribe." Obito laughed and said, "My name is Uchiha. But it doesn't matter." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Fugaku, "It doesn't matter what your identity is." 35. He stepped forward with a look of anger, "I just ask you, Nine Tails was released by an unknown enemy 6 years ago, and the enemy happened to have the Sharingan of my clan. The Uchiha who released Nine Tails and killed my best friend Fourth Hokage. Is that you? Released Nine Tails, Uchiha who killed Fourth Hokage?" For a time, everyone's heart trembled. Anbu, who was originally indifferent to killing, couldn't help but turn his head and glance at Obito. Fourth Hokage is very stalwart in the hearts of everyone. He is very close to the people, has a gentle personality, and has made great contributions to Konoha. In the end, only a few days after becoming Hokage, I had to die with Nine Tails. In fact, many of Naruto's early experiences came from the villagers' nostalgia for Fourth Hokage. Because I miss Fourth Hokage, I hate Nine Tails. I hate Naruto. Hee, it's interesting. Obito chuckled, "There's nothing he can't admit about this kind of thing. Yes, you're right. Infiltrated Konoha village, released Nine Tails while Kushina was giving birth, and killed Fourth Hokage's man. It is me." Obito laughed, a one-eyed manjiki flashing turbulent pupil power. "Is he the one who killed Fourth Hokage?" Countless people trembled in their hearts and couldn't help looking at the man. The prisoner who killed Fourth Hokage, and now he wants to destroy our clan together with Anbu? 33 Fugaku showed an angry look and said angrily, "Our Konoha is really an unimaginably good village. Anbu, and the ninjas at the root. Is this your buddy on a mission? A man who killed his ex, Hokage. Such a good friend." The Anbu trembled, almost subconsciously slowing down their attacks. It's really Fourth Hokage's prestige is too high. They all subconsciously don't want to mess with Obito. Stop talking about them. Even Abarame couldn't help shaking his head, glanced at Obito, and then at Itachi. Damn, who is this guy quietly pulling in? Abarame cursed inwardly. Obito was not on the list of executions for this mission, but before the action, Itachi said that he had found a strong helper. Abarame took the route after a little test, and found that the opponent's strength was really not weak, so he brought it with him, but now. This is the man who killed 4th Hokage. The civilians watching the live broadcast on the big screen outside wanted to go crazy. Kill 4th Hokage's enemies, mixed with Enbu? 99. How is that possible? It must be fake. Fake, 9. Damn, what the hell is going on here? What the hell happened to our village? What about 3rd Hokage? No. Sarutobi Hiruzen. You have something to say. Countless people were furious, and they wanted to devour them. It is true that ninjas occasionally join forces with foreign enemies. Yesterday they were enemies, and today it is not rare for them to be allies. But how could a sinner who killed your previous leader and sparked the Nine-Tails Night that wreaked havoc on the village, let it go so easily? 3rd Hokage. You have a word. Someone couldn't help but immediately turned their heads and rushed towards the Hokage building. They want an explanation. But more and more people are still staring at the big screen, gnashing their teeth at the same time, can't wait to replace Fugaku and kill Obito 100 times. At the same time, some people do not want to believe what their eyes see. No. It's not true. How could our Hokage do such a thing? This must be fake. Fake. It's the enemy's illusion, right? Solution. Solution. Explain it to me. Transformation technique. This must be the enemy's transformation technique. At this time, a voice from nowhere said, "Why be suspicious here? Go to Uchiha Station and take a look, can't you just do it?" Yes. Just take a look at Uchiha Station, wouldn't that be enough? Hearing the words, countless people rushed towards the Uchiha Station without hesitation as if they were empowered. In the Hyuga family station, 3rd Hokage personally came to the Hyuga family as a guest. 3rd Hokage-sama, why are you here? Hyuga Hayashi frowned, and asked a very dissatisfied question in civilized and elegant words. 3rd Hokage has been here for over an hour. But he kept rambling and saying a bunch of useless stuff. As the head of the clan, Hyuga Hayashi can't wait to get a set of 8 trigrams 64 palms against this old face. But you have to stay here forever. Nothing, nothing. 3rd Hokage smiled and said, I just intend to take a look at the situation of the Hyuga clan. The Hayashi clan is young and energetic, and has high aspirations. The Hyuga clan has a bright future. He complimented Hayashi without saying anything useful. So what are you doing here? Hayashi was angry, but he had to keep smiling. 3rd Hokage laughed, he was here to stall for time. Unlike the original Uchiha who could be easily knocked out by Itachi, Uchiha, who has exposed 2 pairs of Manjiki, should not be underestimated. Even Uchiha Itachi couldn't kill all the clan without a sound. Once a big move is made, the whole village of ninjas will subconsciously come to support. And 3rd Hokage must stop this. To this end, he asked Yuta and Koharu and other advisors to go to the major families to hold back the ninjas of the major families. And the most mature, he came to the Hyuga clan in person. The Hyuga clan has recently come too close to Uchiha, and their strength is still quite strong. At the same time, the observant power of the Hyuga clan's eyes is also a major problem that may lead to Anbu's exposure. So you have to hold him back. 3rd Hokage-sama. Hayashi couldn't help raising his voice. 3rd Hokage said, Hayashi, calm down, you can't be so irritable anymore when 5th Hokage takes over the position. Your subtext is that it is impossible for my Hyuga clan to produce a Hokage? Hyuga Hayashi slapped someone in anger. But can't really start. And this time, a ninja from the Hyuga clan suddenly appeared. Master Patriarch. What's wrong? Hayashi frowned, didn't you see that 3rd Hokage is visiting our Hyuga clan? Can we keep our Hyuga clan's dignity? When it came to the end, his voice was a little heavier. Hayashi is influenced by the Hyuga tradition and is a very strict 580 ruler himself. Although there are countless kinds of dissatisfaction with Third Hokage, no matter how dissatisfied, it is not the reason for his rudeness. Ah, this! The Hyuga tribe opened their mouths, looking at Third Hokage with contempt in their eyes. He hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward suddenly, leaned into Hyuga Hayashi's ear and spoke. Hayashi was very angry at first, feeling that this behavior was disrespectful, and planned to punish the ninja in front of him. But soon his expression changed, with a bit of shock, a bit of disbelief. Hyuga Hayashi couldn't help but look at Third Hokage until the clan whispered. "Chief Hyuga, what happened?" Third Hokage smiled. He knew that as long as he held his own identity and did not disrespect in front of Hayashi, then Hayashi would not do anything disrespectful. So he didn't eavesdrop on that ninja's report. But he knew in his heart it should be the Uchiha thing exposed. Although Itachi felt that it was too unsatisfactory, he was known by the major families of Konoha in such a short time. But he still decided to give Itachi a cover. So, before Hayashi could speak, he interrupted, "Clan Chief Hyuga, if it's just some trivial matter, don't interrupt our chat. Let your clan go down. I don't think there is anything more important than the communication between Hokage and the head of the Hyuga clan. Don't you agree?" Third Hokage laughed, but the lines of Hokage and Hyuga patriarch were accentuated. He is threatening. Also a warning. Third Hokage hoped that Hayashi didn't hear it, and even stopped Anbu who came to report to Hokage. In this way, he can bring the Hyuga clan together and postpone the time to go to support. Otherwise, as Hokage, he would have to go to Uchiha to support him. I just don't know if Hayashi will accept it. Uchiha and Hyuga have a bad relationship, and the two have been fighting for the name of the Konoha #1 family for a long time. Now it's clear that I'm going to kill Uchiha, which is also a deterrent to Hyuga. So can he suppress the support thing? 9. Third Hokage wasn't sure about that either. I even thought that Hayashi would tell the story of Uchiha immediately, and then take him, the Hokage, with a greater chance of rushing over. But that's okay, he has other reasons, excuses, to delay for a while. But what Third Hokage didn't expect was... Hayashi was silent for a moment, then looked at Third Hokage with an odd look. "Lord Third Hokage, are you sure you don't mind?" "No." Third Hokage said without hesitation, "How important is it to chat with Chief Hyuga about trivial matters?" You're right, Lord Third Hokage, let's keep talking." Then Hayashi gave Third Hokage a thumbs up. Third Hokage-sama, Bull Nose. Chapter 118. Of course, Hyuga Hayashi couldn't have received a new call for help from Uchiha as Third Hokage thought. To be honest, Uchiha Itachi is very cautious, and Abarame is also a very good ninja. Their arrangement is very reasonable, not to mention that Uchiha hasn't sent a master to kill him for help. Even if he does, he will be stopped by Anbu's arrangement. But I can't stand Zongxuan hanging up. Taking advantage of the fact that all ninjas are unfamiliar with technological products, he and Shisui arranged Yakushi Kabuto early to set up a bunch of screens in densely populated places around Konoha. These screens cost a lot of money to connect to the Uchiha station line, and to be large enough to attract a lot of passers-by. In fact, in Zongxuan's view, these screens are of a very low standard. At first glance, they look like enlarged TVs, or old big head TVs. But this is a high-tech product in the Hokage world. Half of the income of Shisui and Zongxuan's cooperation is invested on these screens. That's tens of millions of dollars. But the effect is great. Countless passers-by and family ninjas saw the scene in front of them. And the ninjas who came into contact with these things for the first time did not know the importance of information control at all. So even the ninjas who had their hearts on Third Hokage were dumbfounded and didn't know what to do at this time. Yakushi Kabuto even split up several shadow clones, fanning the flames everywhere. Our Hokage is from Cloud Shinobi Village. He decided to attack Konoha's clan and reduce Konoha's power, isn't it normal? Lord Hokage is obedient to the outside world, and it's not the first time that he has attacked with a heavy punch. Trivial. 35. What? You don't believe it, you think it's a fake? Then go to the Uchiha station and have a look. Anyway, the battle isn't over yet. 5. Yakushi Kabuto is a genius of intelligence. He can install these big screens silently. It can also calmly agitate passers-by's emotions. Even many ninjas were outraged and ran to support Uchiha. I don't care what Third Hokage wants to do, but as a Konoha shinobi, when I encounter foreign enemies, I will attack them. Many clan ninjas were relatively calm, but they also quickly ran back to the clan to report. Like the one from the Hyuga family. When Hyuga Hayashi first heard about it, he was stunned. Third Hokage sent someone to attack Uchiha. Well, this is indeed what he can do. But in the end Uchiha made things worse, and now the whole village knows that Third Hokage instructed Anbu to destroy the village family. As a patriarch who has been involved in politics for a while, Hyuga Hayashi realized immediately, this is an opportunity. As long as Third Hokage is held off and he is not shown, the situation will get bigger and bigger. Third Hokage's reputation will stink completely. At present, there is the greatest probability of becoming Hokage's own, and you will get considerable benefits. Well, anyway, watching Uchiha quietly install a bunch of screens, exposing the filth of third generation, I guess they are a little mentally prepared for their enemies. If you don't go to rescue for a short time, there should be no problem. But restraining Third Hokage here is the biggest gain. So he said without hesitation, Lord Third Hokage said, some small things, don't disturb my conversation with Third Hokage. In front of Third Hokage, he said to the ninja who had just come to tip him off, tell the guard, for the next hour, no one is allowed to enter the door of my Hyuga's house. Absolutely. Absolutely. No one is allowed into our Hyuga home. He emphasized 3 absolutes in a row. Then he turned his head and smiled at Third Hokage. Come on, Lord Third Hokage. Shall we continue? Yeah. Continue. Third Hokage nodded in satisfaction, thinking that Hayashi would be easier to compromise. You see, if I threatened him casually, wouldn't he admit it? Uchiha's life and death is none of Hyuga's business. How could he fight me, Hokage, for this? Then the two started chatting without the slightest meaning. It's just that compared to before, Hyuga Hayashi's mood is high and he doesn't feel bored at all. Without Third Hokage's knowledge, the entire Konoha went berserk. Countless people stared at Anbu's defense and attacked the Hokage building. It looks not far from the occupation of the capital by a beautiful landscape from time to time. Anbu, who was in charge of defending the Hokage building, not only did not try his best to intercept everyone, but many people gritted their teeth, took off their Anbu masks, and came together to find Third Hokage. However, Third Hokage's actions are secret, and he is not in the Hokage building. Where can everyone find him? For a while, the resentment deepened. Some people couldn't help but storm the Sarutobi clan's quarters. Some couldn't help but run to Uchiha's side, trying to help them. There are also some Third Hokage diehards, desperate to find Third Hokage. Of course, although the operation of Third Hokage was kept secret, there were some hardcores who knew his movements, so they went straight to the Hyuga clan. Stopped by a group of Hyuga branch house guards. The patriarch Fei spoke in this tone. How could that clan who was a little clever and dared to quietly report to Hayashi in front of Hokage didn't understand the meaning of the patriarch? As a result, a large number of guards were mobilized, and no one was allowed to enter. Of course, it's not just Third Hokage that the diehards want to report. Udaten Koharu, Mito Yanman, etc., are their choices. It's just that at this time not only the Hyuga family, but also other families basically know the news of Uchiha. And like the Hyuga clan, they couldn't help but choose to keep the secret and hold back the senior Konoha who came to their house. After this incident, Third Hokage will no longer be able to influence Konoha politics. If you don't fall into the trap, they really think that all our families are vegetarians. The big family patriarchs snorted inwardly. How could they not know what Third Hokage wanted to do when things developed to this point? He wanted to destroy the Uchiha clan. Although everyone is not used to Uchiha on weekdays. But Uchiha is one of the two families who founded Konoha. You say that such a family will be destroyed, so do we, the ordinary family, kill as much as we want? This has touched the prohibition of major families. In the original work, after the demise of Uchiha, Third Hokage directly stepped down as Danzo's Hokage assistant, and disbanded the root Anbu. Although it's all just pretending. But you can also see the positions of the major families. So in this matter, the clan chiefs almost all made the same choice: stop anyone who might report. So under the deliberate connivance of everyone, things are getting bigger and bigger. Unlike the choppy waves outside, Uchiha is still playing hot here. Fugaku took a deep breath and said in a righteous tone, that unknown enemy. 55. Back then, on the night of 9 Tails, if it wasn't for Third Hokage and Danzo's death order, asking me, the Uchiha clan, to stay in the station honestly, I would have fought hard with you. It's not too late. Just today, I will sacrifice your life to honor my dear friend, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. Fugaku has been the patriarch for a few years anyway, and he still has some basic qualities. A few words put the blame for 9 Tails Night Uchiha away. It's not our Uchiha's problem, it's the death order from Danzo and Hokage. 9 Tails Night has nothing to do with me Uchiha. I, Uchiha clan chief, Uchiha Fugaku, and 4th Hokage are the closest friends. The one willing to avenge 4th Hokage. You have to believe me. After speaking, he rushed towards Obito without hesitation. Obito frowned. He had seen Fugaku many times when he was in Konoha village. Today's Fugaku, why is it so strange? And this time? Madara, something has happened. A voice with an extremely frivolous tone sounded. The figure of White Zetsu emerged from Obito's feet. What's wrong? Obito asked, looking down. Fugaku's pupil shrank, and in front of him, was he so negligent? Swish! Fugaku passed through Obito. Obito didn't change his face and continued to ask, what happened? Something happened in the village, everything here has been leaked to the whole Konoha village. White Zetsu's voice was low, almost only Obito could hear it. But the meaning is concise and the words are clear. It's just that his body moves a lot. He danced, made a big circle with his arms, and then made a bunch of messy gestures, feeling that he contained more content than he said. Oh? No wonder Fugaku would say something like that, so. Obito's eyes flashed with understanding. So everything is right. MJU4 NDA2 NTA0 MJI1 NDA3 MZC1 OJ equals. But. What does this have to do with me? Obito sneered. He is hostile to Uchiha because he is worried that Uchiha's power will affect his layout. He can disturb the ninja world with just one eye. What if other Uchihas also awaken various abilities? But he is also hostile to Konoha. Kakashi, who killed Rin, is Konoha village's. Lin also died for Konoha. It's all Konoha's fault. He was happy to see Uchiha destroyed, and he was also happy to see Konoha village unlucky. Brush! 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 Several kunai flew out and passed through Obito's body. It really is space ninjutsu. Fugaku narrowed his eyes. This is the enemy, Zongxuan said. Tricky. For this battle, Zongxuan specially introduced the abilities of Itachi and Obito's Manjiki. Whether Itachi is still Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi remains to be discussed. But Obito's abilities don't need to be questioned at all. After all, when Obito opened Manjiki, Zongxuan hadn't come to the world of Hokage yet. But many abilities, even if they know it, are still incomprehensible. Obito is such a capability. Whoosh! Fugaku quickly approached Obito, but this time, he didn't use too much force. Instead, he just used the most basic physical skills to keep attacking. Obito kept pulling back. But he takes a step back, and Fugaku takes one step further. Fugaku is aggressive. However, no matter what kind of attack, it is only the result of being penetrated. On this level, is it also Uchiha's patriarch? 35 Obito sneered. Fugaku's eyes narrowed slightly, it really is a troublesome ability. Zongxuan, when are you coming out? I'm still waiting for Shisui to help me. 39. Obito's space ninjutsu is tricky. There are only 3 ways to attack him. One is similar to Konoha. With a long-term, large-scale bombardment, Obito's pupil technique was dragged away, and then he was killed. If Konoha didn't know much about Uchiha Izanagi, or if there were millions of detonating talismans and Izanagi's time was delayed, maybe Obito would have been killed. One is Kakashi's method, with the help of Kakashi's eyes with the same origin as Obito, enter Kamui's world, and you can attack Obito in Kamui. But this kind of trickery, and now Kakashi doesn't even open Manjiki, even if you want to move, it's impossible to achieve. The last method is Fourth Hokage's method, when attacking Obito, it must be a flaw in the real body, and bet with him who will react faster. Fourth Hokage accomplished this feat by relying on divine reflexes. Although Fugaku is conceded that the speed is not weak, it is still somewhat difficult to complete the great cause of Fourth Hokage. But Shisui may not be able to do it. Shunchi Shisui is also known for his reflex speed, Fourth Hokage can do it, he can't do it. However, Zongxuan was worried that Fugaku might have a series of problems against Itachi and even break the control of distinguished heavenly gods, so he finally chose this way of fighting. Brush! 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 Obito kept backing away, fighting back every now and then. In order to test Fugaku's pupil technique, he actually kept a lot of the attack, and the attack was tepid. But Shisui is different here. Itachi knows Shisui very well, Shisui has already exposed the distinguished heavenly gods, Amaterasu. Zongxuan pretended to be issued by Shisui, 2 pupil techniques, it is impossible to use other pupil techniques. So he is very aggressive. Boom! 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 The indiscriminate fire style blasted out, causing a huge explosion. Shisui gritted his teeth and stepped back one after another. Itachi pressed forward step by step. Brother Shisui, your body's consumption is very serious. Uchiha Itachi's expression was flat, looking at your appearance, your eyes should not last long. 5. And your chakra? You seem to be saving chakra all the time because it's been consuming a lot. My father's strange change should be the effect of your pupil technique. Pupil power consumption is huge, chakra consumption is huge. Li Qunhao, are you like this still my opponent? His voice was calm, and even when Shisui found Shisui's shot at Fugaku, he maintained a steady attack. As if the person being controlled is not his own father. Sure enough, you still saw through. Shisui smiled bitterly, although I didn't think I could fool you, Itachi, you are really smart. He couldn't help but sigh. Itachi is the smartest clan he has ever met, and his younger brother whom he has high hopes for. It's a pity that such a person has to fight with his own life and death. How sad. Shisui, although I don't know what you're waiting for, give it up. Itachi took a deep breath, dirty Uchiha, it shouldn't exist. You and I, obviously have a bigger power. 99. For the sake of the village, Uchiha must perish. Then you killed your brother. Shisui roared and hit him hard. Uchiha Itachi froze, but didn't know how to refute it. Sasuke is indeed innocent, but there are too many innocent Uchihas. Sasuke is indeed smart, but there are also many smart Uchihas. The only reason he survived was that he was Itachi's younger brother. So why Uchiha can only survive one Sasuke while everyone else is dying? Uchiha Itachi was unable to answer this question and was not willing to answer it. So he just said, but there's no point in insisting on you like that. You're about to be killed by me. But the next second, a voice came from behind Itachi. Not necessarily. Boom. A fire-style blast. Itachi hurried to dodge. But I saw a figure walk out slowly. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, Kabuto with both hands, walking slowly. With a handsome face and ethereal figure, it seems as if he has let go of some heavy heart, letting him be liberated and relaxed. Zongxuan. Uchiha Itachi frowned. On the other hand, Fugaku and Shisui breathed a sigh of relief. Zongxuan Fang. 35. Chapter 119. Uchiha Zongxuan? Isn't that Sasuke's buddy? Right about the little uncle, the child who tarnished the family's reputation. Itachi naturally knows the name Zongxuan, in fact he hears it from his younger brother Sasuke from time to time. He even advised Sasuke from time to time not to associate with people like Zongxuan who tarnished Konoha's honor and family honor. But the good brother Sasuke, who has always obeyed his brother's words, rarely rejected Itachi's words. How can Zongxuan be as unbearable as you say? Brother, you and I are the sons of the patriarch, with golden clothes and jade food, but Zongxuan has no parents to take care of since he was a child. What qualifications do you and I have to say about him like this? Even if he writes dirty novels, it's not for survival. He didn't steal, he didn't rob, he didn't break the law. Brother, why do you say that to him? Sasuke looked angry and rarely had a fight with his elder brother Itachi. It made Itachi angry enough, but of course he wouldn't ask Zongxuan to settle accounts because of such a trivial matter. It's just that I'm still very tired of this man. 18. No, you are not Uchiha Zongxuan. Itachi narrowed his eyes. You are only 6 years old, how could you have these eyes? Zongxuan is face to face, with a special pattern printed in his pupils. How could 6-year-old Uchiha Zongxuan open Manjiki? Puff. Hearing this, Zongxuan chuckled. Itachi, you are indeed the most authentic Uchiha. He sneered, you are still shouting something beyond Uchiha's measure. The fact is in front of you, are you unwilling to admit it? Or if you can open Manjiki at the age of 13, you won't allow me to open Manjiki at the age of 6. This is Uchiha's arrogance. The Uchiha family has always been arrogant. Itachi is boastful, but he is actually an extreme Uchiha. Even before his death, he actually recognized his own mistakes in his heart, but he didn't confess his regrets to Sasuke until he was summoned by impure world reincarnation. It's just that he still proudly hides his regret in the words no matter what the village is, I am Uchiha Itachi of Konoha. Sure enough, dirty Uchiha. Your eyes, even with Manjiki turned on, can only see this far. Uchiha Itachi snorted coldly, turning a deaf ear to Zongxuan's words. 583 is now at his most egotistical moment. He has not gone through the undercover journey for nearly 10 years, and he is very firm in all his choices now. Regret? Non-existent. Zongxuan, how do you fight? Shisui appeared behind Zongxuan, his eyes solemn. Itachi's pupil technique has not yet been determined, even if Shisui can suppress it a little, he does not dare to do it easily, for fear of being hit by pupil technique. And on the other side, Shisui looked away slightly. Fugaku's side, Obito finally started to move. With the help of the Divine Hollow, he has full master battle initiative. Various fire styles at your fingertips. The white Zetsu pendant in his body also gave him a physique far beyond ordinary people. Fugaku was afraid of white Zetsu who had just appeared from the ground without warning, and did not dare to concentrate all his energy. After fighting with Shisui and Zongxuan before, he also learned a lesson more or less. But as a result, the tide of battle began to turn to Obito's side. He can't last long. Go help him. Zongxuan said calmly, I'll take over Itachi. Can you do it? Shisui frowned. Although he didn't know how strong Zongxuan was, he always felt that there was a layer of mist around him. But he knew very well that even though Zongxuan and himself had made up for their combat experience, they were still far behind Itachi in this regard. Itachi works in Anbu and doesn't even have much time for his younger brother. It's not pretending to be busy. But the task is really heavy and there are many battles. It's okay. Zongxuan showed a smile. Do you know how long ago I started preparing to deal with him? How long ago? From the next second after crossing over. When he learned the identity of his Uchiha clan and clarified the current timeline. Zongxuan did not dare to delay for almost a quarter of an hour, and was always preparing for the battle with Itachi. He eats the simplest food, keeps the timetable stuck to death, and cultivates in a state of madness. Do you really think he likes being abused? How is this possible? He was in response to the night of genocide in front of him. Face the Uchiha Itachi in front of you. Okay. Then be careful. Although Shisui didn't know all this, he saw Zongxuan's confidence and left decisively. The Fugaku side has already started to get injured, although it is only a minor injury, but it is already a very bad sign. He doesn't have much time to procrastinate. To actually leave me to a child. Shisui, do you despise me so much? 35. Seeing this, Itachi took a deep breath, his voice fluctuating slightly. This is very rare for Itachi, who is determined to even decide to exterminate his family. Because he is really angry. Before Zongxuan just appeared, I didn't feel it, but now he is watching carefully for a long time, and he can't see the trace of transformation technique. With his Manjiki's pupil power, he can't see through it, so the person in front of him is really Zongxuan. 6-year-old Zongxuan. You call yourself Zongxuan, right? Although I don't know if you are really him. But if you really think that you can stand by my side with eyes like mine, you are wrong. Uchiha Itachi snorted coldly, Manjiki twirled in his eyes. Come on, let's see if it's right or wrong. Zongxuan smiled lightly. Itachi snorted coldly and started without hesitation. Black bloodline dripped from Manjiki's eyes. Powerful pupil power explodes at the point of view. Black immortal flames appear out of thin air. Amaterasu. In the blink of an eye, black flames wrapped Zongxuan's entire body and completely ignited. It's very loud, but that's all. Itachi snorted coldly. Sure enough, this is inexperienced. He also thought about using Amaterasu on Shisui before, but he couldn't find any chance at all, the only release, but he was abruptly avoided by Shisui's body flicker technique. Compared with Shisui, this person's movements are too simple. However, without thinking, a chuckle came out. It's Zongxuan's laughter. He chuckled lightly, Manjiki twirling in his eyes. Next second, the black flame that had been burning itself frantically suddenly stopped, and then suddenly pulled out of Zongxuan's body. It turned into a spear of black flames and slammed towards Itachi. Inferno-style flame control. This pupil technique can freely control the morphological changes of the black flames, transforming the flames into shields, blades, arrows, tomo, fireballs and other shapes, greatly increasing the lethality of the black flames. Even Itachi's Amaterasu can be controlled. Hey! Uchiha Itachi's expression changed and he dodged suddenly. But the next second, the black flame that was about to fail and turned into a spear suddenly exploded, like a hedgehog, splitting out several slender swords of black flame and stabbing towards Uchiha Itachi. Itachi's pupils shrank, his steps continued to turn, and he quickly retreated. But he couldn't completely avoid this sudden attack. The cuff was pierced by the sword of black flame, and the flame that could not be extinguished quickly burned with this. Itachi made a decisive decision and ripped off all the sleeves of his left arm, only then could he be spared the attack of Heian. At this moment, Zongxuan's chuckle could be heard in his ears. Yeah, big tone, but that's all. Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi blushed instantly. This is what he said to Zongxuan just now. Zongxuan chuckled lightly and moved forward, with a somewhat meaningful look in his eyes. Itachi, do you know how much effort and preparation I have made to deal with you? Night of the genocide. No. Why did you kill me? Next second. His hands began to seal. Zi ugly shuwu shen hai yin. Fire style fire extinguished. Bag, a raging fireball burst out suddenly. The powerful chakra makes the flames like a sea of fire. Incessantly, surging. The surrounding temperature skyrocketed instantly. Itachi's pupils shrank, and the seal quickly formed, and he also attacked with fire style huo huo. But the two sides were deadlocked for only 3 seconds, and Itachi's flames would be engulfed. Zongxuan added a full 2000 points to a fire style the Great Fire Extinction. This is already a Manjiki level point. Although Itachi's fire style is not bad, how is it possible to cultivate a fire style to such a level? Itachi gritted his teeth, gave up fire style, and pulled back. He strode back and jumped, brushing past the flames. But it still feels like a scorcher. And this time, brush, brush, brush. Several small fireballs flew out from the giant great fireball destroyed by the Zongxuan fire. Is that the red claws of the impatiens? Itachi's pupils shrank, he quickly took out the shuriken from his ninja bag, and threw it towards the flaming core of the impatiens. And the next second, those fireballs actually shifted their positions out of thin air. This is wire. He attached the shuriken with wire. The next thing I'm afraid is... Itachi is familiar with Uchiha's fighting style, and naturally hurried to dodge. At the same time, he threw several shuriken with Uchiha shuriken, trying to stop him. However, the fireball shuriken attached to the steel wire moved flexibly, forcibly predicting the attack channel of Itachi's shuriken, cleverly dodging their attack, and further surrounded Itachi. His shuriken skills are stronger than mine. Itachi's pupils shrank. Shuriken jutsu is the most basic skill of a ninja, but Uchiha can use ordinary shuriken jutsu to form the famous Uchiha shuriken jutsu. Itachi's shuriken skills are extremely strong and have an extremely solid foundation. The shuriken thrown out is like art. But abruptly lost to Zongxuan? Zongxuan has a smile on his lips, his shuriken skills are full of 3000 points. It's more than the blaze just now. No matter how strong Itachi's shuriken skills are, is it possible that he would put in the same effort as Manjiki in this ordinary skill? But the addition of Zongxuan really makes it more than the standard 2000 points of Manjiki. It's so luxurious, so it's easy to avoid Itachi's actions. But it's not over yet. Next second, Zongxuan begins to seal. Fire style Longhuo technique. Swish. A huge flame rose from Zongxuan's side, and in the next second, it followed his silk thread and surrounded Uchiha Itachi. Originally it was simply surrounded by silk threads, but the flames followed the silk threads, but they were like fire dragons, surrounded and merged. This made Itachi, who was just trying to find a direction and cut the wire there, sighed lightly. With the help of shuriken, display the powerful dragon fire technique. This is the standard Uchiha fighting routine. However, in front of the genius of Uchiha, this routine should have been difficult to succeed. In fact, the same is true. Even if Itachi missed twice, he is still confident that he can quickly cut the wire and escape. However, Zongxuan didn't wait for the steel wire to completely bind Itachi before setting off the dragon fire. As if seeing through Itachi's every move. One move after another, without the slightest hesitation. Like a cloud and flowing water, he easily deciphered all of Itachi's movements, but instead pressed him step by step, pressing him like a dead end. This in Uchiha means only one thing. His eyes look farther than mine. Uchiha Itachi's pupils shrank. How can that be? But unless the pupil power is far stronger than me, How can I press myself into the disadvantage so easily? Uchiha is different from Senju, their fighting style is very delicate, with Sharingan seeing through each other's movements, and preparing to crack before the opponent moves. This style allows them to have a suppressing effect when facing almost all ninjas. The only exception is the civil war of the same race. Both sides use the Sharingan to see through the enemy, judge the enemy's next steps, and see the move, and the combination fights back. The competition at this time is Sharingan's pupil power. I can see farther than you, and you can't beat me. I can't see you far, I can't beat you. Therefore, in the civil war of the same clan, Uchiha may face a stronger Uchiha and perform better than some people who are not as good as him. Therefore, among the Uchiha clan, the words used to express disdain for the people in the Uchiha family are, "My eyes are farther than you can see." It means that you lose to me in all aspects. But how could I lose to a child? 35 Uchiha Itachi finally showed a complete anger, and he laughed in anger. How is this possible? Next second, a layer of fiery red chakra suddenly appeared on the body. A fiery red skeleton giant appeared out of thin air. Susanoo. Uchiha Itachi finally released it. Ding! 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 The wire shuriken of the dragon fire technique hit it, and it just made some metal collision sounds, and there was no response at all. Itachi laughed 3 times, a mere shuriken, in front of my Susanoo, at all. Boom! A huge pitch-black soul kicked it hard on Itachi's Susanoo, knocking it out. That is a giant far more perfect than Itachi's Susa. The dark chakra is like the deepest abyss. Bones, muscles, armor. It has all 4 limbs, holds knives in both arms, wears combat boots on its feet, and is extremely tall, almost like a hill. What did you say just now? Zongxuan looked at Itachi calmly, his voice flat. Chapter 120. Boom! Uchiha Itachi flew out backwards, and the solid Susanoo bones were all shattered and smashed to the ground. This scene is so abrupt that almost no one can react. Actually don't, talk about the situation at hand. Shot from Zongxuan, flew backwards to Uchiha Itachi, out. The two fought extremely quickly, and until now, the surrounding talents were suddenly stunned, and countless thoughts floated in their minds. What? 6-year-old Zongxuan opened Manjiki. What? Zongxuan pushed Itachi downwind? What? Itachi opened Susanoo? What? Itachi's Susanoo was hammered apart? Hey, is he really Zongxuan? The guy who wrote The Little Uncle. How is that possible? Didn't Zongxuan just win against a piece of trash chnin of Shuimu? Why is Itachi not his opponent all of a sudden? The guy who wrote Xiao Huangshu is so strong? I remember seeing him on the road last time. He bought fish from me, I gave him 2 more fish, and he said thank you to me. Just kidding. How can a 6-year-old be better than me? I'm only 30 years old, and I can only be a Jainin, but I'm still called a genius. The surrounding Uchiha clan were all stunned. In fact, when Zongxuan showed up, they were a little confused, but just like Itachi, they subconsciously thought that this was probably an unknown Uchiha who deliberately pretended to use Zongxuan's skin to hide his identity. But how can anyone still maintain the transformation technique in this fierce battle? Is he really Zongxuan? That is to say, Orochimaru's method of squatting has not been reported yet, otherwise they would definitely think that Zongxuan was robbed by beings like Orochimaru. This kid is really only 6 years old. An emotional voice came out. Obito's only eyes stared at Zongxuan, and his mouth was full of emotion. 6 years old. This strength is a bit stronger than my Uchiha Madara back then. 55. Are you still calling yourself Uchiha Madara? 33 Fugaku shouted, and the mighty fire style followed. However, it can't help Obito's hollow. When he lost to 4th Hokage that year, Obito wasn't as reckless as he once was. I'm not calling myself I'm Uchiha Madara. Obito stepped back and said calmly, otherwise do you think 9 tails will come into my hands casually? Of course, facing both Fugaku and Shisui at the same time, he also had to be cautious. However, even in the face of the 2 Mangekyou Uchihas, he who has Hollow still has the master initiative. That's not necessarily. Shisui snorted coldly, I don't remember Uchiha Madara playing this kind of space ninjutsu. God knows which unworthy descendant you are pretending to be the name of your ancestor. Besides, what if you were Uchiha Madara? We Uchiha cut ties with Uchiha Madara when we chose to follow First Hokage. Don't want to affect my clan. He stared suddenly, and the illusion, Sharingan burst out. Just a panic, Obito quickly left the illusion, with white Zetsu hanging up, like those perfect Jinkraki, ordinary illusions couldn't trap him. But I can't stand Fugaku attacking in the next second. Even if the illusion can be broken, it will take time. During this time, it is obviously impossible to cast Hollow. Obito raised his arm hastily, blocking Fugaku's kick. Then the next second he entered the Hollow state, dodging Fugaku's subsequent attacks. Fugaku and Shisui looked at each other with determination in their eyes. In the first move just now, Obito took Fugaku's kick with his own body. This means that he was indeed unable to perform that weird space ninjutsu at that time. Then the 2 tactics are correct. If this goes on, sooner or later Obito will make a mistake, then it will be easy to take down. Uchiha, it's really troublesome. 35. Obito scolded, his weakness was quickly caught. Of course, in the face of a master like Obito, it is very difficult to make him fall into illusion, and even if he falls into illusion, he can quickly break free. Even if he reacts a bit slower, whether the timing is suitable for another person to attack is another question. But in the end there is a chance. The Uchiha family, what a troublesome one. Obito glared at Shisui and Fugaku, and then glared at Zongxuan even harder. The 2 of them were in trouble. But that 6-year-old is more trouble. 6-year-old Mangekyou. This talent, I ask you if you are afraid. Obito obviously tried very hard to destroy Uchiha, and even took the initiative to find Uchiha Itachi, willing to join forces with Uchiha Itachi. But it still seems to be a little slower. He can already beat Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi was leaning against a rebel, blood dripping from the corners of his mouth. So, the Black Susanoo. Uchiha Itachi raised his head slowly, the rage just now seemed to be light. I know you. When Lord Danzo attacked Shisui, he was spoiled by a Mangekyou Uchiha. This Uchiha blocked Danzo's attack with a Black Susanoo and left with Shisui. I always thought that the spoiler Uchiha was the father, or that Uchiha Madara. But now think about it, that person is you. He stood up slowly, and his voice was like an ancient well without waves. Well, it's me. Zongxuan smiled lightly. He didn't want to hide for too long. Such a thing as strength is not used at a critical moment like the night of the extermination of the clan, why should it be hidden and tucked away? You are the one who spread those evil thoughts to Shisui, right? Itachi's voice was calm, but with a bit of murderous intent. Zongxuan chuckled, although I don't think it's evil, but it's me. If that's the case, you can't leave it. Itachi gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a pair of Mangekyou began to shed blood and tears. Next second, the flaming Susanoo reappears. And not only the initial bones, blood vessels, muscles, quickly covered the bones. The next second, a sturdy suit of armor appears on Susanoo. Is this your limit? Zongxuan said calmly, if it's just like this, it's a little short of me. Zongxuan's Susanoo is the 4th stage Susanoo from the eternal Mangekyou. The limbs are strong, the muscles are strong, the armor is strong. And although Uchiha Itachi is talented, but after all, there is no eternal Mangekyou, and only appeared in the 3rd stage, which is a little worse than his own Susanoo. But Zongxuan was not negligent because of this. Uchiha Itachi's recovery from his rage already means that he sees himself as the real enemy, not the one who was despised before. It is precisely because he is solemn that he is no longer in that violent gesture. Uchiha Itachi is the real Uchiha Itachi. Next second, two behemoths collide suddenly. Boom! With a muffled sound, Itachi's Susanoo stumbled abruptly. Without any hesitation, Zongxuan controlled Susanoo to cut down with a sword. But Itachi responded quickly. The next second, a huge circular shield appeared in his hand. Artifact Yata Mirror. Clang! The huge sword collided with the circular shield, knocking back Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo a few steps, but failing to accomplish the original goal, killing him directly. Artifact. Zongxuan thought to himself. This artifact Zongxuan has also heard of, just like the grass pheasant sword, it is a kind of physical existence. But Itachi didn't know what means to use to fuse it with his own Susanoo to form a concept of hollow. Yata Mirror, Ten-Fist Sword, Yasaka Tomo. Discrimination represents absolute defense, permanent seal, and powerful attack. Anyway, as far as Zongxuan knows, only Itachi, Shisui and Uchiha Madara have played this kind of thing. But apart from Itachi, the other two have only used Yasaka Tomo. He asked Shisui, this Yasaka Tomo seems to be some kind of magic. But for the other two artifacts, even Shisui couldn't understand. Maybe it's a secret technique, maybe it's some kind of ninja tool. But there is no doubt about the results, they are all extremely strong. Then let's try it out. Zongxuan smiled lightly. Susanoo wielded a pair of knives under him and slashed towards Itachi. Itachi was expressionless, but his Susanoo raised his shield and stared at him. Clang! The image of Zongxuan's Susanoo is a bit between the usual Susan and Shinigami's image of a cow head. He wears a bull's head mask on his head, and his limbs are slender and vigorous, but he holds a pair of knives. Due to his more advanced form, his Susanoo is also much taller, about the size of a hill. Itachi's Susanoo is one level lower than Zongxuan and has no legs. Compared with Zongxuan, it looks like a dwarf at first glance. Condescendingly, if it weren't for that magic, Yata Mirror was really amazing, and it reduced a lot of strength, I'm afraid it would have been chopped off long ago. But even so, step back. But Itachi's expression didn't change at all. No matter how talented you are, your chakra and pupil power are limited. Itachi looked at Zongxuan calmly, your Susanoo is more perfect, but the consumption will be extraordinarily huge. If you consume it like this, you will exhaust your pupil power and die first. Itachi, who is a genius, understands the troubles of a genius best. Because they are too young, they have the strength to blend with a higher level of combat, and they are facing older and stronger enemies. Therefore, if you can't win quickly, then the body and experience that have not grown up due to age will become a huge flaw. 0 Fur Flowers. It turns out that you have this plan in mind. Zongxuan chuckled, but unfortunately, I let you down. If you fight so hard, you will be the only one who will die. Unlike Manjiki who was present. Zongxuan's is eternal Manjiki. He is currently the only man who can use Manjiki's pupil technique at will, without any need to consider consumption. The other is none other than Obito who used Hollow to dodge Fugaku's attack. Even if chakra is exhausted, his pupil power will not be exhausted. Really? Then let's see. Uchiha Itachi didn't believe Zongxuan's words, he had seen too many bluffs. As far as he knows, Zongxuan used Susanoo once when facing Danzo that day. I don't know if I have used it during this period, but it is difficult for Shisui to control his father Fugaku alone, so Zongxuan will definitely help. Even if I don't use Susanoo, I have at least used ordinary pupil techniques. And the eyes that I opened after Shisui's betrayal, except to test the ability of these eyes, I have never used them again. Competing with pupil power, no matter how you look at it, it is your own advantage. Consumption, and energy consumption to kill him. Of course, as a genius, Itachi actually doesn't want to simply play this kind of war of attrition, not to mention it's too boring. His Manjiki pupil power is also quite numerous. He was just trying to disturb Zongxuan's state of mind, while constantly defending, looking for Zongxuan's flaws. In the end, he's only a 6-year-old boy. Uchiha Itachi thought to himself, there must be a loophole under the long attack. 399. Catch that flaw and you can win. Suzanu's movements are entirely up to the caster. This means that the caster is skilled in swordsmanship, and Susanoo is skilled in swordsmanship. The caster's physical skills are strong, and Susanoo knows how to use the force to deliver a stronger blow. A normal attack by Susanoo is actually a flat A. Those with superb physical skills and swordsmanship are naturally superior. Fighting, I can't lose. Itachi believed in this. However, as he beat, his expression gradually changed. Clang! Zongxuan Susa slashed with his sword, and Itachi's Susa froze and was almost knocked back. Clang! Zongxuan Susa smashed hard with a punch, and Itachi's Susa sank and was slammed into the ground 1 meter deep. Clang! Zongxuan Susa's double swords fluttered, Itachi's Susa stepped back, but it was difficult to deal with the powerful attack, holding the divine weapon, and almost let go. Clang! 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 Zongxuan attacked violently, but Itachi couldn't control the situation. If it weren't for the magical weapon, he would have been cut off abruptly. What's going on? Uchiha Itachi's face changed dramatically. Why didn't I have a flaw, but I was caught by him? It's easy. Because Zongxuan didn't hesitate to add some points in physical skills. The Konoha fluid technique, 10,000. This is a point comparable to the eternal Manjiki. Added here without hesitation by Zongxuan. One-wheeled body art, except for a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, Zongxuan is really true to anyone. Experience? Age? Haha. If you are not fully prepared, do you think I will fight you? At first, the enemy I set up was armed with 3 divine weapons, with the full body Susanoo, a huge chakra, and infinite pupil power. I will never underestimate anyone. Especially my enemies. Clang! Zongxuan slashed out without hesitation. Uchiha Itachi was caught off guard, and the artifact Yata mirror was slashed and flew out. Swish! With one sword, he slashed through the seemingly indestructible armor. With 2 swords, he cut through Susanoo's bones. With the 3rd sword, he slashed directly at Uchiha Itachi. Even though Uchiha Itachi tried his best to dodge, he was also affected by the blade, and finally left a deep wound on his chest. Blood spurts. You can see the internal organs faintly. How is that possible? Uchiha Itachi's eyes widened. I was actually defeated by a child? Actually, don't talk about him. Obito, Fugaku, Shisui, all widened their eyes. If you have 1 enemy and 2 on your side, and you haven't decided the winner, the other side has already solved the opponent? Ordinary Uchiha tribesmen and root ninjas were even more surprised. A 6-year-old kid actually defeated Itachi. Isn't this all Manjiki? In theory, Itachi has a greater advantage. Isn't he also a famous genius of the Uchiha clan? Same eyes, same youth, same genius, why? Yes. Both are Manjiki. Shouldn't Itachi win more? You are wrong. Abarame took root with a solemn expression. There is also a difference between a genius and a genius. 95. Hearing this, everyone was stunned, and looked at Zongxuan in awe. Like a ghost. Chapter 121. Uchiha Itachi is without a doubt one of the greatest geniuses the Uchiha clan has ever seen. He entered school at the age of 6 and graduated at the age of 7. Started Sharingan at the age of 8, and advanced to Chunin at the age of 10. At 11 he became Anbu and became Jainin. Now 13 years old, he has become the Anbu sub-commander, Konoha elite Jainin, and has cage-level combat power, which can destroy a family. He is without a doubt a genius of decision-making. Even more genius than the decadent Kakashi in the middle. However, in front of the 6-year-old Zongxuan, he is like an ant. There is a difference between a genius and a genius. Between Manjiki and Manjiki, the same is true. Abarame took the root and gritted his teeth. Can this mission still be completed? He couldn't help but turn his head to look outside. There, Konoha's reinforcements began to arrive spontaneously, fighting against the defense line formed by the root and Anbu ninjas, trying to break through. After the individual recognized the identity of the root and Anbu ninja, they were even more angry and questioned angrily. On the other hand, Anbu could only grit his teeth and step back, unwilling to do anything to his acquaintances. Although there are inhumane root ninjas supporting the defense line, so far no reinforcements have poured in, but after the root ninjas were killed one by the angry Konoha villagers, the defense line could not last long. It is clearly at such a critical juncture, how can the combat power that we rely on is all at a disadvantage? Fortunately, Obito's side was at a disadvantage, but still involved Fugaku and Shisui's attack, leaving them no time to care. An Uchiha attack here. It's not surprising when you die in battle. In contrast, the one who is in the best position is still himself, who was attacked by Uchiha and the May 83 Konoha villagers on both sides. This is so. Abarame takes root, an old man who has been exercising at the root for a long time, and has long developed a root style that is neither happy nor sad, and he is so angry that he wants to scold his mother. What is this called? He cursed secretly, but immediately jumped to avoid the incoming fireball. It's Uchiha's elite Jainins who have shot. When they saw a critical moment at this time, they had already tried their best to hold back the ninjas at the root, preventing them from helping Obito and Itaki. And Zongxuan also rudely manipulated Susa and raised the sword in his hand. Uchiha Itaki. He looked at Itaki calmly. Starting today, you have been removed from my Uchiha clan. Bye-bye. Next second. The sword glow fell fiercely. At this time, due to the fierce fighting on Uchiha's side, the original cameras were basically destroyed. Individuals that were not destroyed also rolled around because of the aftermath of the battle, and I don't know who they were shooting. But that doesn't matter anymore. Because Konoha is completely crazy. Is our Hokage going to destroy one of the two families that created Konoha village? Hokage ordered Anbu to attack the Konoha villagers. In order to exterminate its own villagers, Third Hokage joins forces with the culprit who killed Fourth Hokage? Go. What? What? Play. Laugh. The whole Konoha went crazy. They stormed the Hokage building, rushed to the Sarutobi clan station, rushed to the aid of Uchiha, and worked hard with the root ninjas and Anbu diehards. There's hardly a Konoha village ninja who doesn't get angry. The title of Dog Third Generation became their slogan to vent their anger. At this time, our Third Hokage was also there, drinking tea with Hyuga Hayashi, and playing non-nutritious business blows. Hayashi's attitude is very good, and he looks like he almost treats Third Hokage as his own father. He touted the Third Hokage vigorously, and the nauseous point is even more annoying than the little uncle written by Zongxuan. Sure enough, the Hyuga clan is a group of dogs. Show them a little color, and their attitude will change in an instant. Third Hokage showed a satisfied smile in his heart. This attitude has never been seen before. The Hyuga family has always been arrogant, and even the few Hyuga elders who joined him have a strong sense of pride. Although they also bowed their heads in front of Third Hokage, the gaze in their eyes was like the gaze of a noble looking at the commoners. This is the effect of killing chickens to warn monkeys. Third Hokage thought to himself. Kill a Uchiha and honor a big family like Hyuga. Sure enough, every word of the ancient saying is beated. This trick really works. Especially seeing the arrogant Hayashi flattering himself, Third Hokage, who was slightly fluttering, even thought of supporting the obedient Hayashi. Perhaps through this method, the Hyuga clan can be completely mastered. And with the help of the Hyuga family, maybe my Hokage can live in peace again. Thinking about it, Third Hokage couldn't help but appease Hiashi more, flatter each other, and began to add some hints of continue to support me later in his words. And this time, suddenly, boom! A loud explosion sounded. Third Hokage frowned. Hyuga Hiashi was furious and yelled, "What happened? Don't you know I'm chatting with Third Hokage-sama? If there is any problem, solve it for me quickly." 35. Then he sat down and gave another gentle smile. "Don't worry, Lord Third Hokage, it's just some small things, don't let them disturb your peace of mind." But Third Hokage couldn't help but said, "Hiashi, what happened in your house? Why does it look like someone is attacking the Hyuga station?" 39. That voice just now was obviously a ninjutsu attack. But who will attack Hyuga station? Even if Uchiha wanted to ask for help, he couldn't send an emissary who didn't want to send troops when Hyuga didn't want to send troops, so he didn't care about attacking the Hyuga clan, right? Who knows, but it's not important. Hiashi said calmly, as Third Hokage said, "There is nothing more important than receiving Lord Third Hokage. Don't let them disturb you and me with some small things." Third Hokage frowned, he vaguely felt something was wrong, but he couldn't tell. So he said, "It doesn't have to be like this, since Patriarch Hyuga has something to do, it's the same for you and me to talk tomorrow. If the person at the door has something important, it's not good. As Third Hokage, although I'm about to abdicate, I'm still worthy of my last shift." Anyway, he had delayed enough time, and even if it was Uchiha's request for help, he could have used other excuses that he had prepared. "It doesn't have to be." Hyuga Hiashi smiled, "I think, anyway, you are about to abdicate, why should you care about the little things?" 35. Problem occurs. Third Hokage's expression changed, Hiashi was flattering him. How could it be possible to say something like "you're about to abdicate anyway"? Just about to say something. Suddenly. Boom. A loud bang. A figure flew over and smashed hard in front of Third Hokage and Hyuga Hiashi. "B. Gong Li Wang? Why are you?" Third Hokage said in shock. Gong Li Wang, but his direct sub-commander of Anbu. Look at him again. The bruises everywhere, and the disordered chakra. Apparently this one is attacking the Hyuga mansion. Did he make all the noises before? Lord Hokage. Gong Li Wang's voice was full of grief and anger, come out and preside over the overall situation. What happened? Tonight, some of the Anbu and the Root Ninjas attacked the Uchiha clan, including Uchiha Itachi, the son of the Uchiha clan's patriarch, and an unknown Uchiha. The man is suspected to be the murderer of 4th Hokage. 99. Well, I see. Third Hokage breathed a sigh of relief subconsciously, and said, I didn't expect such a big thing to happen in the village, I'll go right away. Hearing Gong Li Wang's words, he himself relaxed. The killer who killed 4th Hokage? Well, it might be Itachi looking for a helper. After all, the Uchiha clan is not bad, and it is really difficult for him to complete the task alone. I just don't know how Itachi is connected to this person, it seems that Itachi has something to hide from me. Is it for Sasuke's safety? But in the end, that's it. It doesn't affect the overall situation. No. Third Hokage is not just about this problem. Gong Li Wang vomited blood, which was the price he paid for being injured by the Hyuga clan and rushing forward. Uchiha didn't know how to know about it, but at the beginning of Anbu's attack, they broadcast it on screen to let the whole Konoha village know about it. All the villagers seem to think that Anbu and Genbu's actions are your orders. Killing the prisoner of 4th Hokage is also related to you. Now the whole village is crazy. 35. What? Third Hokage's face changed drastically, and he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. All the villagers know that I did this? Uchiha played live? How come this is so? How so? Why didn't you inform me sooner? Third Hokage couldn't help saying. Gong Luang vomited blood and said, the Hyuga family will not let me in because you are talking to the patriarch. Hayashi. Hearing this, Third Hokage roared loudly. 0. He has it all figured out now. No wonder Hayashi looked at me so strangely. No wonder Hayashi was so obedient and ordered Hyuga to be blocked. No wonder Hayashi has changed so much. He knew about the live broadcast in the village. Then deliberately cooperate with me and drag me down. Lord Third Hokage, do you have any questions? Hyuga Hayashi smiled slightly, then glanced at the seriously injured Gongli Huang. It's a pity that this person disturbed you in my yaxing. If Lord Third Hokage doesn't mind, we can still do it next time. Keep talking. You Third Hokage nearly killed him. However, when he saw the countless white eyes around him, he quickly calmed down. The kindness of the Hyuga family, I will keep it in my heart. There will be great rewards in the future. Third Hokage gritted his teeth. Come on, he turned his head directly, ignoring Gong Luang who fell to the ground, covered in blood. Time is running out. He doesn't have time to mess with the Hyuga clan here. Hehe, do you still have a future? Hyuga Hayashi sneered. Then he lowered his head and looked at Gong Luang, who was still vomiting blood. I'm a qualified ninja. Unfortunately, I followed the wrong person. Gong Luang was severely injured, his body was blue and purple, especially the continuous vomiting of blood, which obviously hurt his heart. He rushed over because he resisted the softness of the Hyuga clan. His breathing became lighter and his eyes gradually lost their vigor. In the end, in order to fly to Third Hokage accurately, this man did not hesitate to be slammed into the back of the mind by the ninjas of the Hyuga clan, and at the cost of his life, he successfully sent the information to Third Hokage. An excellent ninja. Sorry, Patriarch, we couldn't stop, the Hyuga ninja next to him bowed his head. It's all right, it's very precious to be able to stop him for so long. Hyuga Hayashi waved his hand, take up his body and bury it well. Then assemble the clan. Let's go to the Uchiha station. Yes. Lord Patriarch. When Third Hokage walks out of Hyuga's door, he realizes the seriousness of the matter. The whole Konoha went crazy, and everyone rushed towards the Uchiha station with red eyes. Since the superiors did not speak, these people are almost all the private actions of ninjas. There are no rules, but it shows boundless anger. And when Third Hokage went out, he was soon discovered by the people around him. Third Hokage! Third Hokage is out! Dog third generation, make it clear to us. 35. When did Anbu's sharp weapon be used against our own villagers? Damn the third generation, did you kill fourth Hokage for the sake of rights, united with outsiders? Why did you make it clear to me? Almost in a blink of an eye. Third Hokage was surrounded by angry crowd. They roared and questioned in an almost roaring tone, and their eyes almost burst into flames. Today's events have touched their prohibition more than once. In the whole of Konoha village, no one has ever compromised on such a thing. Third Hokage opened his mouth, and at this time he had countless mouths, but he couldn't stop the crowd. Fortunately, he still has the strength. Go to the Uchiha clan first. Third Hokage gritted his teeth, his aura exploded, swept away the surrounding crowd, and then jumped up suddenly. The rest of Anbu's irons quickly followed behind him. Everyone was stunned and found that Third Hokage was gone. Then he chased after him frantically. They have to get answers. The movements of Third Hokage are fast, not like an old man at all. He couldn't be unhappy. In the whole Konoha, as long as he slowed down a little, he would be surrounded by countless people and questioned wildly. So he went crazy all the way. Finally, we arrived at the residence of the Uchiha clan. After a bloody battle, the constant support of the village ninjas had already defeated Anbu and the root force with an absolute advantage in numbers. The last elite of these troops, near the battlefield closest to Manjiki, bought the last time for Uchiha Itachi and others. The next moment Third Hokage comes. Hyuga Hayashi, Abarame Shiwei, Narashika Issa and other chiefs of the large clan also came quickly. The villagers of Konoha, the patriarchs of the big clan, and the high-level executives of various departments. Almost there. They looked towards the final battlefield. Zongxuan Susanoo, facing Uchiha Itachi, strikes the final blow. Chapter 122. Swish. Zongxuan slashed down with a ruthless slash. Susanoo's power is fully unleashed at this moment. However, Zongxuan frowned, but saw a twist beside Uchiha Itachi. Obito's figure appeared out of thin air. Absolutely. With a cold drink, he grabbed Uchiha Itachi with one hand, and both of them twisted together. "Oh, I can't stop this." White Zetsu's strange voice sounded, and a small green sprout suddenly appeared on the ground. Then in the next second, the green shoots skyrocketed and turned into a towering tree. "Can't hold Obito." Zongxuan sighed in his heart, and Susanoo's blade fell hard. Boom! A bang! The full power of Susanoo seems to shatter the earth. The surging power causes huge shocks. For a time, the whole Konoha felt shaking. Like an earthquake. Boom! Under the blade, a long crack was cut, and the bottom could not be seen. But let Obito escape with Itachi. Only one thing is left. Zongxuan looked beside the deep pit. An arm with blood, and a little bit of tender skin that is unique to teenagers. And a white zetsu that was cut into two but still remained weakly alive. Zongxuan sighed softly and stepped forward casually. By the time he came up, white zetsu had lost his breath. But he didn't care, instead he calmly took out the storage scroll, took back white zetsu's body, and sprayed a huge fire style, saying that the surrounding area was completely burned. "Sorry, Zongxuan, I didn't hold Obito." Shisui's voice was slightly panting, and his eyes were almost dead. He was clearly standing next to Zongxuan, and his eyes were also looking at Zongxuan. But the pupil can't see Zongxuan's face. "It's not your fault, your eyes have reached their limit." Zongxuan sighed softly. As for Fugaku, Fugaku lowered his head and said nothing. Even if Obito is good at dodging, it is impossible for him to be able to accurately save time under the attack of 2 cage levels 10. But at the moment when Zongxuan is about to kill Itachi, Fugaku's movements suddenly stopped. This meal gave Obito a chance. In the end, it is the distinguished heavenly gods who control it. Problems are inevitable at critical moments. Zongxuan thought to himself. In Fugaku's eyes, Itachi is probably the most precious treasure. Just like money in Kakuzu's eyes. Not even the distinguished heavenly gods can completely distort this. So at the moment when Zongxuan was about to kill Itachi, his will faintly broke free from the control of distinguished heavenly gods, creating a chance for Obito. "Sorry, if I..." Shisui gritted his teeth. If his eyes weren't too exhausted, he could actually make up for Fugaku's vacancy. But he had already consumed too much before the night of extermination. "It's all my fault for leaving such a big threat to the family." Itachi, who opened Manjiki, is a great threat to Uchiha. Even though the time and place are right and people are there today, Uchiha still suffers heavy losses. If Itachi quietly attacks, I'll just kill him then. It's not a big problem. Zongxuan's expression was calm. "Okay, let's not talk about that. Let's see what we're going to do next." Saying that, he raised his head. Shisui blinked, took a deep breath, and slowly raised his head. He forcibly controlled his eyes, preventing him from blinking or squinting, trying to pretend that "my eyes are fine." Fugaku pondered for a while, and finally stood behind Zongxuan and Shisui. The three of them looked at Third Hokage, who had already appeared in the distance, and everyone from the major families. That's the power of Manjiki. Standing outside the ruins of Uchiha, Third Hokage and the others watched the disappearing giant of Susanoo. Somebody suddenly made a sound that was almost intoxicating. The eyes of everyone in the major families were even more flickering with shock. They now understand why Danzo is so powerful, but covets Uchiha's Sharingan. It turns out that this is the real Uchiha. However, what shocked them even more was that the mighty messy giant was summoned by a young child. He seems to be called Zongxuan. Well, I'm 6 years old this year, and I'm in the same class as my daughter. 6 years old, you can do this kind of thing. Is it really not a disguise? Idiot. It's all here, is it still necessary to pretend? 35. The patriarchs of the big families whispered, and their voices were full of shock. Zongxuan. Third Hokage took a deep breath. He still remembered how he visited Zongxuan and was blackmailed by Zongxuan. It turns out that he is the mysterious Uchiha, that's too exaggerated. 5. Danzo's attack on Shisui, he naturally knew. Including that black Susanoo skeleton. In the beginning, Third Hokage and Danzo also suspected that Fugaku secretly shot to protect Shisui. Also considered Uchiha Yada, the radical leader, with hidden strength. But even the scheming two can't imagine that the source of all this is actually a mere 6-year-old Uchiha boy. But it's also a good thing. Although Shisui and Fugaku worked hard to disguise, but looking at their appearance, it seems that they have lost their powerful combat power, and chakra consumes a lot. Now the strongest is this young man. Little kid, just coax a little. I even gave him a reward of 5 million taels. Thinking, Third Hokage smiled, Zongxuan, Lord Third Hokage. Zongxuan raised his head, his voice was cold. Has Konoha decided to destroy our Uchiha clan? The Anbu just now wasn't enough, do you still have to bother you to do it yourself? I remember that during the Third Ninja War, you didn't take action yourself. It turns out that our Uchiha is more terrifying to Konoha than Rock Shinobi, Sand Shinobi, Mist Shinobi, and Cloud Shinobi combined. 99. His voice was cold, as if it contained a deep chill. The sound was not loud, but it spread all over the place. Zongxuan, what are you talking about? Third Hokage smiled and shook his head. Why does Konoha village think about the destruction of Uchiha? 55. Look, as soon as I got the news that your Uchihas were attacked, didn't I immediately come to support you? As he said that, he asked Aberame to take the root with an angry face. Take the root. I remember that I asked you to straighten your roots. Then why are you here today? 35. Who was instructed? As soon as these words came out, the only remaining Anbu and the root ninja had their hearts stagnant and their breathing stopped suddenly, as if there was no air around them. The patriarch of the Aberame clan, Aberame's highway even clenched his fists tightly, his fingernails sticking into the flesh. Third Hokage, this is to abandon them. Ditch your last diehard supporter. On the other hand, Aberame's expression remained the same. Before he participated in this operation, he had already thought about the result of the exposure. As a root ninja, he also had the awareness to accept this. So he said lightly, I'm just avenging Lord Danzo, so I called my subordinates. I didn't come to hear you fart here. Zongxuan hummed disdainfully and interrupted his words directly. His pair of Manjiki looked directly at Third Hokage, and his cold pupil power was released frantically. Lord Third Hokage, please give us Uchiha an explanation. 39. Please give us Uchiha an explanation. In the ruins of Uchiha, the tribesmen took a step forward. The bright red eyes of the blood wheel were exposed, watching the originally beautiful home turn into ruins, and it made them angry, like a mad lion. Grinning teeth, cold pupil power, amazing killing intent. All of them are telling everyone, if you don't give me an explanation today, I will give you an explanation. Third Hokage pondered for a moment, it's already obvious, it's just a bare maze selfishness. Is this your answer to us, Uchiha? Zongxuan's voice was cold. Next second, the dark black skeleton, produced outside his body, he actually opened Susanoo directly. Does this mean that once the answer is wrong, he will fight with Konoha? However, everyone present did not show any signs of shock or hostility. Instead, there was a sense of sympathy in their eyes. Put yourself in the shoes and think about it. If their family was beaten like this by the village's black hands, I'm afraid they would go crazy on the spot. In fact, Uchiha's clansmen already had several open-eyed clansmen. Looking at the ruined station, they started Sharingan directly. You can see his excitement. It has come to this point, and to be honest, the major families all feel that Uchiha will make a comeback in the next second, and it is also excusable. Third Hokage took a deep breath. What happened today is my responsibility. I didn't manage the routes left by Danzo, but I have already submitted my resignation to the daimyo. Then I would like to imprison myself in the Sarutobi family and never go out in this life. Patriarch Fugaku, are you willing to quell your anger? 9. He felt that Zongxuan was really difficult to deal with, so he might as well pull up the familiar Fugaku. However, Fugaku didn't even look at him. Not enough. Zongxuan snorted coldly. Resignation? Hokage-sama, do you still have the face to resign? After speaking, he strode forward and shouted, hundreds of Anbu attacked my Uchiha clan, you tell me this has nothing to do with your Anbu's immediate superior? 55. The enchantment class in the village has not responded at all so far, you tell me you don't know anything about everything. I ask you, where were you when our Uchiha clan was attacked? 39. He asked angrily. Just as Third Hokage was about to speak, Hayashi next to him said in a faint voice that everyone could hear, Lord Third Hokage is at my Hyuga clan's residence, and he insists on talking about useless things. When someone made a report outside, he only talked about trivial matters, and it was not worth affecting his conversation with me, and then he didn't even let him report, so he continued to chat with me like this. When this statement came out, everyone was shocked. What's the meaning? It must be extremely important to be able to report to Hokage in a hurry. Then you said it was a trivial matter, it was not important to chat with the Hyuga chief? Is this Third Hokage's malfeasance, not taking Konoha's work seriously? Still. Do it deliberately? Hayashi. Third Hokage cursed inwardly, but still managed to squeeze out a smile, I just didn't think it would be this big. At this moment, the patriarch of the Inyazuka clan suddenly spoke up. I transferred to my advisor Koharu, and when I was a guest with the Inyazuka clan, someone came to report, but before he heard the news, he said it was not worth mentioning. What? So does consultant Udatan Koharu? Mito Flame Sect advisor, in my Abarame clan, also refused to accept the report from his subordinates. Abarame's highway also spoke up. The crowd widened their eyes. Mito Flame Gate as well? But it's not over yet. Anbu Subcommander Shimahai, in my Minister Fukasaku, come to me today. The major families opened their mouths one by one. These people are the hardcore subordinates of Third Hokage to delay the actions of the major families. 1 or 2, it could be accident, malfeasance. But a group of people. Everyone has been silent, this is no longer a problem explained by mere malfeasance. Lord Third Hokage, I suspect that you are a spy sent by other shinobi village to Konoha. Zongxuan shook his head, could it be that on the day second Hokage died in battle, you and Danzo and other advisors were used by the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi village using some kind of secret? Has the technique been replaced? You, too, are worthy of being our Konoha village's Hokage. 35. He laughed angrily and loudly. And Fugaku, who saw his gesture, took a step forward. I, the Konoha guard captain, the 583rd chief of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku, hereby impeach the Konoha village Third Hokage. I suggest that this person be taken down and sentenced. Next second. I, the head of the Kurama clan, hereby impeach the Konoha village Third Hokage. I suggest that this person be taken down and sentenced. The Pommel Horse clan gradually became lonely and weak, and Third Hokage didn't even send anyone to delay their support operation. They are the first to support Uchiha among the major families, and they are also the most die-hard supporters of Uchiha at present. And he, without a doubt, played a leading role. I, the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi, hereby impeach the Konoha village Third Hokage. I suggest that this person be taken down and sentenced. Hyuga Hayashi spoke without hesitation. The Abarame clan seconded the impeachment of Uchiha's patriarch, and Abarame took a deep breath. It is suggested that the Third Hokage, and all the Anbu who participated in the attack on Uchiha, be divided by capital punishment. Divide by capital punishment. That's something that even Uchiha Fugaku didn't say. He shouted to kill the Hokage of his own village. Even if there was no one present who was not disappointed with Third Hokage, they couldn't help but turn their attention to Abarame's highway. Highway, are you crazy? Third Hokage was stunned. Your family's Abarame is the leader of this operation. You even want to kill him? Didn't the father who took the root entrust him to you, and you treat your brother's entrustment like this? Yes, my brother did entrust the root to me. Abarame took a deep breath, but I was incompetent. When the root was young, I was threatened by Danzo and had to let him join. Roots, become Danzo's emotionless lackey. From that moment on, I'm sorry for my brother's entrustment. And from that moment on, I thought Fukugen was dead. It was my incompetence that killed him. And now, under his face, which was covered by a high-necked trench coat and black sunglasses, a faint expression of anger could still be seen. Now, I don't want to be as incompetent as before. The Abarame family has always been taciturn and is good at concealing themselves. They usually wrap themselves very tightly, even covering their faces with sunglasses, plus the uniqueness of bug ninjutsu, they often rarely interact with outsiders. But they are so taciturn, but they also have sincere feelings. Everyone only remembers Hyuga Hayashi for the death of his younger brother Hisashi, and resents Third Hokage. Who remembers the resentment of Abarame's highway because all the nephews entrusted by the siblings were taken away? Third Hokage was speechless for a while. He never expected that Abarame's highway, who had always been taciturn, would give him a knife at a critical moment. Although the Abarame clan has a low sense of existence, but they are very comprehensive in ninjutsu, and they are actually extremely powerful. Second only to Hyuga and Uchiha. The top three families in the village all made the same decision, then. Next second. I, the Nara clan, support the proposal of the Uchiha clan, and propose the abolition of Third Hokage in a judgment. Chapter 123. Everyone's eyes widened, looking at the patriarch of the Nara clan known as the Konoha think tank, Narashika Issa. This is the hardcore of the Hokage series. Few people support Hokage more than the Inoshika CH trio. However, at this time, even they. Narashika Issa's face was calm, as if the person who caught everyone's attention was not him. Even Third Hokage couldn't accept this fact, and couldn't help saying, Luju, I treat your clan well. 99. Lord Hokage, we are Konoha's family. Narashika Issa just said calmly, why do you think that some petty profits can make us ignore the fact that Konoha wants to destroy our family? 35. Uchiha today, Hyuga tomorrow. How many days do you think it will take for our Nara family to turn? 99. There was a bit of sadness in his voice, but it was not aimed at Third Hokage, but at himself. No one wants to be loyal to the village and wipe out their family. This is the bottom line for everyone. In fact, on the night of the genocide in the original book, Itachi took Obito to destroy Uchiha easily, without Anbu intervening in the whole process. Although the actual situation is known to many people. But in theory, this belongs to Uchiha's internal contradiction. After all, it is your Uchiha clan who destroyed Uchiha. But even if there is an obvious reason, Danzo was directly wiped out of all positions by Third Hokage. Now all the evidence is on the surface. You are a Hokage, how can you resist the anger of the crowd? I, the Akamichi clan, support the proposal of the Uchiha clan. I, the Yamanaka clan, also support the proposal of the Uchiha clan. Akamichi Dingza and Yamanaka spoke together. But everyone didn't find it strange the Inoshika Ch3 clans have always been advancing and retreating together, and the Nara clan, who are the brains, spoke up, and the other two clans must keep up. The momentum is gone. Everyone is aware of the problem. Almost all of Konoha's leading families support Uchiha. Then why hesitate? My Inyazuka clan supports the proposal of the Uchiha clan. The Kishin clan support Uchiha's proposal. I plant a clan to support Uchiha's proposal. All the patriarchs spoke up. To the end. My Sarutobi clan support. 99. Even a certain Jainin of the Sarutobi clan directly stepped over the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the chief of the Sarutobi clan, to express support and approval. First, because the situation has passed, the Sarutobi family must break up with Third Hokage here for the sake of future peace. The second is because even the Sarutobi clan is afraid of Third Hokage's actions. Today you are Hokage and can destroy Uchiha. If I become Hokage tomorrow, can I destroy the Sarutobi clan? This is an extremely vile bad head. Absolutely, never indulge. Even if the current leader is the patriarch of his own clan, this is the same. Third Hokage opened his mouth, in fact he also knew the result, so when he acted, he took a variety of ways to hide. For example, Uchiha Itachi took the lead this time, which can be pushed to Uchiha's infighting. This time the main force is Abarame taking the route, which can be pushed to the remnants of the route. The ninjas who participated in the battle this time are all their own loyalists. They can abandon them at a critical moment. They would rather die than speak. But in the end he underestimated Uchiha and overestimated his own prestige. When Third Hokage's prestige cannot suppress the collective consciousness of the big families, the result is clear. Of course, in the final analysis, Third Hokage and Danzo oppressed the major families too deeply. Uchiha, who was suppressed by them, wanted to rebel. Hyuga, the younger brother, was given as a gift to Cloud Shinobi. The Abarame family, the only existence entrusted to him by the brothers, the nephew of the patriarch, was also included in the roots and regarded as a machine without feelings. The dissatisfaction of the major families has already accumulated to a certain extent. This can be seen in the Chunin exams during the Naruto period, in the face of a vicious master like Orochimaru. Apart from his own shadow guards, no one is willing to support Third Hokage. Ninjas are not rude who like to fight their enemies alone. On the contrary, being able to fight in groups and never one-on-one is the style of a ninja. However, when Simple Might Guy said, "I was a little worried about Third Hokage," Kakashi said, "Believe him, he is the Third Hokage of Konoha village." As a result, Third Hokage died at the hands of Orochimaru without any support. Until death, there are still only those few Anbu before the barrier, and no second person has appeared. Just like White Fang, who was crushed to death by his public opinion, Uchiha, who was exterminated, and Hisashi, who was forced to death. "Lord Third Hokage, please recognize the reality," Zongxuan said calmly. "I see." Third Hokage took a deep breath, "But if you want to impeach me, who are you going to choose for fifth Hokage who will succeed me? Uchiha Shisui? Uchiha Fugaku? Or you, Uchiha Zongxuan?" As soon as these words came out, the eyes of many family patriarchs changed slightly. Uchiha, so strong. If they're going to fight for the Hokage. But unexpectedly, "Lord Third Hokage, you really can't change your discord." Zongxuan sneered, then said sternly, "We Uchiha, do not participate in this Hokage battle. I suggest that Jiraiya or Tsunade take over as 5th Hokage." His voice was firm and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. 5th Hokage, is it Jiraiya or Tsunade? The eyes of everyone changed, and they calmed down in an instant. Jiraiya and Tsunade are both Hokages, and they are a little bit incompatible with 3rd Hokage, so they traveled everywhere. Zongxuan's suggestion to let them succeed, not only shows that they did not think about fighting for the dominance of the village with the powerful strength of Uchiha's 3 Manjiki, but also instantly settled the hearts of the ninjas of the Hokage family who have always dominated the mainstream. Of course, it takes time to find the 2 of them, so I propose that the highly respected Mr. Hyuga Hayashi should be the agent of 5th Hokage. Zongxuan continued, until either of the 2 returns. Everyone can accept this proposal. The Hyuga family is not like Uchiha. Although they are a little arrogant, they still have a good relationship with the big family at the top. Hayashi's strength also ensures that he cannot completely occupy the seat of Hokage. Even Hyuga Hayashi hesitated for a moment, then heaved a sigh of relief and felt that he could accept the result. Although he thinks this is a rare opportunity for the Hyuga family, maybe a Hokage from the Hyuga family can be produced. But his strength is not enough, sitting on it, it may not be able to sit firmly. At the same time, it is also the most critical. Hayashi is still young, and his strength has further opportunities. Either Tsunade or Jiraiya are a generation older than him. When 5th Hokage steps down, he will be the strongest contender for the 6th Hokage, who has been in charge of the village for a while. This is a good result for everyone. The only bad thing is 3rd Hokage himself. You Uchiha, do you really think so? 3rd Hokage asked Fugaku in his last hope. At this time, it was the promise of the Uchiha patriarch that could be recognized by everyone. However, Fugaku pondered for a moment, and finally nodded. What Zongxuan said is what I think. We Uchiha withdraw from this Hokage campaign, support Tsunade or Jiraiya to become 5th Hokage, and support Lord Hayashi to become 5th Hokage Agent 5. And in the next period of time, obey Hokage's orders, support Hokage's decision, and be willing to contribute unreservedly to the village. After all, he was someone who had been the patriarch for a long time. He could still recognize the situation at hand. Konoha village couldn't accept a Hokage from Uchiha. Their hope is in the next generation of Hokage. E.t. Uchiha Fugaku glanced at Zongxuan, then looked at 3rd Hokage with a volatile expression. 3rd Hokage-sama, if you have nothing to say, then, sorry. He strode forward. Are you obediently grabbing it, or let all of us take action together and let you grab it? 3rd Hokage's face was struggling, he seemed to want to say something, but he couldn't think of a way to shake the general situation in front of him. Finally, he sighed and did not resist. Things are over. 3rd Hokage arrested. The culprit who attacked the Uchiha clan has been arrested. The major patriarchs began to spontaneously lead their clansmen to calm Konoha's madness and appease the rioting villagers. Under their leadership, the madness of Konoha began to gradually subside. The people of the Uchiha clan also gradually came out of the air raid shelter, and proper arrangements made these old and weak women and children survive successfully. Just looking at these pieces of ruins, countless people couldn't help shedding tears. Uchiha Yashiro finally woke up from being knocked unconscious by Zongxuan. After he learned what happened from the mouth of his subordinates, his face was uncomfortable. He was clearly the most determined radical of the Uchiha clan, but when an enemy attacked Uchiha, he actually collapsed on the ground? What a joke! Also, Zongxuan, what is the situation with your strength? He went to the family leaders with a look of resentment. However, Zongxuan, Fugaku, and Shisui were seen standing far away, not saying a word. The air between the 3 was very heavy, as if it had frozen, with boundless pressure. What's going on? Uchiha Ba, Li Qunhao, was stunned, Didn't the patriarchs unite and repel the intruding enemy? Why now? And this time? What happened? What happened? Why is the family like this? Uchiha Sasuke's voice sounded, and his small school bag fell from his hand weakly and fell to the ground, making a puff sound. But he turned a deaf ear and just stared blankly at the Uchiha ruin that was similar to the ruins in front of him. I was just left behind by the teacher. How did you come home like this? In the end, what happened? Fugaku was silent for a moment, then turned his head. Yashiro. Here. Captain. Uchiha Yatsushiro turned serious. I'll leave the matter to you now, arrange the clan, and help me bring Sasuke home by the way. Uchiha Fugaku explained a few words, paused, and said, I have something to do with Shisui now. Zongxuan said. 99. I understand, you go. Yatsushi was silent for a while, knowing that there must be some secrets, so he simply accepted the task. The three of them looked at each other and their figures disappeared. In an instant, I came to Nanga's shrine. The three looked at each other, and there were no outsiders here, so they could speak unscrupulously. FF. Fugaku, the illusion that I put on you, untied, Fang. Well, it's been untied. Chapter 124. Fugaku's illusion, unlocked? For a while, the air between the three was a little quiet. Killing intent, secretly brewing. But the expressions of the three of them remained the same. Zongxuan and Shisui are not surprised by this fact. Although distinguished heavenly gods is known as the strongest illusion, it is still illusion. Since it is an illusion, it can be cracked. Whether you untie it yourself, or someone else helps you untie it. Of course, it is extremely difficult for others to help. If you can help the enemy to solve the illusion in battle, the difficulty is not much like killing the enemy directly. But it is indeed possible. So neither Zongxuan nor Shisui really regarded distinguished heavenly gods as an invincible trump card. As for Fugaku, as long as you have used this night of genocide, it will be easy to say later. For Kakuzu, the two also gave orders early to let him reduce the task of offering bounties to the strong, and commit suicide 5 years later. At the same time, some of the tribes who let Kakuzu resettle, they also ordered that after confirming the situation of Konoha village, it will be stable for 1 year, and when the popularity of Uchiha in the ninja world subsides, they will quietly leave Kakuzu's shelter and do not approach Kakuzu again. The command. All in all, to prevent the failure of distinguished heavenly gods. Although distinguished heavenly gods is such a powerful illusion, even if it is indulged and cracked at will, not everyone can unravel it. But every enemy worthy of the illusion of distinguished heavenly gods should not be underestimated. Only cage level is worthy of this honor. So the current situation is actually within the expectations of Zongxuan and Shisui, but they didn't expect that the duration would be so short, and the sky had not yet brightened, and Fugaku's illusion had already been cracked. Was it because of Itachi's life and death crisis that his spiritual power exploded at that moment? Or is it because of his unique illusion? Zongxuan's eyelids drooped slightly, and one of Fugaku's eyes, like Itachi and Sasuke, was an eternal black flame, Amaterasu. But the other eye doesn't know what it's capable of. So, the patriarch, what are you going to do next? Shisui narrowed his eyes. We killed us who attacked Uchiha Itachi, your son? Still. Fugaku paused, as if thinking, and as if organizing language. I don't want to go to war with you. He said calmly, his voice as serious as always, you and I fight to the death, it's not good for the family. Of course, the most important thing is that I have no certainty of winning. He glanced at Zongxuan. He was only 6 years old, but he was more difficult to deal with than Shisui. Shisui has gone blind. Although he is super strong, his normal activities will not be affected by the loss of his eyes. But with such a physical condition, it is impossible to keep up with cage-level battles. Compared to 583, Zongxuan unscrupulously opened Susanoo without the slightest damage to his pupil's strength, just like there are too many secrets on him. Don't make random enemies. Itachi is not dead after all, and I am not only his son. Fugaku's words were cold. This means that you and I are not absolute enemies. I also understand that you are only for the family, and will not hate you for this kind of thing. 55. Fugaku's heart is actually very complicated. As the patriarch and the head of the clan, theoretically, he should devote himself to the clan. Although the love for the family is lower than the love for his own sons. But not without love. My son Sasuke is not injured, my family is not destroyed. Itachi broke his arm, but he is not dead. You and I are not mortal enemies. Hearing this, Zongxuan and Shisui fell silent, and the murderous aura on their bodies dissipated slightly. What Fugaku says is true. Although they both understand that Fugaku can't really hate the two who cut off Itachi's arm, but it shouldn't be a life and death hatred. Ninja is a profession that always faces a life and death crisis. In their opinion, as long as it's not death, what's the point of a little injury? Your Excellency Captain is very polite. Shisui lowered his head slightly. You and I are both for the family, why do you have to make trouble like this? His strength was greatly reduced, and he no longer had the confidence to speak. If Fugaku is willing to compromise, then he will be happy to accept it. However, Fugaku did not answer his words, and instead looked directly at Zongxuan. Shisui's combat power is greatly reduced, which is not important. It is the 6-year-old child in front of me who really has the right to speak. Zongxuan was silent for a while, and said, "That's true, we are all for the family, and I just want to earn money honestly, we don't want to have a conflict." Hearing this, Fugaku suddenly smiled. However, Zongxuan's words changed. Uchiha Itachi's defection has become a foregone conclusion, and the patriarch may not be suitable for this position. Fugaku's face suddenly stiffened, his eyes fixed on Zongxuan. I'm not suitable, then who is suitable? You. The tone is also a lot stiff, and there is a bit of murderousness in the words. No, I can't. Zongxuan's answer is beyond Fugaku's imagination, but Shisui loves the family the most, and he also has a very good prestige on Konoha's side. He can be a good patriarch. The former Shisui hoped that Uchiha would integrate into the village. Almost every time he faced the villagers outside Uchiha, he showed a gentle smile. The villagers, bags, who meet Konoha always help whenever they can, and try to show Uchiha's friendliness. Although Uchiha Madara has been installed recently, the foundation laid before is still there. It can be said that he is a leader who reassures Konoha. 18. The surrounding air is once again as heavy as lead and mercury. There was a bit of murder in Fugaku's eyes. Shisui is the patriarch, what about me? Zongxuan, you don't have to. Shisui said quickly, you know, I don't really have much thought about the position of the patriarch. 35. But there was a touch of emotion in Zongxuan in his heart. His combat power was greatly reduced, and his strength was weakened. Although it was for the family, he never spared his own eyes. But the sudden decrease in strength still made him feel a little down, and he was worried about gains and losses. He was originally Zongxuan's senior, and he also instructed Zongxuan in various ninjutsu techniques. Although they were not dominant in their interactions, they were not inferior. But now that his strength has been greatly reduced, how much influence does he have on Zongxuan and his family? Although Shisui only cares about the village and the family, he doesn't care about others. But these thoughts are also commonplace. However now, Zongxuan, you still want to push me to be the patriarch? He didn't ignore me, whose strength was greatly reduced. In addition to being moved, he couldn't help but say, Zongxuan, you don't have to care about me, I actually have no idea about the patriarch. No, you can't be the patriarch. Zongxuan said calmly, pointing to Fugaku, I can't trust him. 5. This time, relying on your distinguished heavenly gods, let him guard the family. What about the next time Itachi attacks? 35. You don't have distinguished heavenly gods anymore, I can't trust this guy. When Shisui and Zongxuan attacked Fugaku, they knew that this man valued his son more than his family. For the first time under the control of the distinguished heavenly gods, Itachi was stopped. What about the second weasel? Third Hokage has already lost power, how come Itachi will attack the family again? Fugaku said very dissatisfied. Zongxuan smiled disdainfully, look, you only said Itachi wouldn't come, but you didn't say what you would do. Isn't that obvious enough? Fugaku was speechless. Yes, Itachi may not necessarily attack Uchiha again. But if he does attack, will he fight Uchiha Itachi with Shisui and the others? Perhaps. No way. So I can't trust you. 35 Zongxuan said calmly, if Shisui hadn't been greatly reduced in strength, he wouldn't have compromised on this kind of thing at all, and he would have forced you to step down. No ninja would take such a high risk. The patriarch has a great influence on the family, almost all the power of the master family. If such clansmen attack the family, the consequences could be disastrous. Then you want me to abdicate? Fugaku had a murderous aura. Don't say that. Zongxuan suddenly laughed, his expression extremely relaxed. There is nothing in this world that cannot be traded, and politics is synonymous with the exchange of interests. 5. Itachi got his arm broken and turned into a rebel. What if I said I could save some of it? How to restore it? Fugaku sneered, let him return to the family. Is it possible? Konoha won't accept a man who gets involved with the enemy who killed 4th Hokage. Uchiha will not accept a clan trying to destroy a clan. Of course it's impossible. Zongxuan said without hesitation, but the arm that was lost may not be able to be reconnected. Hey! Fugaku and Shisui shrank their pupils and subconsciously said, how is that possible? There are so many methods, the ninja world is so big, what's impossible? Zongxuan smiled lightly, then turned his head and said, Shisui, have you seen the special abilities of the object of your last distinguished heavenly god's illusion? You said Kakuzu? Oh! With his line. 39 Shisui came to a realization. Kakuzu does have this ability. Not only that. Zongxuan said calmly, do you remember the Uchiha that you fought with? When I hit the last blow, I saw that one of his arms was pale, and he was cut into 2 sections by me. That white weirdo is somewhat similar. Perhaps he just lost his arm and replaced it with the hand of a white monster, so he can use that space pupil technique one after another. Saying that, Zongxuan pulled out a storage scroll. After opening it, White Zetsu's body appeared in the sight of the two of them. They watched curiously, and Fugaku even turned on 3 Tomo directly. There is indeed a strong vitality. People have died, but the cells themselves do not seem to have died, and they still maintain a strong vitality. Fugaku's eyes flashed with shock. People are dead, but cells are not dead? What kind of ghost story is this? It's Yang Dun. Zongxuan solved the mystery. In my transaction with Orochimaru, I got a copy of Senju Hashirama's cells, and his cells are very similar to the cells of this body. Especially with this unimaginable activity, I suspect that both may have arisen from the same being. Yang Dun itself is very effective in healing the body, and maybe it can make up for Mangekyou's lost pupil power. 99. If the arms of this body are replaced by Itachi, maybe it will not only allow Itachi to regain his arms, but also make Itachi's eyes no longer blind. Hearing this, Fugaku suddenly realized, it's no wonder that Uchiha can use Mangekyou's pupil art arbitrarily. To be honest, it is impossible for ordinary Mangekyu to use it arbitrarily like Obito, no matter how low the consumption is, it is also Mangekyou's pupil technique. It's like unscrupulously opening Amaterasu. Strong is strong, but can you afford it? And if you can't use it arbitrarily, then Obito's strength will be greatly reduced, and it's not a strong enemy at all. But Obito just did it, as if there was no consumption at all, and it was easy to write. It turns out that this Senju Hashirama cell is the credit. So, you can use the pupil technique at will because. Fugaku couldn't help but glance at Zongxuan, his eyes fluctuating. Even Shisui's heart is moving. If so, can he make up for his lost vision? No, I'm not the same. Zongxuan shook his head. I just built the eternal Manjiki Sharingan with strong mental strength, relying on yin escape, not yang escape. My exception is hard to reproduce, but the example at hand is. He narrowed his eyes. If we invest more, maybe we can figure out a way to allow the future Uchiha to use Manjiki indefinitely. After all, it all makes sense in theory, doesn't it? In theory, it all makes sense. Shisui and Fugaku were heartbroken. Whether it's for the family or for yourself, this is a good goal. Don't think that the ninja world advocates power, so you don't know anything about scientific research, or even despise research. Not to mention the countless examples of Second Hokage's creation of ninjutsu, not to mention Orochimaru, his successor, who developed a series of Orochimaru-style ninjutsu. But Uchiha, whose brain seems to be full of muscles, is actually constantly developing new techniques. Izanami, Izanagi, these two opposing ninjutsu are the most typical examples. In fact, the family still maintains a research institute, and Zongxuan also handed over milk tea to them for research, but this research institute has not been produced for a long time due to the economic difficulties of the Uchiha family. But if there is a goal of unlimited use of Manjiki, even if you squeeze it, you can squeeze out enough funds. Fugaku is heartbroken. And Zongxuan smiled casually. Itachi is a man who never gives up when he doesn't reach his goals. Speaking of which, Sasuke is also a genius. After going through today's events, he's probably able to turn on Sharingan, but I don't know if Manjiki will turn on. Fugaku's expression changed instantly. He has full confidence in the talents of his two sons. But brothers have extraordinary talents, which is not a good thing in Uchiha, but a bad thing. Back then Uchiha Madara and his younger brother were. As a father, Fugaku really didn't want to see Sasuke's eyes taken away by Itachi. Don't want to see Itachi's eyes taken by Sasuke. Either way, it's a tragedy that is hard to end. I see. Fugaku took a deep breath. I'll make arrangements for the abdication. 99. Hearing this, Zongxuan smiled immediately. Tonight, the Uchiha family will be very busy. And other big families will also be very busy. After dispatching their clansmen to appease Konoha's crowd, the patriarchs of the major clans all escorted Third Hokage to a hidden cell. After arranging guards, they looked at each other and dispersed. But everyone had a strange look in their eyes. Hayashi becomes Agent Hokage. Third Hokage steps down. Uchiha's mighty power. All of this is so far-reaching. And another is Zongxuan, the 6-year-old Manjiki Sharingan. Hayashi took a deep breath. He was not the first patriarch to come to Uchiha, but he also saw the power of Zongxuan Susanoo that was comparable to a god. The point is that he is only 6 years old. Only 6 years old. Hayashi, who has white eyes, is very clear, that is Zongxuan, and it was not transformed by anyone using transformation technique. A 6-year-old child with such powerful strength? How do we deal with this? Speaking of which, that child seems to be in the same class as his daughter. Hayashi was silent for a moment, and finally beckoned, someone, call me Hinata. Well, ask your daughter. As a political figure, he never minds things like marriage, and he doesn't care about having an extra golden tortoise-in-law. If it goes well, maybe the Hyuga family will have another powerful foreign aid. Chapter 125. In fact, the negotiation between the three of Zongxuan was only a small beginning, not the end. A real ninja will not trust each other just because of a few words. So even if Fugaku expressed his willingness to give up the position of the patriarch, he did nothing. At least he had to wait for Shisui and Zongxuan to take him around the institute and listen to the opinions of the researchers in his department. At least he guarantees that there is some hope before he will give up the position of the patriarch. Shisui and Zongxuan didn't mind either, they didn't lie anyway. Then Shisui followed Fugaku and began to deal with family affairs. Because of Uchiha Itachi's actions, the entire Uchiha clan's station was almost destroyed in half. When people come out of shelters, not to mention food, even shelter is a problem. At the same time, there is also the money that Zongxuan received. In theory, the money was handed over to the family by the clansmen for safekeeping, but it doesn't belong to him. Fortunately, when Hayashi comes to power tomorrow, Fugaku intends to apply for a subsidy from Konoha to tide over the crisis. At the same time, he and Shisui had to constantly appease the angry clansmen, saying that all the mistakes were Third Hokage's fault. Now that Third Hokage was arrested, the bright future is coming. Let's not show any malice to ordinary villagers, many of them have participated in the rescue operation for us, our Uchiha family has a position in Konoha. In short, first suppress the inner dissatisfaction of the clan. At the same time trying to change the minds of the radicals, now that all Konoha shinobi people know that Uchiha is a victim of Third Hokage oppression, this is a good time to integrate the family into the village. Zongxuan really exposed his strength this time. Although not every ninja knows about him, everyone who knows him is only shocked. A 6-year-old ninja with cage-level combat power? Am I crazy, or is the world crazy? Because they were not familiar with Zongxuan's character, almost subconsciously, they distanced themselves from Zongxuan. This is the most basic self-preservation mentality of people. Zongxuan doesn't care, he just helplessly looks at his house that was destroyed and turned into ruins. So living outside is insecure, Shisui's house and I have been destroyed, and Fugaku's patriarch's house is still there. However, the finances and manuscripts have long been put away by Zongxuan, so there is no need to worry about economic losses. As for the house, why don't you build a house with an earth style first, and make do with it? Just as Zongxuan was thinking, a figure appeared in front of him. Yakushi Kabuto. Lord Zongxuan, I have completed the task you gave me. Yakushi Kabuto lowered his head, his expression was calm, and he did not take any credit. Thank you for your hard work, you did a good job. 35 Zongxuan showed a smile. This time it was really thanks to Yakushi Kabuto. He installed those screens silently and kept them undetected before he acted. And when Konoha was restless, he used Shadow Clone to incite people's anger, locked everyone's hostility on Third Hokage, and greatly weakened the opposition between Uchiha and Konoha. Even he actually pulled a group of ninjas to attack the defense line formed by Anbu and the Roots. Although it did not break through, it also greatly slowed down the casualties of the Uchiha tribe. It can be said that he was the one who brought Uchiha back to life and completely brought down Third Hokage. You're wrong. Yakushi Kabuto lowered his head, I just fulfilled your order. But one thing. Yakushi Kabuto hesitated and said, Lord Zongxuan, the camera you set up before was basically destroyed before you came out. 35. At that time, I saw that the mood of the villagers was almost instigated, so I turned off the camera without your permission. Uchiha, who is present, and the patriarchs of the big families should know about your strength, but the other Konoha villagers should not know about it yet. So as long as I contact those big clans, I can still be my student. Zongxuan's mouth twitched. It may be that he is extremely talented, clearly has Manjiki, and his strength is extraordinary, but the fact that he is still in school every day gives Yakushi Kabuto a wrong judgment. Does he think Zongxuan might prefer to play as a pig and eat a tiger? So when Zongxuan came on stage, they stopped the screen. At first, they installed quite a few cameras in order to prevent them from being destroyed by the aftermath of the battle. How can it be so easy to ruin it all? Okay, I understand. Zongxuan nodded. Wait a minute, ask Shisui to send a few people to contact the major families, I'm tired and want to find a place to sleep. 35. Although he has no special feeling about pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. But he doesn't want to be stared at by a group of ninjas from other countries every day, the 6-year-old Manjiki, this is really scary. Such a terrible person should not live in this world, should he? Although with Zongxuan's strength, he wouldn't care about a few assassinations. But it affects making money. Yes. Yakushi Kabuto nodded, but thought to himself. Sure enough, my boss this time just likes to play this kind of trick of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Would you like to satisfy him next time? Maybe a hero saves the beauty in front of the girls at the ninja school, and you can enjoy the rose-colored campus life. 39. On how to appease your boss quietly. This book, Yakushi Kabuto not only read, he can recite the whole text. The other side. Hyaga Station. Father. Hinata saluted weakly. Even though the two are father-daughter relationship, but Hayashi's rigid temperament, Hinata still dare not break the rules. Hayashi frowned and hummed, indicating that he heard Hinata's greetings. He actually didn't like the eldest daughter very much. I think she is too cowardly and too talented. Compared with her younger brother's child Niji, she is completely in the sky and the other in the ground. This made him always have a sense of failure. It might be better to have my younger brother Hisashi inherit Hyaga feeling of failure. Sit down. Hayashi gestured. Yes. Hinata replied weakly, only sitting on half of his buttocks. I called you here today to ask you something. Hayashi paused. I heard that there is a guy named Uchiha Zongxuan in your class, do you know? 5. Well,